if Giants fans have missed the fifth was where it all happened. They hit 4 home runs in the 5th inning.
It was historic.
And another one. High and deep. And out of here. And that's a grand slam.
And that's a grand slam. And oh, baby, the Giants hit the piss out the ball yesterday at, what is it called now? Guaranteed Rate Field? It's old Comiskey Park. It was new Comiskey Park. It was U.S. Cellular Field. I think it's Guaranteed Rate, but it's the most sterile stadium I've ever been to in my life.
So you've been there?
I've been there.
Why?
Believe it or not.
What makes it so sterile?
It's just nothing around it. And the ballpark has no character.
You're
Wide concourses.
Okay.
The stadium has nothing, no characteristics whatsoever. Just nothing. Just regular bleachers, regular stadium. It's dry. It's just nothing. It's just like a stadium. And you couldn't be farther from Chicago in terms of downtown Chicago. It's in the South Side, of course, and you don't want to be walking down the street by yourself in the South Side at night. Hell, you don't want to do that all day in the morning either. But it's out of the way. Downtown is so far away. You get on the subway, you go. They've got a bar across the street, which is nice, but it's just nothing happening there. Nothing. And you go inside the stadium, no character whatsoever. Like, Oracle Park, you got the cable car, you got the splash zone, you got the Coke bottle. You got none of that. It's just not a fun stadium. I went there for $3. I saw a Kansas City Royals.
$3?
Kansas City Royals and White Sox game.
That's a great deal.
Yeah, it was a great deal.
I mean, the transaction fee on like Ticketmaster and all those.
Probably a little more.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably a little more.
That's incredible. No, I'm fascinated by the White Sox because I think they have great uniforms and they do have a long, rich history because they're one of the older ball clubs in our national pastime.
Yeah.
So, no, that was fun yesterday. Obviously, the 4 home runs and the bats and everything's going to take the headlines. And B, I've got some David VR thoughts and some Yaz thoughts. I think he looks good right now.
You back in the Yaz wagon?
No, but he looks good to start the season. And so you got to be an equal opportunist. When someone looks good, you got to give them their love. But I think the biggest, most encouraging thing yesterday was DeSclafani.
Well, I was going to go there.
Looking really good with the late life movement.
Well, that's what nobody was talking about. And I think that's the tone setter. You can get 6 innings out of DeSclafani, and he gives up only 3 hits, and he has a little bit of dust up with Andrew Vaughn. I like the mean streak from DeSclafani yesterday. He pitched tough. Only 4 strikeouts, but he threw 73 pitches and 3 hits. He kept them off the scoreboard. That's a tone setter for me. The bats are going to be there. I believe the Giants are going to hit a lot of home runs this year. They got some power. That's one thing they do. They're either going to hit the hell out of the ball or they're going to miss the hell out of the ball.
Yeah, it's going to be one. Well, actually, they're going to do both of those things.
Right, they're going to do both. But it's about the pitching. Everybody says this is the deepest rotation they've had in a long time. So when you get DeSclafani to go out there and go 6 shutout, to me, that was the tone setter. Now, I didn't like what I saw from Sean Manaea. Are they going to use him in this role moving forward? I did not like it. Maybe you just start him. I don't know what you do there with Sean Manaea. I was not impressed with the stuff yesterday at all. And he gives up the 3 runs, of course, to the White Sox. But Disco setting the tone like that, I could get down with 6 innings from your number 4 starter.
Yeah, and he's a guy that when he is going well, he's got multiple pitches that have lots of late life movement, and he likes to pitch down in the zone. I think part of what really did him in last year, clearly the ankle injury was part of it, but he left the ball up hanging, and he doesn't have good enough stuff. You're talking about his strikeouts. He's not going to be a strikeout guy. He's a guy that's going to get a lot of ground balls and a lot of like weak pop-ups, weak flyouts. Like that's part of his game. He's more, and he's not this guy, but he's more Greg Maddux than he is, Pedro Martinez in terms of power arm. He's a guy that's going to try to keep you off balance. I actually like what I saw from him yesterday, and the demeanor on the 3-0 thing. So he goes 3-0 with Andrew Vaughn, who's a Santa Rosa guy, the number 1 overall draft pick coming out of Cal from a couple years back. I don't know what happened there, but Disco is saying in the postgame that he threw him a slider on 3-0, and Vaughn was mad he didn't throw a fastball. I find that hard to believe that Vaughn's mad he didn't throw a fastball. But whatever. He's a red ass. I'm okay with it. Show a little emotion. It's not the end of the world. Pitch well, and all will be forgotten.
Yeah, Lamont Wade Jr. jumped in to kind of push Disco back, and it happened early in the game, 2nd inning. He didn't get rattled. He got 6 swinging strikes on his slider. He's very economical with his pitches. DeSclafani said after the game, he just didn't say a nice word to me, so I said something back. But we're all competing, and there's no ill feelings towards him saying towards him or anything. Him not saying something nice, I'm just going to say something back, and that's what he did. So it is what it is, man. It's a little baseball dust up, nothing to go crazy over. I know people were going crazy over it. Hey, look, the guy settled down after that and threw 4 more shutout innings. You can't be mad about that. That's the thing. He also said that I felt like I was just throwing strikes with everything, the two-seam, the slider. They were the keys to the game, I think. When I've got those 2 pitches working for me, kind of brings me back to 2021. So that's encouraging.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can continue to build off those 2 pitches and have those 2 pitches all year, and I think it'll be a fun year. So in that 2021 year, he was great. I mean, I thought you took away the Dodgers ERA, which he had over a 10 ERA.
Especially
he was
down
at a
the stretch.
3.17 ERA. Ignore Game 4. Ignore all the regular season matchups against the Dodgers.
The last month wasn't great, but
it wasn't
yes,
great.
He was really
but he had the one good start he had against the Dodgers was in September in that Friday night game on an Orange Friday. He dealt his ass off.
Yes, but I would say I think 4 of his last 5 starts were really bad, especially down the stretch because he was leaking oil. But here's the thing on the Vaughn thing. Just one last. When guys are swinging 3-0, they're trying to hit hard contact and hit shots, and when you don't, see, to me, it's more. I'm looking at it from the batter's perspective.
Right.
You cuss it yourself, right? You cuss it yourself because you ground back to the pitcher. I thought, I don't know, my interpretation, Vaughn was mad at his own self and might have said an expletive that Disco interpreted as him throwing it at him, when I think Vaughn was just mad at the situation.
Yeah, I'm whatever. Whatever.
Now, the Yaz thing is interesting.
It was whatever with Disco and Vaughn. I mean, I thought everybody made it a big deal. It's just some words.
Well, because the White Sox were ready to come out of the dugout.
Yeah, but they were getting their ass kicked.
I know,
they knew an ass kicking was coming. That's why they're already down 2-0 at that point. They're a little frustrated. It's their home opener. They can't get the bats going on. People were miserable in that cloudy weather. Looked like it was going to rain.
Cold.
And you know what? They got rolled 12-3.
Well,
be mad at that.
There's a couple of different offensive things that we need to highlight. Obviously, Mike Yastrzemski's hitting the ball much better.
357 so far.
Horrible in spring training. He didn't have a good year last year.
Can we do something? Someone go crazy.
What?
Can we stop referencing spring training? I've never heard so many people reference a spring training this past spring. Everybody
That's all we have to go off of.
No, but nobody for years.
But they don't have any proven track record guys.
How does he look at the plate? How does he look at the plate? Fine. Is his swing good?
Well, how
is
does he look at the plate?
Well? He looks a lot better.
That's
who
what I'm
cares?
saying.
All I'm saying is who cares about averages and everything in
No,
spring
but
training?
he didn't hit the ball hard in spring
training. You hear
training.
from players all the time, hey, they're working on something. They're working on timing. They're working on this. We cite spring training it's been cited so much this spring, I'm going to lose my mind. Spring training. Guys are working on things. Yaz is a veteran. All right, he's coming out the gate hot. I'm happy about that.
Which is good.
It's good.
Well, not only that, he's running the base as well, which is an aspect of with the new bases and things like that. And the team telling us they're going to be put in movement more. I'm happy to see. And then you get to, obviously, Conforto. Finally, like this is one of your bigger free agent signings this year. Conforto waking up is a big development. And then you look at David Villar. And I want to stop on David Villar for a second. I don't know what he is, B. I don't know. I'm not here to say he's an all-star. No, he's not an all-star. Like, we'll see what he ends up becoming. But in terms of this team and what they want to do this year, and when we talk about one player, from this farm, setting themselves up to be an everyday player somewhere, third base, second base, first base, I'm not sure what his ultimate position. Maybe he's platooning in all those spots. VR needs 550 to 650 plate appearances this year. I want to see what he has. I'm really encouraged. I think he's a big leaguer. I don't know what, P. I don't know if he's like I said, a platooner type, but I think he's a big leaguer, and that to me is a great step forward.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, look, this team come up with 14 hits. VR show power. I love the grand slam in the 9th inning. That was spectacular. He goes 2 of 4 yesterday, 5 RBIs, the 2 home runs. Again, Yaz goes 2 for 3. He's got a couple jacks on the season so far, 357 average. Conforto, welcome to the Giants. He was 2 of 6. Tyro Estrada batting 375 on a young season. Montway Jr.'s grinding. He's trying. I don't think he's your prototypical leadoff hitter.
No.
But he's trying.
No,
you got to do what you got to do there with this lineup. And look, they're going to hit at times. They will hit. It's can you keep the strikeouts down. And yesterday they struck out 9 times. You got 5 strikeouts from Louis Jr. and Conforto. I don't like that at the top of the lineup. But again, you hit 7 home runs yesterday. Hit 7 home runs in a game. I mean, that was historic yesterday from the Giants. And you get a nice pitching day from Anthony DeSclafani. So they get a day off today. They're 2-2. Let's not freak out again. We're only 4 games in. This team could go in a lot of different directions. That's why you got to keep an open mind with this Giants roster this season, in my opinion, because we just don't know. You don't know how the Diamondbacks are going to be. You don't know how the Rockies are going to be.
Diamondbacks
you don't know
scrappy.
you don't know where the Dodgers are going to be.
Yeah.
You don't know where the Padres are going to be. They may regress and not live up to expectations like they've done in the history of their baseball franchise.
A team that we all believe was better than their record right now, the Phillies, right? Are we writing the Phillies off after a handful of games?
No, they're 0-4. But I will say this about the Phillies.
I mean, when you're out your first baseman and Bryce Harper.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
Reese Hoskins out for the year.
But I still believe that they're better than their record. I don't know. Are they going to replicate what they did last year? Probably not. But Bonte, I don't think that they're going to be the bottom, the cellar dweller in that division.
I don't think they'll be the cellar dweller, but I'm not buying a lot of stock in the Phillies because they got on a run last year and they basically rallied after firing Joe Girardi. They rallied around a new who was it? Robbie Thompson.
They limped into the playoffs with whatever 80-something wins.
And I thought they got some breaks in the playoffs, some bad managing from Bob Melvin in the NLCS, and they got rolled in the World Series. I don't think they'll be in last place, but I'm not high on the Phillies this year. To me, it's the Braves in that division, and then the rest.
Oh, well, I agree with. I mean, because the Nats aren't really even trying to field a big league team. But like what I'm saying is that I'm not trying to jump to conclusions when it comes to the Giants or any team in baseball. The guy that I think's had some great at bats, and he's got a couple home runs to show for it, but he's hit like 4 warning track shots. Jock Peterson, like. Quietly, Jock Peterson is putting the ball hard in play left and right. And that to me, because I was like, I don't know, man, he really faded last year. And maybe he's just a guy that gets really hot in the first half. I don't know. Like, we've only seen him in a Giants uniform for 1 year. But boy, he sure seems to be putting hard contact out there consistently. So I'm really encouraged with this offensive lineup right now. 4 home runs in 1 inning. Last time they did that was 2011.
Yeah, well, 2002 is the last time they hit 7. That's the most home runs in the game since July 2nd, 2002 at Colorado.
Really?
The team record is 8 home runs in the game. April 30th, 1961, your boy Willie Mays hit 4 that day. Yeah, so they broke out in a big way after getting shut out.
You play MLB The Show, that's one of the requirements to unlock something is to hit 4 home runs in one game.
DeSclafani picking up his first win since October 1st, 2021.
Wow.
Of course, he only played 5 games last year with the right ankle injury. But you know what? That's not a good start. That's a good start. Michael Kopech, by the way, on the other side, has always been one of those pitchers where he has all the potential in the world, and he just gets rocked.
Yeah.
He just gets rocked. He's so off and on.
There's more to pitching than just stuff. Like, you can't just throw really hard and have a nice breaking ball. You need to sequence everything together. That's why it's called pitching, not throwing.
And also good news, Austin Slater and Mitch Haniger, they're going to return to San Francisco and resume baseball activities.
How about,
you heard from Kapler with Slates in particular.
How about Bryce Johnson,
to feel really good. Haniger is just a little bit behind him.
Yeah, but I'm liking what I saw from Bryce Johnson. First major league hits, a home run.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see this guy play. Like, I know he's not a true prospect because he's a little older, but like again, like VR, Bryce Johnson. These are fun developments for Giants fans. We've been waiting for some of our own homegrown guys to kind of come through.
Man, well, you know what? I think we're going to see a lot of guys.
You do?
Anything we see with this Giants and Farhad Zaidi, there's a lot of transactions made. There's a lot of guys getting sit down and sit up and sit down and sit. And can you believe in Conforto to stay healthy for 162? Can you believe in Mitch Haniger to stay healthy? He's already hurt. Can you believe in Austin Slater to stay healthy? What about Mike Yastrzemski? So I think Bryce Johnson will get an opportunity to play. Will it be every day? I don't know. But
no, he's not. He's not. I'll tell you right now. They're not going to give him a chance to play every day.
So we'll see some of them. But I like where the Giants are at. 2-2. They hit the ball well yesterday. Now, Dylan Cease on Wednesday. Dylan Cease, you saw what he did to the Astros. He handcuffed them on opening day. You get Logan Webb versus Dylan Cease. I don't think the Giants will hit 7 home runs in that game. It's going to take a guess and go out on a limb. So, but the Giants do get a nice win yesterday. Afternoon game on a Monday. Look, we got a lot of Warriors. We got a lot of Giants talk today. Jason Dumas is going to join us live in studio at 8:30 from Crowd 4. Talk about the Andrew Wiggins situation, everything happening in the Bay Area. Howard Beck at 7:30 to talk about the NBA. Exciting last week. The NBA took a night off because you had March Madness last night at San Diego State. Hell of a season, but just too much UConn. UConn's just way too much. UConn was dynamic, the best team in the tournament. And so they win the championship 76-59. And look, I got to shout out my players tournament bracket. Shout out to Jihad, my guy Jihad, who went to Reardon, actually. Worldwide Hef's bracket pool. 23 guys. I actually finished at 5th, surprisingly. But Ja had UConn winning. Third time he's won the players' pool. So
did he have
him.
UConn?
He had UConn all the way. He had UConn.
5th championship since 2000?
It's pretty sick.
It is pretty kind of crazy.
They're tied with Duke for most national championships.
It is kind of crazy. Like, I know we talk about Alabama football a lot.
Right.
And just the SEC dominance over the years. UConn really is one of those staples in basketball.
That's 4 straight decades with at least one title and 3 different head coaches in the last
the thing.
15 years. Or
Kevin
whatever.
Ali, Jim Calhoun, and of course Eddie Hurley.
And then obviously what the women's program has done for so many years. Like, to me, they're not synonymous, but like they're both excellent. Right. Now the women's is up so high. I mean, their level of excellence is almost unmatched in sports. So no, it was incredible. It just felt like San Diego State didn't have enough firepower. Yeah. And not only can UConn have so much length on defense, they can shoot. One of the few teams in the NCAA that I actually thought could shoot well.
Yeah, no, they shot the 3-ball well. They go to the rack. They got to the free throw line. They were in the bonus with like 12 minutes left. It felt like in the second half. So it wasn't the best watch. But shout out to Keshad Johnson.
I wonder how it rated.
I
wonder how it rated because a lot of the kids we were at Little League practice yesterday, and they were all dying to get off early to go watch it. They were all into it, and they're all rooting for San Diego State. But I don't know if that translates to the adults watching it.
Did it rate higher than the Iowa LSU women's night?
No, because that is one of the more fun things. I mean, we're still talking about that game 3 days later.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we're talking about
the wrong things.
And,
it had 10 million viewers.
Right, it had 10 million viewers. So we'll see what they do yesterday. Jim Nantz's last call for March Madness.
What did you think of that? You're a big Nance guy, right?
Yeah, it's going to be weird. Ian Eagle's going to take over for him as a lead guy for March Madness.
We like him.
And I love Ian Eagle.
Yeah.
I think he does a great job. I think he's going to be fine in that role. But growing up watching March Madness, it was always Jim Nantz.
Agreed.
And it's crazy that it's been over 30 years. First tournament I recall watching was the one with UNLV. They blew out Georgia Tech. No, they beat Georgia Tech in the Final Four. They beat Duke in the title game. They beat them by 30. I think it was like 102-72. And Bobby Hurley, young Bobby Hurley, they just got rolled in that game. That was the first ever March Madness. It was in Denver, Colorado, McNichols Arena. UNLV won it. And that was the first time I ever watched it. And it was always Jim Nantz and Billy Packer. And Jim Nantz would always be on those Duke calls. He'd always be on those regional calls. He'd always be on the Final Four calls. So it's going to be weird to not hear Jim Nantz. Jim Nantz is, I think he's underrated.
No, he's a legend. There's no question. Your ability to remember arenas, stadiums. Well,
that's what I do.
No, it's incredible. What McNichols Arena?
McNichols Arena, Denver, Colorado. Where the
God, I love you. No, like it's
now they play a ball arena.
You are. It's incredible. It's
ball
absolutely
arena.
great. Jim Nantz. Here's the thing I was thinking about yesterday with Jim Nantz, as it was kind of coming to the end, and he hands the tie to all the different players every year at the end.
Cuts it.
Yeah, you know, he's actually walking away out on top. Very few broadcast announcers do that. It feels like, and we do this a lot with sports, like athletes that walk away on top. But like most of the time, you get all the way to the end, and people are like, he's been kind of weak for a couple of years. Like Nance is still at his prime.
He hasn't slowed down
at all.
He had a great call Saturday with San Diego State in the buzzer beater, and he identified their lineup right away. They don't have a great offensive lineup out there. Almost hinting at, are they going to call a timeout? And then Butler hits the shot. Buzzer beater, San Diego State. He lets it breathe. I think he's been all-time great. There was something I was going to say about that. Oh, retiring in Houston, where he started his career.
Well, yeah.
University of Houston Cougars. He was the PA announcer. Fly, Slim, and Jamma.
Do you know who his roommate was?
I don't remember who his roommate was.
Do you know who Fred Couples is?
I do know who Fred Couples is.
Yeah, so that was where his connection with Fred Couples came in. Was the University of Houston, and they're super tight. And so, yeah, it's fantastic. Jim Nantz, I mean, his career is legendary.
He's still going to do football with Tony Romo.
And golf
with the Masters, of course, this week. But no, University of Houston, I was reading a story how he sat right below Britt Musburger in Albuquerque, New Mexico for the NC State National Championship win over Houston. Phi Slim and Jenna surviving and advancing. Alvano's looking for somebody to hug. It's like, what just happened? What just happened? March Madness is a lot of fun. Are you a sucker for one shiny moment? Yeah, that's not your team.
Nah, it's
I love one shiny moment.
I know for some people it means something. I don't want to poo-poo it.
Yeah.
But it's whatever.
Yeah, I love the one shining moment, man. Recapping the tournament. It was a hell of a tournament.
Yeah.
Fun tournament. Some well-watchable games, but a lot of good play, a lot of upsets in this one, and I think we're going to see that for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, because
all the NIL and the one and dones and everything. So cool to see San Diego State in the Final Four, Florida Atlantic and Miami for the first time. Good Final Four, but UConn was the best team. All right, Giants roll over the White Sox. UConn wins the national championship. You still got people going crazy over Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese of LSU. Calm down, people.
God.
And then you get the Andrew Wiggins situation. So we'll get into that because that broke at 9:44 of our show yesterday. We had about 10 minutes to spare with that one, and we'll get all into it. Of course, Jason Dumas in studio, 8:30. Howard Beck at 7:30. That's all coming up on the road, sponsored by Fremont Bank.
Attention facility professionals, property.
goes by drops the sledgehammer. But they're going to wipe it away. They called an offensive foul. Wow. Oh, my goodness.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Andrew Wiggins, Western Conference Finals. Mark Davis tried to steal that moment, calling the charge. They had to review the play. Andrew Wiggins ducking all over Luka Doncic like he ducked all over Brandon Clark. And Andrew Wiggins is nearing a return. Reports have it that he is back in the Bay. Back in the Bay, baby. Number 22, two-way Wiggs. And he's going to ramp up. He will not play tomorrow night, according to sources. We'll get more from Jason Dumas on the Wiggins situation at 8:30. He'll join us live in studio. But Wiggins, we got the news yesterday. He's nearing a return to the Golden State Warriors. Before we get into why he was gone or what the reports are, it's just good to know that number 22, Andrew Wiggins, is going to be back in that locker room tonight with his teammates, hopefully smiling from ear to ear. We hope the mentals is right, first and foremost. His mentals is right. Get back on the court. Let's roll.
Yeah, there's no question. You're obviously hoping that his frame of mind and just everything's going on with him, his family, everybody is going well. That's obvious. But boy, it feels like they jump-started the psyche of the Warrior fans, right? I mean, like, if we were broken down with a car on the side of the road, doesn't it feel like they just got jumped?
Yeah, they did.
In terms of the engine, like, boom, back to life.
They did.
Because, man, that was a jolt of positivity that I feel like everyone needed. And I'm hoping that it can translate to the team and onto the court.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. By the way, the last segment was brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to everybody at work. If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Drive safely on the roadways. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, any Comcast business text line. Of course, we love you guys here. We love the interactions. Adam, we'll get to you in a second here. I know you want to talk Giants, but Anthony Slater joined. Who did he join yesterday? Willard or Dibs?
I was in the car listening.
Anthony Slater. He said he felt the Wiggins return was trending this way for a couple of weeks.
I would say the last couple of weeks there's been increased hinting behind the scenes of like, he could, don't rule it out, but also he hadn't shown yet. So you got a sense that they were not closing the door, and there was a reason they weren't closing the door. And I'd say over the last week or so, this clearly has, somewhat been kind of targeted this week, but it's still kind of, we're waiting for it to become a little bit more official, and it seems it will be, and the plan is for him to show up in the next 24 hours and attend the game tomorrow night, not necessarily play in it.
What will a ramp-up look like for Andrew Wiggins? That's what everybody wants to know. What will the ramp-up look like? Here's what Slater said about that.
They don't know because Rick Celebrini makes those decisions, like when guys are greenlit to play again. And Rick Celebrini hasn't been around them for, at this point, 48, 49 days. Now he's told them that he's been in Minneapolis. He's been working out with a trainer. But that's not an NBA game. I mean, that's not a pennant race type atmosphere. So I think he needs to get a couple workouts in, let Rick Celebrini see where he is. That's checkpoint number 1, like just physically where's he at. And then they'll probably come up with a ramp-up plan that, comes from a very cautious approach of Rick Celebrini. I mean, you guys follow the team. He's generally on the cautious side. So I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see him this week.
Wow. May not see him this week. And they have 3 games, of course, OKC, Sacramento Friday, and, of course, the Portland Trailblazers on Sunday.
I guess that I was going to follow up with a question of, does Sunday count as this week?
Well, he may want to get him out there. And if you don't qualify for the play-in tournament, you finish in the top 6, well, what does the ramp-up look like? And how quickly can he play at an intense level that the playoffs presents? It ratchets it up in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
And whatever first-round series you're in, whether it's Sacramento, whether it's Phoenix, whether it's Memphis, whether it's Denver, the intensity is going to be high. So can you just throw a guy in after missing 22 straight games and say, all right, go play 38 minutes? I don't know how that's going to look. By the way, 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Ponte, is Mark Davis still an NBA official? I don't recall seeing him officiate this season. Oh, he's still an official. And he's still out there, 925. Mark Davis will be coming to a playoff game near you. That's for sure.
I think we're at least multiple weeks away from him ramping up to 30-plus minutes a game. Oh. Right? No?
I mean, what's it? I don't know.
I mean,
can you afford to have him only play 20 minutes?
Bonte, I'm just guessing at this point. Like when
don't
Steph
know.
Curry came back, I know his was an injury. What did he start with at the beginning of the playoffs? 25 minutes a game?
Play like 25, 30. You should look that up.
Yeah, okay. I will look that up. But I'm just thinking outside the box here. I think he needs to start regardless of where he's at, wherever his minute allocation is at, because I don't know. I just think that it solidifies so much of that second unit, and it just puts things in a nice, where it should be in terms of their lineup, and they've got to tinker with the rotations a little. Now, I know they're going to change game to game and matchup to matchup, but I really hope that he's able to get out there at least for one of these final 3 games.
So Steph, first game against Denver, played 21 minutes. Second game, he played 23 minutes. Of course, this was all off the bench, and they blew out the Denver Nuggets, so he didn't have to play in the fourth quarter of those basketball games. Game number 3, Steph Curry played 30 minutes and 45 seconds, so the ramp-up wasn't that much of a ramp-up.
Okay.
A couple 20-minute nights, and then boom, 30 minutes in Game 3. Game 4, 36 minutes and 50 seconds, and then all of a sudden, he was in the starting lineup again in Game 5 against the Nuggets, where he played 37 minutes and 51 seconds.
Who's the biggest benefactor of his return? Is there an offensive guy or a defensive guy that you think most benefits from Wiggins being back in the lineup?
I think it's the perimeter defense that gets affected. It's not just one guy. It's the entire team.
Yeah.
It's the entire defense. It's your entire perimeter defense. It's your rebounding that gets better. Because remember how the way he crashed the glass. I'm telling you, Game 6 against Memphis, I think he earned the ultimate respect from Dub Nation. It wasn't the dunk over Luka. It wasn't the dunk over Brandon Clark. Maybe it was a validation when he defended Jason Tatum, but I thought Game 6 against Memphis. Because watching him bang against Brandon Clark and Steven Adams, it was Looney and Wiggins on the glass.
Yeah.
That was grown man basketball.
Absolutely.
I don't think people realize how physical it was down in that block in Game 6 against Memphis. And this guy was battling, boxing out, putting his ass everywhere, elbows out. I mean, it was like, damn, this is some stuff you watch in the jail yard. This is the stuff you watch in the hood at the playground. And Wiggins played his ass off. And for me, that's when he gained his ultimate respect. But he connected everything. Perimeter defense, low post defense,
yes.
glass.
Yes.
Hey, we need a jolt on offense. Hey, go get us a bucket. You're a great isolation player. So he just doesn't open it up for one player. He opens it up for everybody. I mean, he's one of those players where it's like, oh, is GPT going to benefit? Well, him and GPT can pick up full court, 94 feet. What about it? What about Jonathan Kuminga? All of a sudden, you get Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins out there defending at the same time. So I think it benefits everybody, not just one player.
No, you're probably right. I was just thinking, man, this gives Draymond more options in the half court in terms of spacing and being able to, wing the ball around.
Right.
And I think that this helps Klay Thompson as well a lot. I mean, obviously Steph Curry is Steph Curry, and he's going to be nuclear no matter what. But like the spacing that he provides when he hangs out on that left-hand upper corner of the three-point line, I don't know. I think teams will have to honor them a little differently in the half court when it comes to their defense. And I think that opens up driving lanes for Draymond Green, which will suck that defense down. And now he can be a better passer. Klay can get better shots on the perimeter.
What does it do for Poole?
I think, that second unit. Yeah, I mean, that's huge. And I also think it helps Kuminga in a way because Kuminga's taken on a lot of the burden of guarding the better players on the perimeter. And I think now maybe you could slide him at times on some of those better players and at other times put him on that secondary guy.
Yeah,
and then now he can maybe be more of an impact rebounder.
I love it. We got a break here. All right, we'll get to Adam at the other side. Adam, hang on tight. We'll get you on the other side. I know you want to talk some Giants. They had 7 home runs yesterday in Chicago.
Oh, Giants
beat up
call.
on the White Sox 12-3. Yeah, Giants call. Go figure. Giants, they roll. Yesterday against the White Sox, we'll talk more Andrew Wiggins. Howard Beck. It's a big day big week in the NBA.
Huge.
It's all the popping.
Huge.
Lakers playing the Utah Jazz today in Salt Lake City. We got to watch that game.
I love it.
Of course, you got the Warriors tonight. You can see Oklahoma City Thunder.
I love it.
The last regular season game at home. You got to win it. You got to find a way to win. I don't care how you get it done. Win the damn game. And then move on to Sacramento on Friday. So we're charged up here on the Morning Roast, man. We're ready to go. We're locked in. That'll be brought to you by... Xfinity. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
U.S. Bank is ranked number 1.
Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
We're all roasters, right? Good morning, everybody out there on a Tuesday. I'm charged up, man. I'm charged up. It's go time, folks. We got the Warriors back in action. Last regular season home game against the Thunder. It's a huge game.
I'm just fired up to be here today.
I am just fired up. And I hope Dub Nation is fired up. The jolt that we all received yesterday at 9:44 a.m. with the news that Andrew Wiggins is on his way back. Damn, I needed that. It carried me all day long. I was in a good mood. Nobody could do anything to get me in a bad mood. Dalton Johnson reported from NBC Sports Bay Area. Of course, Wiggins won't play tonight. He's still out for a family matter. Wiggins could play either Friday in Sacramento or Sunday in Portland before either the play-in tournament or the playoffs begin. But he will be in the building as this segment is presented by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Howard Beck, 7:30. Jason Dumas live in studio, 8:30. Remember, he had an initial tweet Friday saying Wiggins is back in the Bay Area, so we get some clarification on that. But the return is coming for Andrew Wiggins. Let's get Adam in the city real quick. Adam, let's talk a little baseball, then we'll transition back into hoops. Adam, what's happening, man? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you having me on. How we doing this morning?
Oh, man, another day, another dollar, baby.
I hear you. I know that Shasky's grinning ear to ear about the Giants yesterday. No, I just wanted to give them their flowers that, yeah, they lost that series at Yankee Stadium, but, you know, getting to see them live in that stadium to win a game, the drama, the pitch clock, Camilo Duvall, like everything, like it was amazing. The Yankees fans are actually pretty good sports, but had quite a couple of Yankees fans walking up to me. I was wearing an old Bonds jersey, but they're like, "Hey, man, I'm a diehard Yankees fan, but I got to tell you, Barry Bonds is one of my favorite players ever." So that's good to hear from the East Coast. But it's crazy, that game, and then even yesterday, David VR might be my favorite offensive player for the Giants right now. That dude looks like he knows how to play. He is a big leaguer, and it's crazy. He hit home runs. Bryce Johnson hit a home run. Like, it's kind of like a concept that you guys been talking about, like, let the young guys play, and maybe we can see what we actually have in this team.
I'm with you. David VR... Look, I mean, when you look at the guys that have longevity at the corner positions, first and third, usually they're thicker lower body guys, right? Like those guys sustain for a long time. It's where all the power comes from, and you're able to play into your 30s with all that power. The dude's got tremendous leg power, David VR. Can he stay healthy, you know? And is this a mirage? Like right now, since he was called up at the beginning of September last year, he leads the National League in home runs. It's kind of crazy. Now
it's kind of wild.
We're talking about a month and some change. It's not a lot like a large sample size. So we've seen this at times where a Giants guy gets called up, he looks really good, and then he, turns back into a pumpkin, right? So, but to me, this VR thing feels a little different. Now, is he a league leader in home runs for the National League? Probably not.
Right.
But can he be a guy that can play third and first, and maybe he could be a second baseman?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, wouldn't you rather see him out there than Wilmer Flores? I know you just gave Flores the extension.
100%.
But damn it, this guy can hit. This guy's swinging the bat. You got power like that. I'd rather see you in a lineup. And defensively, are you losing much?
No, he's good defensively.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Compared
to Wilmer Flores.
Yeah.
So the excuse that Gabe Kapler made on opening day, again, it's not right.
It didn't
You
sit
took
well
away
with
a
me.
moment from Casey Smith.
Yeah.
You took away a moment from David VR to start opening day against the Yankees. That was crap.
I
To
agree.
say that, hey, Flores played so well last year, we felt like we owed it to him. What? No, we're trying to win baseball
It
games.
felt very
here.
participation trophy-ish
Yes.
for a team that loves to, we have to win in the margins.
Well, speaking of that, you hear Biden's wife, what's her name? Jill Biden? Is it Jill?
Yeah, okay.
She was speaking of participation
Okay.
trophies.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
wants
I'm
to
like,
invite.
where are we going here?
She wants to invite LSU and Iowa to the White House.
Yeah, I did see that. It's ridiculous. Come on. Look at
Oh boy.
the winner goes.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with how soft this country has gotten over the years. The winner goes, and the loser stays home.
What if Iowa would have won? You think LSU's getting invited? That was a legit question.
I didn't even
thrown
think
at me.
about that. No, probably not. I don't know. It's stupid. So both teams come and do kumbaya? Like what?
Yeah, I'm not with that. I'm not with that.
No, I'm all for like experiencing the journey and being happy on the path that you took. And, yeah, you fell short, but we can still celebrate it. But like, no, the White House thing is for the winner.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, no doubt.
What is like Bonte? Like, can you promise me? Could you promise me something?
What?
You're not going to raise your daughter that way.
What?
Like, oh, you got in second place, but you're really the champion. I'm all for lifting people's spirits. I've been coaching forever, and it's a psychological battle that you're trying to work. You're trying to gain.
Baby Chaz is growing up to where all she wants to do is win.
Yeah.
So second place, she's not going to be happy with
Thank
second place.
you.
I don't think I have to teach that into her.
Good.
She knows what time it is.
Yesterday, we're at Little League practice, all right? And my buddy Jimbo hits an absolute rocket at his kid. His kid's playing shortstop, and he dives to the hole in between short and third, and he took such a funky hop off the face. His head swolled up. It was purple within seconds. What do you think his dad said to him?
What do you say?
If you were ready, you wouldn't have had to dive and you wouldn't have got hit in the face.
That's a little much.
I know, but my point being is he's trying to raise his kid a certain way.
Yeah, I hear
and that's
that.
why I love Jimbo.
I'm not going to tell people how to parent their kid. Maybe you got to have a little sensitivity when your kid swells up.
I was delicate with him. He was not. It's his son.
No, I know.
Coach his son. If your dad is coaching you, you're always going to get coached.
We want winners. We want winners.
Exactly.
I expect my daughter, she's on a basketball team or a soccer team, and they come in second place and they put the medals around them. I expect my daughter to take the medal off and say, Dad, put this away. I don't want this medal. That's what I expect.
Like in Bad News Bears when they get the little tiny trophy.
They throw it back at the Yankees.
It's my favorite. That movie is so bad, by the way. I just recently saw it. But yes, they throw it back at them.
It's bad in terms of it doesn't age well.
Bonte.
Cancel culture will be on their ass.
The language, the sexual innuendos.
I'm scared to even tweet that the Bad News Bears is the best baseball movie out there.
Oh, it is.
Because if you tweet that.
It's a top 3 movie
imagine tweeting
in
that.
sports.
You imagine tweeting that.
You're going to get
and some of these holier than thou people on Twitter starts going in. Bad News Bears? Oh, my God. It would be a nightmare. You'd be canceled on Twitter.
Yeah, it's
just sad.
But the point that I'm getting at
Twitter can make you lose a lot of money, man. So people, my advice today for all the young journalists, I've been meeting a lot of young journalists, a lot of young people, women and girls, women and boys. Listen, do not tweet. Do not press send on something that is controversial.
I agree.
Stick to sports.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth their job. It's not worth their pockets. Trust me on that.
Here's the other thing about the participation trophy. I've been coaching for, I believe, 17 years, okay?
Yeah.
Bonte, this is the part that drives me nuts. In sports, we do this, everybody's got to win. No, that's not how life is. Do you know how life is, Bonte? Yeah. Life is cruel. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying you have to be cruel, but what I'm saying is you need to prepare your children for overcoming the obstacles of real life. Mm-hmm. You're probably not going to go to the college that you want to go to. Right. You're probably not going to have the Ferrari at 16 years old because your parents can't afford that. You're probably not going to go to prom with the prom queen. That's probably going to be someone else. You're probably not going to get your most coveted job right out of college. You're probably not going to get the promotion the first time around. Right. You know what you are going to have to do? Overcome the obstacles. Yep. And when you're teaching sports at a young age, what I'm trying to teach them is to fight through adversity. Right. When you do catch an L, how do you respond? Right. It's not about going to the White House even though you lost. No, that's for the champion. Right. I mean, that's for the and I don't think that should be some absurd statement.
South Carolina, you want to invite South Carolina? They lost one game this year. Lost one game, and that happened in the Final Four. You want to invite them? They seem deserving of the White House.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Tom Brady, I know you lost the perfect season.
Come on to the White House.
You, me, and Plaxico.
Yeah, let's just get Frank Gore, Patrick Willis. Yo, go to the White House, man. You guys, you lost in New Orleans to the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl. But you know what? Come on to the White House. The lights went off, all that good stuff. But again, young journalists, don't tweet stuff like that. Do not do it, because I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter. And it's unfortunate that people lose their jobs over things that they tweet. Go ahead, Spinoni.
Well, I was going to say, it puts Iowa in such an awkward position, too. Like, it's like, we kind of don't want to go, but then you're, like, dissing, the president of the United States.
But what happened in that game, though, it became crystal clear as soon as they beat South Carolina. And Don Saley came out and said, you guys called us thugs, it's, bullies and stuff like that. We just play the way we play. But I got friends in the media, and I heard y'all talking about what y'all were saying, so just know that I heard this. Then it became crystal clear, okay, this is a black and white thing now. Caitlin Clark is a great basketball player. I can't wait to see what she does in the NBA. Kelsey Plum's one of my favorite players
Me too.
in the WNBA. I loved her since Washington.
Major confidence.
And that's major
an
swagger.
understatement.
Major swagger.
Yeah.
But I saw it with Caitlin Clark in Iowa in their starting five. We could, not us, but quickly on social media, quickly out there in the media, it became a black and white thing. LSU against Iowa, Caitlin Clark, the Great White Hope against LSU, and it became nasty.
Why can't it just be basketball?
That's what I was asking.
I know.
I was watching the game thinking, this is incredible basketball. Watching Carson light it up in the first half, watching Iowa cut the lead to 7. They rallied back. Caitlin Clark and Iowa was fun. Watch. They're a good team. Really good team. Push LSU to the brink, but LSU scores 109 points. But it can't just be basketball. It's got to be, oh, my God, did you see what Angel Reese did to Caitlin Clark? Oh, my gosh, she did the Steph Curry thing. Oh, my gosh, he rubbed it in her face.
You know what it is? It's a bunch of people who never played sports in their life. And do you know how much trash talking goes on in every game?
Caitlin Clark does it.
Oh, every game.
Every game. It's okay.
How come,
Larry Bird did it all the time. You know what guys say?
I was just going to say that.
All the brothers, Eddie Johnson just came on our show a couple weeks ago talking about Larry Bird talked trash to me my rookie year, and I was like, damn, he's the sickest trash talker ever. All these guys, Bully talks about it all the time. Dude, it's trash talk. That's what we do.
We just had Patrick Beverly doing too small to LeBron freaking James, and LeBron didn't care. And then we had Austin Reeves doing it. Come on. What are we doing?
No, I don't.
You know what we're doing? We're doing this stupid outrage thing that we do on specifically on one platform, which is Twitter, because and this is why I know a lot of people are listening right now, and they're like, this is why I'm not on Twitter. And you know what? You're correct.
Stay off Twitter.
Stay off of it. And that's why I don't even like to give oxygen to it, because I feel like it makes me angrier.
Fake internet crap.
Totally agree.
I personally, and a lot of people know this, I had an eye opener when, our station account tweeted out the Wiggins stuff. And we used a word probably shouldn't have word, which brings us back to Andrew Wiggins.
It was worded
But we asked the fans, how do you feel about Andrew Wiggins? Whether or not some of you felt like you were owed an explanation. Now, it's nobody's business what Andrew Wiggins did, but it's pretty ironic that Shams Charania put his business out there right away.
Can I ask you about that for just a second? Because I was talking with Joe about this, and maybe you can provide. I've never been in a classroom. I didn't, in terms of like a journalistic school. I've never been taught the ins and outs. I don't understand the certain moralities and ethics or whatever the criteria is for good journalism. Like, I consider what we're doing here, we're giving opinions. We're trying to be entertaining. We're assessing what's going on. Maybe we're giving predictions or previewing things that are to come, breaking down things that just happened. But like the Wiggins thing was so wrapped up in landmines, where if you said one thing, there was an entire group of people that were ready to be triggered over anything. Had it not been Shams Charania, had it been one of the local beat writers, just hypothetically, someone who's covered the team for a couple of years. I don't even want to give their names out because I think it's unfair to just use them as an example in this scenario. But one of the local beat writers that covers the team, had they tweeted out the exact same thing, does it land the same way?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. But you are listening. I do know that you are listening to 95.7 Game, KGMC, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. I'll get to that in a second, but I want to finish the story about the eye-opener I got on Twitter a couple weeks ago with the Andrew Wiggins stuff. And people came at the show left and right saying, how dare they talk about that? Oh, no, nobody listens to that crap show. Well, you're lying, because we've been a number one show for quite some time. So you're lying about that. People do listen to the Morning Roast, number one. But number two, people didn't even want to take the time out to listen to the conversation that we were having about Andrew Wiggins. Well, we basically prefaced it by saying, we hope he's okay. We hope his personal life is going well. But how do season ticket holders, how do people who spend money on his basketball team? We haven't talked about it. So how do you feel right now? And we're about 18 games in of his absence. And a lot of people say, we hope he's doing okay.
No,
we're curious of what's going on. We're curious. We want to know what's going on.
That's human.
That's human nature. Yeah. But we're going to let him get his privacy. We had a very nice conversation.
I thought it was very adult. It was very level-headed. I thought it was very thoughtful and very sensitive.
It blows up on Twitter because of one word. when, and it was disappointing because people didn't want to take the time out to actually listen to the conversation. They just looked at the Twitter headline and said, oh, it's like looking at the headline of the story. Click on the story, but you look at the headline, you go crazy. Yeah. Well, why don't you read the story? Why don't you read some of the nuggets that are in the story? It'll support the headline. Or it may not support the headline. Because a lot of times, Shasky, I'll take you behind journalism school.
Yeah. Because
a lot of times it's a writer will write the story, and the editor will come up with the headline.
Gotcha.
Or a copy editor will come up with the headline.
So someone else.
Somebody else does. And then you may read your story and be like, yo, that's a misleading headline.
Gotcha.
That wasn't my premise.
Yeah.
That wasn't my motive with the story.
Gotcha.
So somebody will come up with a headline and just destroy everything. Yeah. And all of a sudden, you're getting heat. All of a sudden, you're getting called all kind of B words and everything. And it's like, wait, what did I just wrote the story. I didn't write the headline.
I'm thinking like Perry White talking to Lois Lane in the Daily News, newsroom, where he's like, Superman saves kid from tree.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like she's writing this unbelievable article, and he just comes in and puts the headline.
Jameson from Spider-Man.
Yes.
What did he say? Spider-Man did what? Spider-Man is evil. Yeah.
Exactly.
Daily Bugle. Anyway, so we got all that heat on Twitter. I know. And I'm sitting there thinking, damn, all we did was have a nice intellectual conversation about Andrew Wiggins. And all of a sudden you see pieces from Deadspin, you see pieces from The Athletic, you see social media, and it was like, and it ruined my day. It ruined my day.
Yeah.
It really did. I was disappointed in a lot of people in the way they came at us about that. So that right then and there said, you know what? It's another reminder. Stay off of Twitter. Tweet to sports stuff.
I agree.
Don't get into any controversial happenings, and I'm going to keep my jobs. That's it. I would rather keep my job than not tweet. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I can't do it. Because cancel culture is so quick.
Yes.
It's so quick to just jump down your road on any. You see people out there feasting. It's almost like they have our notifications on. If they slip up, I can't wait to tweet and put them on blast. It's nasty work out there. So you're seeing the women's title game. You see what happened with Andrew Wiggins. And here's the other thing. The holier than thou, like, all you people who addressed the rumors and came up with rumors, you should have to read. First of all, if you're addressing those people, it tells me that you were also paying attention to those rumors.
100%.
I never paid the rumors of Andrew Wiggins any credence. Whatever you asked me, whatever anybody asked me, I said, I have no idea what's going on with Andrew Wiggins. And I hope he's okay. I said that from day one.
My running joke, as a joke to people, was like, I don't know. And even if Bonte did know, he wouldn't tell me because I have a big mouth.
Yes, exactly.
Which was a joke. I'm saying this as a joke, but like tongue in cheek. But that's the other thing is social media is different than real life. In real life, I can't tell you how many people ask me, do you know what's going on? Yes. When is he coming back? Is he coming back? And I don't fault these people for asking. Right. I was peppered on a hourly basis when I was out in the real world. I can't even imagine what Bonte Hill, the guy who does TV pre and post with the Warriors out at Chase Center, I can't even imagine the amount of people asking. And I don't blame these people. I think it's human nature to be curious. And also it's human nature to care about your team and want that person. And also the people asking, it's not like they were recklessly asking because they don't like Andrew. I think a lot of people, the majority of them, truly do care about the person.
Yeah, they do.
And truly do care about, like, I hope he's doing well. Nobody's wishing for people's families to go through horrible things.
Yep, no doubt. No doubt about that. Let's see. That guy is, I'm not going to mention this guy's name, 408 Comcast Business Text Line, but that guy is insane. He's insane. He needs help. Let's go to Neff in Santa Clara.
Hey, Neff.
What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love what you guys are talking about. Love your show.
Thank you.
Always bring the good energy.
Thank you, brother.
I was just thinking. I thought I just saw this movie or documentary not too long ago. The Bird versus Magic and the Lakers thing. Mm-hmm. This is like this all over again, and it's crazy because when those guys interview separately, they never cared about the whole race thing. They just wanted to beat each other on the court. That's what it was about.
Mm-hmm.
It was always the media in this racist world we live in, making it about race. Yep. It sucks because the players really don't care. Yep. They come together. I'm pretty sure Bird and Magic have beers every now and then. And I'm pretty sure they geese on each other. They cap on each other. But at the end of the day, it was about the game and the game only.
Yep.
It's us that make it about the race war.
Totally.
Love what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what I've always said about any teammate, coworker, whatever? Are they good? Yeah. Are they good at what they do? Can they help us win? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like at the core of it. That's all I care about. Can we get along?
Alexis Morris from LSU before the national championship game was waiting on Caitlin Clark, and she was like, man, Caitlin, woo, she a dog. And they shook hands, and there was a mutual respect there. The players respect Caitlin. I think at the end of the day, Angel respects Caitlin. But Angel Reese was coming from places like, wait, she showboats, and you guys write this narrative, but I showboat, and all of a sudden on this, on that. South Carolina girls got the heat. So let's just be fair down the middle. I don't care what color you are. Are you a baller or not? Are you a baller or not? One of my favorite Giants all times is a white guy, and it's Matt Williams.
Yeah, you do love him.
And you know what? He was a baller.
Yeah.
I don't care. Jeff Kitt. I fight for Jeff Kitt more than anybody in this market about getting Jeff Kitt his respect at Oracle Park. His number 25, the 21, deserves to be up there next to Barry Bonds and Willie Mays.
Yes.
He's an all-time Giant. I fight for his red ass.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
He was very
I don't
red.
believe in everything that Jeff Kitt believes in,
No.
but he was a baller.
Exactly.
I don't give a damn what color you are.
Yes.
If you ball, you're all good with Bonte Hill. Now, you got to be a good person off the field, obviously. You can't be doing
we would like
things.
that, yes.
Right, we would like that.
Yes.
But I'm not going to go crazy over somebody's political beliefs because everybody believes something differently. And I'm not getting into that.
And I agree with you. And we've actually had these conversations off air where it's like, you bring up your opinion on something political and you're alienating 60 to 55 or 40% of the audience, boom, right off the rip.
Right.
Because, well, actually, you're probably alienating more. Not only are you dividing your audience, secondarily, they come here to get away from those
Exactly.
things. Now, are there times where sports and other stuff, real life stuff, intersect? Absolutely. Absolutely. But in the majority of times, people come here to get away from those things.
No doubt. All right, Andrew Wiggins, 888-957.
And that's why I love sports. It's a meritocracy.
It gets me out of it.
It's a meritocracy.
It's my best friend, dude. Sports is my best friend. It always has been. It's always helped me get away from all the BS out there, that especially going on social media. Anyway, 888-957-9570. We'll open up the lines here. Dub Nation, how you feeling about Wiggins being back? We haven't talked to you about it. I know Steiny and Goo had it. Willard and Dibbs, of course, Anthony Slater. We have more sound. What does it mean that Andrew Wiggins is back in the fold? He's not going to play tonight. May play Friday, may play Sunday. But right before the playoffs, two-way Wiggs is back. We'll discuss it on the Morning Roast. So take your phone calls. 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bake. Full-service baking. No compromises.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the...
Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Welcome back, man. Got Warriors game today. I'm so fired up for that. Thunder and Warriors. Who would have thought that we'd be fired up for a Warriors-Thunder game the last week of the regular season? But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Josh Giddey, Lou Dort. It's a big game for them as we look at the updated standings in the NBA. Howard Beck will join us in about 13 minutes. We'll get to Joel Moran in a second. The Pelicans, Thunder, excuse me. I always get them mixed up with the Pelicans. But OKC, right now, they're holding on to that 10th and final play-in spot. They're full game up on the Dallas Mavericks. They lose, they'll be tied with the Mavericks in the loss column with 42 losses. However, the Mavericks today, are taking they've been struggling. I think they have the day off, actually. Mavericks have, they're off.
Did you see the latest Shams article, too, regarding the Mavericks? That they may shut down Luka and Kyrie the rest of the season. They're contemplating it right now.
Damn.
And Kyrie's going to probably walk?
Yeah, Kyrie's gone.
I mean, you traded all that for that.
Kyrie's gone.
Odd.
Kyrie's out of there.
Okay, before we move on to the Warriors, who would want Kyrie? Like, honestly.
I only see one team.
He's an excellent player, but it just comes with so much baggage.
I see one team. The Miami Heat.
Why them?
I think Pat Riley thinks that he's a great player, probably could fix him. Maybe.
Okay.
And maybe in 1 or 2 year deal. They've been rolling out Kyle Lowry.
Oh, no.
Kyle Lowry is cooked.
Cooked? Well done.
He's done.
He is one of the most hated Miami Heat players of all time.
Yeah, I don't know where Kyrie goes, to be honest with you. I don't see anybody in the West. Like, does Memphis need him? No. Does Denver want him? Probably not. Phoenix? Kevin Durant can't want him in Phoenix. Katie? There's no chance Kevin Durant.
I hadn't even contemplated Phoenix.
Come on.
I mean, once you get away from each other, you can't go back, right?
No, Kevin Durant, he ruined his Brooklyn tenure.
But if I told you Kevin Durant did not finish in Phoenix, you would not be surprised.
Yeah.
Kevin's going one other place.
Where's that?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, there's no way.
You don't think he's gonna finish in Phoenix?
There's just no chance.
No. All right. Dallas Mavericks, they're out of the play. Wow. I owe Dibs a box of diapers. They're not going to finish in the top 6. Go figure. Warriors, 41-38, tied in the loss column with the Clippers, Lakers, and Pelicans. They need to win this game tonight. Lakers and Clippers play tomorrow night. I know the Lakers play tonight against Utah, but tomorrow night is a big game for the Golden State Warriors where they can sit back and watch where the Lakers and Clippers, one of them's got to lose. It could happen in regulation, could happen in overtime, double overtime, but somebody's going to lose. And that person or that team who loses will have 39 losses on the season, which will put the Warriors game one up on them, hopefully, if they don't lose tonight. They got to win tonight. They got to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. All right.
Yeah, it's a must win.
It's a must win tonight.
I don't want to hear this. Oh, it's not a no, it's a must win.
It's a must win.
Yeah.
Splash Brothers have to be better.
Yes.
Kamika's got to get more time. Draymond's got to be better with taking care of the basketball. DiVincenzo's got to hit a couple threes in this game.
They can't fall behind.
No, you cannot.
Please don't fall behind.
Yeah, build some winning habits. Say really, outside of the first quarter and a half against Denver, they played one good quarter against San Antonio.
If that.
They played one good half against the Pelicans. They're not putting the full 48 together.
Did
I see a full 48 for what?
When was the last full 48 game?
Memphis Christmas Day.
Yeah. Wow. 4 months ago.
That was a long time ago. Let's go to Joe and Marin. Joe, what's happening?
Joe.
You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking the call. I wanted to talk about Wiggins and how I feel like we dropped the ball a little bit here tried to say, hey, if he was in New York, we'd be poking and prodding. We'd be trying to figure out what's going on. We wouldn't give him this leeway. But yet everything I heard back here in the Bay was about, hey, we deserve the right to know. We need to know what's going on. And I feel like the Warriors gave us that. They said Wiggins is out. He could be out for the whole season, and he's dealing with a personal matter.
Right.
And we couldn't help but poke and prod at it.
No, Joe, are you surprised at that as a society? Because I know on this show, I'm going to speak for this show, Joe, we didn't poke and prod. We just say we hope he's well, and if he comes back, he comes back. But we talked about the basketball sense. That's appropriate, right? We could talk about the basketball player and what he does on the floor. You can't touch the personal stuff, but you can talk about the basketball player and what he brings to the court, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, we miss Wiggins on the floor.
Exactly. There you go.
Have him back. Mm-hmm. We hope and we hope he's 100% when he comes back. But until he is 100% in his mind, nothing else matters, because that mental is what it's all about.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I would also add to that the organization as a whole conducted themselves with not just professionalism, but sensitive touch, and it's a very difficult situation that they were all in. And I think, again, just for what we perceive that they put out there, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I thought they handled it brilliantly.
Yeah.
I mean, think of all of, like, the era that we're in, everything gets out to someone, somewhere.
Draymond Green situation. I bet you the Warriors probably feel like, as an organization, we probably could have handled that situation better.
Right?
They learned, and the situation with Andrew Wiggins, nobody knew anything.
Yeah.
They just said, hey, when he comes back, we've been in touch. We're going to give him his space. Now, we were about to get to this in the 7 o'clock, right when the clock flipped to 7 o'clock. Shams Charania of The Athletic. Go to State Warriors. Go to State's Andrew Wiggins plays with 10 Warriors Thunder on Tuesday. The reason for Wiggins' leave of absence since mid-February is that his father, Mitchell Wiggins, has been dealing with a serious medical situation, sources close to the situation say. Warriors have given Wiggins complete space and freedom to deal with this family matter. Now, to me, and you asked me whether or not if it's Shams or a local beat writer, to me, that was off limits. That was off limits from a reporter to say, hey, he's been out due to his father being sick. Now, what if Wiggins didn't want that out there?
The Shams part.
The Shams part. Shams Charania tweeted this.
Okay.
The reason for Wiggins, his leave of absence since mid-February, is that his father, Mitchell Wiggins, has been dealing with a serious medical situation. So now you put his business out there.
So
for me personally,
yeah,
I would have rather heard it from the Warriors or Andrew Wiggins.
Or not at all.
Or not at all.
Okay.
I don't know what's fair or what's not fair.
That's why I was asking you.
But to me, as a journalist, as a former journalist,
Yes.
I used to write, I personally would have just kept that out. Hey, he plays in the Warriors Thunder game. He's been out since mid-February dealing with the personal issue, sources say.
Is it wrong for me, again, not with a journalist background, is it wrong for me to interpret it, whether this is real or not, that he got some sort of green light from either Andrew, the Warriors?
Source, agent, I don't know.
Is that wrong to assume? Because I think that there's that.
Maybe there was a green light.
There's that
Maybe there was a
assumption.
green light. Maybe there was. I just personally, I wouldn't have tweeted about that because now, whether you like it or not, there's going to be people who empathize with Andrew Wiggins in this situation. And then there's going to be other people that say, we missed 22 games. You know, we missed 2 weeks of work and then we go back. That's what other people are going to say. I'm not saying that. But other people are going to look at that and say, wow, you missed a lot of time. It's his father. I would say with that news, hey, take more time off.
Yeah, family
first. Family first.
Work. Yeah.
But as a journalist, I don't think I would have put that out there. That's just me.
Interesting.
I don't know. Maybe we asked Howard Beck that. I don't know.
No, it's interesting. I find the way that this was covered to be fascinating because I'm not inside that world, and I think that it's filled with landmines, and I don't think that we appreciate. Okay, so like here's the question. So like B, everyone's screaming and yelling for privacy, which we all agree with. I feel like the majority of people agree with it, right? Like we all can relate to something in our lives that we don't want our coworkers to know about, or we don't want the greater, group of people that we know to know about stuff.
Right.
But where's that line?
Yeah.
Once you open Pandora's box on that, where does the line go? Like in terms of like, does it matter about who is affected, the severity? What if it's a crime? Are you allowed privacy on that end? Like, where do we draw the lines? I guess is where I'm coming up with. And I feel like as a society, we move the bar based on what the topic is, or our particular outrage, or who the individual is.
We wanted to guess left and right about his privacy, Andrew Wiggins, and people were reckless in their assumptions about what was going on in his private world. Oh, it's private. Don't speak about it. But I remember when he said, I didn't want to take the vaccine shot. And buddy, there's a lot of people out there
losing their minds.
Yeah.
Well, think of what we did to Aaron Rodgers.
We pick and choose when we get into people's personal life. But I'll move on.
No, but that's the part that I know that others don't. That's the part I find fascinating is how this is kind of broken down amongst the journalism, the fans, how we're perceiving it as an audience. There's just a lot of layers to this.
Let's go to Frank and Chico. Frank, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. First off, I just wanted to tell you guys I love you guys. I don't always agree with you guys. It's been a long season, but you guys are great at what you do.
Thank you.
Great at what
Appreciate
you do.
that.
I watch every morning.
Thank you.
So, okay, look. I know everybody's been saying, hey, well, we've been 500 with Wiggs, and we've been 500 with different guys, but it's a personnel thing. I think Kurt can't wait. Look, just hear me out. You got Kuminga. You got Wiggs. You got GP. You got DiVincenzo. Just like last year, we're hoping and praying Loon stays healthy. But this is the 4 guys I named play bigger than they are. We are going to be able to play at a pace that the Kings, they're a good team. We're different than them. And this team is ready. They got 3-4 games, however many days before the playoffs start. This is an athletic team. The guys that I just mentioned now playing together are going to help with points in the paint.
Agreed.
They're going to help with the pace, rebounding, movement, player movement, ball movement, and now you're athletic again. We got this. This is the defending champion.
I like that.
4 times you got to do that.
So that energy.
And we have Steph Curry.
Hey, Frank, call back. He's fired up.
I'm with him.
He's fired up the last 3 games. We're athletic again. You got points in the paint locked up. Rebounding. Wiggs is back. When that news broke yesterday, Shasky, I basically broke down knowing that, watching that Denver game, all I kept saying in my head was Andrew Wiggins connects so much on this basketball team. They need Wiggs. Like, it was hard to see them beating the Sacramento Kings without Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, no doubt. I hear you.
And now I'm thinking, boy, if Wiggins can ramp up and get back, and he gets right, like D Ford said, all of a sudden we're talking about playing deep into May, maybe June.
And if you look quietly, God, I don't even want to say this out loud because I feel like I'm jinxing it. They're really healthy. Right? And that's kind of what we want. No, they're not playing their best ball, but they're healthy. And what do you always want at the beginning of the year? To try to be as healthy as possible. Now, I'm sure there's a bunch of, like, Draymond's got the hand, the wrist thing that's going on.
He's going to play.
No, I agree. But I'm just saying, like, for the most part, GP2's back. He's healthy.
Curry's
Kuminga
healthy.
looks like he's still in his prime. Dante DiVincenzo, although
healthy.
I think very healthy.
No back-to-backs in the playoffs.
Looks healthy. Clay looks healthy. Steph.
Think about this. You get that top 6 seed. You get basically 6 days off.
Am I jinxing it? God, I shouldn't even have said it.
6 days off. Don't worry about it.
I know. I always worry about putting that jinx on it.
6 days off, right? If you get to 6 seed.
Yes.
And then when you play the first round, you're not playing back-to-backs the whole playoff, the entire playoffs. But in the first round, you may get that first game on a Saturday, and the NBA may stagger that game until Tuesday, game 2. And then all of a sudden, you got 2 days off.
Yes.
Or you got 3 days off. And if it's Sacramento, maybe you take your ass back to the Bay Area practice and then drive back up. I don't know. Do you stay in Sac?
Take the caddy with Goo?
Take the caddy. I don't know if you want to take the caddy with Goo.
Will we be able to get, from this station, get credentials to go up to Golden One? Are you guys going to be, like, doing your pre and post?
We're doing, if it's Sacramento.
Yeah.
I believe we'll be in the studio in San Francisco.
You're not going to be up there. Okay.
Not going to be up there. But, if we did go up there,
I might have to Airbnb it.
You can
Does anyone really have a choice?
You get a credential. A lot of people are going to be fighting credentials, but I'm sure you could. JD's getting one for sure. Guru will get one. Social media crew will get one.
Bonte did have a point.
This is why you guys need to go to games during the regular season and still show up to the playoffs.
You know what? I'll just buy my own ticket then.
Hey, look at me.
I'll just buy my own ticket.
You roll it like that anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Just buy your own ticket.
Yeah.
Restoration Hardware, 2 houses, golf course, the tournament. I just buy my own ticket. See how quickly it happens, Spinoni?
Oh, my God.
Start feeling guilty. Start feeling guilty by getting career. Oh, I'll just go buy my own ticket.
Jeez.
I'll just go drop the $1,000.
Well, I didn't know you were going to shame me.
I'm not shaming you. I'm just saying it's funny how you media members show up for the playoffs looking for a credential.
Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
Well, we're out there, JD and Whitley and Alex. They're out there on a cold Tuesday night in December covering the Hornets and Warriors. Covering the Orlando Magic.
They're in a building. It's not that cold.
Oh, it gets cold at Chase. been cold outside.
From the maker of No LeBron, No Bonte.
Well, that was the Saturday night game where I had family time, and no LeBron James. I was on the Bay Bridge going to the game. Treasure Island was coming up. Got off at Treasure Island, came right back around. Nope, not going to see that Lakers team.
I don't blame you on that.
Yeah, it was one time.
Well, and also, like, I'm going to be full disclosure here. We wake up really early. So, it's a late night.
It is a late
That's why
night.
you're the king and I'm not. I'm the squire.
I'm not the king.
Not only can you work late into the night, you can also wake up super early and come in.
Bonte, I'm here to tell you.
Exactly.
Team Morant was partying in Salt Lake City.
Exactly.
Hey, let me tell you something.
This is what separates the kings from the squires.
Let me tell you something. The real king is Dave Fleming. That's the real king. I'm just a wannabe.
I would consider him. He's more like a Greek god.
Yeah. That's possible.
He's Zeus.
By the way, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts completely free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts, all available, again, completely free. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. You got the Warriors and the Thunder tonight at Chase Center, 7 p.m. tip. And let's talk about the last week of the regular season in the NBA. A lot of stuff happening here. Let's go to Howard Beck, longtime national NBA reporter and writer, been covering the league for over 25 years, former Lakers Knicks beat writer before doing a national beat. Howard, welcome back to the show. Good to have you on. I guess we got to start with the Wiggins stuff. Andrew Wiggins apparently is going to come back for the Golden State Warriors after missing 22 games. Not going to play tonight against OKC, a huge game for both the Warriors and Oklahoma City. And, of course, Friday night against Sacramento and Sunday against Portland. So we'll see where he's at. What did you make of the news yesterday at around 9:45 in the morning, West Coast time, that Wiggins was going to help or going to be back with the Golden State Warriors?
I mean, obviously great news for them. And, hopefully things are okay for Andrew Wiggins and his family. And once you push aside all of the very important personal stuff, then it comes back to the basketball. So it's what kind of shape is he in? How long is it going to take for him to get back up to speed? But, as a basketball matter, I've been saying this for weeks, and ever since they, brought back Gary Payton II and, obviously even with the uncertainty of Wiggins, if they've got Wiggins healthy and playing at close to peak level, if they've got Payton healthy and at close to peak level, you now have, a functioning rotation that can go 8 deep and not having to rely too much on some of the wild cards that they've had to experiment with over the course of the season. You now have pretty close to the core group that won a championship last June. And if you're looking for reasons for optimism, then suddenly you have the outline of a team that has some great potential, and where you can take this regular season that has been so bizarre and so all over the map and not throw it out. Like, it all matters and it all indicates something about them. But just as when I look at the Lakers, I'm not evaluating the Lakers based on their complete season record, because they're a different team now since the trade deadline, substantially different in their case. In the Warriors case, the mere ability to plug back in, Andrew Wiggins and Gary Payton and have the kind of defense and versatility options in that rotation available to you, and at a time when we know that the Warriors know how to kind of lock in, I'd like it's reason for optimism. And again, some things you got to see first. What's Wiggins look like? What kind of shape is he in? How long is it going to take to get kind of back in rhythm with guys? But obviously a great sign for them as they head down the stretch here.
Who do you think benefits the most from his return on the court?
Man, that's hard to say. I mean, I'm tempted to say, I'm tempted to say that all, like Curry, Clay, Poole, all in one sentence. Like, having Wiggins out there to deal with some of the bigger perimeter threats means, less pressure on everybody who has to take on those responsibilities at times. So there's that. I don't know that it's any one person. I just think that, this team is not whole without. I mean, listen, last June we were talking about, yes, Steph is absolutely the finals MVP, but man, did Wiggins really play a huge role in this title run and in this series. And he was, in some ways the second most important player at that time. That's a stretch in some ways because, granted Draymond was up and down then, but, Draymond is always so critical on the defensive side. I just think that they're not complete without Wiggins. And, he's also obviously another scoring outlet as well, but I think about his defensive importance more than anything.
It's kind of the same answer I had. Howard Beck, longtime national NBA reporter, writer, of course. He connects the entire team. Perimeter defense, rebounding, going into paint, isolation. I think the whole team benefits from having Andrew Wiggins and, of course, another body for Steve Kerr to play out there. So moving on from Andrew Wiggins and moving on from the Warriors, of course, a big game tonight against OKC. The Lakers, they're the team that I'm watching here that could surge all the way to the 5 spot. And I'm going to make my board up here. My technical producer, Joe Spinotti, happy here. Are the Lakers a legit threat to come out the Western Conference?
They are. They really are. I was going to say, I know that sounds ludicrous, but I mean, folks, nothing should sound ludicrous right now. Like, if you're predicting a championship by the Dallas Mavericks, okay, now you're in ludicrous territory. But there are like 7 or 8 teams in the West that can make a case, which is weird to say, but it's absolutely true this season. There's just no one has an impenetrable case. Everybody's got some serious deficiencies, and it leaves it wide open. And again, when you're talking about the Warriors and Lakers, who right now are separated by a half game in the standings, in any other normal NBA season, and this is my 26th covering the league, I would never have said to anybody on April 4th that a 6th or 7th seed had a chance to go all the way. Even though, yes, of course, there have been a couple of those stories in NBA history, right? An 8th-seeded Knicks team that makes it during a lockout year, they make it to the finals. A 6th-seeded Rockets team that wins the championship in the mid-'90s. But those are massive outliers. And normally by this time of year, you have pretty good clarity about who the real contenders are in each conference. And it does not involve teams that are 6th or 7th. It just doesn't. And the NBA is more predictable than most sports in that regard. The standings are very indicative of who actually has a shot. It's just different now. There's not anybody at the top that you can absolutely place your faith in. And in the Warriors and Lakers, you've got one team that's a defending champion and that's getting whole at the right time and still has its most important players playing at a very high level, and a Lakers team that finally got healthy and reformatted their rotation around their 2 stars. So like yes, they both have a chance to make it. The Lakers absolutely have a chance to make it because LeBron and Anthony Davis, how many 1-2 punches in the Western Conference would you put above them?
Not many. Maybe KD and Booker, maybe.
Yeah. That's about it.
Yeah.
It's not Jokic and whoever. It's not Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr., though they're great. It's not Fox and Sabonis, though they've been fantastic, And it can't be Kawhi and Paul George if Paul George isn't even playing right now. Steph and who? I mean, like a bunch of good players, but like LeBron and Anthony Davis, and especially the way Anthony Davis has been playing the last few weeks, and they now have a functioning supporting cast. So again, like I know it sounds ludicrous, but people cannot look at the standings or the Lakers' record and judge them based on the whole season. They're a different team now, a substantially different team now than they were 6 weeks ago.
Howard, if you're looking at this from the league's perspective, as someone who covers this, what's the most appealing matchup for the Warriors from a league perspective to either elevate another franchise or drive ratings or really raise up the excitement level? What would that matchup be in the first round?
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, it's funny because, look, I'm a Northern California native, I think, as you guys know. Right. So the idea of Warriors-Kings,
Oakland's own Howard Beck. That's right. Oakland's own, baby. Rep that. Rep the town, Howard.
So I like the idea. Plus, I covered all those Lakers-Kings series back in the early 2000s when I was covering the Lakers. And so I know what those Sacramento fans can bring when their team is good. Warriors-Kings has never really been a rivalry because they've never really been good at the same time. I mean, there's a regional rivalry, but it's like this would raise it to a whole new level. So my personal regional bias aside, obviously Warriors-Suns, if you're asking like what would the This is always such a silly argument. What would the league want to see? Like, the league is not actually orchestrating these things.
No.
Like
they're also not mad if they get certain matchups.
No, like the ratings are the ratings.
Yes.
Whatever happens. But does Durant versus the Warriors hold a lot of sex appeal?
Hell yeah.
So I'd be a little tossed up between those two. I think I still lean Warriors Kings overall. I think my regional biases trump everything else. But Durant versus the Warriors in the first round, no less. Two teams that both could make an argument for being conference finalists, but maybe they have to, one has to eliminate the other in the first round. It would almost be a shame to have it happen that soon. But yeah, I don't think we can go wrong here, guys. I think whatever the Warriors are doing in the first round is going to be pretty fun.
Denver, before we get you out of here, we just saw the Denver Nuggets on Sunday without Nikola Jokic. Thought they looked more athletic without Jokic. I'm not saying they're a better team. We all know they're not. But do you get the sense that teams fear the Denver Nuggets? Like, for example, if the Lakers drop down to 8, I don't think they'd fear the Nuggets. I'm not sure the Clippers would fear the Nuggets, even though I don't think that they could beat the Nuggets in a 7-game series. What's the sentiment across the nation about the Denver Nuggets on whether or not people think that they're a legit title contender, that they can represent the Western Conference in the finals?
I'll answer it this way. Over the last few weeks when I've been bumping into people around the league, coaches, GMs, whoever, and I say, who's coming out of the West? Open-ended question. I'm not asking about any given team. I'm not asking for, rating anybody in particular. I'm just saying, so who's coming out of the West? Usually they'll name a team or two that are possible, and none of them ever name the Nuggets. People don't believe in them. And if the Nuggets, want to, take that kind of sentiment and slap it on bulletin boards and everything, like they can. I think they know it. It's kind of like what Mike Brown, the Kings coach, was saying to my buddies Mark Stein and Chris Haynes on their podcast last week too. Like they're fully aware that people aren't really respecting the Kings in that regard too. And all I would say is like this is one of those years, right, where no one really fears the three teams at the top of the West because the Kings just got here after 1,000 years in the desert, and the Grizzlies are still really young and are missing some key pieces and have had a really bumpy season on and off the court. And the Nuggets haven't shown anything in the postseason and don't have the level of defense that's usually required and don't really have a true second star next to Jokic. So it's not an insult at any of these teams. It's just the reality of where their obvious deficiencies are. And, generally speaking, star power wins in this league, and the Suns have it, and the Warriors have it, and the Lakers have it, and the Clippers, when they're whole, have it, and they all have it in a greater degree than those three teams at the top. And if you want to ask the reverse of the question you were asking, I think everybody at the top, they don't want to see the Warriors in the first round. They don't want to see the Lakers in the first round. But they don't want to see the Clippers either. Like those are like the scariest teams in theory are actually the bottom of the bracket.
Yeah. That's a good point. 20 seconds or less, or 24-second shot clock here, Howard Beck, for you. 24-second shot clock. MVP and why?
Not doing it, guys. I got an actual ballot that I have to turn in next Monday, and I've been all over the map with this. I will spin myself in circles for 6 days or so.
It's fair. That's fair.
Anybody wants to lobby, make their arguments, I'm on Twitter at Howard Beck. Go ahead, hit me with whatever you want. I do not know where I'm going to come down when it comes time to file that ballot.
That's fair. You got a week to do it. We'll be looking at the ballots, of course. Howard Beck, you're always kind to us. Thanks for the time, man. Last week of the regular season, it is going to be juicy, and the playoffs are just around the corner. Howard, we'll do it again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, fellas.
Thanks,
Anytime, Howard Beck here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Couple takeaways. One, nobody fears the Denver Nuggets. And Bully was talking about this the other day. It's like, it's crazy how the bottom teams are pumping fear to the top three seeds.
It really is.
Everybody's like trying to position. They're like, oh, we want Denver. Oh, wait, we want Sacramento. And you can start to hear it in Kitty Caraway. He joined Starty and Goo yesterday.
Oh.
And Kitty, you can start to hear fear in his voice.
Oh.
Knowing that Andrew Wiggins is possibly returning. And he's like, oh. Because remember, Kitty, last week he was feeling himself. The
matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as the 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
You think Kenny's still feeling like that after the news yesterday?
I'd tell Kenny, who loves his rap music, that
he loves R&B too.
Well, Too Short and Jay-Z had a song. It was all good just a week ago.
What album was that? That was a
Hard Knock Life album.
Hard Knock Life, was that the
Is
Hard
that
Knock Life
volume
album?
2?
Yeah,
I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah.
It's all good just a week ago.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
I think Short just does the hook.
It was a great beat.
Yeah.
It was a great beat.
And that's Jay-Z. Actually, he's a very underrated storyteller.
Jay-Z?
Yes.
It's my favorite rapper. Like, numero uno. Jay-Z's my guy. It's my guy. Storytelling, flows, bars, style, beats, hustler, turned billionaire. Jay-Z's that guy for me. Okay. And I didn't like Jay-Z because of Tupac. Remember, Tupac was working everybody.
Else, on the West Coast.
And then finally I picked up a Jay-Z tape. I was like, damn, he ain't that. He ain't half that.
He's gotten better.
Remember the one with Foxy Brown, the song?
Oh, yeah. He's got a bunch of songs with Foxy.
The one I got.
They were part of like the Firm, I want to say.
Yeah,
him, AZ.
Yeah, him, AZ, and I thought that was Nas, AZ.
Oh, was it Nas? I thought it was Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Well, regardless. His early stuff.
Sorry.
Don't love it. I know everybody loves Reasonable Doubt.
Yeah, I love it.
I think it's okay.
Reasonable Doubt.
I think we've overrated it.
Reasonable. I feel like we overrated Illmatic.
I've never been the biggest Nas fan.
I like Nas.
He's
I like
fine.
Nas a lot.
Yeah, he's
Firm,
fine.
yeah, Nas and AZ. AZ had a dope album. AZ was supposed to blow up.
I don't think it has anything on All Eyes on Me, for example.
No. But you know what? Jay-Z, man. Imaginary player, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I can't say the words. I can't say the words.
A song that has not one clean word in it.
Damn, that's I'm gonna play that in the car when I leave, dude. I forgot how bad that knocks. Oh my god, the beat. Don't. All right. Howard Beck saying that nobody fears the Denver Nuggets doesn't surprise me whatsoever. What if they had to play the Lakers in the first round? They out of there.
You think?
I think the Lakers beat the Nuggets at 6.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that the
Nuggets, the way Anthony Davis is playing right now?
No, he's awesome. They are uniquely qualified with their length to give some problems to the Lakers that I think a lot of the other teams don't have the personnel. Like when you have Gordon and you have Michael Porter Jr. and Jokic, that's an interesting front line.
Yep.
It really is. Now, defensively, obviously, Michael Porter Jr. leaves so much to be desired.
Right.
And Jokic as well. But I do think they have a nice team. I actually think that they're one of the few teams that really matches up and makes the Lakers defensively have to do some things that I don't know if they're ready for.
Sacramento. Everybody wants that 6 seed to play the Sacramento Kings. I'm with you with the Nuggets. The Lakers shooting, I still want to see it. Like D'Lo in this series, the Nuggets will put D'Angelo Russell in every action possible.
Yes.
And last year in the playoffs, when D'Angelo Russell was with Minnesota, they're playing Memphis. D'Angelo Russell was moving at it was like a regular season game in November. Like he was just jogging. I was like, yo, D'Lo, it's the playoffs.
I mean, that's D'Lo.
Is that going to fly the altitude at Mile High?
I mean, you know him. He's all about getting them numbers.
Schroeder could be a matchup problem for them. I like Schroeder.
I've always liked Schroeder.
Schroeder's tough.
When he's coming, when they had him off the bench, I actually think that's his best role.
Spinoni, how you feeling about the LA Lakers? You think a run's coming? You know it.
I was telling Guru yesterday, he's like, Spadoni, I think the Lakers can actually do something, And I was like, that's a terrible Guru impression. But I was like, if they win Wednesday, like if they beat the Clippers, like that's the game I'm circling because they need to win that game. And it's a Russell Westbrook revenge game. Like a lot of people don't. This is the first time Russ is playing the Lakers since since the trade. So this is the first time they're matching up. It's going to be a lot of emotions.
It's a Clipper home game.
It's a Clipper home game, which is basically a Laker home game.
Yes,
it'll be like 60-40. And I'm going to give Clipper fans some credit. There's some of them, so it'll be like 60-40. But yeah, they win Wednesday, Bonte. I'm a believer. Shout out the Monkeys.
So you guys will probably be in line for the 5 seed.
Yes.
You want Phoenix in the first round?
I don't care. I think they are playing the best defense, and they have the number 1 defensive rating since the trade and since the trade deadline.
You're not afraid of KD?
Not afraid of anyone.
Who has
Devin
less
Booker?
fans in their respective market, like in terms of market share? White Sox in Chicago or the Clippers? Like, who has the smaller
Brooklyn
market
Nets.
share?
Oh, I'd say the Nets or Clippers. There's actually history with the White Sox, I think.
There's a lot of White
asking,
Sox
I
fans
don't know
out
Chicago
there.
that well.
Hell, Fitz is a White Sox fan.
Okay.
Koski's a White Sox fan.
Jimbo Kincaid?
Jimbo, he's a fraudulent White Sox fan.
Oh, he's a Padre fan now, I guess.
Yeah, he just loves Frank Thomas. And he thinks Frank Thomas is squeaky
yeah, he
clean.
just got
Oh,
demoted.
wait, the guy that went from 6'1", 165 in Auburn freshman year to chiseled out of his mind?
Yeah, make sure you send Jimbo this cut. We know Frank Thomas. I don't want to get
disparage
sued.
Eugenics. Come on.
I saw him on the satellite when Rafael Palmeiro was sitting on Congress. I saw Frank Thomas. He didn't show his ass up to Capitol Hill. James Kincaid, fraudulent White Sox fan.
Wow.
Fraudulent
I'm
White
cutting
Sox
this and
fan.
sending it to Jimbo.
Cut it to him. And a Big Hurt beer ain't in no stores right now. It ain't selling nowhere. All right?
My favorite season for him was when he was the DH for the A's. He was a baller. Old man Frank Thomas.
Can I tell you a story?
He was sick that year.
Can I tell you a story?
No, I always love Frank
Story
Thomas.
about that season?
What's
it
that?
pains me that year.
Why?
Because I had him in fantasy baseball as my DH.
Oh, here we go. And then what happened?
And before he got hot, I cut him. I said, I can't keep waiting on this guy. He's awful. And then he just went crazy. He went crazy. So I despise him even more now because I cut him. It was a bad
I love
GM.
how we did this selective jurisprudence regarding who was on and who was not on steroids back in the day.
Yeah, I know.
And it's like, I have his baseball card.
Look
I
at
want
his
you to
head.
look at his Auburn baseball card.
His head is bigger than Barry Bonds' head.
He's humongous.
He's huge. You see the diamond ear? The diamond in his ear was bigger than his head. That's how the
humongous.
guy was. Come on, Jimbo. You know that. The Big Hurt beer again. Big
And
Hurt beer
here's the thing.
off shelves.
Here's the thing. I don't care if he was on roids or not.
Yeah, I don't care.
But the fact that we give him a pass is
You know
funny.
what? He shouldn't have been demoted off of Fox, though. He shouldn't have been
Jeter
demoted off.
taking the spot was interesting.
Well, Jeter's not good on TV.
No.
Yeah.
Look, I know you hate A-Rod. A-Rod's good on TV.
No, I don't hate A-Rod.
Big Papi.
A-Rod's a clown, but he is good on TV.
I hate Big Papi. He's won me over as a TV
You know-
analyst because he's so lovable.
Clowns can be entertaining. You know, A-Rod's a clown.
Would
He's
you admit-
entertaining.
Okay. He knows his baseball stuff.
He does
though.
know
He's
his baseball.
really good on television.
He is locked in.
Yeah.
He is locked in. He's funny.
Yes.
Especially when Kevin Burkhardt's talking and he's looking and he's like, and he does a little smile. A-Rod he's a character, man.
How many great football, baseball, basketball players make crappy
lot.
analysts?
A lot.
And so Jeter's not alone in that. But I agree
Terry
with you.
Bradshaw, not the Terry Bradshaw now, but the Terry Bradshaw from maybe 15 years ago.
Was incredible.
Great player, great studio host, great broadcaster in the booth.
Yes.
Terry Bradshaw was all-time great. Now, you know,
Well,
but
he's been doing it too long.
no doubt.
You know, he's been doing it too long. So I don't know. I'm so pumped up for these Warriors and these playoffs, these 3 games. To me, it's must win all 3.
What about the Giants? Are you pumped up about them?
Well, come on. Of course I am.
No, you don't seem fired up.
I'm really excited.
No, you don't seem fired up, Shasky. I don't know. I don't know about you, man. They hit 7 home runs yesterday. You just like,
No, I'm super excited for David VR.
No-
I love
no
what
Giants
he's
gear
done.
today?
He's saving his excitement for when we record Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys later.
Oh, is that today?
Let's
Recording
go.
now.
So it's a Star Wars shirt. You didn't wear no Giants gear? Usually after a big win, you wear some sports gear.
I'm wearing my Star Wars because Mandalorian, I think the second to last episode comes out tomorrow. Bad Batch ended
It's
this
such
week.
a great season so far.
The Wiggins.
hasn't it been
Oh, you're a
great?
Star Wars fan too, Lubman?
Oh yeah, I'm a huge
So
Star
good.
Wars
Star
nerd.
Wars
Like,
fans here.
honestly, The Mandalorian, I believe that Andor is one of the best shows that Star Wars has produced since the original movies. I think Mandalorian this season's been outstanding. Outstanding. Grogu's amazing.
I had to wear my championship.
Hey, look at you. And also, what's the woman Mandalorian that he's
Bo-Katan?
friends with?
Bo-Katan.
Bo-Katan. She's a really good actress. And then the lady who doesn't take her helmet off, who's super old school religious.
Yeah, the armor.
The armorer. Thank you. I don't know what her name is. She's awesome too.
Just don't get started on wrestling.
Yeah, what was that? That was just another day in the life of Steiny Guru.
I couldn't get out of the car. It was compelling.
Wiggins got me feeling so good. I brought this shirt back to life, the World Championship.
Yeah, I need one of those shirts. I like
Oaklandish. Shout out to Oaklandish.
Yeah, I need one of those shirts.
Yeah. Pool party. Got wigs, got trophies. I feel good about the Warriors right now. I'm pumped up. Pumped up. You know what to do. Giants for life, you're winning me over on YouTube. Usually I don't like your comments. You get on my nerves every day, but you know what? Reasonable about Blueprint Black Album, you know something, kid. You know something. She got some sense in that dome. All right, Giants for life. All right. Could rock with you now. I'm bumping that Jay-Z song during the break. It's all stuck in my head. It's totally derailed me.
Okay.
The video, the pimp's hats. Oh, Foxy Brown. Foxy Brown. Everybody loved Little Kim.
Yeah.
Foxy Brown was so much finer. She was so much finer than Little Kim. Natural. Foxy Brown. And she had heat.
I thought she did some stuff to her body later on.
Who, Foxy?
Yeah.
I thought Little
Not
Kim.
originally. I'm saying later
Oh,
on.
Little Kim?
No, I know Little
oh,
Kim. I don't.
Foxy,
You know what?
Foxy was the one.
I'm probably out of my lane talking.
Oh, you ready
about
for an injury report?
I'm probably out.
Let's go to the Giants. They've always got somebody nicked up. Outfielders, Austin Slater, Mitch Henniker. Oh, you know what? They're expected to be reevaluated this week when the Giants return home from their season opening road trip. The belief is a more concrete timetable, and it will be known for both players upon reevaluation. By the way, home opener against the Royals might be 42 degrees. That's per Giants producer at NBC Sports Bay Area, David Tella.
It's a good thing that I've got a lot of Giants coats in my closet.
Gonna be a little cold out there, folks. A little
I'm
cold.
cleaning out my closet.
The initial hope for Henniker is for him to make his debut this Friday as he recovers from an oblique strain. Slater was initially given an estimated 3 to 4 weeks for his hamstring strain. He has progressed to baseball activities and is expected to be back with that time frame. All right, injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Jason Dumas will join us live in studio at 8:30, so we'll talk a little Dubs. We got some Giants as well. Let's get back into the Giants. 7 home runs yesterday for the first time in 8 games since 2002, and that happened at Coors Field in Colorado. The Giants hit the heck out the baseball, but Anthony DeSclafani goes 6 shutout. How about that? Huh? Pitching staff. Maybe this rotation is deep. Disco! More disco! That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Find what you love.
damn it. I just love letting that beat ride. I love letting it ride. Yes, the phone is off. I had to play some Jay-Z Unplugged between the break. Jay-Z Unplugged. H to the is O, V to the is A. And then that beat kicks in. But I love that Snoop beat as well. Snoop making an appearance at WrestleMania 39. Don't bring up. Hey, when Goo walks in, I'm going to ask him about WrestleMania. Oh, I love it. Oh, baby, what's happening on a Tuesday morning? Oh, I love the roasters. I love y'all on YouTube. I love the Comcast Business Text line. I love Twitch. I love everybody getting off their graveyard shifts, getting ready for work, all the muni drivers. Somebody brought up something. The small business owners.
Norm Dudum,
Zora. Shout out to all the small. Taqueria Zorro. Shout out to all the small business owners, all the security guards, all the beauty, except the beauty cops, the ticket cops. I don't like you guys. I really don't. But good morning to you as well.
Meter maids? Is that what they're called?
No, it's not politically correct anymore. Meter people.
Oh, okay. No, you're right. Apologies.
You know what? They haven't given me a ticket in a very long time, so shout out to them. Good morning to them. Good morning to Spadoni, who's a Laker fan. He's got some big games this week. Huge games. He believes they could win it all. He really does. Lutman, who told me during the break that he was bopping to Foxy Brown this morning. She came up on Spotify.
Really?
I said, you're lying, Lutman.
Yeah, that's
because I know I was bopping to that a little bit. I never heard bopping to it, but hey, it is what it is.
It's a real knee knocker.
It's a fun little tune to get down to.
Bees knees.
Are you Jim Harbaugh or like? I mean, geez, Louise, Loveman. For a guy who went to the University of Miami, like again, when I think of Miami, I think of like the height of culture.
Michael Irvin.
I do not think of Sam Lubman.
And then there's me.
I could see Lubman down there. Who's the crook? Was it Shapiro?
Pellman. Nevin Shapiro.
Nevin Shapiro.
Yeah. Booster extraordinaire.
Was it Pellgate
Booster. Is he in jail
Pellman?
now?
What was that?
It was Pellman, Pellgate? What was the name?
Pell Grants?
Pell
No,
Grants.
that was the scandal from the 90s.
Gotcha.
Shapiro's was given all sorts of things that I don't know if I can say on air.
What's Nevin Shapiro doing now?
If there's justice, he's rotting in a jail cell.
Oh, boy. Well, he was all at the bowling alleys. He was with the you guys.
Big-time Ponzi schemer. That was his thing.
And none of those dudes had his back.
All right.
None of those dudes. He went down, and they were like, yeah, it's all him. Nobody spoke up for Nevin Shapiro. I'm going to look him up in a second to see what the hell he's doing. But no, I don't think it's Sam Lubman. Man, Sam Lubman, were you ever on the sidelines at a Miami game, Lubman? What was Lubman like at the U? I mean, please tell me you had a date and it's successful, and it's Miami for crying out loud.
I mean, I was pretty rabid when I would get into the stands during football games, from what I remember at least.
You, Michael Irvin.
So Shapiro was transferred from federal prison to home confinement on June 11th, 2020. He is currently serving a 20-year sentence.
Justice.
Damn.
It's like we got the Avengers back there. You know, B, he's really excited, Lubman is, because the Giants broke out yesterday in a big way. Big way. That was exciting to see.
Let's hear from Yaz about it. The key to the team, 7 home runs.
Kind of a dreary day, and we flew in last night, so I think no one was trying too hard, and that's sometimes the best recipe. You know, you just go in there and trust what you have for that day.
And here's Yaz on the home runs being part of the Giants' DNA.
I don't necessarily think it's part of the philosophy, but just a result of good at-bats and good training. We've got great hitting coaches, and, you know, obviously Farhan sees great talent, so we've got a lot of talented guys, and I think it's just one of those things where you just try and put together a good at-bat for the guy behind you, the guy in front of you, and good things just start to roll.
And a story that will not go away anytime soon, of course, all season long. We all are fascinated with the pitch clock. Games are flying by here. Here's what Yaz had to say about the pitch clock 4 games in.
I think it's been fine. I don't really know if I've seen much of a difference in terms of, you know, how the game's actually being played, but I was told from some family that they'd be like, well, we blinked and the game was over. Like they didn't enjoy it at the field, but they enjoyed it when they watched it on TV. You know, they explained it as, you know, with, you know, the way that ticket prices are and beer prices and everything. It's like, if you're going to go to 1 or 2 games a year, and that's what they're like, you know, really hoping for. They want to enjoy that ballpark experience and be there for as long as possible. And, you know, some people think that way, some people don't, but I thought that was an interesting take.
Well, television is what's been dictating all of these rule changes for a variety of reasons. And also because, I don't know, did you read some of those quotes from Rob Manfred from The Athletic that I sent to you guys in the group chat?
About
analytics.
Yeah, and he said analytics have ruined the sport, basically.
Yeah,
to paraphrase what he said.
You know, it's interesting because Rob Manfred, 2 years ago, if you would have asked me about him, I would have ran him out of town, right? I could not stand Rob Manfred. And I have to give him credit because not only has he listened to all of the criticism, but he has forced change on a game that is so reluctant to any kind of nuanced change. I mean, think about the other sports and how much they've changed. We took away hand checking in the NBA. We widened the lanes. We added a three-point line. Now, some of these have gone over a 50-year period, but there's been radical changes. The take fouls, things like that. 3 seconds, defensive 3 seconds. We've changed the way that sport was to make it more aesthetically pleasing and also to make it a more compelling television product. Football has constantly been changing their rules to be more consumable on TV. Baseball, yes, there's an in-game element. That is a drop in the bucket of the actual television viewership. And so when you want to negotiate bigger deals nationally, you have to be a more palpable product for people to consume on television. I feel like they've really accomplished that.
Yeah, the whole beer stuff is as you know, you got to hurry up and get your beers or get to the game early then.
Yes.
Get to the game early. You know what? You save a couple bucks not buying the beer. It's not the worst thing in the world. 2.5 hours out. Some people stay in the movie theater for 3 hours.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What's the difference?
Well, and soccer games are only 2.5 hours,
yeah,
give or
quick.
take.
Basketball games
Give
are
or
about
take.
2 hours and 15 minutes,
So,
depending on who's refereeing. Now, I need to look to see who's refereeing tonight, see if it's going to be a long night at Chase Center or if it's going to be relatively quick. But look, I like the pitch clock. I think it's been a very, very successful change for baseball. I like the shifting. You're seeing more action in the infield.
Aren't you?
Guys are making more plays. So I'm happy about that as well. I mean, everything so far with baseball, I think they're off to a flying start.
I'm with you. And it feels like we've had, from the data, from the first 5 days or whatever of baseball, there has been 4 times the amount of steal attempts, 3.5 times the amount of steal successes.
Right.
In terms of overall numbers. The rate is a little better in terms of being able to run, but you're seeing more people run. You're seeing more first to thirds. You've got 30 minutes shaved off of the average game time. And again, it's a smaller sample size. We'll see when it gets to, the middle of the year. We'll have a little more data. But I feel like it's, mission accomplished. My number one thing, though, that I do believe as the shift becomes year over year over year, that we have created a generation that is currently at the bigs right now, strikeout or home run. Right. And the Giants are one of those teams.
Yep.
They are very much, we're going to hit bombs, we're going to strike out a lot. I want to see the ball in play more. And I think it's up to these organizations to develop guys going back up the middle because that was taken away for the last 6 years.
Is that ever going to be Farhan's philosophy? Is it ever going to be, singles, doubles, triples, and not home runs? Because it feels like early on, and when you just look at the lineup with the Giants, they have a lot of power in this lineup. VR has power. Peterson has power. Conforto has power. Lamont Wade Jr. can knock it out the park. Henniger, when he comes back, he has power. Do they have those type of hitters on this team?
No.
I don't think so. So I think it's good. We're going to see a lot of games where one day they may get shut out. The next game they may hit 5 home runs.
Yes.
I think it's going to be feast and famine. That's why it falls on the pitching. And when you see DeSclafani pitch the way he did yesterday, it's a positive sign. The White Sox lineup's not the best in the world.
Well,
they lost Jose
couple of
Abreu,
players.
but they got some ballers.
Yeah.
Eloy Jimenez, Tim
Roberts.
Anderson, Moncada, Robert Jr. They got a lineup.
Yeah.
Not the depth of that lineup. I know Andrew Vaughn is a high pick, but he's, I want to see more from him.
Scuffling.
I want to see more from him. DeSclafani pitching 6 shutout yesterday was the biggest takeaway for me. The home runs were great. I know the Giants are going to hit the ball at times. They're going to strike out a lot, too. How's the pitching going to do?
Yeah.
Logan Webb was good in that opening start against the Yankees. I thought he was good enough. He pitched good enough to win. Cobb, I know Flynn yesterday said he was good, but you couldn't get out the 4th inning.
Yeah.
That to me is a problem. I know you had a long first inning. Well, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Stripling was not good on Sunday.
No.
Not good at all.
To me, if they were going to reset the rotation, that's one start, but
He'll be my 4th or 5th starter.
yeah.
DeSclafani will be my 3rd.
I do like that they eased in DeSclafani, though.
Yeah.
Because I do think him having a good start against a lesser lineup was very important to him bouncing back. The other big takeaway and I keep going back to David VR because all I've wanted for 6 years now is one younger-ish player to showcase themselves from this farm. Like, can you develop someone? Can you stick with them? Will you give them opportunities to get at bats? And I really think that we could look at Farhan, the farm system, the whole if this guy David VR just sticks, and he doesn't even have to be all-star level, just competent plus glove plus bat, big leaguer at a couple different positions. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. That'd be good. No, good day all around for the Giants. We got Dumas in the studio. He's coming in about 15 minutes. Talk about the Golden State Warriors, what's going on with Andrew Wiggins, how big of a development that is in the NBA, and we'll get his overall thoughts on that. Plus, we can talk to him about the quarterback situation. You know, he's an Eagles fan. I'm sure he has some things to say about our trip to Philadelphia. We went at it a little bit on Twitter because that's my guy. By the way, the referees tonight, I looked this up just a second ago, and the rest for tonight, crew chief, Courtney Kirkland, number 61, Carl Lane, number 77, Nate Green, number 65. Those are your referees for Chase Center tonight for the Golden State Warriors. Courtney Kirkland, Mark Davis, somebody asked about Mark Davis earlier, 925. He's in Phoenix tonight to be the crew chief for the Spurs and Suns game. Zach Zarba's in Brooklyn. I don't see Tony Brothers on the schedule today. He's got the day off.
You know, Bonte, just a quick aside as we have a couple of minutes here. Did you see some of the rumors that are going around the internet regarding the 49ers trading with the Tennessee Titans with Trey Lance?
I don't pay attention to rumors no more, man. But is that a rumor now? Trey Lance is going to go?
Well, I saw that, you had Trey Wingo and a couple other different people kind of speculate that Trey Lance, I think it's all speculation, but Trey Lance could be moved on draft day for Malik Willis and a draft pick, second, third, fourth round or something like that. And I guess when I heard that, I was like, okay, so you're going to trade one project quarterback for another project quarterback?
I don't get it.
Does that make a lot of sense to you?
I don't even. So the rumor came from Trey Wingo?
Yeah, well, he was speculating, and then a variety of other.
So speculating that the Titans may be in on Trey Lance. Is it all because of the emojis? Crossing fingers when Rand Carthon got the job?
He's claiming he's hearing it from people around the league, that he gets the sense that might happen. I don't see how that makes any sense for the 49ers. Like right now,
honestly, how many snaps do you think Trey Lance is taking for the Niners next season?
Wow. I mean, that would be that he beats out Darnold, and then let's say he plays a couple of games. If there's, 65 offensive snaps, I'd put the over-under at 150.
Oof.
And I'd take the over. I think I'd take the over. And that is more a reflection of the quarterback situation with the Niners staying healthy than it is on him at this point. But I'm willing to adjust my opinion.
You know what worries me?
What do you think about that?
What worries me is the more I talk to people, the more I don't hear Trey Lance.
Why does that worry you?
Because it means that Trey Lance is not in a lot of people's plans. And that's going to turn out to be a bad draft pick. And one of the biggest blunders in NFL history.
Well, I already think today, I think it's fair to say it is.
It's one of the biggest blunders in NFL history.
It is a bad pick.
For a team that can't find a quarterback.
Yes.
And is whipped on first-round picks. They get a lot of credit. We get the Niners credit for a lot of things. Mm-hmm. You don't get credit just because you still are competitive for what if you got a quarterback in that draft. And then we see Justin Fields running around in Chicago and see Mac Jones, look, face it, he took the Patriots to the playoffs. He regressed a little bit last year, but we knew that was going to happen because Joe Judge and Matt Patricia was his offensive coordinator. We knew he was doomed from the start. I'm not the biggest Mac Jones fan, but he's had success in the league so far. Trey Lance, we can't even see on the field. And now Darnold's in the picture. And people around the 49ers, people who work with the Niners, are high on Sam Darnold. He's going to get every opportunity to start, and he has a lot more reps than Trey Lance. That's concerning to me. The snap count, I wouldn't be shocked if Trey Lance. So you bring up the rumor, the speculation about him going to Tennessee. I wouldn't be shocked if he got dealt in the offseason. Nobody could get dealt to the CFL. I don't know.
I would caution the 49ers dealing Trey Lance at this point because there's really no incentive. Like if there was a financial incentive and you could get something of value back, I would listen to that argument. But right now, you don't have a healthy starting quarterback. You are already on the books for 11 or whatever it is, $20 million, depending on the dead cap money that I've seen. It's somewhere between 11 and 20 million. And it's not like he's highly coveted to where you can recoup a first-round pick back for him.
No, you're not getting any value.
So, and then given the situation with the 49ers staying healthy and the lack of a quarterback currently being healthy, I don't understand how that makes any sense from a business standpoint. Now, the other part is this. If you do trade away Trey Lance, you better nail the Brock Purdy selection or the Sam Darnold thing. Because if you don't, and you come out of this window without a Super Bowl and, one of these other quarterbacks doesn't stick as the starting quarterback for a long time, I mean, you've really botched this whole
the entire situation. And that can set you back.
Well, let's just say we're looking 3 years from now, Bonte, and a couple of these guys have moved on, Trent Williams, whatever. If you don't have a Super Bowl, the reason you don't have a Super Bowl
because you couldn't get the quarterback
is because of the quarterback. You did everything else right but the quarterback. And that's going to really suck.
And the most important position in 7 years, they've yet to nail the quarterback spot.
Yeah.
And that's depressing because, as you said, the window is closing.
Oh,
George
it is.
Kittle, Trent. This may be Trent Williams last year.
I mean, this is their window right now.
Debo, how many good years do you have left in him?
Well, there's a lot of people. I don't know if you saw the JT O'Sullivan breakdown. He was very critical of Devo's effort level on because he was isolating plays where guys got hurt, and I don't even know if that's fair. But he was really critical of Devo's effort, and I was like, wow, I had not heard somebody questioning his effort. Now I don't know if that's a fair criticism or not. I mean, JT played in the league, I didn't. But he's talking about on plays where the ball's not going to him, he's not selling it enough.
He's not running his routes hard.
Yes.
He's not selling it. The fakes.
He's also blaming some of the design stuff, and I think that JT does a really good job interpreting plays and breaking it down because his eye is very keen. I don't agree with everything that he says, but that was the first time I've heard someone questioning Debo's effort level.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Let's go to TC and Sack real quick. TC, we got Dumas waiting. He's going to join us live in studio 8:30. Said I'm coming to the crib. Can't believe we got his ass out of bed, man. You see Dumas? He gets after it. He's exploring the city left and right with Caleb. All right, not to put his business on.
Yeah,
sorry, dude.
It's okay.
TC, what's happening?
Bonte Chasky, good morning, bro.
What's up?
What's going on?
Man, I'm just, me, I'm chiming in. This is right up my alley, the whole Trey Lance situation. I'll be waiting to talk about this. They botched the situation, brother. You know what I mean? We only could tell, the only way they don't botch the situation if Trey Lance starts this whole season, bro, and shine. I love Trey Lance. I've been a supporter. But I'm just tired of, media, the fan base, and everybody saying that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch aren't to blame for blocking Trey Lance and not starting Trey Lance. It's simple as this. If you're a Niner fan, a Niner reporter, whatever you are, it doesn't take rocket science to find out Trey Lance should have started from day one. It's been a quarterback circus when they didn't let Jimmy Garoppolo go after they drafted Trey Lance. Yeah. I don't care about this Super Bowl roster. We've been saying that for 15 years, bro, and we haven't won a Super Bowl. So I don't see why the kids, when they moved up to draft him, Trey Lance should have been a starter, bro, from day one. When he wasn't a starter from day one, it's been downhill. I don't care about an NFC championship game, coming close, getting lucky with Brock Purdy in the 7th round. I don't care about none of that, bro. It's been a circus when they didn't start that kid from day one when they moved up like they were supposed to.
TC, good call. Let me ask you this, Shasky, because I've asked you this before. And I was with TC. I wanted Trey Lance to start that opening game against Detroit. I didn't care. Just let him play. If you could go back in time, and we had a lot of fun at SoFi Stadium, but that ended in a loss, and we were all depressed. They didn't score an offensive touchdown against Green Bay. They struggled against Dallas, where Jimmy almost threw the game back to him, gave him the game. If you had to go back, would you have been an advocate for Trey Lance starting week 1 of that season? Knowing what you know now?
Well, knowing what I know now, I feel like it's very easy to say, yeah, they should have started in week 1. But, what if they don't make the playoffs that year and Trent Williams retires? What if they don't make the playoffs and Debo's pissed off and he wants out? Because he almost did want out and you got on the precipice. There's a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas that I don't know.
They started 2-4 that year. And then 3-5.
I mean, how would you view Shanahan if he starts Trey Lance that year and he doesn't get into the playoffs?
Would have been tough, but we expected that, right? We said we know there's going to be bumps.
I'm with you
with Trey Lance, but
I think you and I agree with that.
They could peak maybe at the end of the year. I don't know. They started off slow anyway.
No, they did. They were 3-5.
From hearing from Shanahan,
they were 3-5.
He was really close to going with Trey Lance. And Trey Lance suffered that injury in Arizona. Didn't help himself. So I don't know how this is going to play out. If they give up on Trey Lance this early, that's why the rumors to me is fascinating. I haven't paid attention to them. During Niners offseason, I mute the words 49ers. I mute the words Trey Lance. I swear to God, because everybody's got some speculation and we're reading into social media or whatnot. I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to sit back and wait.
Well, here's what I would say about the 49ers. If they do truly believe in Brock Purdy and that's their guy, it'll play itself out, and it will.
Do you really believe they believe in Brock Purdy?
I think they do.
Are they ready to give Brock Purdy some money?
I don't know about the money part, but I know that they're ready to give him the keys to the kingdom.
What would you even give Brock Purdy?
I don't.
Based off of 8 games, would you give him a $100 million contract?
No. You play
How much
this
money?
out.
Yeah,
you play this out. Like allow this thing to play itself out. Like I'm in no rush to pay anyone. Okay, that's number one. But number two, I want to go back to the Jimmy question that you posed me because I think that's relevant. Kyle and Jimmy and that weird relationship set the whole organization back. Whether it's him not trusting him hanging on to him when he didn't trust him,
right.
Him sticking with him, and even though he was ready to move on, like that to me is as big as them trading all these picks to get Lance and then not having him ready. And then Lance obviously deserves some not rippage, but he deserves a ton of blame for clearly not being ready to roll.
Yeah, no doubt. Miley and Jay, we'll get to you on the other side. We'll take some calls. We'll take some calls with Dubas. We got to run here. No, I don't know if it's set back to 49ers because they've done a lot of good things with Jimmy, but it was a weird relationship. And Jimmy has nothing good to say about Shanahan. It was wild. Shanahan tried to crack the joke at the owners meeting last week, said, "Yeah, I would text Jimmy, but we all know that's impossible. That's laughable."
Like that.
That's a problem.
When I interpret that, it's like, well, if you really didn't like the guy that much,
should have moved on.
Yeah, why'd you hang on to him for 2 extra years?
Again, that was yelling 4 years ago.
Yeah, 2 extra years.
Go get your guy.
You know,
go get your guy. And he stuck with Jimmy.
We're never gonna know what really went down with all 3 of these quarterbacks and who liked who till like 5-10 years from now.
You know, fine. I'll be here. Hopefully, knock on wood. Knock on wood. I'll be here. I want in on that 30 for 32 or that documentary. I want in because I have questions. All right,
like
garlic
me
fries
in
and baseball,
Shadows
guys.
of Football or whatever it is.
There you go. Look, I still haven't seen that. Was it good? They aired it already?
There's been a couple that I'm involved in. The Raider-Niner history of that preseason game where
flex with
insanity.
Joe Shasky. Look at that little subtle
I always
flex.
get somebody reaches out to me when they see it on
subtle
Vice.
flex. Look at that subtle flex. Garlic Fries Baseball Guys podcast is back. Joe Shasky, Sam Lutman. Yes, Sam Lutman. Bring you all you need to know about the Giants twice a week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to podcasts. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. We'll take your calls. Stay on hold. We'll take your calls with Dubas, Miley and Jay. You're coming up next on the Morning Roast. Jason Dubas live in studio. Can't wait for that. Cron Force finest, maybe the best dressed media member in all the Bay Area. He knows how to get the pocket square in. That's for sure. All right, Jason Dubas coming up on the Roast.
He be blending into the couch.
P. See how the rotation shake out tonight against Oklahoma City. Big game at Chase Center. The Oklahoma City Thunder right now clinging to that 10th spot in the Western Conference with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Shasky's new favorite player. He gets to the free throw line. He got to the free throw line 17 times on Sunday against Phoenix. He's a problem. Lou Dort's going to be playing. Josh Giddey. Desperate team coming into Chase Center to take on the Warriors as they try to get back on track. We'll take your calls in just a second, 888-957-9570. But we got Jason Dumas, Philly's finest, in the building. Of course, he had to wear that Phillies hat. They haven't won a game yet this season.
Oh, man. I think I read they're the first team that went to the World Series and started off 0-4 the next year.
Not good.
Yeah, they're not looking great. Not looking great at all.
Reese Hoskins hurting himself on that ground ball to the left. I mean, it was the most random. It was just a basic ground ball slightly to the left, and he just collapsed.
Yeah, tore his ACL.
It was brutal.
Yeah.
Well, and the
Really
Bryce
brutal.
Harper injury.
Well, they're saying Bryce is going to come back way sooner than everybody predicted.
Oh, that's
He's
good.
going to be taking live batting practice in a couple weeks. So.
I love that because Bryce is needed. Bryce
Well, I
has
wanted
had
him on the WBC team.
Yeah, Bryce has been spectacular with Philadelphia. He had a great run in the postseason. Bryce has been, you know what, for all the expectations and hype that he got, because it was kind of similar, not as high as LeBron James, but he was on Sports Illustrated as a high school player, played in that JUCO. He's kind of lived up to the expectations. He's been a great baseball player.
He's had a hell of a career. A hell of a career. Considering that only 27% of top 2 picks actually make it to all-star level in the major leagues, that's the ratio of number 2 overall picks over the last 60 or 70 years. He's had a hell of a career.
No doubt.
I mean, an MVP. I mean, he's a stud.
We got Dumas in the building, man. He's probably the flyest dressed guy in media. I get jealous. I think I'm doing something, and then you see Dumas on Crawl 4. He's got some Kobe's on. He's got pocket squares. He got ties, white collars. Dude, I'm not touching this guy, man.
Bro,
That's that TV experience.
Trying to keep pace with you. I seen those 11s you had on the other day.
Well, shout out to 1985 Gallery.
Daly City, right?
Yeah, Daly City, Westlake. We get you tapped in, Dumas. Don't worry. We got you looked. We got you locked in.
Jason, I want to start here because
Have you put on the 11 jet, Shasky?
I haven't even put them on yet.
Oh.
Well, no, that's a lie. I put them on to make sure that they fit, and then I put them right back because I did not want to crease them. My boy Rocco was telling me you can't crease. I don't own Jordans. I don't have any Jordans. That's not my jam.
He's an Adidas guy.
Yeah.
Adidas. I'm not mad at that, though.
Yeah, it's okay. I stay in my lane. Adidas boosts. Jason, I want to start here. I consider you a journalist. Do you consider yourself one?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I do not consider myself a journalist at any level. Never been in a classroom learning it. I'm an entertainer. I give opinions. We talk about sports, blah, 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 blah. The journalism surrounding the absence of Andrew Wiggins, I have found, as a casual observer of journalism from afar and as someone who consumes it, I have found it to be fascinating. Shams Charania comes out with the tweet yesterday. Not only does he say that Wiggins is coming back, he explains why he was out. And it felt like I was asking the question to Bonte, had a local person, whether it be television, beat reporter, etc., come out with that same information, I feel like there would have been some outrage regarding the privacy portion of it. Am I reading that wrong?
No, you're absolutely correct. There's a lot of politics in the breaking news game, and I've learned that over the past couple of years. You're right, because for the past 2 months, all we've been told is it's a private matter. Mm-hmm. Don't dig. Give him his space. And from a human aspect, I get it. Mm-hmm. And I also don't want to be the guy who might break some news that might make Andrew Wiggins uncomfortable in his family life, his personal life. That's not why I do this. But at the same time, how all of a sudden is it okay? It was so private for 2 months.
Yeah.
And then obviously it gets leaked to Shams, Woj. I don't know who leaks it, whether it's the Warriors, whether it's someone from Andrew Wiggins' camp. It's just if you're paying attention, it's wait, so it was private for 2 months.
Yeah.
No one could talk about it. No one could break this news.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden it's not private anymore. This was what was going on.
So you can see where I'm confused. I'm one of the consumers of this. I'm following along, and we talk about stuff, and it's filled with landmines, right? Because you want to be sensitive. You don't want to say something that sounds or is interpreted by the audience that we're trying to dive into someone's personal life. I found it ironic, or not ironic. I found it kind of sad that Shams breaks it and not a peep about the privacy portion.
Yeah, no. It's, Shams, Woj, those guys work hard, and I guess they deserve to be on the platform where they are, especially Shams. I read like a story on Shams, like where he got his start. Like that man hustles. But it's kind of like at this point in their career, they don't break news because they're out hustling people anymore. It's just the way the game works.
So you're saying it's coming to them?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Agents, players, doesn't matter, executives, and I thought it was weird. It's like, oh, so now you're just going to put the man's business out there, and I put myself in those shoes where I did go to journalism school, and I was just thinking, man, I would have just knowing the human element, knowing the player, knowing that I have to cover this player all the time. Hey, he's been out due to personal reasons, 22 games. He's going to near his return. Yeah. He's coming back to the Bay Area. That's that. I don't think you needed to add the extra stuff, but I want to ask you, though, because you broke a lot of news. And we broke, when you sent me, I saw your tweet Friday, when you said, hey, Andrew Wiggins will come back to the Bay Area. And there was not a doubt in my mind. I was like, Jason Dumas knows what's up.
Yes.
Because you've been right on a lot of things. The Philadelphia Sixers and everything going on with Ben Simmons. How does that make you feel when you don't get the credit you deserve for breaking some of these stories? And Woj and Shams will come out with something that you said 5 months prior, because that would eat me up. I would be pissed off.
It used to. Like, when I first started breaking news, it used to burn me up. Like, dang, I said that like 3 days ago. Go look at my timeline.
You got to screenshot it and show people, say, hey, look at me over here. It's not that you're chasing for clout, but it's like, yo, I said this and I'm in the game.
You guys follow me on social media. Yes. I used to always post the screenshots of like right after the ESPN Woj report would come out or a Shams report would come out, I would screenshot my tweet with a timestamp like, yo, I literally said that 3 days ago. But I just started to learn the ins and out of breaking news, and once you start getting a little higher and who gets fed what info and when people break stuff, it is all very calculated. So I started to realize there's some stuff I just can't control. You know what I mean? Like I'm not in that room with those people. I'm not going to get that intel. Like, you just got to control what you can control, and like getting love from you guys. Like, I appreciate that. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the problem that I have in journalism these days. I was taught to give credit when credit is due, and it's not about being first; it's about being accurate.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of people who just jack stuff from shows, newspapers, everything. Like I swear, and I'm just like, it doesn't hurt to give somebody some credit. Loveman will send me something. I got no problem going on here. I'll go on TV like, hey, Sam Loveman send me this nugget. The Warriors are plus minus blah blah blah. It's no issue with that. I think you get more props by doing that, by citing those people. But we're so thirsty as a society that it's just like, oh, we can't give this person credit. No. We're just going to use it. Like Warriors PR will send us a bunch of stuff, and I'll see people, they'll cite the stuff, and it's like, well, that came directly from the Warriors. Yeah, give them some credit.
We all got that in our email. It was a press release. We all got it. Oh, you see that all the time, too. But, yeah, like as long as I have respect from my peers and I believe at the end of the day, I'm doing good work and I'm doing the most I can do.
Yeah.
That's all that really matters. That's all I can control,
Well, it's interesting because you were at you had a real good feel for what was going on with the Ben Simmons thing, right? And that's all the way across the country. And I know you have so many deep ties on the East Coast, specifically in Philadelphia. And it feels like how we covered the Ben Simmons stuff, how it was being reported, things like that, was very different than what the Warriors, their team was saying, how we covered it. And I find it fascinating. Like, I remember when we heard about the whole incident at practice, there were rumors and things. It's probably not good. And all of a sudden the video comes out, right? So you've been around this team for a long, long, long time. Had you ever seen anything like this Wiggins situation?
No, I haven't. And look, I'll be honest, Wiggs is lucky he was playing over here on the West Coast.
Why do you say that?
Because they would have put pressure on him.
We know.
New York, Philly, Boston, whether it's right or wrong, that's irrelevant.
You just think that's the reality of those situations.
Oh, yeah. They would have needed all right, so it's been 2 months almost now. Like, what's up? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it was just interesting to see how the Warriors handled it over here versus how I think a team would have to handle it on the East Coast, and the fan reaction and the fans' response. And then just all the theatrics and messaging, like on social media, like kind of who can do what, who needs to do this.
The virtue signaling.
Yeah, the virtue signaling.
It was driving me crazy.
Oh, my. It was nuts. Like, you know what? Look, Andrew Wiggins is entitled to his privacy. I firmly believe that.
Agreed.
Yep.
We don't have to dig and do this and do that. But at some point, people wondering when arguably the second best player on the team is coming back. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
I agree with you.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. No one should be shamed for asking questions. No one's asking, well, hey, who did what and what?
Right.
When is he coming back?
Is
Is there
he?
going to be something?
Is he coming back?
Right.
Do we have
Yes.
anything more than is a private matter? Like, there would have been a lot more pressure to give some responses in different cities. So that's I mean, I'm not even saying that's a bad thing. Like, the Warriors are a players first organization, and that's what's going to keep them relevant and I think successful beyond Steph Curry. He's helped, just transform this organization into such a destination. So I'm sure players across the league noticed all the privacy that Andrew Wiggins was afforded and just the luxury, because shoot, some organizations might have been like, bro, you got to get back. Like,
no doubt.
Or players on the team. Like, that's what we were talking about. I've been in work situations where someone's like, hey, I understand you're going through this tragedies, you know what I mean, at home, and we don't know what the Wiggins thing is, but like tragedy, and they're like, but I need you on the job site on Monday because we have to complete this project.
Right.
Like, there's these weird human balances that people do.
That's a great point, though, about players around the league. Because now they see that.
Yeah, I hadn't considered
and they're like,
that.
you know what? That's first-class organization. I need to go play for
100%.
them. And that's why the Warriors have been beneficial to getting these guys on the mid-level contracts and the one-year deal saying, hey, I want to go play with them because they treat us right. That's a great point about Andrew Wiggins. By the way, 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Got a new nickname for you, Dumas.
What's that?
Nickname for Jason is The Outlet. Because he's always plugged in. The
I like that.
I kind of like that.
I kind of like that.
The Outlet.
I kind of like that.
Whenever I see him in Chase, The Outlet.
Is he Wes Unseld?
He's Wes Unseld with those passes to Monty bullets. Oh, man. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So, Dumas, you reported Friday that Andrew Wiggins was in the Bay Area. And I had a lot of people say, well, why is this news? Why is this news? I firmly believe him coming to the Bay Area, it piqued all our interest saying,
Hell yeah.
he's back in the Bay? That must mean one or two things. One, he's either grabbing his stuff and gathering his stuff to leave, which I don't think was going to happen, or he's getting ready to ramp up because the Warriors are starting to send us tea leaves about trainers going up there to work them out. So when you got that report, how did you feel pressing send on that tweet to put it out there? Because you knew you were going to get a lot of heat for it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's funny. Before I hit send, I reached out to a couple mentors who I trust.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, this is the info I have. It's rock solid. How should I phrase it? Should I put it out? What do you think? And I got two goes, like two people who I know care for me beyond this whole journalism stuff, just like as a person, like, yeah, send that out. So I sent it out, and obviously, it took off like rapid fire. But when I got the intel, I knew something told me, like, he's coming back soon. I didn't know when. That's why I didn't add any of the, he could play. I had no idea. But I just had this feeling that he was going to play soon based on how I received the information in the context of that information. And that's what gave me a lot of confidence as well. Like, all right, he's coming back. I don't know if it's going to be this coming game. Maybe it'll be against the Kings on Friday. But we're going to see Wiggins again. I heard he was in great spirits.
Good. That's good.
Yeah, it was like he's coming back. So I felt confident. I didn't feel like I was crossing any lines in terms of his privacy either. And 3 days later, we get told he's going to join the team.
Yeah.
So,
I love it. You've been covering the team. I see you out at the arena all the time. I joke with this guy that you two are there more than even the players are, it feels like.
He's there a lot more. What he's done,
always there.
and I told Dumas this, I think it's genius. And it's something that I would have done if I wasn't working on TV. It's going to see the road team.
Yeah.
I used to always be in that road locker room talking to the players coming in and getting their thoughts about the Warriors or whatnot. And I think that's been beneficial for Dumas big time. That's going to practice all the time. I don't have to tell him. He knows what he's doing.
Bro, the road stuff is great because I don't know what it is, but you get, first of all, the access when you're covering the road team, like, no one's there.
Yeah.
No one's
You
there.
can just talk. And
So
even with the
opposing
Warriors,
media isn't there, or the other team's
The
media
Warriors
isn't there?
beat writers are not there.
Sometimes the opposing team's media there. It might be a couple beat writers. There's never like a TV crew or there. So you can got to get a lot of FaceTime. And it was the same during the playoff run with the Warriors.
Yeah.
When, in Dallas, like, you're sitting at shoot around, like, you get unlimited access. It's just great. So, and the players are a little more relaxed for some reason when they're on the road, and it's just a way more casual atmosphere. And you can get. I wanted to. They canceled their shoot around today. Well, I shouldn't say they canceled it. I don't want to get misquoted. They're not having shoot around today. The Thunder. I wanted to go catch the Thunder and talk to Jalen Williams, Santa Clara
guy,
alum. He's having a great year.
Great year.
But that just kind of fell through. We've developed a relationship with him at Crons from back when he was in college. But yeah, hitting the road shoot arounds have always been fun.
Well, so okay, like from a narrative standpoint, when I look at the Warriors season as a whole, I mean, this feels like any given Sunday. Like the amount of storylines that they're trying to jam pack into one season. You're reigning champs. Clay doesn't play any 5-on-5 all summer. Obviously, they go to Tokyo, where I don't even remember.
Japan.
Yeah, Tokyo, Japan, excuse me. They come back and you have the incident at practice. You've got the extensions for Wiggins and Jordan Poole. You've got the GM, whether he's going to come back or not. The head coach looking for an extension. Draymond, whether he opts in. It has been
GP2 coming back.
Wiseman. Kuminga's minutes.
Anthony Lamb.
I mean, pick the story. This has been one of the most incredible seasons in terms of content I can ever think of.
And it's funny, as we're rolling into the playoffs, it seems like things are coming together from a roster point of view.
It's insane.
From a roster point of view. I'm still not comfortable with how they're playing on the road and how they're just dropping games they should win on the road. But, with this team, I'm the type, you got to prove me wrong.
Yep.
And Clay, Dre, Steph, they've never lost in the Western Conference playoff series when they're all available. And knock on wood, it looks like they'll all be available. So I'm going to ride with the Warriors. That's just how I bet. You know what I mean? You got to prove me wrong.
Right.
I'd rather them lose with me riding with them than me being the guy that this is going to be the year and it's not the year.
It was like that with the Patriots for me. When I was gambling on football heavy, it was patch or pass. I'm either betting on Tom Brady or I'm sitting it out.
Right.
I'm not going to be the fool to bet against Belichick and company.
I like
just
that.
not going to
Patch or pass.
That's what it was for years when they were winning all those championships. But you're right about the Warriors. I don't like the form either. I thought San Antonio Friday night, I thought it was a lousy basketball game.
Oh, absolutely.
For 3 quarters, they just were sleepwalking. They turned it up in the fourth quarter. Versus the Spurs, one of the worst teams in the league. Can they put together 48 minutes? It'd be nice to see them do that once over the last 3 games.
Yeah. If they can go 3-0 in these final 3, kind of gain some momentum, get a win in Sacramento, where, in my opinion, they'll probably be playing next week, I think that would be huge. Just to say, all right, we finished this season with 2 road wins at Sac, at Portland. Let's get it done. We got our horses back. Come on.
Wiggins, how long do you think it's going to take for him to ramp up here?
Not long.
Game, 2 games.
Guy's young, in shape, runs like a gazelle. Yep. He's been working out the entire time. Like, he's going to be cool.
So, who do you think most? Because I was asking him, like, what's the trickle down effect here? Who benefits on court? Whose minutes get adjusted? What does it look like?
I think Anthony Lamb's minutes will be adjusted a bit with Wiggins coming back in the fold. I think the guy who will have to adapt the most, and he's had to adapt the most all season, which I think he's kind of an unsung hero for because you never hear a peep out of it, is Dante DiVincenzo.
I love Dante,
Just, he does his job. He does what he's told to do.
Right.
And he's a worker. So I think he's had to adjust the most with GP2 coming back. I think it'll be the same with Wiggins, but Dante is so talented. It might take 2-3 games, but he'll figure it out. Then he'll find that niche, and he'll get in where he fit in. That's what he does.
I like that, too. Him coming off the bench alongside Jordan Poole, alongside Jonathan Kuminga, because you saw earlier in the year, it felt like DiVincenzo settled down Jordan Poole, and Jordan Poole really took off once DiVincenzo slid over in the backcourt with him up with that second unit. And then Kuminga, who's got all the experience now with Wiggins being out, it does help him because his 3-point shot has failed him lately. 29% in the month of March, Dante, but he's playing a lot of minutes and he's playing a lot of different combinations.
So I want to make sure we clarify because people on YouTube chat want to. You heard that he was working out the entire time, Andrew Wiggins?
Oh yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he's been working out.
Interesting. I think that's a big development because I think part of when guys come back from injuries, sometimes they can't do any workouts, whatsoever, and they have to ramp themselves up. So, that kind of changes.
That's huge. But
for me,
you bring up Wiggins, also the perimeter defense, right? And all of a sudden, you get out there in the playoff series,
you've got weapons.
GP2 Wiggins,
DiVincenzo,
Kuminga, who's playing really well. And when he plays 27 minutes, I'm like, let this guy play 25 to 27 minutes. It's time.
I hope Kuminga's leash, obviously, just naturally, he's not going to be able to do as much with Wiggins on the court because Wiggins needs the ball to do some things. But I hope Kuminga, there's no messaging to him to say you got to reel it in a little because I hope he continues to have the leash that he's had over the past couple of weeks. I hope he gets a lot of opportunities because he strikes me as a guy, he plays better when he gets those opportunities and he's free a little. Like when you kind of regulate him and you can only play 13 minutes, you got to make the most of those 13 minutes. He might check out a little bit.
Well, remember I told you Steve Kerr, I thought he trusted him in that Pelicans game. He got the 2 quick fouls, didn't play much of the first half. Next thing you know, you look at the box score, and he played 31 minutes. I thought that was a big growth moment for J.K. and Steve Kerr in trusting Jonathan Kuminga.
Offensively, when he is afraid to make a mistake, he's at his worst. You know what I mean? It's just so obvious where he's like, I have to make this pass. I'm afraid to even take a hard dribble in because he's one of their only guys that can actually slash and dunk at the rim. And that's another reason why Wiggins is so important. All year, though, like I want to take a step back. All year, there's been this young guys versus old guys. And it's kind of like a tug and pull and back and forth. What are you noticing at like the downtimes of practice? Are you seeing this great divide amongst the team, or you think too much has been made of that?
No, I definitely think there's the divide is probably not the right word because that like gives connotations that they don't like each other.
Yeah,
but there's definitely you can tell there's definitely different groups on the team.
Is that exclusive to the Warriors?
No.
Okay.
Like every team probably.
That's why I'm asking.
It's the NBA. Like I was at shoot around and for the Sixers when they were here at Chase and they were playing music, and I remember PJ Tucker was like making fun of what Maxey wanted to listen to. He's like, turn this off.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's
like
LeBron big James. Age difference between those two.
Like LeBron James is over there with AD and the youngsters are over here. It is what it is.
I think Draymond told a story last year. You guys probably heard it, or it was in the beginning of this year. He's like, I'll just walk past Jonathan Kuminga and he'll start laughing at me. And I'm like, what the hell is he laughing at? And then I realize it's just because, like, I'm so much older than this cat. He's just laughing at me like, look at this old dude without any swag. Like, that's just how they are. I think that's more an NBA thing.
Gotcha.
Because you got these vets like, like Steph's, 34 years old?
35 years old. 35.
And then how old is Patrick?
4 kids.
Yeah, Patrick Baldwin Jr., 19?
Yeah, like.
Looks like he can't shave.
Yeah, just different worlds.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, because like I just keep going back to like there's so much pressure on the young guys to like prove that they belong and help be the fountain of youth for the old guys, right? And as their primes start to go down a little, you were hoping that the youngsters would raise their game and take on greater responsibility. And it feels like the Wiseman thing, it just didn't fit, right? For a variety of things. And so I want to stop there. Like, was he such an outlier, or was it just production? Was it they needed to have somebody to come contribute? What was your feel on the Wiseman situation?
I never really loved that pick. One, because like the way the Warriors always won, they had kind of a platoon, like big who they could just plug in. They didn't need a big who kind of needed a whole lot of time to develop. He didn't need the ball all the time. Wiseman needed the ball. He needed to develop, and they just weren't on that timeline. So that's why I was like, you guys never needed that. Why did you take that in the draft? Now, hindsight's 20/20. There's no need to go back at who they should have picked and whatnot. But it just wasn't a great fit. That's what I always thought it was, first and foremost. It wasn't a great fit, and that proved to be right, and, they'll be okay. They didn't hit on that draft, but if you look at the drafts around that, they hit on a bunch of those drafts too, Poole and stuff. So Kuminga. So
I think PBJ is going to be a player down the line. Don't you?
I think
he's got great feel.
He's like a legit 7-footer now.
Right.
Too.
Yeah,
it's actually nuts. And he's one of those guys. He's just quiet, but he works really, really hard.
Good.
He's a gym rat.
He's another one of those guys. Like he's always in the gym. It's like PBJ, Steph, obviously, Poole. Like those three are always getting up shots, and I'm just sitting down there in the gym just watching, and so one of those guys. Like I never worried about Poole, any of his slumps, cause like he works too hard to not really get it, and it's the same thing with PBJ, and PBJ just hasn't even really gotten any opportunity.
No, I agree with that.
So like. When he gets his opportunity, even if it looks a little fluky or awkward in the beginning, I think he'll figure it out because he works hard.
I want to go back to Wiseman for a second because you mentioned how it wasn't a good pick, and I think the Warriors made that pick with the mindset that, hey, we don't know how long Steph's going to be around because he was banged up and people thought there was going to be a drop-off with his production. We couldn't be more wrong about that. Draymond Green obviously had a rough 2019 season with all the youngsters. They won 15 games. And so you're right in the sense that all their centers are asked to screen, pass, block shots, be a bruiser. It's been the way. It's like the Bulls in the 90s when they had their three-headed monsters. But then it felt like the Warriors were like, you know what? There's this athletic big who could do so many things offensively. If we just give him the ball, isolation, he's going to cook. And that injury last year really set Wiseman back with this team. It really did. But they win the championship without him, and there wasn't much of a need for him. I think it's good that both parties have mutually moved on. He's playing better in Detroit. I don't get caught up in the plus minus on the record because we know they're trying to lose games. But it felt like the Warriors were thinking like, man, you know what? Remember that time we had Chris Webber? Remember, you see all these bigs here. He's so dynamic. And he can score 20 in his sleep. But in the sense that, wait a minute. You don't ask your centers to do that. And, yeah, it set him back. It set the team back. And it just felt like the players around him was like, look, this is not going to work.
Yeah.
And the veterans will tell you, like, yo, you can't play this dude on the floor.
Exactly. I'm not sure the Warriors front office considered the human element.
No.
Like Curry, Clay, Draymond, like time is of essence for them. You know what I mean? Like we want to win. We want to win now. We don't really want to wait around for this guy to develop. When he's on the floor, we're worse. Like, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
And I think that pressure slowly got to Lacob, and Lacob, pulled the trigger because we know that was his baby.
That was his baby. But Lacob is first to tell everybody it wasn't just me.
Well,
he's taking the hits for it, though.
But I think also, like, all of us also miscalculated how many prime years of Steph Curry had left. Yeah. And like, I think it was fair to be like, is Clay ever going to return? What's he going to look like when he returns? Dre, how much longer does Dre have? Like, there was a lot of things that I think they outperformed in terms of expectations of those big three that kind of recalibrated the dire situation to win now. How about Jordan Poole? Because, like, I think he is the easiest person for people to criticize, and it's kind of unfair at this point where he's available every game. He's played off the bench, starter, back to the bench, starter again. Oh, he dribbles too much. Oh, he shoots bad shots. Like, yes, he's he's younger right now than when Steph Curry made their deep run that first year in the playoffs in 2012, 2013. I don't think people recognize that. And Curry, you could say, was more seasoned coming out of college because he had the one extra year. I don't know, man. I feel like Jordan Poole has had a really solid season given how critical we've been of him.
Well, Steve says he thinks Jordan's playing his best stretch of basketball of the season right now, which I tend to agree with. He's had a couple 20, I think he's had like 4 or 5 20-point games in the last 6 games or whatnot. I think the only fair criticism that Jordan gets is he's too loose with the ball, especially late.
For sure.
Right. Like,
isn't that the Curry calling card?
Yeah, but even Steph at least, like, Steph will turn the ball over, trying to make like a crazy pass or make a play.
Yes.
Jordan will like just turn the ball over because he's loose with his dribble.
Well, he'll just fall.
Yeah, it's like
fall.
Yeah, you got to be strong with the ball, especially down the stretch. But other than that, when he goes through shooting slumps, maybe when he gets a little trigger happy, you got to let him be him. Like, that's just the way he plays. And like I said, if the work didn't match like the bravado on the court, that would be a problem. You notice no one's ever really like hinted or alluded to like Jordan Poole needs to pass more. Jordan Poole needs to get the open shooter look. No, they let him do that because they see him in the gym working his tail off. So when the work ethic is there, you got a little more equity for the BS.
Do you think
they know that he balled out last year when Curry was out.
Right.
And he earned everybody's trust saying, oh, yeah, this guy's a dude. We needed Riley around this young fella going to the G League and coming back and having the month of March he had last year. Jason Dumas live in studio from Crown 4. He does a great job covering Bay Area sports. He's tapped into the college network, does a great job with that. As San Diego State lost yesterday, but they had a couple Bay Area cats. They played hard yesterday against UConn. UConn was just better. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. We'll get to quarterback stuff in a second here, but speaking of Jordan Poole.
Yeah, I have a couple more Jordan Poole questions.
Yeah. Well, Jordan Poole, fourth quarter, over 50% from the floor in the fourth quarter the last 4 nights. I'm not going to count the game against Denver or whatnot. Didn't play much, 19 minutes and 43 seconds. But I think Jordan Poole this year, considering everything he's gone through, has gotten the short end of the stick from most of the fans. And some media members, too, in terms of the slander. I mean, this guy's had to play with how many different combinations coming off the second unit. He's had to start games. He's had to come off the bench. And then one day you're playing with Wiseman and Moody. Next day you're playing with Kuminga and Anthony Lamb. Or you're playing next to Ty Jerome. And I do think he has suffered the most from all these different lineup changes this year with the Warriors.
Oh, yeah, it's the lineup changes. I mean, but that's the thing. Like you said, like the best thing about him, too. Or no, I think you said it, Shasky, his availability.
Every game.
Through all of that, he's been available.
Durable.
And now we talked a lot about privacy with Andrew Wiggins earlier.
Right.
Beginning of the season, Jordan Poole had to suffer through a very public moment that was embarrassing.
Right.
Let's not skate around it.
Absolutely.
That's embarrassing. You got punched in the face and everybody saw it.
Yeah, professionally and personally.
Well, and then the team came out and said, we got to find the person who leaked the video.
Yeah,
And it was like, wait, what about Jordan Poole? What
Right.
about his well-being?
Yeah.
So, like, you know, like I feel fine talking about that because we all saw it. There's no secret. There's no need to walk on eggshells. Like, we all saw that video. A lot of people would react differently. Like, for a while, you couldn't even go on Instagram without, like, jokes of Jordan Poole getting punched in the face.
It was bad.
He never showed
Yeah.
anything to that. He went to he spoke about it briefly, basically said, I don't really want to speak about it. But I never saw any effects that was like, man, that's really, really affecting him. Like, that in itself is very impressive because he's a young guy.
No, I agree.
So Jordan is a very, very valuable piece, and even though he got that contract extension, he's on a pretty team friendly contract.
Oh, really?
If you look at it,
$3.5 million, getting 20 points a game from the guy.
Exactly. So Jordan has been an unsung hero, and if they don't have that production, who knows where they'd be.
Why do you think the general perception of him is so off base? Like, I find him to be an eccentric in terms of the way that he dresses and things like that, which I love. Young people are different. Like, older people are always going to struggle to connect to younger people, right? And I do a lot of coaching, and the way he talks, the way he acts, I see an entire generation of young kids coming up that same way. And yet I feel like a lot of the older people, when they view Jordan, they want to put him in this bucket of he's just super arrogant and he doesn't care. And I find it to be so unfair. It's
kind of nasty.
Yeah, the coverage around him. You're around the team. Do you feel that same negative vibe from the coverage that's totally unfair his way?
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's a punching bag on like Twitter and whatnot, and from like the fan base. What did they do? Hashtag Dub Nation.
Yes.
Right. You know,
which is stupid. None of my friends have ever said, I'm a Dub Nation fan.
Right.
Dub Nation.
So, hey, he's a punching bag, but like you said, the consistency has always been there. He's a really, really good kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's one of the guys who I talk to the most, like, off camera, like when we're just around the team. Like, you mentioned his style. I'm always asking him about his sneakers. Now he's been wearing the Giannis.
He's a fun dude.
He's
a fun
sponsored
dude.
by Dockers.
Right.
How many 24-year-olds are the face of Dockers?
It's good brand. I love me some Dockers.
That's Levi's brand. You know I'm all in on Dockers.
I love me some Dockers. No, now you guys are taking me back to his rookie introductory press conference when he got drafted. And I still feel like he's the same guy from that day that he is today. Now he'll get on people about slander. You know, he'll be condescending, got a presser here and there, but I don't care.
I find him to be fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
He's a lot of fun.
He's the same guy I've seen from his rookie introductory press conference to what I see now. Fun-loving guy. And last year, around this time last year, we're all talking about pool parties.
Right.
That crowd popped differently when Jordan Poole did something. There was a Steph pop, there was a GP2 pop, and then there was a Jordan Poole pop. You could say fans outside of Stephen Curry love Jordan Poole the most out of all these players. And then just 6 months later, the punch, he's arrogant, he's turning the ball over, he's slipping. It's really weird and how strange it's flipped in less than 12 months.
All you got to do is boil it down to this. Draymond, Steph, Klay, they trust him. They trust him. When things get tough and they're down in the foxhole, they're out in Boston, they're in Dallas, they trust him.
Yeah.
They trust him to make a play. They let him make plays. They'll allow him to make mistakes. If you got those guys' trust, man, nobody should question it.
No doubt.
I feel like the biggest detriment early on in the season to his game was the carrying rule. It really affected his ability to get that step back off, and then
he got targeted.
But also
100%.
once he would hit a couple of step backs, he'd fly by someone. What he's really started to regain in the last couple of weeks is that one-handed running layup that he leaves way out in front of the defender that they can't shot block. When he's at his best, he's taking a couple mid-rangers, and then he's blowing by people going to the hole.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's doing more and more of that. And if they get that pool party, Jordan Poole, like you said, that has just Chase Center going nuts, Warriors, they unlock another level.
Right.
Because that means you got like 3-4 guys who can just put points on the board in waves. And I mean, this year, Klay Thompson he's back.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like last year during the postseason run, Klay was good. But like this year, Klay is Klay again.
Right.
So, that's one thing that I'm looking forward to seeing the postseason too.
Yeah,
because,
I can't wait.
I've been talking to Klay and like, they're going to get through this year. But Klay is in the mindset like after this year, like I want to be an all-star again.
Right.
I want to be on these all-NBA teams. Like it's business is back as usual.
Right.
You know,
I want to be back in the spotlight. Yeah, no doubt. He said that a lot this year. Klay Thompson, it is. We got Jason Dumas live in studio. We're having a lot of fun talking some Golden State Warriors basketball here. Wiggins is back. Of course, Dumas broke that story Friday, saying, hey, he's back in the Bay. He's back in the Bay. And it could only mean one thing. He's coming back the ball and help the Warriors defend their championship here. As the Warriors take on the Thunder tonight at Chase Center. They've been rolling at Chase Center. What do you think about Chase Center? When you came from Philadelphia, and I know the East Coast is like tough and blue collar. You're Mr. Syracuse. All you guys, Nick Friedel, everybody, you Orange. I can't stand you guys.
What are you talking about,
the
Bonte?
2-3 zone. Maybe we'll never see Syracuse run a 2-3 zone ever again.
I hated seeing UConn win last night.
Oh, you're not a UConn guy, huh?
We were Big East battles.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Boeheim walks away.
Yeah. It was time.
Yeah.
It was time.
It was time.
We can appreciate what he did, but it was time.
What do you think of the West Coast sporting scene? When you first got out here, what was your impression of it before, and what is it now?
Well, it's funny because I had spent a good amount of time in LA. I did an internship out there, so I was there for a full summer one year. This is all before I moved to the Bay, obviously. And I got to the Bay, and I was like, the Bay is way different than Southern California.
Way different.
That's the first thing I noticed.
Way different.
So when you said a West Coast sporting scene,
SoCal, NorCal, yeah,
they're
something
different.
They're completely different.
And remember, when I first got here, I was the beat reporter for the Oakland Raiders. I was covering the Warriors at Oracle, so I was at the Coliseum in Oracle every day for months on end. So I got to see like the fabric of that fan base out there in the East Bay, and it was cool. I loved covering the Raiders. I mean, you never had a dull day.
It was fun covering the Raiders. I
never had a dull day.
No
and and then I love covering the Warriors at Oracle. Obviously, that year it ended poorly with the loss to the Raptors in the final year.
That's your first year on the beat?
Yeah, that was my first.
Was that the first year?
Yeah, that was my first.
What a hell of a first year.
Hell of a first year. We had a lot of fun in Toronto.
I came that summer before the season.
Yeah,
that's right.
So I was there.
So you saw all the, I'm Kevin Durant, you know who I am?
Yeah. I was there for all that.
Wild year.
Yeah, TV.
My favorite. Give me the ball.
Right. Yeah, cameraman almost about to fight at practice.
That's right. Yeah.
It was crazy. I was there for all that.
Coaches last year.
Kevin Durant and all the burners.
It's a hell of a year.
Yeah, so I was there for all
Jimmy
that.
G Super Bowl run.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I tell people all the time how blessed I am to cover this market. I mean,
we've had a lot of success.
A Giants 107 win year.
Against the Dodgers.
That was so much fun. Warriors speaks for itself.
Yes.
The Niners have always been good for the most part since I've been here. The Raiders weren't good, but they were fun to cover. Like that whole Antonio Brown saga. Like that was
right. The frozen feet.
That was nuts.
Yeah.
So, I'm lucky.
I want to keep talking. This is great.
Yeah. Dumas, you hanging out with us till 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
You got time?
Let's go.
Sure. All right, you hanging out with us then. Dumas live in studio.
Killing it.
Crown Forest finest, Bay Area's finest. We're claiming him as his own now. We get the Philly hat off of him before the show's over. We'll get into our trip in Philadelphia, of course. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
That's your captain. Better buckle your seatbelts for this one. I saw my passport expired, so I went to Staples, got a passport photo lickety-split. While I was there, I grabbed some tiny travel soap and shampoo. I should have got some from my co-pilot. Just kidding, Brad.
Staples has everything you need to travel. 10-minute passport photos.
Bay Area. It's your boy Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
This is always fun. When you look at the Comcast business text line, and 424 is always taking shots at Shasky and I read them. I don't care. But Jason, are Bonte and Shasky softer than Howard Eskin? I'll answer that for you,
Is
Jason.
Howard soft?
No, he's
No,
saying
not at
we're
all.
softer.
Yeah.
No, he's not soft. We're softer than Howard.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. No.
Are we softer than Howard Eskin?
Look, there's a lovable side to me. Sometimes it doesn't present itself on radio.
Howard Eskin would have been asking questions every single day. What was it like growing up in Philly with Howard and Missinelli and Cataldi?
Oh, they're all personalities. They're all personalities. They've kind of forged their path on the radio. Some has branched off to TV, but Howard Eskin's one of a kind. I had him on Cron 4
I saw that.
for that Niners previewing the Niners Eagles, and I'm like, Howard, you can't talk like that on this side of the country. Like, you can't talk like that.
What did Kapler do to him?
I don't know. Gabe Kapler?
Yeah, because it feels personal.
Oh, well, Cataldi, too.
Why? What did he do?
Every time I bring up Philly to Gabe Kapler, he kind of, next topic, doesn't like talking about
What
Philly.
was it about Kapler that didn't resonate in Philly?
Kapler's like this eccentric, like...
Robot. I think he's a robot.
Yeah, Philly needed a little more authenticity.
Gotcha.
And, they did not sync up their personalities.
Yeah.
What did you think of our trip to Philadelphia? This was my third time in Philly. I loved it.
I actually love the town.
The Subas probably didn't like me after the Super Bowl show because we were going.
Yo, honestly, well, first of all, the Super Bowl, like, I was not as disappointed as I thought I was going to be. I kind of just because it was such a surprise run to the Super Bowl. Like, obviously, once you got to about 75% into the season, it was like, all right, Super Bowl is a legit. But like going into the season, I didn't think Jalen Hurts was making that jump. I wanted to give him a chance, but I didn't think he was going to make that jump. I didn't think they were going to have like a historic defensive line, 70 sacks. Like, it was nuts.
Wow.
Your guys' trip to Philly, I was along for the ride. I was watching the videos. I was cracking up at the videos. Here's my thing. Like, with Philly people, like, y'all knew what they were going to do.
Yeah.
So, like, when you wave a camera in front of their face, it's like waving, like, a steak in front of, like, a pit bull.
Well, they had their cameras out at us in your face, waiting for you to react to them. It was very weird.
I pulled it out because I was like, man, this is fun. This is us walking into Philadelphia.
Well, and the boss
because, like,
made
we
us.
walked in, and there's some Eagle fans saying, we haven't seen a fan base walk in this deep. We walked from the tailgate.
Oh,
We started wilding out. But once we got to that parking lot, it felt like the walk of shame. And I saw my boy Worldwide Hef. Shout out to Worldwide Hef in the Players Tournament. Ja won the bracket this year. You picked UConn to win it all. I finished in 5th place, humble brag, and I didn't watch a second of college basketball for the tournament. But I saw a dude walk up to Hef and slap his brim and then spear beer around. I was like, oh. And then I found out what Camden meant because one guy, hey, come here. What part of Camden are you from? I didn't know what it meant.
Yeah, Camden's from Jersey.
Yeah.
You're from across the bridge.
Well, I saw the Hassan Reddick piece
that was a really
before
good
the Super
piece.
Bowl, which was really good. But it's like, damn, Cam, okay, that's what the guy meant. Okay, that was a borderline, offensive. But
Right.
It was,
he said where you're from Camden. He assumed you were from Camden.
He's like, what part of Camden are you from? It was in the video. And then people on Twitter was like, well, he's being racist. I didn't know what was going on, but it was definitely different.
Yeah.
I've never been called that many names in my life. And it happened in the bathrooms. It happened on the walk. Didn't really happen on our seats. In our seats, they were like, you guys are the guys on the
they knew who we
radio.
were.
Because I went on the camera show, and he was like, I don't want you guys to die. I was like, hey, we in 116, row 4, Hobie.
Right.
They died. Probably wasn't the smartest thing to do.
Look. As someone who is from that city, I can say we take it too far a lot.
I would agree.
We take it too far a lot. But like anywhere, you also have to kind of look in the middle. You're gonna have those ruthless idiots.
Yes.
That I argue with when I'm in Philly too. Like, that's the funny thing too. Like, we all unite when we're at like an Eagles game or a Sixers game. But I might be at the bar like on just like a random Saturday when a game's not playing, and that same a-hole who asked you where he's from Camden's running his mouth, and then you gotta get in his face, tell him to shut up. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know, Philly, we wear our emotions on our sleeves, and you know, I mean, you guys might not experience that, but like even during the NBA Finals last year in Boston, like I saw some stuff where I was just like, yo, this is nuts.
Yeah.
Jason, I sat up there by myself. I was the only Warrior fan in the entire spot where I was at. The language was wild.
Oh, resonating.
Wild.
F you, Draymond, resonating.
No,
Resonating.
the whole game,
That was
every
wild.
time he touched it, old ladies, double birds in my face screaming, screw you, Draymond, but obviously the more explicit version.
Now, look, it
was nuts.
I'm far from sensitive, but the one thing that I didn't like about that NBA Finals with Boston, leave family members out of it.
No, I agree with that.
Even if you
Yes,
think it was,
yes.
even if it's a little like
I
just
agree.
playful jab, like the Aisha Curry can't cook shirts, like,
Right.
come on.
It's a little, to me, it's like,
Don't
you don't
talk
even have
about-
to go that far.
Right.
Don't talk about my wife.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it's a playful jab, like
Exactly.
just don't talk about
Well, that's
my wife.
an
'cause
entire
you're
media
kinda-
outlet.
You're kind of getting,
Yes.
you're going off that exit where, like, just don't talk about my wife.
So
that was all.
now that we're on the fan thing, I find this fascinating because you've been obviously on the East Coast. You're from Syracuse. You said you were down in L.A. When you look at the way each team is represented, Warriors, Giants, Niners, in terms of those three, how are they different? The fan bases, how is the coverage different? Because we've talked a lot about the Giants fan and how they're covered. Like how are you breaking those down?
It feels like we treat the Giants with kid gloves, but we go hard at the Warriors and Niners all day long.
No, 100%. So the Warriors, in terms of their fan base, like they almost have impossible expectations. I remember when I first got here and you guys lost, and like the Warriors lost the finals the first year I was here, and just like I don't know if it was because I'm from Philly and we aren't used to winning like at the highest level that much. But I'm like, yo, will you guys just be proud of your team? Like, look, look, you're not going to win every year because it's really hard.
Right. No, you're wasting
Like-
Steph Curry's prime.
Like, do you guys I remember my man Andy. I remember I said to my man Andy Lou, like before I even knew him that well, I was like, yo, like we got in a little Twitter back and forth. This was when I was early in the Bay. I was like, yo, like you realize winning an NBA championship is hard, right? Like it's not just as easy like you just wake up and win it. Like you're not going to win it every year.
No, you're not.
That's just the reality of life. And so that's what my like takeaway is from Warriors fans. Like they put impossible expectations on the franchise, but the fact that the Warriors have been able to get 4 and kind of live up to those impossible standards, that's Steph Curry.
Dumas. I'm 40 years old. Shasky's 40 years old. The Warriors were never on the NBA on NBC.
Right.
They didn't make the playoffs for 4 seasons. They were the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
For a long, long time. So for us, I'm like, yo, the Warriors have 4 championships, 4 banners. We got a beautiful center and Chase Center. Like, what? And this all happened in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Last 10 years, which is crazy when people talk about the Warriors the way they do. So I don't get called. That's crazy. That's a big takeaway because they do say wasted Steph Curry's prime.
It's
wasted it on
ridiculous.
the youngsters. What's going on here? We need to win every single game in the regular season.
Like, look, you can't
usage of
win
Steph-
every game.
Right.
You can't win every game. So that's my takeaway from the whole Warriors fan base. The Niners, I'm not going to lie, a little smugness in the Niners fan base. Like you guys
It's
think
wine and cheese.
Yeah, it's not. Nah, it's not even wine and cheese because you guys got beer and wings fans for sure.
No, but that was the impersonation for many years
Right.
during the 80s. It
Wine
was
and
they were
cheese.
labeled as the wine and cheese fans.
Soft fans, yeah.
Meaning we're arrogant and condescending.
But we're
and-
whiners when
yeah,
we lose and we
whine,
make excuses.
cry,
Yeah.
entitlement.
49ers are one of the best organizations in football. That's just like an objective fact. But like the stuff I see on social media, you would almost think that the Niners are the Patriots of the last decade. It's
No.
like y'all haven't won in a while.
No, in a long time.
Like why are y'all so like just arrogant and smug? But they're good, and it's like the Niners, and one thing I say about the Niners, you guys talked about who you said someone in Philly said I've never seen a walk-in like this. All these Niners fans.
Yeah.
It was the same thing when the Niners played the Eagles. I think it was like week 2.
Last year. Yeah, last 2 seasons ago.
I was at that game. I did a hit on 95.7. So many Niners fans were in Philly. They travel.
Yep.
So, like, you know, they back up. They back up what they preach. Don't get me wrong. And I'm kind of excited for that game between Philly and San Francisco.
Yeah.
It's a rivalry now.
I'm not sure we're going out there for the regular season game.
I will go out there when it's not Niners and Eagles because I want to go see your boy at Mitchell and Ness.
That was
Shout the plug.
Yeah, the Bo Jackson, I wore it the other day. He told us, too, by the way, at Mitchell and Ness, he goes, outside of Eagles gear, Niners gear sells the most here.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
It's not even close.
Oh, I got a Deion Sanders Mitchell and Ness jersey in my closet.
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
I could have been in there. I could have spent $10,000 in there, man.
Before we get into the 49er
savings.
quarterback thing, give me the Giants. Give me your Giants opinions on the fans.
The fans.
I mean, from what I've gathered over the past couple of years, Giants fans are exhausted. They're just exhausted. They love their team, but they expect more from their ownership. They see the other two teams in the division get these big names and just star-studded rosters, and they're like, why aren't we that? And so I think there's a little spite. So there's a feeling of spitefulness in the Giants fan base, and you can kind of just see it. And even after that 107-win season, it was amazing. That was like the funnest. That, like, low-key might be my funnest season I've been here, just covering a team. It was so much fun every day at the ballpark.
Yeah. That ballpark's amazing.
But the Giants fans just seem like we're sick of doing less, trying to have to do more with less.
Right.
Like, come on. Yeah. Come on. Like, there's already a little, like, inferiority complex with, like, L.A., where it's like L.A. gets all the headlines and this. Like, now it's trickling into baseball. Like, why can't we be like that?
Right. Especially when the A's have been doing it that way for so long. And Giants fans have mocked the A's fans for, money ball. You guys will spend money. And then here we are in 2023, and the Giants are operating like a money ball team, which is kind of wild. So that's interesting. Let's take some calls real quick. We got Horace and Jackie D in Chicago. Let's start off with Jackie D in Chicago. Jackie, what's happening? You're on the roast. Jackie. Going once. Jackie, you there? Nope, she gone. Horace.
Jackie Jr.
Nope.
We got whacked.
What's up, Horace? What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can always hear you, Horace. I'm going to be nice today. We got Dumas in studio. I won't hang up on you for that. Go ahead, Horace.
Okay, brother. Thank you. Hey, man, just want to comment on, I liked everything you said, man, about the Wiggins situation and the way Golden State handled it. First class, man. I even was even catching myself wondering, man, what's going on, man? What's going on? But then I have to catch myself. No, his privacy is more important than me needing to know what's going on, you know? And while I don't think that Wiggins is going to solve all their problems, I think the fact that the Warriors played so bad this year is the reason why they will win the chip again. And the reason I say that is because look at all these other teams that are up there at the top in the East and the West. Those teams can't play any better than they're already playing. The Warriors have so much more room, and all they got to do is tweak it a little bit here, tweak a little bit there, and they will play a lot better than they've been playing. And when they play just a little bit better than what they've been playing, they can outplay anybody.
We shall see.
That's why they're going to win the chip. And so that's for all of the Warrior haters out there that are ragging on them because they've been playing so bad this year. I agree, but you know what? All they got to do is improve a little bit, and they'll blow anybody out.
Oh, I don't know about blowing out people, but they can win some games for sure. Chase Center, one of the best home court advantages, 11-1 in the postseason. Last year, we know what they've done this season. The road thing. You think I think they'll steal games on the road in the playoffs. I don't think it's going to carry over into the postseason. What you think, Dumas?
Nah, when it's winning time, I trust them. You know, they'll figure it out. You haven't really seen the results, but there's been more encouraging signs as of late. And I think, you know, that's why I said I think if they can – every year, the past couple of years, the Warriors have finished pretty strong heading into the playoffs. So I think if they can do that, it'll bode well for them. A nice 3-0 run to head into the postseason and getting a win over there at Golden One Center on Friday night. That would be dope. And I mean, you would think they have to beat Portland the final night of the season. Portland's trying to lose at this point. So
they're not going to play anybody.
Who do you want in the playoffs for the Warriors?
Sack.
I
want Sack first round.
Why?
Kind of like Draymond, easy travel.
Yep.
Don't have to hop on a plane. Go drive right up to Sacramento. I think me as just an East Coast guy, being able to cover that Sacramento, San Francisco type two fan bases, I think it would just be really cool to see from my vantage point. Because what I kind of just said about San Francisco and LA, it's like even 10 times worth with Sacramento and San Francisco. Like the inferiority complex is crazy. He might get you killed, all the chirping he's already doing about
trust me, I'm well aware.
I'm not allowed in Philadelphia, Dallas, Seattle, Sacramento.
He'll be number one enemy in Sacramento. I just think because...
How does that happen?
I think
you did it to yourself over a month period, right, Jason?
Oh yeah,
do you like how he blames me for him writing checks that he's not ready to cash?
He starts talking. What happens is
when did I talk?
What happens is this, Dubas. Full disclosure: he's the butcher boy. He's loud. He's the most animated fan. But when it comes down to it, I always got to step in and take the bullets for us. And all of a sudden, it's me in Philadelphia getting attacked when this guy was chirping. But by the way, listen to Kitty Caraway here. Speaking of Sacramento.
The matchups are good. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as a 6 seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors. Because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
All series long. So Kitty Caraway, ESPN 1320, he's already chirping. Now I told them, I went on their show last week, D'Lo and Casey. I was like, friendships are going to be lost. Friendships are going to be ending in a couple weeks because the Kings and Warriors have never met in the playoff series before.
We need that. We need that storyline. Like I was just going to say, like the Kings have never been good in Steph, Clay, or Dre's career. They need that chapter, just going right up the highway and taking them on.
Be sick.
Yeah, they need that. I'm intrigued with the Kevin Durant Phoenix Suns storyline too, but
don't you want that later?
I want a Laker one too.
They can get that later.
I don't want that in the first round. That's finals type intensity in the first round. If they were to get past them, I'd be exhausted after that round. You get Sacramento, the way I'm looking at it in my head or plan it out. Sacramento first round, get by them in 6. Then you go play the Memphis Grizzlies. Go get past them in 6 because you know that's going to be juicy. With all the storylines coming with that. You get Dylan Brooks all over again. We'll ramp up for that. And then in the conference finals, maybe there's Kevin Durant. Maybe there's LeBron James and the Lakers. Maybe there's Jokic. I think it's going to be LeBron and KD in the conference finals on that side of the bracket.
Yeah, I don't. The Nuggets are going to bow down to somebody.
Yep.
I don't see it with them. They're frauds in my opinion. I want that Sacramento round 1 matchup. I think the storylines are plenty, and I think like this region needs it.
Yeah,
at
it's
least
gonna be hot.
That region needs
that
it.
region. They're waiting for it. Golden One Center is going to be wild. It's going to be wild for that first game. Jackie D back in Chicago. Then we get the Luke Man. We got some more calls here lining up. Got Jason Dubas in the studio. It's a lot of fun, man. He's been here since 8:30. Guy decided to wake up. Wow. I would have slept in.
See how this guy just throws bullets across the
You're a better friend than me,
he's going to
Dubas.
blame me for that later.
You're a better friend than me, too. Jackie D in Chicago. What's happening?
Yo, Bonte, Shasky. First, let me tell you I love you.
Hey, wait. Hold on, Jackie D. Make sure you say what's up to Jason Dubas.
The other night after we lost to Denver, I heard Dante say some real good things when he was talking to the media. What was more important is what happened next. He left the stage and he got on his phone. He called his ma. He said, yo, ma, we're a little disjointed. We need to bring it back together here. She said, Dante, you say less. And she got in the kitchen and she cooked the Warriors some of that good, dago food.
What happened?
You can't say something.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah, it's a slur.
Yeah, all right. I don't know what
I looked at Spadoni right when I heard the voice.
don't
And
know
I
what
said,
he
this
said.
is somebody who's going to say something ridiculous.
I was waiting. He gave me a compliment right off the rip. He said, I was trying to see where it was going.
He said you can't say Italian slurs when you're
come
board
on,
op is
man.
Italian.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry.
you can't disrespect
say
the
that.
mob.
I mean,
No,
I
you
thought
can't
I
do
was
that.
talking to somebody who's trying to be an extra on Sopranos season 8.
Can't do that.
I mean, come on.
Well, Brandon Sinclair said, I'm not Italian. I'm Italian. I'm not offended. I think he just wanted to see the call, see where it was going to end up. Luke, man, kind of pick us up, man. Luke, pick us up in Vallejo. What's up, Luke, man?
Good morning, fellas. What's up, Joe, Bonte,
What's up?
Kasky? I hope y'all all having a good morning.
Say what's up to Dumas.
Luke,
Gotta say
you
what's
are
up to
the caller.
Dumas. He's a roaster.
Of course, I said Joe. I'm sorry. What's up, Dumas? But you played that Kings call, and it got me fired up. This guy said the Warriors don't play defense. Has he not watched his Kings this year? Mike Brown ain't helped no defense on that team. Come on now. They ain't been in the playoffs in 16 years. We lived in the playoffs. We built the whole ass house in the playoffs. What is they talking about? They want us. They should be scared. I want the Kings. Give me them Sacramento weirdos. We really about to go there, and we about to really build them a whole new house there because it's going to be Warriors ground when we get to Sacramento. We're going to infiltrate Golden One, and they going to really know what playoff basketball is like, not what Mike Brown has told them stories about.
That might be your best call ever, Luke, man.
The Sacramento weirdos.
The Sacramento. Kenny Caraway, I play that bite every day, too.
Yeah, so then how's that my fault? How am I getting you hyped up?
Well, I do, on Twitter, they were talking. So this is what happened. Kyle Draper, Kyle Draper.
Okay, yes, okay. This has nothing to do with me. I just want to make sure.
Well, yeah, but you're
Thank
guilty
you.
by association. So
Of
you ride
course.
with you the ride with. See, Shash is the guy. You get into a fight. He gonna sit out to
Time
the
out.
side.
When we
be
went
like,
to Philadelphia, I held you back and saved your career on
gotta worry
multiple
about
occasions.
Shashi a little bit. Gotta take his temperature. Gotta worry. No, see, Draper over there.
Damn, y'all
NBC
should have
Sports
told me
Bay
if you
Area.
needed an escort in Philly. I would have called somebody for
we
you.
did on the way to the
did.
hotel.
We did.
We had the Uber driver of
And
the
the
year. I gave
cops.
her a
Cops-
maximum tip.
The cops followed us around, Mitchell and Ness, and the guy goes, "Y'all need some security, don't you?"
Dude, it was bad. We were in the Uber. The Uber driver locked us in the Uber. Said, "Y'all don't go anywhere. We're getting the police escort to the hotel on Broad Street." And we saw him celebrate all day long. It was wild out there. But Kyle Draper, Philadelphia guy, worked with the Celtics, NBC Sports Boston. Now here at NBC Sports California, does a great job on the Kings pre and post game shows. Does a great job when he's filling in for Mark Jones. So they're playing the Wizards on a Saturday, and the Kings are rolling. Warriors are getting smoked by the Grizzlies. And Draper goes, man, we should be in a big studio here. Forget the Warriors. We should be in a big studio. Mully and I looked at each other. I said, dude, you can't just hang Summer League banners and think that you get in a big studio.
Yeah,
I got to
man.
do something, man. You got to pay to be the boss. It costs to be the boss. So I go out to my car. I go out to the Batmobile, Dumas, and there's a white piece of paper from a legal pad that says, light the beam. I said, oh, they getting big cocky now, which is cute. I'm happy for Sacramento. They're playing fun, branded basketball. I like them. But then they said, light the beam. So then the Celtics game happened when they went up to Golden One, and I started tweeting, man, there's levels to this, man.
That's what I saw. That's what I saw.
Said, hey, Sacktown, man, it's levels to this. And they saw it all, and D-Lo took the bait, and all Sacramento took the bait, said, so whatever the Warriors lose, hey, it's levels to this, you play-in team. It's levels to this. Well, you know what? The smoke. It's going to be a lot of smoke in a couple of weeks, man.
According to Ticketmaster, the cheapest seat at Golden One on Friday is $250.
That's not too bad.
It's not bad.
$250 for the Warriors.
That's not bad.
It's cheaper than all these football games. I think my final, the highest ticket, the last game of Oracle, which was a regular season game, I paid $300 to sit in the final row up at Oracle.
You might as well stay at home.
No, it was great to be in there. That was cool.
You got to stay at home, man.
And Bonte big leagued me. I called him. He looked at the phone. He was on the floor. I was up top, and I watched him. And he went like this. Nope. And put it right back in his pocket. I was like, oh, that's a real friend.
Dude calling me when I'm talking to an assistant coach or something, man.
It's like,
hold on,
you were
dude.
walking around the baseline going, does someone notice me?
No, I
This is
don't.
pre-TV.
You know how to do that, man. I'm not chasing the cloud. But Dumas knows, man, we rode around Toronto together. Rode around Toronto's first year.
That was a fun week north the border.
I was praying for that game 7 so bad. When Klay Thompson hit a 3 from 26 feet in that game 6, I got the itinerary from NBC. Your flight will be leaving. I was going back to the Hockey Hall of Fame. I was going to have some of those fries. What was those fries that's famous up there?
Oh, you know what? We're here. Now that you're talking about flying, What do you think about his opinion of taking your shoes off while flying, and he's allowed to eat anything he wants in his seat?
Eating anything you want. So I usually have flip-flops on.
Okay, fine.
So it's easy to come right off.
Yeah.
You got to watch what you eat, though.
Thank you.
Chicken and Pete's?
Oh, yeah, you can eat chicken and Pete's.
See, that's what I did. I had the crab fries, chicken and Pete's. Who's your photographer? I forget his name. He's from Philly, too. Saw him a couple times.
Tahir.
He's a great guy.
Great
Tahir.
dude.
Shout out to Tahir.
So he's sitting next to Kate Rudy at the airport, and he goes, try one of these chicken and Pete's. I said, man,
This
I just
is
had
after
the
we
po'
had like
boy.
3 plates of gumbo.
Yeah, we had like 3 plates of gumbo already, terminal, po' boy sandwich. And he said, yo, you got to have just. I eat one. I said, oh, damn. It's good. I said, man, we got 5 hours, man. I went right there, got me some, and I'm sitting next to Matt Barrows and his Eagles fan. So I brought it up. They're shaming me, saying I can't eat anything.
No. It's not that you can't eat anything.
Crab fries?
You said you would eat anything you wanted because you paid for the ticket.
Absolutely.
And I was saying there are certain things you have to be considerate of those around you.
I only eat
was my
certain
only
things.
opinion.
I only eat certain things, but you know, if a boy's got a fish sandwich and your boy's hungry, I'm smacking it. I dare somebody say, see, and it's the same people who get on me for the food, Dubas, when they're the same people when a flight lands and it's on the tarmac
not the same.
and everybody, they all get up. They all stand up at the same time. It's like, you're not going anywhere.
That's a whole nother level of worse person.
Yeah. I'm okay. I mean, chicken and peas. Dubas just gave me the stamp of approval.
People just lose all etiquette in airports.
Agreed.
It's
They
like,
do.
What is going on?
Common sense gone.
Common sense is
What's your
gone.
favorite place to eat in the Bay?
Oh, great question. My favorite place to eat. Locally, I love Mescalito on Polk Street.
Yeah.
It's my spot.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
Yeah,
good
they,
spot.
they make a great burger. Yeah, I love Mescalito. Trying to think. I'm out of Richmond, so out there, I'm more of a guy, I like to just try new things. So
Yeah.
I've gone to so many different restaurants.
So what's your favorite burrito spot?
Wait, my favorite what spot?
Burritos.
Oh, burrito spot. Oh, well, I go to what's it called right around the corner from my house. I like
Gordo's.
Oh, yeah, so you're
You're a
off
Gordo's guy.
25th in
Yeah,
that area.
yeah,
in that
25th
corridor.
Clement,
Bill's Place used to be good back in the day.
I like Gordo's a lot.
Had
What's
Gordo's
the little
yesterday.
pizza spot that's over there that got Mac Dre on the wall? They got the wallpaper with all the different celebrities.
On 32nd.
Yeah,
and
whatever that is.
It's not Nazario's you're talking about.
No. I know. Come on, Nazario's is the late night.
Giorgio's?
Is it Giorgio? No, it's not
Third
Giorgio's. That's
Clement?
way up the street. Well, it'll come to
You're
me.
talking about Outer Richmond?
Yeah.
Right there by Washington High School, right?
Yep.
I think it's kind of new.
on the corner.
Yeah.
On the corner.
Yeah.
I forget the name of
That
it.
place is good. Thin crust pizzas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
it's
pretty
not
good.
bad.
Yeah.
They're open
pretty
late,
good.
too. Yeah,
There's
I've
this
only been there a
spot,
couple times.
Tommy's place, I like.
Oh, yeah, Tommy's
good
is great.
tequila.
Yeah, classic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy's right there on Gary. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's an Avenue cat now, man.
I know. I like that.
Yeah.
I miss that neighborhood. I was driving through there yesterday. I had me a Gordo's burrito from 18th and Gary.
Fiorello. That's what it is.
Fiorello?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. It is.
Gotcha. Fiorello. We got Warriors and Thunder tonight. Got Fast Five coming up. We're going to go around the room, our final thoughts on life, sports, everything that's coming up in about 4 minutes here on the Morning Roast. We got Steiny and Guru coming up. Again, the big game for the Golden State Warriors tonight. They win out, they at least get that 6th spot. Because the Lakers and Clippers are playing each other tomorrow night. One of them's going to lose and have 39 losses. I don't see the Pelicans going 4-0 this week with their schedule. I know they have 3 home games, but they're playing Memphis,
Does
playing the
Zion
New York
play?
Knicks. He looked big last week working out.
He looked big. He looked huge.
He's an X factor.
Am I tripping?
Zion Williamson?
He looked huge.
No, he looked really big.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, New Orleans was not the spot for him. Speaking of food.
Oh, man, it's not. I lived in not New Orleans. I lived in Baton Rouge. Close enough.
Because we're at LSU, right?
Oh, yes. The food down there, man. I put on a couple pounds when I was living down there.
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, that's a dangerous place. By the way, so you've covered
What about that?
LSU.
Yeah, I was going to say LSU women's
You've
team.
been in
Did
West
that do
Virginia,
something
if
for
I'm
you?
not mistaken.
Say this again?
You worked in West Virginia for a second, right?
Yeah.
The Dakotas.
Yep.
The Dakotas.
The Dakotas.
Wow.
West Virginia, the Dakotas, Baton Rouge.
Yep.
Obviously in Syracuse.
Syracuse, Maryland,
Maryland.
Oh, nice.
and here.
Well traveled.
I also lived in Connecticut. I was just a production assistant at ESPN.
So let me ask this. If you're a true native, how many times has your car gotten broken into?
Only once.
Only once. It's
and,
the worst, isn't
and
it?
it was a rental car. Rental car in Jack London Square. Yeah.
And there was nothing in it, huh?
Nothing.
Of-
Nothing.
It's so violating, even if there's nothing in there.
I'm like, come on, man. You bust my window for nothing. Just $250 I had to pay for nothing.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I've only got bipped once though.
Yeah, right.
Once in 5 years, I'll take it.
Hell yeah, that's a come
Feel
up.
me? It's
Yeah,
the knock on wood.
knock on
Every
wood.
time I go out to my car, I'm creeping. I'm like, oh, please, no glass on the ground.
Right.
Every
Scary.
time.
It's scary. So you covered LSU. Tell Bay Area fans what they're missing out when it comes to big time college football.
Oh man, it's
Everything.
nuts. It is nuts. Especially LSU. You got a damn tiger in a pen right across the street from the stadium. Mike the Tiger just prances around in his little. I won't even want to say a cage. It's like a habitat. Mike's habitat. That's what they call it. It's just crazy. So LSU wasn't great when I was down there. They were okay. It was like the Leonard Fournette years.
Oh yeah.
So was it Les Miles?
Yeah, it was Les Miles. But it's still big time college football. You know, I saw
SEC.
I went on all the road trips. I saw Dak Prescott play at Mississippi State. That was pretty cool. He beat LSU that year. It's just different, man. I saw Alabama come into town, and I'd never went down to the Alabama stadium, but I saw Alabama come into town, and that's like a whole different, like, Alabama week in Baton Rouge. It's like, man, it's crazy.
I missed that.
It's like religion down there.
Are they bigger than the Saints? The Tigers?
Saints are big down there.
I know. That's why I'm asking.
It's close.
Yeah.
It's close.
That's crazy.
It's close.
Because the Saints have had wild success over the last 20 years.
Because, like, LSU is, like, statewide, too. It's, like, not even just Baton Rouge. It's, like, the entire state. Everything is, like, geared to the LSU Tigers. Yeah, it's nuts. I saw Ben Simmons down there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't make the tourney?
Yeah. I
Didn't make the tourney.
Saw Tin Man down there. But, yeah, you know, it's different. It's just the culture down there. It's like, it's a drinking culture, man. The tailgates, those tailgates start at 7 in the morning. 7 in the morning.
Philly started at about 7 in the morning.
Oh, I believe
Probably
it.
earlier than that.
Oh, my God.
That was wild.
degenerates.
All right, we got to ask you. All right, 661. Thanks for saving us. Comcast Business Text Line. Dumas, where's the go-to Philly cheesesteak spot in the Bay Area? Post-game Warriors to go to at SF. You're a Philly cheesesteak guy, obviously. We had Ishka Bibbles when we were in Philadelphia.
I really
I've been to
liked
Steve's, Prince of Steaks many times. Jim's on South Street, I guess, was burned down.
Yeah,
I've been there
burned
before.
down.
We did a lot of walking. I
Right.
loved Philly.
People said that was an insurance fraud.
Oh.
They were trying to get a check.
Was
over
that
there.
Tony
Yeah.
Soprano?
Everybody's like, that burned too cleanly.
Sorry, Artie.
Wow. So Bay Area cheesesteaks.
Man, there's none. I don't eat them out here.
Can't do it?
Nah.
The Visadero, did you try it?
No.
You refuse.
Nah, I've never had one out here. Never had one.
So because I told Bonte, the feel that I get, our taquerias are comparable to the Philly cheesesteak in Philly, in the sense that, like, everyone's got their particular one, and when you go in, there's an entire subculture like that's super hyper local, but also goes back to whatever. I don't know. I find that the culture is very comparable.
No, you hit the nail right on the head. So it's like, you know, Philly, for people who actually live there, it's like you usually just go to your neighborhood spot, get your cheesesteak. Like, you ask me, where's your taco? I say, go to Gordo's. Like, in Philly, like, I just went to this little pizza spot. That was where I would get my cheesesteaks. It was right down the street from my house. I mean, obviously, if you're downtown or you're somewhere, you might hit one of the D'Alessandros or something. Got someone in town, but typically you just go to where's in your neighborhood. They're all pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wow, this is good knowledge on YouTube. Metro Cafe on Fillmore. Between
excellent.
Between
I
Hayden-
heard about that.
That's
I've
my
never
note.
been.
I grew up around the corner from there. Metro's. They had a great mushroom cheeseburger, good Philly cheesesteak.
He loves his mushrooms.
I do love my mushrooms.
All right, maybe I'll try
He's
Metro
like a Super
Cafe
Mario
this weekend
brother.
or something.
Yeah, Metro Cafe is not bad. I haven't been there in years. It's still hanging around though. Little hole in wall spot right there on Fillmore.
Those are the best spots.
Between Hayden Waller.
Absolutely.
All right, there it is. All right, time for Fast Five. All right, Shasky, kick us off here, man. What's your final thoughts of the show?
Yeah, my final thoughts. I'm going to go with the Giants. David VR, I don't know what his top end ceiling is. This guy's a player. I think he's a big leaguer, and he's somebody that I want to see get 500 to 650 at bats this year, whether it's third and first, and second, just third base. I'm open to seeing it. Let's see this young man either flourish or not, but I'm excited to see David VR this year.
But Donnie, what you got? Bet not be about the Lakers.
No,
either.
it's actually about the Warriors. They're going to the NBA Finals with the addition of Andrew Wiggins. Lock it in.
Wow. He's doing
That was quick.
No, I know what he's
Succinct.
doing there. I know what you're doing there, Spadoni.
I talked about it on the pregame show this morning. Check it out, 5 to 6,
No,
Monday through
you're
Friday.
lying.
Andrew Wiggins is back, that means the Warriors are back in the NBA Finals.
Yesterday, said
right
Lakers.
there.
All right,
no
all
one's
right.
that good, Bonte, in the Western Conference.
It's his final thoughts.
Lutman.
Well, I'm going to go Warriors because actually, Shasky, you kind of took my final thought. But starting tonight, I want to see some style point wins. Winning is not enough for the Warriors. I want to see a 3-0 finish, and I want these wins to look good. None of that Friday night stuff against the Spurs.
Look at Lubman coming in hot. Lubman, Sam Lubman, our producer, Dumas. What you got?
Everyone's going Warriors. I'm going to switch it up. It's Masters weekend. I'm feeling a Brooks Koepka breakthrough. Brooks Koepka's going to win the Masters.
Live golf, baby.
Dude, this guy covers Live Golf in Tucson, Arizona.
Hey, got to support the brand.
Weekend.
I'm with
He's
him.
got golf takes.
Phil's bigger than you think, huh?
Oh, yeah, he is.
He's a big dude.
Big guy.
It's really shocking,
Yeah,
isn't
he
it?
is. Yeah, he towered over me.
Dude, he's huge. My wife, we were walking down the thing. She goes, he's bigger than Larry Fitzgerald because she plays a lot of fantasy. I go, yeah, he's humongous.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. Yeah, final thoughts, Warriors. Got to win tonight. Got to win at Chase Center. Wrap up the home slate with the win. They've been rolling at home this season. Over 30 wins at home. They've won 16 of the last 18 at Chase Center. Could be wrong there. Fact check me on that one. But they've been rolling. Continued that home winning streak. Ended on a good note. And then hopefully the Lakers or Clippers lose tonight and you get that 6th spot to play the Sacramento Kings in the Western Conference playoffs in the first round. All right, that's it for us, man. Fun show. Dude, thanks so much, man.
Yeah, Jason, can we do this more often?
My pleasure. Just let me know when.
This was a lot of fun. I like kicking around. And next time, let's break down Bonte's yoga because it sounds like he's all into yoga now. Which I'm
see
excited
the pics.
for him.
I saw the pics.
I'm excited for
a
him.
second time. There was things cracking in my body I've never heard before, man. It was not fun.
You got injured?
No, I didn't get injured.
Okay.
Things were just cracking.
Okay.
A little tightness, man. Need another massage at the yoga club.
Yoga
man.
is very difficult.
It's very hard.
It's very difficult.
It's only my second time doing it.
I'm not here
I'm not
looking
flexible enough.
Yeah,
No, me
I
neither.
I was struggling
But
in there,
it'll
man.
make you work.
Oh, yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it, I should say. That was
Thanks,
Fast Five,
Jason.
brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Steiny and Guru next, right here on 95.7 The Game. Have a great day, everybody.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's cyber threat security for peace of mind.
righty. Morning, Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Relax.
Big headphones to fill, Steiny.
Yes. Guru has a family matter to attend to. Evan in. And I'll say, serious.
We wish our best to the goo.
I'm dead serious. I know what y'all thinking. That's not what's going on.
No.
In fact, Guru's always been, and I just got to nip this in the bud. Seriously, Goo's got to deal with some dad stuff.
Yeah,
with Norm, just so people. And I checked with him. He's like, he doesn't mind that I said that.
We both talked to him this morning.
Yes,
we wished him his best, and we hope to see him tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. So, Goo's got to take care of some things with the family. He'll be back tomorrow, and we got a big one at Chase Center tonight. Oklahoma City Thunder in town, and man, it's a little bit convoluted, the playoff picture. But I'll tell you what, one thing I think that is going to be apparent is I think there's going to be extra energy in the arena tonight with Wiggins there. Whether he's sitting on the bench, behind the bench, or heck, maybe he's up in a suite, who knows. But I'll bet he gets introduced at some point, and I can't imagine there won't be anything other than thunderous applause. And now you just get him ready for the playoffs, right? I mean, he's not going to play tonight. 2 more regular season games to go. But it's all kind of locking in for the Warriors, Evan.
Yeah, look, and we're going to find out what this game will or won't mean depending on the result at the end of the night, but I can't imagine anything less than an adrenaline shot. And that's what we've really been hoping for this team since Wiggins left with this personal family matter. And now we have an idea, the details about his father and a serious medical condition. I expect Golden State and Chase Center to open him with welcome arms. And for everyone that has been saying, hey, just let the Warriors deal with this internally. We'll wait. We'll get him back. He's gravy on top of whatever is going to be the Warriors' finish to the regular season. This is all you can ask for at this point, to have him back. Even if it's only 3 games left, at least at some point you're going to see Andrew Wiggins on the court. And that creates a scenario where now we've talked to a lot of experts, you and Guru have over the recent weeks, of, well, can the Warriors do it? Can they get this championship caliber back in him? All of it involves Andrew Wiggins, and now we know he's going to be back.
Well, and the other thing too, if you look at the Warriors right now, and I think it's. I remember saying this at the beginning of the year, though it never really worked out that way. They're officially running it back. Think about this for a sec, Evan. Look at the top 8, 9 guys. Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Green, Looney, Poole. Those are the top 6 players who won a title last year. They're all back. Kuminga's back. Peyton is now back. And they got DiVincenzo as a 9th man. So if you think about, that's the way I'm thinking about this right now, is the Warriors have 8 of their top 9 guys back from last year. The only guy who's in the rotation in a big way who wasn't was DiVincenzo, and he's been terrific for him for most of the year. So, listen, I've been skeptical that the Warriors can get this done from early in the season, but I'll say this. I mean, it couldn't be, from how this whole season has gone, from the punch to Wiggins to the inconsistent play, I mean, they're in a great spot right now, all things considered. In another year, they might be 9th in the standings, but they're not. They're 6th, and now they're trying to hold on. So, man, it feels like they've kind of drawn, I don't want to say good fortune, because it was a tough regular season, but Evan, I mean, they're going into the playoffs. I got to believe like they'd like to go into the playoffs.
Well, in many ways, the good fortune does resemble, in a sense, what happened last year, because what allowed them to go on that run was every injury and healthy player aligning at the same time. I know Stephen Curry and his absence last year was a lot different as far as reinserting him than potentially Wiggins after missing 20 games, but you dealt with so many injuries last year to Steph, to Draymond, not having Clay for the first 50 games. Everything broke right at the right time, and you got it done. This year, in a much more convoluted fashion, you are also, in a sense, in the same place you were last year. What you're asking, what's the same as last year's team? The pieces, all right? 8 of the top 9 guys are back from last year now, if you include Wiggins, whenever he comes back to the court, which is hopefully going to be soon. What's different is the performance of those pieces, and that's what we're going to find out this postseason, and maybe a little bit of a preview of these next 3 games, is how will those pieces perform again this year when everything sort of it has aligned in a different but similar fashion to last year.
Yeah, and exactly. And you look at last year, and we talked about this a lot. They started 18-2. They finished 53-29. So this team's going to basically be about 10 games worse than last year. And I'm thinking, well, why? Why are they 10 games worse than last year? And the reality is, you could say, well, they've been banged up a little. Things have happened. But, last year, you had Klay Thompson. I mean, now I'm starting to think, how did they win 53 games last year? Because Klay missed 50 games. Steph missed a bunch in the last 3-4 weeks of the season. And Draymond missed a monster chunk of the middle. And so I'm thinking, man, had that happened this year, and I know Steph missed a few games, 20 or so, but it's pretty amazing to me that they've got themselves a chance here. Now, here's the thing that I think, and we're going to try to explain this, it's going to be a little complicated, but right now the Warriors are 6th, but it's a tenuous 6th. It's yes, they go 3-0, they can protect the 6th spot. But you lose one of your last 3 games or 2 of your last 3 games, and you're going to fall. There's just no doubt about it. And tonight's game is the first big one of the last 3. Oklahoma City's got everything to play for. Everything. They're playing for their play-in lives, if you will. They're a game ahead of Dallas, who's in 11th. So they're going to get a good effort from the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight, but this is where I think the Warriors have to have graduated to getting serious, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm going to be very disappointed, or I got to imagine Warrior fans are going to be disappointed if tonight looks like one of the previous 75 games of the year, right? I mean, last home game of the year, they're going to have fan appreciation night. You're going to have Wiggins in the building. There's got to be electricity in there tonight, you would think.
There's got to be, and it's the one place that they've played well. I know that there's been some sort of inevitable letdown throughout this season whenever the Warriors have strung together a strong stretch. And at this point, you're looking at winning 6 of your last 8. You're 2-1 your last 3 road games. I know the last one you had in Denver and felt like that one got away from you. Steve Kerr calling performances mindless after the second quarter. But with a chance to finish out the season with, like you said, if they win their last 3 games,
right,
this would be their best stretch of the year. Now, if you hold that in high regard or not, it's up to you. But the fact of the matter is they have not won 8 of 10. They've won 8 of 11.
Right.
But we've been asking the question, well, have the Warriors showed it? Have they proved to us? Have they proved to themselves that they have put together a strong stretch this year that they can look back and rely on heading into the postseason? Well, I mean, I guess it would kind of align with what the theme of this season has been, which is back yourself up against the wall and then start throwing haymakers. I mean, that's what they've done at each and every turn in game. But as far as the season is concerned, it's like they're waiting until the last possible moment, and this would be it. So I do think we're going to learn a little bit about how the postseason is going to play out tonight because, in a way, you got a young, sort of dumb Oklahoma City team on the other side that doesn't have much experience, hasn't been here before, but is dumb enough to win this kind of game. The Warriors are the wily vets who I'm sure understand, maybe they don't know exactly what their record is, as we found out at Chase Center on Thursday, but they know how important this game is to potentially a playoff seeding. So I do think with Wiggins being back with a lot on the line, there is going to be added juice. And if the Warriors can't get it done tonight, it doesn't mean that they're done, but I do think it will, again, we'll chalk it up under the kind of long list on their resume, which is right now, each time they put together a seemingly stretch where we think they're going to break through, they kind of stutter a little bit at the end.
Exactly. And I'm looking at the standings right now, Evan. Right now, the Warriors are 6th at 41-38. I'll tell you what, I know nobody probably wants to look back, but holy Toledo, was that a monster win looking back now against the Pelicans. If the Pelicans had beaten the Warriors about a week ago, they'd be 41-37. The Warriors would be 40-39. The Warriors at that point would be 9th, essentially. But because obviously they came back that from a 20-point deficit, but that's the only game the Pelicans have lost recently to the Warriors. And the Warriors go against Oklahoma City tonight. Then they have the Sacramento Kings. How's Sacramento going to play the last week? I mean, we're not used to this, but they're going to dictate a lot of things. They got the Pelicans, I believe.
Yep.
And then they got the Warriors. So they look at this. The Kings are going to have a lot to say about what happens in the Western Conference playoffs. But the Lakers are 7 right now, Pelicans 8, Timberwolves 9, and the Thunder are 10. They're 1 game ahead of Dallas. If the Thunder comes in tonight and beats the Warriors, we can basically say sayonara to the Dallas Mavericks, because then there'll be a game and a half behind the Pelicans, and, well, they just haven't won.
There's a chance they're just going to punt. I mean, they're
That's
talking about
point,
shutting down Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving to try and get in the lottery. I mean, teams are at the point now, I know it doesn't take as long, but they're trying to figure out if they're just going to try and aim for whatever sweepstakes they can.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what I was chatting with Evan about before the show, and it was this. The Warriors right now are sitting at 6th. If they stay in 6th, they open up with the Sacramento Kings. If they move up to 5, which would probably be 2 out of 3 of their last games being wins, or 3 out of their last 3 being wins, they're going to move up to 5. And then they play the Phoenix Suns. The problem is if they go 2-1 or 1-2, they could drop to 7 or maybe 8. And that's the problem. See, this is what I think you drilled into my head this morning. Right now, the Warriors are 7.
Or 6.
I'm sorry, 6. The Lakers are 7. They have the tiebreaker over the Warriors. The Pelicans are 8. They have the tiebreaker over the Warriors. Minnesota is 9. They have the tiebreaker over the Golden State Warriors. And then you have the Oklahoma City Thunder. They don't have. Warriors are beating those. Well, I guess, no. The Warriors
tonight would determine that.
Tonight will determine who gets the home court. If the Thunder win, that means they go 2-2 against the Warriors, and they'll have a better division record. So what I'm saying is, it's not just a matter of the Warriors at 6 possibly losing and dropping to 7. They're going to be behind all those teams that they're tied with, because they don't have the tiebreaker over any of those teams. They don't have the tiebreaker over the Clippers, the Lakers, the Pelicans, the T-Wolves, or even the Thunder.
And that's why tomorrow's game between the Clippers and the Lakers is monumental also for Golden State, because if you're looking at the Warriors, worst case scenario, they lose tonight, Sacramento beats them, they finish the season 1-2. That would give them 42 wins. If there's a 5-way tie at 42 and the Clippers beat the Lakers tomorrow, the Warriors are 9th. So they need both tonight's game and, of course, the Blazers, hopefully a gimme on Sunday.
Right.
But you cannot have less than 43 wins if you want to stay out of the play-in. And then, of course, you're also looking for help. Like the Lakers have 4 games. Pelicans have 4 games. Timberwolves, there are teams that don't, you don't necessarily control your own destiny at this point. You just have to win out to give yourself a chance to control your quote-unquote play-in destiny.
And here's the other thing, and Spadoni can verify. If the Warriors win out, go 3-0, and the Lakers win out and go 4-0, Lakers have the tiebreaker.
They do.
They would bump the Warriors down.
They do. Speaking of that, Lauri Markkanen out tonight for Utah as the Lakers take them on.
And that game's in Salt Lake City?
It certainly is.
Okay. Here come the Lakers. They've won 3 in a row and 7 of 10. They're kind of spit out. Flavor of the month?
Number 1 defensive rating since the trade deadline.
Well, and Spadoni has also drilled this into our group chat, but this is the thing, I do think there's a lot of people that look at the Lakers in the same category of danger as the Warriors. I personally think with Andrew Wiggins, that they would have a better chance to run the table than Los Angeles. But the Lakers around the league, like you're talking about Denver, Memphis, Sacramento, who do you not want to play? Those two teams, I think, are at the top of their list when you're looking at the bottom four.
My question is this, is if you are, pick a team, any team, Memphis, who are you more scared of, the Warriors or the Lakers? I mean, what's the fear factor if you're playing the Warriors right now? If you're the Sacramento Kings, who do you want to play of those two?
I think you'd rather play the Lakers.
Really?
I think, well, they've been playing better basketball, but I do think there is, and maybe this is where I'm going to channel my inner guru, there's an unpredictability right now with Golden State to where we didn't know going into the playoffs last year that they'd be able to all of a sudden turn the switch on.
Right.
I know they've done it at previous points in the year, but this season, there's been such a gap between when they've had their quote-unquote best plus-minus starting five in the NBA and when they haven't. And I do think there is enough of that juice left to scare teams into thinking, look, I don't want to see Golden State at this point. And Golden State still does have the crown. Lakers have been playing better basketball, but if you're telling me which team you fear more, I think there's enough unpredictability there for me to say, flip a coin at this point, but give me the Lake Show.
All right. 650 says the Warriors have not played any good basketball this whole season. They won't win a 7-game series. It doesn't matter who they play. They're just not. It's just not their year. They're done. Put a fork in it. Not to be negative. Trust me, I'm reading this from the Comcast business text line. This isn't my words. Put a fork in them, not to be negative, but that's just how I see it. They've not been consistent at all. It's just too hard to think they're going to turn it around. Well, let me throw this at you. Because, again, last year, yes, they had a better record and they were operating out of the third spot. But Steph Curry didn't play at the end of the year and, in fact, came on, like, think about this. He came off the bench in the playoffs. So that's the one thing that I think is going to be different for the Warriors this year. And it's this. They got their team back for the playoffs last year, and they had a nice first-round matchup against Denver, who was missing 2 of their 3 best players. So they had that Denver series, I don't want to say to mess around, but hell, they had that Denver series to kind of get loose and to get back together. They could bring Curry off the bench. This year, just because they're operating from a worse seed, they're going to get a Sacramento team or a Phoenix team, let's say. It's just going to be to me, it's going to be a much, much more difficult first round for the Warriors. I don't think anybody thought Denver had a shot last year, realistically. But I think anybody who's been paying attention, you'd have to give the Phoenix Suns or the Sacramento Kings or, heck, even the Memphis Grizzlies a shot at beating the Warriors in the first round.
And I think that's the one argument for wanting the 7 over the 5, is that if you're looking for, I don't want to say an easier first-round matchup, but instead of getting a Phoenix Suns team that's getting healthy, that has Kevin Durant back, that hasn't lost when he's played so far with that team, as opposed to Memphis, like if I'm looking at the top 4 right now, the team that has the most injuries would be Memphis. They lost Brandon Clark for the season. Steven Adams has been in and out. They are a less whole group than Denver, Sacramento, or even Phoenix. You could say they're deeper, but they've dealt with more injuries, and so that would be more of a comparison to what the Warriors had to go through in the first round last season against Denver. That would be the only reason that I would lean towards wanting the 7. But then, of course, you're dealing with a potential play-in. Right. And the Warriors have only been there once, and they haven't won a game in the play-in thus far. And I think Zaza Pachulia, who you guys are going to talk to tomorrow on a Warriors Wednesday, brought up the fact that sometimes the Warriors can start a little slow in series. They've lost game 1s, and if you're looking at a play-in, game 1 is the only game you get.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the fire that you're kind of playing with right now.
You know, and the other thing that I've heard a lot from Warrior fans is, I don't know if it's teams are scared of the Warriors, but nobody wants to play the Warriors. But let's take it a step further. And I'm going to run down the teams. Do you think that the Phoenix Suns, and I don't know the word I want to use, intimidated, scared, or don't want to face the Golden State Warriors? Do you think the Warriors are on the Phoenix Suns' radar as a team that worries them or that they're scared of?
I think they'd rather play the Clippers.
The Suns.
The Phoenix Suns, yes.
You might be right. But I guess
just with the question mark of Paul George, like they're also not whole.
Right. Here's what I mean, though. When we use the word afraid, teams are afraid of the Warriors. Hold on a sec, is what I would say. Are the Denver Nuggets afraid of the Warriors? No.
Probably not.
They obviously respect the Warriors. They know they got... And to me, the reason these teams can beat the Warriors this year is because they're not scared of them, but they still have the respect for the Warriors as the defending champions. So the Denver Nuggets, I don't think, are scared of the Warriors. They think they can beat the Warriors, and they can beat the Warriors. They know they have to play well. So I'm running down the list. I mean, Sacramento? Okay, you know what? I'll give you Sacramento. Maybe they don't want to play the Warriors because of the experience. But the Grizzlies are not afraid of the Warriors. The Clippers are not afraid of the Warriors. The Lakers are not afraid of the Warriors. That's the one thing that worries me a little bit is they're going to go through the postseason this year if they keep advancing. They're playing a team that can beat them every single round, and that never was the case before.
Well, I think the fear is something that only shows up to me in a close ball game. Like I'm going to go as far as to say all these grown-ass men and professional athletes don't fear another team. But you talked about the respect. Which team respects the Warriors the most? Because then you get into a situation where if it's a tight ball game, 5 minutes left on the road at Chase Center, wherever, other teams, there might be a hint of doubt creeping into their mind because the Warriors have been in these situations multiple times, and more often than not, they have won in those spots. Klay Thompson missing a top-of-the-key three to win against Denver. Anyone will take that shot on the Warriors side any day of the week. But if you're Denver, I'm sure there's a lot of players on that bench going, damn it, that ball's going to the top of the key and Klay's putting that in for the win. We're going home. That's the type of, I think, fear that would arise, maybe more so from other groups like Sacramento, Denver. I know Memphis has won a playoff series. Phoenix obviously has pedigree. The Lakers do as well. Clippers have even been to a Western Conference Finals. This group has. So I do think that there is maybe more respect from those younger, less experienced playoff teams.
And I'm looking at the Comcast Business text line, 415. Steiny, no team wants to see the Dubs in a 7-game series. Well, okay, fair enough. But no, it feels to me like no Warrior fan wants to see the Phoenix Suns in the first round. Like that kind of that. So it works.
I don't.
To me both ways. This is a good one from the 650. Morning, guys. The Warriors definitely want the 2 versus 7 or the 3 versus 6 side of the bracket. They'd only need to go through one of Denver, Phoenix to get to the finals. That's our main man, Rots. Problem, Rots, is if you're 7, you got to win a game before you're officially 7. You know what I mean? And that means they would play a game next Tuesday after their Sunday finale, which they probably don't want to do. The other thing is, again, if they finish in a tie for 7th with certain teams, they're just going to keep going down to 8th. So, let me ask you this. If you're a Golden State Warrior fan, and I'm going to give you a choice of these 3. You ready? You can go up to 5 and play the Suns in the first round. You stay at 6 and you play the Kings in the first round. Or you fall to, let's say, 7 or 8. Because I think you got to put 8 in there, too, at this point.
Yep.
You fall to 7 or 8 with the hope of playing the Grizzlies in the first round. I'm giving you all 3 of those choices. Which one are you taking? 888-957-9570.
The path of least resistance. That's the one I'm taking.
That would be the Sacramento Kings.
And that's why I think from the Comcast Business text line, people are chiming in about wanting the 6 or 7 because unlike other tournament formats, it's kind of like NCAA the Madness tournament, which we just saw conclude. You do not reorganize the order of teams based on lowest seed.
Right.
So, like, it's not like the NFL where, depending on who wins, travels to a different place or hosts. The Warriors are locked into the 2 versus 3 if they are 6 or 7. And to the texter's point, that means that you don't have to face anyone outside of Memphis or Sacramento to get to the Western Conference Finals. Whereas if you're 5th, you have to go through Phoenix. And then, assuming Denver takes care of business as the 8th seed, you have to play Denver in the second round.
Right.
That is a hard path to play. And then, of course, you're looking at a Western Conference Finals against probably Memphis or Sacramento. Maybe that's an easier series a la Dallas last year. But then you have already taken a pound of flesh from yourself because Phoenix and Denver are more likely to be, in my opinion, 7-game series than Memphis or Sacramento. And then you're looking at the finals and who's coming out of the East. It's like, that is a much more difficult path for the Warriors. And I hate to put the cart before the horse, but I think that's also why Mark Willard yesterday was here in Crosstalk saying, I think we'll look at the Denver loss as being one that could help.
Interesting. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 3 games left in the regular season for the Golden State Warriors, and game 1 is tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder right now currently sitting in the 10th spot, so they would be in a play-in game right now with the Timberwolves. But I'll tell you what, Oklahoma City comes into Chase Center tonight and beats the Warriors. Man, it becomes a free-for-all from 5 to 11 in the Western Conference. And at that point, the Warriors then become a team that's at the mercy of some other teams. I mean, keep in mind, the Warriors can go 3-0 and still drop back to 7th if the Lakers win out. I know it. A lot of stuff going on. 888-957-9570. What's the path you want to get the Warriors started toward another NBA championship? They face Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in Oklahoma City tonight at Chase Center. Tip-off 7 o'clock. Warriors Live, 6 o'clock. It's presented by Xfinity. All here on your home for Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. Daryl the Guru Johnson is attending to a family matter. I hate to do this.
We love the guy.
I'm dead serious.
Oh, I love the guy.
Don't think the worst. I just sent Goo a text that said, "Is everything okay?" ? He's got to deal with some stuff.
Did he respond?
Not yet. Not yet. He texted me early and said he had some stuff going on. So
take notes.
I know, but it's not even. Nah, we're fine. We're fine.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
All right, we don't have to play any of his sound though today. You know what I'm saying?
Well, to take people behind the scenes, look, you both came out yesterday, and of course, I see you on your way out. Things were not as they were at the 12:25 break. Let's put it that way. Like, you guys are able to, I think, separate what happens in here and what happens out there better than anyone that I personally.
Except for yesterday.
Well,
so you're saying it wasn't scripted yesterday, but it was entertainment.
It was entertainment.
It was not scripted.
Was it fake?
No, it was more real than fake. There's no doubt it was more real than fake.
I'm with you there.
But let me just make sure everybody knows where I'm coming from. Goo will be back tomorrow.
Your best Triple H impression.
And we can't wait. By the way, I got to correct something here from the text line, which I think is wrong.
Clean it up.
Here we go. 650 says the Lakers and Clippers play each other still. Therefore, if the Warriors go 3-0, the worst they can get is 6th. That's wrong.
Yep.
That's wrong. They'll be in a good spot to get 6th, but if the Lakers were to win out, Lakers have 4 games left, and they're even with the Warriors in the loss column. So the Warriors go 3-0, and the Lakers go 4-0. The Lakers get the 6th spot. So the bottom line is the Warriors do not want to finish in a tie with anybody because they lose all the tiebreakers. So
no tiebreakers with the Lakers, the Pelicans, or the Timberwolves, or potentially even tonight. I know that OKC is 3 games out, but with 3 games left, if the Warriors sputter, tonight does become a factor.
Yeah. And I've got a lot of text on the Comcast Business text line and also YouTube. You can check Evan and I out on YouTube. Just search for steinyandguru.com.
Guru was right about the second camera. It is unflattering.
It's awful. It's absolutely, positively awful.
Also on Twitch.
Yeah. So the Warriors fan, here's what most people have been saying on the Comcast Business text line. Of course, we want to play sack, Steiny. Of course. There's a few brave souls, and I respect them, that say I don't care. But the people that care, they want the Kings.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's logical. I mean, if I were a Warrior fan, I think I would want the Kings for a number of reasons. One is, just has never happened before. Believe it or not, that would be my number one reason, is because these teams, not only have they never played in the postseason, they've never been to the postseason the same year. Think of that.
Last time Kings were in the playoffs, Twitter didn't exist. So
exactly. So the travel is a major part of it. I mean, Draymond said it. Steph Curry last week acknowledged it. If the Golden State Warriors can play the Sacramento Kings and take an hour and 20-minute bus ride instead of having to fly to Memphis, I mean, you take that in a heartbeat. So I definitely see why, if you're a Warrior fan, the Kings would be your number one preference because they haven't been to the playoffs in 15 years or so. Why not? You probably feel great about it.
Yeah, and at this point, seeding is what it's going to be. Like, you're not going to be a top 4 seed. You had a chance to potentially do that. And, by fault of your own, you're positioned as 5, 6, 7, or maybe even 8 or 9 if things go really badly. But, I know the Warriors they're going to be in the dance. That is what is going to happen at this point. But if you're Golden State, I am curious how important fans feel like tonight is, because if there is this innate confidence that no matter where you are seated, that you can run the table, ideally it'd be from the 6 or 7, so you get Sacramento and then Memphis, or in reverse order. But I do wonder if then that puts some sort of, just grasp on this game from a fan's perspective. Do you think this is a must-win? every game I know has been labeled as a must-win, but it does feel like tonight, with the tie-breaking implications, with what comes tomorrow between the Clippers and the Lakers, tonight, in a way, does need to set you up because Friday is no gimme. The Kings on the road is certainly not going to be an easy game, and they have something technically to play for. If they want a chance at the 2 seed, they could technically attain that. So tonight, in a way, I do wonder if fans feel like they got to have this game.
They do.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be a problem loss tonight because, the other team you got to keep an eye on, and I got to figure out who they play tonight. Is it tonight? Yes. If they don't sleep on the Pelicans. The Pelicans right now are 8. They're 40-38. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. If they were to win tonight against Sac and the Warriors were to lose, I mean, the Pelicans then leapfrog the Warriors and hold the tiebreaker. So that's the thing I think the Warriors have to be most concerned with is not just falling to 7, but falling into a tie with some teams at 7 because they're going to drop down further if that's the case. So, yes, tonight, I mean, the best thing the Warriors could do would obviously go 3-0 and hope the Lakers don't win out and you go in at the 6th spot.
Well, and this is also a realistic possibility. If the Warriors go 2-1, so let's say they win tonight, they lose against Sac, they beat Portland, which is plausible. If there's a 4-way tie at 38 wins, no matter if the Lakers or the Clippers beat each other, the Warriors are looking at the 8 seed. If those teams win out, if the Lakers win out, they're 5th. If the Pelicans win out, they're 6th. If the Clippers go 2-1, they're set. The Warriors are in a position where even if you're looking at a 6 versus 7, if other teams do what they have to do,
that's true.
You don't control your own destiny.
Let me think about that. I didn't even think about that. The Pelicans right now are
for a 4-way tie at 43 wins.
Pelicans could still get to 44 wins.
They could.
So if they get to 44 wins, do the Pelicans play the Lakers at all?
They do not, but and they've been playing good basketball. They have won. Let's see. I think
if the Pelicans
7 of 8,
and Lakers win out, that means the best the Warriors can be is 8.
Your one hope is that it would be very difficult for the Pelicans to win out with facing Sacramento tonight, Memphis tomorrow, although both games are at home. Then on Friday, they play at home against New York, and then they go to Minnesota, potentially for a big game against the Timberwolves.
True.
So those are 4 games that are tough against playoff teams.
How are you feeling about the play-in games?
I like them. Now, last year, I think the 8-9, that first game leaves a little bit to be desired, but I do think the effect of the play-in has made these last 5 games relevant.
It has. What if you said, this is the way I feel? Yeah, the last 5, 8, 10 games are relevant, but this thing is kind of messed up the first 70 games, I think.
That's fair.
I mean, I really do think that. If you're the Dallas Mavericks right now, all you got to... Can we win 3 in a row? And I know they've been terrible, but all they got to do is win 3 in a row. They'll get up to 9th, and then they got to win a couple games. Is it ideal? Of course, it's not ideal, but I think those teams think we still got action. We're fine.
If you're Dallas though, and there was no play-in, and you had to get to the 8 seed, would Dallas have already shut down Luka and Kyrie?
I think so.
And that's where I think we're looking at the effect of the play-in in these last 5, maybe even 10 games, is there are less teams that are going to be actively tanking later in the season.
Yeah. Let's go to Shree. Shree's in Fremont. Hey, Shree, what's going on, man?
Hey, Sunny. Good. So if Warriors win the next 3 games and Lakers win their 4 games,
yes,
and then Lakers could be 5th seed, Warriors could be 6th seed because Clippers will drop out of the top 6. So only thing we hope for is if Pelicans would lose one of their games and Warriors win 3, we will be at least the 6th seed, irrespective of what Lakers do, because Lakers have to beat Clippers to win their next 4.
All right, so yes, that's right. If the Lakers win out, that means the Clippers have at least one more loss. So that puts the Clippers at 39 losses. So then the best they could do is win 43.
Yeah, both of them can't leapfrog the Warriors, but the Lakers have the tiebreaker. So if the Lakers win out, they would.
What do you mean both can't leapfrog the Warriors?
Well, because they both play each other tomorrow. So one of them's going to have 39 losses.
Right, but I'm not assuming the Warriors are going to win 3 out of all 3 or even 2 out of 3.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know, the Warriors go 1-2, kind of all bets are off. I mean, the thing to me that's a little bit alarming if you're a Warrior fan is even if you go 2-1, you're at the mercy. Like that's what the Denver loss did. You're kind of at the mercy of what these other teams do. And 1-2, you don't want to be 1-2. Let's just put it that way. Joe's in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? How you doing?
Oh man, you guys, got my blood boiling right now because
why?
Because the load management got the Warriors in this position where they're resting players. I guess the question you have to ask yourself: what is the purpose of the load management? So the Warriors to get in this position? Because if they are you saying that if they didn't do the load management, meaning resting players, they wouldn't be in this position? Well, be in a worse position.
Don't go anywhere, Joe, because I want to keep this conversation going because it's a good point. I mean, the Warriors load managed, Joe. This is probably what you're talking about. They load managed 2 games against the Pelicans.
Yep.
And they lost them. And so that's a factor now, right? That's kind of what you're talking about.
Right, exactly. How do you I guess the question I'm trying to ask is how do you
justify that? Justify it, kind of?
No, not justify it, but how do you? You could. That's a good word. How do you justify? How do you? How do you say if it's good or bad?
Well, I'll tell you. Here's the answer to that. Thanks a lot for the call, Joe. Good stuff. If you went up to Steph Curry and said, "Do you feel healthier or in better? Are you more ready to go right now than you would have been had you played 6 more games in the race?" You know what I mean? That's where Joe's got a legitimate point. I mean, would the Warriors really be any more beat down had they not load managed those half a dozen games? I don't know.
And this is a damned if you do, damned if you don't conversation because, yes, they did load manage those 2 Pelicans games, but what if the schedule had played out to where those back-to-backs were against the Jazz or against the Cavaliers, who they actually did beat when they load managed a game earlier this season? Like, you could completely flip it and say, hey, well, based on the fact that, you know what, we got our top 8 of 9 guys from last year, apparently healthy, heading into the postseason, and we're still in the running for staying out of the play-in tournament. Maybe we actually did thread this needle just about as perfect as you can as far as load management is concerned. Like, they did have and Steph sort of alluded to this last Thursday, they had a bit of a championship hangover at the beginning of the season with a shortened off season, came out of the gate slow, 18-2 was not going to be on the table. So if you're trying to figure out how best to be healthy, how best to be 100% at the end of the year going into the most important month, which is April and then June, well, then maybe load management did impact in a positive fashion the Warriors.
Right. Lot going on here, a lot of moving parts. 707, Steiny, I think you're wrong about the Lakers falling, Warriors falling to 7 if the Lakers win out. If the Lakers win out, that means they will beat the Clippers, and the Clippers will have 39 losses. No, I get that. What I'm saying is, if the Warriors win out and the Lakers win out, the Warriors are 7. Assuming that the Clippers don't lose, I'm wrong. If the Warriors win out, they're 6th.
Well, just because of what is going to happen tomorrow between...
If the Warriors win out, they're going to be 44-38. If the Lakers win out, that means the Clippers get their 39th loss and will move behind the Warriors. So the Warriors will actually stay in 6th. But that's provided the Warriors go 3-0.
Yes, and I do think, look, you can't look past the game in front of you, which is tonight. 7 o'clock, Chase Center, 6 o'clock, Warriors Live with JD. But Friday, depending on if the Kings win tonight against New Orleans, maybe they feel like they have a legitimate shot to get the 2, and maybe they feel like that's something they want. Also, the Warriors have not been a great road team. Also, if there's a potential playoff matchup 6-3 between Sacramento and Golden State we're looking at, I don't know, maybe Mike Brown and the Kings take that game a little personally because they've heard the chatter. They've heard all the chirping about, hey, we want Sacramento. I know Draymond Green hasn't said because of it's the talent, but in a way you're implying that's an easier series for you, even if it's just due to travel. That might be a game that they bullet mark, that they circle and say, you know what, we're going to give these defending champs everything and more, and at least have them think about us heading into the postseason.
I am really interested to see what Sac is going to do Friday.
Yep.
Because, and I don't care.
It's going to be a great atmosphere.
I don't care if they have a game, whether they have a chance at 2 or not. I'm interested to see how they play that game. Because do the Kings really want to, let's just say, do they want to load manage their team on Friday against the Warriors, knowing that they're going to play them possibly in the playoffs? Maybe that's the reason you do want to load manage. I don't know, but I do know this. Going way back to 2007, we had a situation somewhat like this with the Mavericks, and the Mavericks punted on a game against the Warriors late in the season. The Warriors made the playoffs, and then the Warriors knocked off Dallas. So I don't know how Sacramento is going to play it, but I'm sure however they play it, they're going to be playing it to benefit them and them only. Max is in San Francisco. Max has a little different take. What's up, Max?
Hey, I'm actually in Napa, but
all right.
I think you guys actually did clarify. I was calling just to because I heard it a few times about the Clippers Lakers thing. So one of them has to lose. So obviously that would keep the Warriors in the worst 7th if Pelicans win everything. So on and so forth. But I'm mostly trying to inject like a little bit of optimism because obviously that was a tough loss the other night. But I still really like where they are because the Lakers, what am I trying to say? I don't think it's likely they'll win all these games. Hopefully they lose 2. And Pelicans, there's no way they're going to win all those games. I mean, they're playing the Kings, right? They're playing the Suns, I think. They're playing the Knicks, and then they're playing the Timberwolves.
Yeah, Memphis instead of Phoenix, but yeah.
Oh, Memphis. I'm sorry. Are the Lakers? The Lakers are playing the Suns, right? Is that coming up?
Let me see. Let me look.
Spadone's got it.
Oh, yeah, Spadone's got it.
On Friday.
Thanks for the call.
Per our Lakers
Max, appreciate it. Yeah, no, how about this? And this 408 sent this on the Comcast business text line, and I think this is how I would feel. Considering how this season has gone, I'm happy we're in the playoff picture at all. And with a chance to avoid the play-in. See, this is where if I would have kept that bet with Goo, I'd be like, there would be a part of me that's like, you got to be kidding me. They're going to have that kind of regular season, and they're still going to get right into the postseason at 6 and not have to play a play-in game. That's the way this year went. Well,
it's also funny because if you're looking at 42 or 43 wins last year, you're 9.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. What a last week the season is shaping up to be. And the Warriors started off tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder. I kind of feel like, does it feel like Warrior fans, we'll win tonight? Not really worried about that.
I think there's a lot of confidence going into this game because, again, it's the old versus the young in a sense. And also, I do think there's a lot to Andrew Wiggins being back in the building. There is who knows if it's permeating through the locker room, but there seems to be a sense of restored confidence, at least that I've been able to gather from people who have called into our show yesterday and on social media. Not that it completely creates a clean slate, but you're almost back to basics. Like, you're back to where you want it to be. Again, if we're talking about where the Warriors are trying to get to, in a position to make a run. And I think, again, to the texter's point, with everything that's happened this year, from the punch to the contract speculation, the front office to the injuries that they've sustained to Wiggins' absence. Now you look up at the end of the season, and if I told you, based on the way the season ended, Steiny, that at the end of the year you would be healthy and you would have 8 rotation players from last year's championship team ready to go, you might tell me, what are you talking about? There's no chance that happens.
Well, and that's why I think if you're a Warrior fan, I'm kind of with a 408. Considering how the season's gone, I'm happy with we're in the playoff picture at all. Not only that, you're in the playoff picture, and you control whether you get to 6. If you win 3 games, your last 3, you'll be no worse than 6th. So if you want to avoid the play-in game, that's all on you.
But even if you lose one of these games, which is, I mean, Sacramento might come out and hit 25 threes on Friday. I don't know. Oklahoma City Thunder, they beat you in OKC. They beat you down pretty badly. Like, even if they lose one of these next 3 games, I think they're probably going to be okay with that. Just because, again, it's an unquantifiable feeling surrounding this team. But I mean, the Warriors right now, it's prove us wrong, right? They have a puncher's chance, and that is really all that matters to them. And it seems like that's really all that's mattered this season. Also, if you look up how you have finished the year, I know that maybe a loss tonight might not be ideal, but if you go win your next 2, you've won 7 of 10 heading into the postseason.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of that, though. Because last year, what they win 5 in a row going into the postseason?
I believe
they won their last 5 games.
Yeah.
And
without Steph.
That's right. It was without Steph Curry. I think all things considered, they're almost back to square one in a way, which is a good place to be. The only question I have for Warrior fans is this: how, and it really is the confidence level. Because I think there's 2 kinds of fans. There's one kind of like me that say, look, we've played 80 games. This is who we are. Yes, we have championship pedigree, but we're not 53-29 like last year. Then there's the other side. Just get in and let somebody try to beat us.
Wait a minute. Did you just call yourself a fan?
I said if you're a fan.
Oh, okay.
That's what I usually say.
Just wanted to clarify.
If you're a fan of the Warriors, that way I can.
You.
Oh no. Sometimes I'll say no, but I'll say occasionally. All right, if you're the Warriors, I mean, we want to get these last 3. That doesn't mean that I'm Steph Curry's teammate. It just means I'm putting myself in their spot. What are you
Curry's
looking at?
been the best thing to happen to my career.
Actually, all right, he is my teammate. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors OKC tonight at Chase Center. And you see and hopefully understand kind of how all this could shake out. What do you want to see? What do you want to see these last 3 games? Where do you want to see the Warriors end up? 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, we talk a lot about Draymond Green and the ups and downs. I saw something today that I got to bring up about Draymond Green because it's an eye-opener. I'll talk about that on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms.
with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Guru tending to a family matter. We'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. Everything on the up and up. Guru's doing okay. We're talking Golden State Warriors. They play the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight at Chase Center. I'm calling it. I think we're calling it a must-win. They got to win tonight. They don't want to put themselves in a position where they got to rely on other stuff to happen. So it would behoove them to get a game tonight.
Yeah, I think we could see another 38-minute performance from the Splash Brothers tonight. I mean, that's probably how bad they're going to want this game.
Yeah, I before the break, I was talking about Draymond Green, and we were trying to come up with some words to describe Draymond Green. But before we do that, so Draymond Green last night was at the California Academy of Science, and he was taking part in an autism acceptance night. Now, tonight at Chase Center is Autism Acceptance Night, and there was a precursor last night to the event at the California Academy of Science, and Draymond addressed some young kids with autism, and the guy is unreal. I mean, the guy really is. He basically said to these kids that their superpower is autism. It's what makes them different and it's what can make them excel and shine and the guy is, he's complex. But this is the part of Draymond where you see that he's real. I mean, this is kind of what he's in. When he's into something, he's into something. And, we bring up attention to him. We give him attention when we question him. So let's give him some attention when you realize that, I mean, the guy's money. The guy is absolutely, positively a good guy when it comes to stuff like this.
Yeah, and credit to Daniel Brown of The Athletic for writing this story. I thought it was really cool to highlight something, especially in a season that maybe Draymond Green has not been ultimately the most proud of with the way that it started. But here at the end, it's you can tell like whatever he does, he is passionate about. Now, as Bob Myers said on Thursday, sometimes that can spill over, that passion, that extreme energy that Steve Kerr has referenced can go in a bad direction, but it also can go in a great direction. And that's why Draymond Green, I think, is so... He's not misunderstood, but I think that he is so beloved and also hated. He's polarizing, but he's human. And I think he represents all parts of the emotional spectrum that it's easy to come in one day and say Draymond Green is this and he stinks. And it is also easy to come in the next day and say, you know what, Draymond, he means well. He's a good guy because he does stuff like this and it's not fake. Like he means it. The one thing that Draymond Green is not is fake.
That's true.
And that's where I think that we can give him credit for being willing on an off day to go to this event, spend multiple hours with people that are autistic,
right,
and be equally as invested in them for the time that he spends with them as his teammates when he's on the court.
Yeah. Good for Draymond Green. Seriously. Good for Draymond Green. Good stuff. I just wanted to mention that because that's the kind of stuff maybe we don't mention enough. But Draymond Green, I guess he'll be a part of it tonight. It is Autism Acceptance Night tonight at Chase. And Draymond played a big part in an event yesterday at the California Academy of Science. So we'll get into it. Let's start us off here, this segment, with Sam. Sam's in New Jersey. What's going on, Sam? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Great show.
Thanks.
Just some thoughts. You know, I think that once we get together, we got Wiggs back. We're pretty much the same team. I want to just bring something up. Steph, Clay, Draymond on the court together have never missed the finals since 2014-15. These guys somehow they get it together now. You want to say they don't win 53 wins? They haven't been healthy all season. It's Steph, it's Wiggins, it's him. So, I think once we get it back, and in the worst case, if the Dubs fall to 7th, or if they have to make the play-in, I'm sure they'll make the play. If they make the play-in, I'm sure if they get into 7th, they beat Memphis last year, they can do it again. And if in the best case they stay in 6th, and they could easily hammer Sacramento. I think Sacramento in 3rd, is just it's easy. They can easily get hammered by Golden State. So we're hoping for the best for Golden State. Hopefully they stay in 6th, and they take on the 3rd, and they come out okay.
Sam,
and anything can happen.
Let me ask you this:
Clay Draymond have never missed the finals since 2015.
Let me ask you this, Sam. You're a Warrior fan, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you take the Warriors to win it? If I said we're having a draft, I'll give you any team to win it all, and then I'll take the second pick. Who's your first pick to win it all?
You mean like seeing NBA? Which NBA team do I take to win it all this season?
Yeah. Is it the Warriors?
I don't know if the Warriors are good enough to beat Milwaukee, but I think the Warriors can come out of the West.
Fair enough.
They can come out of the West.
Fair enough, Sam. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate you listening in New Jersey. See, I'm a little different than Sam. Like once they get to the finals, to me, I think they got a better chance against Milwaukee. Believe it or not, I do. I think Boston will have really benefited. You know what? I don't know. I think both of them are going to be a tough series. But what I'm saying is, once they get to the finals, which means they will have won 3 series. I mean, then it's just like a Super Bowl. Then it's like anybody, depends who plays better.
See, I feel like there is a scenario where you get to the finals and Milwaukee's not there. And the reason is because the East is so top heavy, and there are so many matchups. Like, I don't know if you saw what Boston did to Milwaukee over the weekend, but they absolutely pummeled them. 41-point beatdown at home in Milwaukee. And Milwaukee has had matchup issues specifically with Boston. As we know, Boston last year had matchup issues with Miami, who took them to 7, and then, of course, Golden State. Philadelphia looks like more of a contender this year. Cleveland Cavaliers are more analytics darlings, but they have the best net rating. Like, there are teams, I think, that could knock each other off in the East to the point where you may not be looking at a Bucks squad. And so if you're the Warriors, obviously the focus is the team in front of you. But if you can find a way to navigate through the West, I think there is a path potentially that unfolds to where they could defend their title.
Yeah, on the one hand, I get if the Warriors play Boston or Milwaukee, they probably won't be favored in the finals, but that doesn't mean they couldn't win the series. I mean, it's the Warriors, and it's who they are. Matt's in Oakland. You're a little bit of a pessimist.
How you doing, fellas?
Matt, are you a little bit of a pessimist?
Uh-oh.
What are you thinking?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, a couple of things. First of all, on Draymond, every human being's greatest strength is also their worst weakness. So, I mean, he's human, and you got to love him for that. As far as the Warriors goes, I have no idea what's going to happen. They could lose all 3 and lose the first game of the play-in, or they could go all the way. I just haven't the slightest idea. They're quite schizophrenic. If they don't get the 6th seed and they have to play Phoenix with an unramped up Wiggins, that's going to be very scary. But who the hell knows?
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you guys about the CBA, which I think is very bad for the Warriors.
It is.
They're going to lose
not ideal.
They're going to lose the mid-level, and I think there's an extra two-way player. But finally, what in God's name is this tournament thing? Does anybody know what the heck that is? It just seems like the dumbest thing. And, there's just going to be some games will count, and then there'll be an 8-team elimination. And what are they doing? And what is it?
What are they doing?
I guess we're going to find out in 2024. But
what if I told you that I haven't really looked into the midseason tournament yet? Now, the mid-level...
We got bigger issues at hand. The Warriors are trying to make the playoffs here. Come on. No. But to answer this question, the games will be baked into the schedule. So there is a scenario that could play out where a team has to play one extra regular season game, but it's not like it's going to go from 82 to 90 to try and get a midseason tournament. And they're just going to... It's going to be, for those who follow soccer, kind of like you have games against your league, and then you have games against the opponents in leagues that you qualify for based on your regular season.
Right. Well, as long as we're on this topic, Bobby Marks was on, this was yesterday with the Morning Roast. Here's what the last caller meant about the CBA not exactly working in the new CBA working in the Warriors' favor?
Well, I mean, the rules, the punitive rules aren't going to come into effect for another few years. So it's not like it's going to start right off the sudden, starting July 1st. I mean, there's going to be a phase-in period here where, whether it be a year from now or 2 years from now, with the tax brackets being adjusted here, or the second apron here. I mean, they're not telling you that you can't keep Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, that group. They're not. The league isn't telling you that. They're basically saying, like, okay, you spent this much. Now there's going to be some restrictions here. Now you will not have the taxpayer mid-level to go out and sign a player. Now you won't be able to go out and use the 125% trade exception to acquire a player and take back $6 or $7 million additional. You can still go out and make trades. The likelihood is that's probably going to have to be dollar for dollar here. So it's probably fair for 28 teams, and I think 2 teams probably get impacted a little bit here.
That was Bobby Marks, ESPN. It's not that big a deal.
Oh, it is for Golden State.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because, as Bobby Marks said, we're still talking about a mid-level player. Talking about a mid-level player. You're going to have to get a mid-level player to sign for the veteran minimum. Not easy, but
they were able to do it with Otto Porter Jr. last year.
They were. But all I'm saying is, this is for the team that just happens to be paying Steph 50 plus, Klay 40 plus, Draymond 25 plus, Wiggins 25 plus, Poole 28 plus next year. Like that's what they're saying. They're saying if you're going to have a $200 million payroll, guess what? We have to take the mid-level away from you. If you're over 17.5 million over the luxury tax. So we're talking about the most exorbitant of the exorbitant payrolls.
Well, when you're talking about Wiggins, Poole, who's going to get his big deal that kicks in next year, Curry, Klay, and Dre, if Dre opts in, you're automatically over the luxury tax.
I mean, they got 6. They're gonna if Draymond opts in, they have 6 guys who are going to make 27 million, 27.5 or more. 6 guys. So I don't know. I get why some Warrior fans don't like it, and I get why the league probably does like it. I mean, I don't know. Is DiVincenzo the difference between a title and not a title this year?
Well, with this team, it could be, based on the way that they've played.
I mean, I guess what would be fair is if the Warriors, and here's the other thing. This thing's not going to kick in for a couple years. But let's just say it did kick in this past year, and DiVincenzo doesn't come to the Warriors because they don't have the mid-level. You know what? Maybe they do lose a few more games because he was definitely
played big minutes,
helpful. I
also think it's look, if you're a fan of parity,
right,
and you want to see the rest of these teams, if you want to see a lot more of these seasons, which is in the Western Conference right now, you're looking at 6 teams in the 40 win range, in between 40 and 50, then I'm sure you love it. But if you're a fan of the Clippers, who are the other team that Bobby Marks was alluding to that is affected by this the most, or Golden State, then you're probably pretty pissed. And the difference is between Golden State and Los Angeles that the Clippers do not have nearly as many homegrown players as Golden State does. And so I think a lot of fans are frustrated that the Warriors have, quote-unquote, done it the right way. Wiggins would be the only acquisition that they've made that they have now retained.
Right.
And they're in a way being penalized for hitting on so many of their own draft picks, paying those picks, and winning championships, and now getting to the point where they have to continue to pay them more and more, and they seemingly can't after this new CBA kicks in.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, coming up at noon, Jim Barnett, longtime analyst for the Golden State Warriors. Haven't talked to him much this year. Looking forward to that. As always, that's going to be at noon. Also,
don't talk about that.
No, we're going to talk about it.
He was
Jim.
in Denver. He saw that game live.
Exactly. He still goes on the road with the Warriors, does radio. Down the line, too, got to talk about, I do want to talk about the 49ers quarterback situation. Something's going on. Something's fishy. Something's fishy. We'll jump into that after Jim Barnett, maybe around 12:30 or so. How about this? If this controversy is officially over, You ready?
Which one?
I'll tell you. Caitlin Clark. What are you laughing at?
Keep going.
Oh, boy.
Caitlin Clark to ESPN. I don't think Angel Reese should be criticized at all. No matter what way it goes, she should never be criticized for what she did. I compete, she competed. It was a super, super fun game. I think that's what's going to bring more people to our game. Night-night.
I agree 100%. Look at the person who is the victim of so-called trash talking doesn't care, and in fact believes it's good to grow the sport. We have nothing to do but to listen to her.
Yeah. Oh, as our guy Rotz points out, they'll have 6 players, $25 million or more, because Wiggins' salary is going to go down from 33 to 25. Thanks, Rotz, as always. Appreciate it. Here was the other thing, as long as we're talking about the women's game.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of get it. I get it. What's Jill Biden doing? What's she doing?
What do you get about it?
Well, what I get
You want to set up the story first for
yeah,
those that haven't heard?
absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Jill Biden, First Lady, was at the Women's National Championship game on Sunday, and very impressed with both sides, to the point where, obviously, LSU wins. They're getting invited to the White House. But she said, you know what? Yeah, Iowa could come too. Maybe Iowa should come too. They were so good. It was such a great game. People don't like that at all, especially Angel Reese.
SOFT.
I mean, okay, you're not going to believe the way I'm cut. Like, I didn't think it was a big deal until I how many? No, seriously, I'll just put the rat on the table. How many black players does Iowa have on their team? Not a lot, right? One? Is that right, John? One? That's why it was the wrong time to do that.
Well, the question you have to ask Jill Biden would be, would you invite LSU
Correct.
if Iowa had won the national championship? And that we'll never know. But again, it's like, between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, people coming down not Caitlin Clark's road, but Angel Reese's road for the trash talking and the face shaking, along with Jill Biden. And this is where I think you're going as far as poor timing. Like, it's not following what was pure outrage on social media, and understandably so for the way that Angel Reese was characterized after that game. Then, if you're asking Iowa, the runner-up, in which I can't imagine you would do, number one, in any other sport, nevertheless a men's sport, to ask the team that came in second to join the White House. And then you're also looking at the Iowa team compared to the LSU team. I think it's understandable that people draw a racial conclusion from that.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to ask if Iowa wins that game, and she say, hey, LSU, come on down to the White House. We'll never know.
She inviting San Diego State too, or is it just the women's side? See, that's another component to this.
True.
Like, are you doing this on the men's side or even bringing this notion up? I
True.
don't think so. Also, real quick, sorry, not to cut you off. Caitlin Clark also did talk about this. She said, quote, I don't think runner-ups usually go to the White House. I think LSU should enjoy that moment for them. So there you go.
Caitlin Clark.
Stand up.
She could have gone to Franklin and Marshall College. She sounds like a diplomat. That was our nickname, the Diplomats.
That's a 2.
What are you talking about? She just smoothed this whole thing over. Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, but you plugging your own alma mater, that's what I can't let you do.
I agree with this, 650. Iowa, even if you get invited, just don't go.
No.
Just don't go.
Well, what also, even if half the team was like, oh, that'd be fun, like, why would you want to go be with the team that just beat you? Borderline, if however you feel about the end of game, maybe even you feel like embarrassed you at the tail end of that game. Why would you want to just sit there and remind yourself it came in second place?
Well, it puts them in such an awkward position, too, because now you're like, okay, well, I'm going to deny the president of the United States, or I have to go to there, and everyone's going to make fun of us. So it's like a lose-lose proposition.
You can say no to the VP.
The one thing about the whole thing, and about the whole Angel Reese thing, and
First Lady, sorry.
It's hard for me to put okay, trash talking's a part of the game. Trash talking, well, so if trash talking's a part of the game, then who cares if a man does it or a woman does it? Like, that's not the issue. But to me, the issue is the way Angel Reese did that right next to her. That was a little bit different than the way Caitlin Clark had been using that gesture. So, like, my feeling is go ahead and trash talk all you want, but just don't go over the line. Did she go over the line there? I think Caitlin Clark saw her do it, but wasn't going to turn.
No, I mean, Caitlin Clark, she had done that to the previous two opponents. I think she knew what was coming her way, even before the game. Like, if I lose this, there's a probability that Angel Reese or maybe someone on the LSU team that took what Caitlin Clark did prior personally is going to throw it back in my face. But that's why you also hear her talking the way she does after the game. I don't know if calling, if on social media someone said, I thought what Angel Reese did was excessive.
Right.
I don't think you would have seen the outrage that we saw because people were labeling her as classless, a POS, racial names, like all of these things that were so just damning and honestly out of bounds compared to Caitlin Clark, who was applauded for when she did it. That's where the difference is.
No doubt. And even though, there was a difference between what Caitlin Clark has been doing and what Angel Reese did, but yes, you're right. The only thing that I would say was, I might not have done that. But I would have never said she's, a POS or a jerk or an idiot. I mean, it's the heat of the battle.
No, but if someone on the Golden State Warriors had done what Angel Reese did to Caitlin Clark in Iowa, let's say the Warriors are a 7 seed this year. They match up with the Memphis Grizzlies, and there's obviously a lot of history between those two teams going back to last year. And Klay Thompson, at the end of the series, the Warriors beat him in 6. They beat him in Memphis, and he walks up to the Memphis bench and starts shaking his hand and starts taunting them and starts pointing at his ring. I think there's a lot of people that might say, maybe Klay, you went overboard there. But there's a lot of other people that would say, good for you, Klay Thompson.
True.
Throw it back in their face. They were talking all this mess, and you went out and you beat them on their floor. You deserve to talk trash. There wasn't a lot of that for Angel Reese.
Right. Let me be clear. The Angel Reese with a finger, so what? I mean, that's fine. Who cares? Standing next to Caitlin Clark and kind of sticking it to her. Did I like it? Not really. But I didn't really think that much of it afterwards. Angel Reese is really, a bad human. No, I mean,
you've been out there. If someone did that to you, you wouldn't retaliate.
Exactly.
You're just
sophomore
I guess I
transfer,
should have beat him. I said sophomore transfer.
Right.
That's right. Yeah, apparently she's been doing that to Caitlin Clark since she was in Maryland.
Anyway, listen.
She's consistent.
She's pretty good.
She is damn good.
Pretty good.
And she's got a chance to run it back again next year.
She's a little like Mr. Mean. Why can't I think of his name now? Mr. Mean, Larry Smith. Offensive rebounder. Galore. Just pounds the offensive glass. There's only one reason I don't like LSU. That's their coach. Come on.
Now this was something I didn't have a chance to watch live because I was working on Sunday, but going back and watching the game, I understand why people were, mad about Clark versus Reese, but the bigger story was the coach controlling the game.
It's incredible. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what they let her get away with. Mulkey.
Take notes, Steve.
It was the outfits for me. It's very flamboyant.
Well, you better be careful about the flamboyant. There's nothing wrong with flamboyant.
No, I'm just out on the bright colors, the tiger stripes,
you don't like the
flowers.
feathers?
I'm out on that.
Why?
This isn't an Elton John concert, all right? It's a basketball court. I thought, and I actually, now that we're on the subject, Steiny,
it's entertainment.
Let's bring the suits back to the sidelines. Come on.
At that, I do agree with.
The zip-ups, the quarter zips.
100%.
We don't need the Matt Nahigian outfits on every single head coach in the NBA. Come on.
Steve Kerr is closer to Pat Riley than Matt Nahigian. Pat Riley is in a suit. Bob Myers is in a suit at every single Warriors home game.
He is.
So is Mike Dunleavy. The entire front office.
Let me tell you something. That's why I'll never be in a front office.
Are you allergic to ties?
I just can't stand. I went to Catholic high school. It's like you got to put a tie on every day. It's a nightmare. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see some people on hold. We'll get to that. If you want to jump in on the Angel Reese situation, Caitlin Clark kind of put that to bed. the Golden State Warriors must win tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Should be some electricity at Chase Center with Andrew Wiggins back in the building. 888-957-9570. And it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power, since California is home to most award shows.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Steph, what's going on, my man?
Our man.
I'll tell you what. I am looking forward to the playoffs, play in, whatever. See, let the chips fall, baby. Let the chips fall. And I got to tell you, we got a couple things to talk about. I'll tell you this, Evan. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Swear to God, he's a family matter. He'll be back tomorrow. I feel like I got it.
I can confirm that.
I feel like anybody who was listening yesterday is like, uh-oh. Trust me, they'll lose me here before Guru.
You can go check it out on the Odyssey app or on YouTube, if you want to get an idea where things both began and ended yesterday.
Please. Yeah. Let me...
I don't care.
We may have buried a lead here.
We love you, Goo.
I've never known this before. And I'm going to look at Spadoni and I'm going to look at John. And since Evan is in here, we're watching the former president. He's on TV. Why? Okay. He's got stuff going on. Trust me. I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into that. But this is what I am going to get into. Evan is looking at the television, goes, I'll tell you what, people don't realize how big a man Donald Trump is. He's big.
Literally, not like his...
Right, physically.
Yeah, physically.
And I said, how do you know? You ever see him? And he goes, yeah. I went to the White House when he was there. And I'm like, what? I'm talking about Evan, who's sitting across from me. So I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, I covered North Dakota State going to the White House when they had Trey Lance.
Yep.
When Donald Trump was president. And then he throws at me, yeah, we interviewed him.
We did. It wasn't
That's
one of the
incredible.
Wasn't one of the more pleasurable experiences
5-10
of my
minutes?
life. Yeah, he did so I used to work up
This
in
is unbelievable.
Fargo,
Did you
North
know this,
Dakota.
Spadone?
I think he may have mentioned it, but I'm now re-remembering it, and this is kind of wild. Explain the story, Evan, please.
Man!
So I used to work in Fargo, North Dakota for a small conservative news radio station.
You betcha.
Donald Trump was...
Minnesota.
No, Fargo is not in Minnesota. It's in North Dakota, neither
right.
here nor there.
He said, you betcha. Go ahead.
Trump was friends with one of the, local radio hosts, who's a big deal up there. And so he invited the radio station to cover North Dakota State after they won their umpteenth national championship. Trey Lance was a true freshman of that team. He didn't play.
Right.
But Easton Stick was the quarterback. And I think Christian Watson, for those Packers fans out there, was on the team. And we got to go to the White House, and they said, hey, you're going to have 5-10 minutes to talk to the president. Now, I didn't get to interview him one-on-one, but I was responsible for coming up with questions for the host, who he's friends with,
okay,
to talk to. And so we got to be in the same, I forget the room underneath the White House, but it's the story behind the president's room underneath the green, the red, because every room has a theme in the White House.
Okay.
So the green is for the first lady and where she has her meetings. The blue is the waiting room, where you then go into the red room, which is where you typically see all the pictures. That's where Trump's infamous picture of all the fast food for the Clemson football team was taken and stuff like that. And so then we go underneath into this kind of inner sanctum of the White House, and we set up. And that's where, allegedly, presidents will shake hands to officially signify that they have passed the torch on to one. So that's allegedly where Barack Obama would shake Trump's hands, and then he would become the next president. And we sat there for 5-10 minutes, and my boss asked him a couple questions, and then towards the end, he snuck in one that he wasn't supposed to ask. Now, because
so Trump knew the questions that were coming.
Yeah, the president's secretary says, here's what you're allowed to ask, here's what we want to hit on.
Sure.
Guy just feeds him softballs, he goes and do his little shtick, and then at the end of it, little one-liner about, I think it had to do with some sort of agriculture policy in North Dakota. It was really like niche, and Donnie didn't have an answer. And so he goes into his sort of Trumpian, I don't really know about that, but I'm sure that in North Dakota things are all right, and we're just going to work on that. Cuts the interview. At the very end, he goes, what was that? Like, off air, no one sees this. I'm sitting there picking up the camera. He goes, what was that? And my boss says, oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a problem with that last question? He's like, I don't like any of them. Donald Trump goes, I don't like any of your questions. Immediately got incredibly defensive about the one final sneak in, and then starts just going down the line of And this is why I did you a favor today, and I brought you in, and you asked me this question, and I cannot believe it. And it's just like it was the most Trumpian thing that I had experienced live in person.
That's
seeing
incredible.
this guy on air who has this persona of being one that can go quickly off the rails to immediately just getting triggered and then going down the line of our crew.
So not to belabor this, but were the first questions sports related or were they North Dakota related?
No, it was all policy. It was completely news because I worked for a news station. I was the sports director.
all
So
right.
no, it wasn't about the football team.
Okay. I figured. Wow, look at you. So you shook hands with him?
I did not. We had an opportunity to. I politely declined.
Statement.
Well, I just
Wiggins.
didn't force the issue.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Spadone.
Thank you. You know what? And that's one of those things where you can't talk. You're in the White House interviewing the president?
Yeah.
Dang. Good for you, man.
It was fun.
Brian's in Hayward. Get us going, Bri. What's up, buddy?
What's up, fellas? So I've been a longtime sports fan, and I love basketball. I do not love the NBA, but I watch it.
Okay.
The best spot. And I just want to say that coming into my adult life, I've realized that this is sports entertainment, not just pure sports. And what the Women's National Championship showed me was that sports entertainment can be enjoyable. I watched part of that game, and I followed the lead up, and I love the back and forth. I love the trash talk. It's entertainment with a little bit of sports mixed in. So I think all this time, these organizations have been figuring out how to pull fans, entertain them. Don't just give them the game. I love it. I love it. I want to see it more. I want to see everything but a physical altercation. I love the trash talk. I love the back and forth. I don't know about you guys, but give me more. Give me more. Give me more. And I'll take your answer off the air.
You know what? I mean, I don't mind it, but I don't like too much of it. You know what? We have Jim Barnett on at 12.
He played in a physical era of basketball.
He did, but did he play in a trash-talking era of basketball?
That's a good question. So I do think to the caller's point, I would like to see not necessarily physical altercations, even trash talking, but I would like for there to be a more open space for athletes to be themselves. And if that means that you talk trash, then you should be allowed to do so within the lines. And if you don't talk trash, like if but that's what makes someone like Stephen Curry or Klay Thompson, when they do talk, I think you notice it more because they are not the type of personalities that, say, Draymond Green is. And so when they speak to an opponent, you take note of that, and it means more. When Draymond does his talking, it's expected, but I don't also think that he oftentimes, he does occasionally, but isn't oftentimes go over that line. He toes it. And like Bob Myers told us on Thursday, he can occasionally spill over.
But I guess what I'm saying is Draymond Green, trash talker, right? Obviously.
Yeah. I heard.
Larry Bird, supposed to be the big trash talker.
There's been some great stories about him.
Right, but he does it he did it under his breath. Like you never see a lot of Larry Bird, whatever, the story with Xavier McDaniel, I'm going to stop right there and shoot it right. Like you never saw Bird actually go into McDaniel's face and say, I'm going to hit the game winner right in your face. You know what I mean? So, there's a way to do it, and then a way that might be too over the top.
Well, and maybe the cleverness of the trash talking has been dumbed down a bit.
That's a big point.
I heard a story, I think it was Steve Smith on NBA TV told it about Michael Jordan, where he started counting backwards. Like he scored his first bucket and just said 38. And then he scored his next bucket, said 36, made a free throw, 35, 34. And then he got down to 12, and Steve Smith started putting it together. He's like, oh, what? So he's got 28 right now. If he gets 10 more, he's got 38. And the way he's just counting, like, he wasn't letting him know, and he was hoping that he would figure out eventually, like, dude, I'm letting you have it tonight.
Right.
Without actually just getting in his face and saying, dude, you suck. Can't guard me.
Steiny, you remember that Bird Lambeer fight? Of course. Lambeer clotheslined him.
But people love the Bad Boys Pistons. I mean, if you weren't a fan of the team, maybe not, but...
I don't know about that.
Oh, what, do you feel like they're glorified now?
No. I feel like Detroit fans I don't think they were liked around the league. I didn't like them because they were good and they were tough. And they went overboard.
And they had a renegade persona, right? Like that was their whole thing.
They were the Raiders.
They were the Raiders.
They were the
Raiders
of the
clothing.
70s.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
And how do we talk about the Raiders around here? People
around
love
here.
them.
Around here.
That's true.
But Vince in San Jose, what's going on, Vince? How you doing, buddy?
Man, I'm doing excellent. You guys brought me flashbacks with the old school Pistons. Remember Wallace back on that team with the big afro and the headband? I mean, try to get a layup around that guy, am I right?
Yeah, Ben Wallace.
Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Absolutely intimidating. But, even with Guru being out today, I'm a big Steiny guy. Everyone knows Vince loves Steiny. And I'll tell you this, even when Roz Gold on Wound Day used to do the games and she had, the
this is great.
hair and the cool outfit. I was even in my mind, right, as a 20-year-old analyst of the league, I'm like, I'm even watching those games, whatever, maybe she did it 5 years ago. I'm like, man, I wish I could watch Steiny doing this right now because you are a real reporter, Stein.
That's why I'm not doing it anymore.
Don't inflate his ego.
I'll tell you.
I'm just saying, do you ever miss doing those games?
Hey,
well, maybe not for those Warriors.
Look, here's the bottom line. You know what? What the hell? He brought it up. My man Vince. Yeah, so I did sidelines like late 2007, 2008, 2009, around that area. And then Laker bought the team. This will be too much detail, but you know what? We got some time to kill.
We do.
So back then, Comcast, it used to be Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. And they were changing to NBC Sports Bay Area. And they hired insiders. All right, they hired me, Matt Mayoko, and Michael Urban, who covered the Giants. And we got hired there, and they were like, we want you to break news. We want you to break news. We want you to be, whatever. Okay, whatever. We want you to be a reporter. So then I did that, and then I did the sidelines. So I was on the sidelines, just like kind of being neutral, not really working for the Warriors. And a year or two went by, and Ted Griggs was running the NBC Sports Bay Area, and he said Joe Lacob came up to Ted one day and said, "Why do we have this guy on the sideline?" And Ted went, "Well, he's good. Well, get somebody that maybe likes the team a little more."
That's a great question.
Yeah, so he got, I think Bucher was there after me, and then Roz Gold on Wood A, and now it's a team-affiliated position.
Well, if you were doing sidelines for the 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 Warriors, it might have been a little easier to not be as critical about the team.
Oh, no, I would have found reason. No, listen, when you do sidelines for We Believe, it can't be topped. Can't be topped with that group. It was just a group of wild.
Yeah, you were an insider to maybe one of the more...
I hated that term. I hate that term so much, I can't even tell you.
What do you think it means?
It means something that no media person can possibly get to.
Why not?
Because you're not an insider. The only insiders are the players and the coaches and the people who are in there.
But you're not a regular.
You're a reporter. You're an observer. You ain't an insider. Sorry. I'll tell you that other story, too, when I was getting ready to leave the newspaper.
Oh, you had to strip the title from your name?
No, but what happened was I was gonna leave. I was leaving my newspaper job, and they said, I said, well, I would stay under one condition. And they said, what? And I was dead serious. I said, I want to make me basketball writer. Make me a basketball writer. And they're like, what would that? So you just cover basketball? I said, yeah, I just cover basketball, but I'd cover high school basketball, girls high school basketball, college, St. Mary's, Stanford, Cal, the War, all levels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said no.
That would have been the dream, though, to just cover every level of basketball.
That would have been pretty cool. But they said, hit the pike. Connor's in Alameda. What's going on, Connor? How you doing, buddy?
Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
So trash talking. I feel like when I'm watching a game and it's kind of boring, and then suddenly somebody splashes a shot right in somebody's face after trash talking them, that kind of it brings kind of like an energy to a game, or even in a really good game. It just it even adds even more energy. And, I mean, don't mean like physical, like anything bad like that. I mean, like just your average trash talking where a player gets taunted and then they get embarrassed and everybody's like, oh, that kind of brings that energy to the game, that you don't usually see.
Yeah, well, that's what Draymond does. That's absolutely what Draymond does when the team needs it. And he's pretty good at it.
If trash talking is a must, because this was one thing we talked about, the beginning of the year. All right, how much trash talk would both Draymond Green and perhaps even Jordan Poole hear for what happened between them at the beginning of the season? I do think it's a fair question to ask. How are you going to feel if people try to trash talk Andrew Wiggins for not being around?
Well, that's coming.
And I think it's going to be inevitable. Whether it's fair or foul is a different question, but that's where I can see the trash talking. If we're talking about a line and it going overboard, not all trash talking is acceptable. When you're talking about beating a guy one-on-one, you're talking about Larry Bird hitting a jump shot over a guy, that's fair. But I do wonder if a team like the Memphis Grizzlies, who are known as habitual line steppers, might try and get in the head of a team they're trying to beat.
Sure. I think so.
Is that fair? Because I would lean on the side of no. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen.
Right, right. 650, where can we see you on the sideline, Steiny? I don't even know if they have tape on that. All right, I'll tell you.
You got to Google it.
I'll just go to YouTube.
MatthewSteinmetz.com.
I'll tell you what my greatest interview of all time is on YouTube. Just Google Steinmetz, Baron Davis, Celtics. That's my greatest interview of all time. Baron Davis hit a game winner against the Boston Celtics late in the year, and we did one of those interviews right after the game. It was about 3 minutes. I talked for about 22 seconds tops. Take us through that final play. And he just went, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. And I just said, it was perfect. I didn't dominate.
Because you weren't in it.
I was no factor. I was like no factor. He was incredible. He was all wound up, taking me through the... Okay, that's enough of that. But we got Jim Barnett coming up in 10 minutes. You know what? I don't think, of all the things that I've asked Jim Barnett over the years, I don't think I've ever asked him about trash talking kind of back in the day. You think Bill Russell was a trash talker? He played with Bill Russell. About Wilt. Actually, he said Wilt was kind of a soft-spoken guy, actually. You know what he said about Wilt Chamberlain? He said Wilt was so big and strong that sometimes it almost felt like he felt sorry for his opponents, so he wasn't like the killer he could have been.
Because he could have just laid waste to the league.
It was almost too easy.
He could have scored 70 instead of 50 in a season, right? I mean, Mike.
I mean, his numbers are absolutely unbelievable. That's for dang sure. Warriors, Oklahoma City tonight. I'm calling it a must-win. The Warriors right now in 6th, but they got some work to do to either stay there or move up. Do they want to move up? I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. And the other thing I was thinking about was, I want to get into the 49ers too. Kind of killing time here before Barnett, but the other two things I want to talk about the Giants at 12:30 and then also the Niners at 12:30 because I'm worried about where the Niners are in terms of their quarterback position.
Okay, so as far as the Warriors in tonight, because the last time OKC and Golden State met, it was in Oklahoma City, did not go the Warriors' way. In what people might have identified as a must-win game when you're looking at playoff implications, maybe not as much as today. But for OKC, what do you expect from a team whose oldest player is 28 years old?
I expect them to come out playing with their hair on fire.
Like they have zero experience.
Right. It's easy to say that's a bad thing, but sometimes, or I should say infrequently, maybe it can help you. I mean, their enthusiasm tonight should be easily seen, I would think, because look, they got to win a couple games to stay in the play-in situation, and I get it; it's the 10th play-in spot. But if you're Oklahoma City, you want to play that game. You want to play-in game when everybody's 24 under, but one player.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you're looking at the guys that contribute heavily in the rotation, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the most veteran player because he's been in the league for 4 years. Like, I also think, too, that and maybe this is a product a bit of the New Orleans game, but I think too now, I feel more confident that even if the Warriors have a slow start, which has been kind of a running theme since the All-Star break, I'm almost getting to the point now, Steiny, where at home, it doesn't bother me. Like, we talked about the Warriors of old and how it wasn't a matter of if, but just when they were going to storm back and take a lead.
Right.
It does feel like they've captured a little bit of that at Chase Center. The road's a completely different story, but because of their, I don't know if it's just, lack of rhythm out of the gate, or maybe that's where the age is showing a bit. It takes them a little more time to get into their rhythm, but once they have it at Chase Center, it's like they go down 15 tonight to Oklahoma City. 1, I wouldn't be shocked. 2, it wouldn't mean anything.
No, but you don't want to get down 15.
No, but they've also said that about each time they've gone down 15
Absolutely.
to an opponent
That's
and then
true.
come back to win.
Hey, the one thing that I was thinking about, the one scenario we haven't talked about is, let's say it's Warriors finish 6th, they play the Kings, and they beat the Kings. And then whoever's 7 beat Memphis. Warriors then would have home court in the second round.
They would.
Because they'd be playing a 7th seed. Now, that 7th seed might be the Lakers.
And the Lakers
Or
have
the
been
Clippers.
a tough matchup for them.
But still, at that point, you can't be, like, beggars can't be choosers. You can't be a 6th seed, knock off the 3, get home court, and then say, oh, but we don't want the Lakers. No.
No, I mean, off the top of my head, I don't know if this has happened, but it does. If there was a postseason in which a second round series could flip from you being the road to the home team, this would be it.
I would agree. Well, you know what? Let me ask you this right now. If you look at the standings, how many of these teams are going to win in the first round in the West? The Nuggets, Grizzlies, Kings, and Suns. Somebody's going to lose. One of those top 4 teams is going to lose a series.
I think the majority bet would be on Sacramento.
I think so too. Sac's got something to prove, I'm telling you. If I'm Sac, I like the way they're talking about us because we're getting no respect. Not even from Mike Brown.
Quietly also the best road team in the West.
Exactly. And that definitely was under the radar. All right. Here's what's going on. We got Jim Barnett coming up. He's the radio color analyst, of course, for the Golden State Warriors. Haven't talked to Jim in a while. Jim is everybody's favorite, and that's what we're doing on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Don't talk about that.
Mom?
cannot put homeless people in cans.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Appreciate it.
Those are facts.
Can't put homeless people in cans? C-A-N-S?
Came out of your mouth.
What the hell was that for? You cannot put homeless people in cans.
That's a true statement.
How big are the cans? I mean, are we talking like those barrels on the side of the road? They do all right there. You put a big rectangle in there, like cut a rectangle in the side. You can go in and out.
On Alcatraz?
Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings with you. Daryl the Guru Johnson is tending to a family matter. No, I'm serious. He is. He'll be back tomorrow, I pray to God.
Oh, we love you, Goo. Please come back.
Goo is.
Please.
Goo says thank you to you, by the way, for stepping in to his large headphones.
I was going to say, these are big headphones to fill, but I do what I can.
They really are. Jim Barnett's going to be joining us momentarily, and looking forward to talking to him as always. In the meantime, I want to play this Howard Beck sound, and he was on with the Morning Roast, and he was talking about the playoffs and fabulous duos. What if this is going to get some Warrior fans a little wound up? Take a listen.
How many 1-2 punches in the Western Conference would you put above them?
Maybe KD and Booker, maybe.
That's about it.
Yeah.
It's not Jokic and whoever. It's not Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr., though they're great. It's not Fox and Sabonis, though they've been fantastic, you know? And it can't be Kawhi and Paul George if Paul George isn't even playing right now. You know, Steph and who? I mean, like a bunch of good players, but like LeBron and Anthony Davis, and especially the way Anthony Davis has been playing the last few weeks, and they now have a functioning supporting cast. So again, like, I know it sounds ludicrous, but people cannot look at the standings or the Lakers' record and judge them based on the whole season. They're a different team now, a substantially different team now than they were 6 weeks ago.
All right, that was Howard Beck from This Morning, formerly of Sports Illustrated, formerly of the New York Times, and we'll discuss that in a minute. But first, let's bring in Jim Barnett, longtime analyst for the Golden State Warriors. Jim, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Matt, it's a pleasure being with you. You know, we've had a lot of history between you and me.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. In fact, somebody brought up We Believe about a half hour ago, and I was like, oh, boy, what a year that was. Hey, let me ask you this, Jim, because I watched the women's game, the women's championship game, and there was a lot of talk about the trash talking. And, you know, I was thinking, one of the things I don't remember talking to you about ever was trash talking big at all, kind of in your day?
Oh, there was always some trash talking here and there. Well, it wasn't as blatant as it is today, I don't believe. There was a little more respect. There was a smaller league. First of all, when I came in, there were only 10. Believe it or not, when I came in '66, there were only 10 teams. In fact, Chicago was added that year, a brand new team. Before there had been 9, and they had kept it that way. And so everybody knew each other, you know, and so it was a different era, and it was a different climate, not only on the basketball court, but a different climate in sports, a different climate in the world. Everything, there was no social media, so everything was so blatantly hidden, if you will, and it just wasn't a part of the society as much. But there was rivalry that, you know, before, I think they went quickly from competition to fighting and getting upset. And they didn't do the trash talking. They just jumped right away and went right to fighting. There were a lot of fights in my era.
Well, Jim, so here, obviously the news yesterday that Andrew Wiggins' return to the court is imminent has spread a lot of optimism around the Bay Area. And I'm curious, as someone, you were there in Denver, you saw the game against the Nuggets, one that was a bit of a letdown, but then we got the great news yesterday. I do wonder for you, how does Andrew Wiggins, if he does, change the way you view the Golden State Warriors right now? And do you kind of see them, even with 3 games left and potentially a play-in ahead of them, maybe not if they can hold on to a top 6 seed, how does Andrew Wiggins' presence back with this team change the way you view, or not change the way you view the Warriors?
I think he's really critical for this team for a number of reasons. First of all, you've got 3 when he comes back, you've got three bona fide scorers, obviously, in Thompson, Curry, and Wiggins. Wiggins is going to give you 16, 18 a night. And the nicest thing, I think this is a perfect team for him because you can't leave Curry alone. You can't leave Thompson alone. So he doesn't get double teamed. He's going one-on-one all the time. You know, when he was in Minnesota, he got double and triple teamed. They didn't have people that could score like that. And so I think it's a perfect fit for him, and it's a perfect fit for the Warriors to have him. And he also plays both ways, a two-way player. And I like his length. He can block shots. He can defend. He rebounds the ball, and which the Warriors need that. I can't believe how well the Warriors rebound because they're small. It starts with Draymond, of course, but they rebound extremely well without having a 7-foot center. It's remarkable to me, but they're very, very competitive, and that starts with Draymond, as I mentioned. So I'm anxious to get Wiggins back, and I hope he's been working out. I don't know anything at all. I don't know all the reasons that he was out, but he's missed a lot of games this year. He missed games earlier in the season, and he hasn't played since early February, so he's going to be a little rusty. I hope he can, come right in and make a change because this team needs better defense right now. That's one thing about them. I was, the last game they played in Denver, a very disappointing game, the way they came out. I don't know. I was a little concerned. I thought Stephen Curry's one of the worst games I've seen him play all season long, and they couldn't hit threes. And they finally started, when they had a 15-point lead in the second quarter, I thought, okay, they're going to add to this. Instead, they let them off the hook.
Yeah.
And then they had to play from behind all the rest of the way, which we've seen them do on the road this year. And then they fell 2 points short. Maybe if there had been another minute in the game, they might have won. But, that loss was very disappointing to me. And the one, I'll tell you what, loss. I know the Warriors have won 11 of their last 12 at home. And the one loss was to Minnesota, turning the ball over twice in the last 35 seconds. It just killed them when they had the lead. That's a game that one to me hurt more than any game this year. So and they've had the turnovers, they haven't cured that problem. So I think I don't know. I just don't know how they're going to react to everything, and everything's open right now. You've got 4 teams with 38 losses. They were sitting pretty a week or so ago. And now all the people that are behind them, like the Lakers and New Orleans, Minnesota, they all have the tie break. So they don't have much advantage here. I know they're still in the 6th spot. And they've got 3 games, tonight's game against OKC, and then 2 on the road, Portland and I should say it the other way around, Sacramento and then Portland.
Exactly. Jim Barnett joining us on 95.7 The Game. The one thing I was thinking about, particularly with Wiggins, Jim, but also with Wiggins and Peyton, and it was this. They are both really, really good defenders, obviously, and they need them to defend. But the thing that I think really works in the Warriors' favor is that while Wiggins can get you 20, he doesn't really impact your offensive pecking order. You know what I mean? Like his shots tend to come in the flow, so the adjustment to him offensively, I don't think is going to be a big deal.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. He fits right in. He doesn't demand the ball,
right?
And all of a sudden, they obviously Curry can't get open every time. Clay can't get open every time, and then they find Wiggins, and he either takes that outside shot. He's had a good 3-point shooting year, one of his best ever, really. I think it's his second best. He's just under 40% from 3-point range this year. But he can get to the basket and get himself to the line, and he can draw defenders that way, and then all of a sudden open it up for Curry and Thompson. So, no, they're just not the same team without Wiggins. There's no question about it. They don't have anybody that can come in and fill that spot. So they're not deep in that area, and he's been around a long time. He knows how to play.
Jim, you mentioned them not being the same team without Wiggins, but now that he's back, if you look at last year's postseason roster at the beginning, they have 8 of those, kind of 9 top guys in the rotation back now, ideally ready and healthy for this playoff run. When something we've been tossing around is this idea of how much teams do or don't fear the Warriors. And I'm not sure if fear is the right word. Maybe respect is a better way to put it. But, when you were playing and, you're going up against these top teams with championship caliber, How much respect do you give those kind of clubs, and how does that affect maybe the way you'll see opponents now face the Warriors with their full complement of pieces?
I think you need respect no matter when you step out on the floor on an NBA game. You have to respect the opponent no matter what their record is. You can't just throw it out there and let it go. You're just not a successful team. You've got to have that killer instinct, whether you're playing against if you're playing against Milwaukee, or you're playing against Boston, or you're playing against tonight OKC. Obviously, you're more dominant against a lesser team, but there's respect I think is important to have, and don't take anything for granted. And you just take care of your own stuff, and it starts at the defensive end. Always, I think, if in the great teams that go and win championships, and you just let things fall where they can. You play team ball. You try to eliminate mistakes. You try to play good defense. You give help. You're aware. You take care of the basketball. You get good shots. You work for your shots. You push the ball. You do all the fundamental things. And respect. There's a difference between respect and fear. You can go against a team that is heavily favored, but that doesn't. You do not have to, and you do not want to fear them. You always think you can beat the team that you're playing against. So you have respect for them, but you still believe that you belong. One-on-one, obviously Jerry West, Oscar Robertson were better players than I was by far. But I used to guard them. I was always one usually assigned when I played for the Warriors against those kinds of players. And I always thought that I could stop them on each and every possession. You have to have that belief in yourself. And obviously it's not going to happen, but you still always have a positive attitude about that.
Right.
Jim Barnett joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you this, Jim. You played till you were 32, and I'm looking at the big three. Obviously, Steph's 35. The other guys are a year or two younger. Can you give me a tangible example of anything that happened in your career where you felt your age?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And it's so different nowadays. These guys are in better shape. They've got better training. They've got better diets. There's no $8 a day meal money that we used to have when I first came into the league, and you had to go out and find your meals. They feed them, they take care of them. They stay in great hotels, so they get better rest. Everything is better today. Nourishment and help all year round, and so they can play longer. Okay, they can play longer. So, when we were 32, we were getting pretty old. 33, 34, definitely. Even when you go back to Michael Jordan, now he was in great shape and he had the killer instinct. And he's, by the way, my favorite player of all time. I love Michael Jordan, love the way that killer instinct that he had. But you could see later on, he went to Washington. He was 39 years old, 40, 41. He was not the same. These guys today, I don't know where they're gonna pop out. But I just remember that I was retired. I was 32, and I got picked up by Philadelphia. I think in February, my last year in the league, which was I can't even remember what year it was.
76, 77.
Okay. Oh, of course. So 76, 77, and I remember in a game. And in fact, before that, I remember playing against Philadelphia and guarding Doug Collins the year before. And Doug went around me, and I think I was playing for the Knicks at that time. And he went around me, and I knew Doug. Right. And I said, "Gee, I ran down the floor like that." He went around me, went in for a layup, and I said, "How'd you do that? You can't beat me off the dribble, And it was really funny. But your legs do go, and mine started going up when they were 32 and 33 years of age, and I was a step slow. I noticed it two ways. Number one, defensively, obviously, if I'm going to have to go against Calvin Murphy or Nate Archibald, who averaged over 34 a game to lead the league in scoring one year, and I did used to defend those guys, but I couldn't keep them in front of me like I used to, like I did normally when I was in my 20s and just turning 30. So that was it. So you don't have, and also I remember I wasn't a great outside shooter, but I could get around people and get to the basket, and I had a great first step, and I could finish inside even over bigger people, quick shots and all those kinds of things. Pretty deceptive.
Yeah.
And I used to do a lot of reverse layups. And I remember I would, you come in, you just know automatically where you take off, and you come up, you show them the ball, you come up and under, you go the other side of the rim. And I remember driving to the basket, going up and under, and I didn't make it to the other side. And the ball, as I went, didn't hit the backboard, it hit the bottom of the rim on the other side. Right. I went, how did that happen? Well, that's when your legs go, and you know it.
Great, Jim Barnett. Look, I've always appreciated your analysis, expertise, television, radio. You can do it all. I am curious, from everything that you've seen this year being with the Warriors, top 10 teams right now. You're looking at Denver, Memphis, Sacramento, Phoenix, both Los Angeleses, of course, Golden State, and then New Orleans, Minnesota, OKC at the bottom. How many of those teams could you legitimately see winning the Western Conference?
Wow. Well, I think, obviously Denver's got the best record in the West, and they've got Jokic, the center, that could do everything for him, and he's got about 30 triple-doubles this year already. Phoenix is loaded if everybody's healthy. Those two, to me, are the two top teams that could take the West. And I'm going to say this, other than the Warriors. Are the Warriors going to pull something out of the hat? I don't know. I'm hoping they can pull it all together and do something, and they have the experience, so we know that. But in the West, to me, Denver and Phoenix are the two top teams that could come out of there if it's not the Warriors, for sure.
Jim, thank you as always. Really appreciate it. And, I was actually on the phone with my mom a week ago, and she asked about you, so she says hello.
Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
I'm glad she's doing well. And thanks for having me on, Matt and Evan. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Jim.
Jim Barnett, Golden State Warriors analyst. You can hear him on away games now, and longtime partner of Bob Fitzgerald. You know what? Let me tell you something about Barnett. God love him, Kruk and Kipe got nothing on Barnett. Kruk and Kipe got nothing on Barnett. You heard it right here. Right here.
Well, along the theme of story time,
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm being respectful to Barnett.
he's at the table with him.
I love it.
He's at the table with him. I don't know who's at the head. That's up to the people. But, look, I've had some stories today. You've told some stories. I just feel like kicking up, and I should be in a rocking chair right now listening to Jim Barnett tell war stories from back. He retired, what did you say, 76, 77?
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, the guy just has such a wealth of knowledge. It's incredible.
It's unbelievable. Like, he played with Bill Russell.
He said he guarded Jerry West and Oscar Robertson.
Yeah. It's funny because Jim, you want to talk about the fast twitch, the quick twitch? Jim had that. Like, he had a really quick first step, and he was a good athlete, like wiry. Like, he was a pretty good defender when he got after it. And, he would have to guard like Frazier and West. And one time Jerry West was with the Warriors, and Jim Barnett was there and talking, and Jim was like, I didn't do a bad job against Jerry. And, like, Jerry just was like, easy, Jim. Easy.
Well, you could tell the disrespect he took telling the Doug Collins story about going around him. Because, you're talking about Walt Frazier, Jerry West, these all-time Hall of Fame guards. And then Doug Collins goes right by him, blows by him for a layup, and he goes, how did you do that? Like, you're not supposed to be able to do that against me.
Now, Doug Collins, what he's most famous for, right?
USA Russia?
Yeah.
Yeah, gutsy free throws.
The gutsiest, most clutch free throws in basketball history. Mm-hmm. I'll say that again. The most clutch free throws in basketball history. Doug Collins, 72 Olympics, 3 seconds to go, down one, makes them both.
But, of course, it gets lost with what happened after. Unfortunately. Never took the silvers, by the way.
No, they didn't.
They didn't go for the medals.
You know what else is on my list of most clutch free throws? People disparage this one, but I think I put my
Nick Anderson,
Rolando Blackman in an All-Star game got fouled with 0 on the clock, and they were down 2, the West. So there's Rolando Blackman in an All-Star game at the line with nobody else on the line, and he's got 2 shots. Makes them both. Made them both. Come on, I know it's an all-star game, but you want to make those shots.
More clutch free throw situation to tie, to take the lead, or to break the tie.
Well, ties are like
if you need 2 to tie, there's more pressure in that than maybe you're down 1 and you need 2 to take the lead.
See, I think a tie game's like a free meal. A tie game, I mean, you can just take your chances. Down 1 or 2, 1, you can smell that game winner. 2, you're thinking, can we get it into overtime without a 3? But no, I've always said, I think there's a huge difference between taking a 22-footer in a tie game that can win it, or taking a 22-footer down 2 to tie it, or you know what I mean.
Well, it's funny because on Sunday, I thought the shot that Klay Thompson hit from the corner was, well, first of all, ridiculous.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. Yeah.
Over the top of the backboard, nothing but nylon. But there's as much pressure in that shot almost as the one that he takes for the win, because you're not in that spot.
Here's where I would disagree with you. That shot was so crazy that,
if he misses, do you understand?
Yeah, I'm sure even Klay, while he made that shot earlier the year, didn't it hit the backboard
against New Orleans? I think. Yeah.
So I mean, that shot was so improbable. I almost feel like he was like, "Let's just let it fly," because if it misses, it's kind of no harm, no foul. I couldn't believe that shot.
But what if that's a spot up 3 open? Because that was essentially top of the key. He had a wide open look. Yeah, so if there's more degree and difficulty in that shot, then there's less pressure. But because he was wide open, there is pressure in that shot.
Yeah, I think he just missed it, though. We went back, and I said this. I said, God, I don't remember Klay missing a big shot like that too often. And then he had a couple this year.
He's gone back and forth. He hit talking about threes to tie.
But he's made way more than he's missed in his career.
Well, and that's why if there's anyone to take that shot other than maybe Steph,
right,
I'm 100% fine with him taking and missing that shot. If that's in a playoff situation, You're running a play ideally for one of the 2 best shooters in the world.
Exactly. So. I mean, if you have a problem with Klay taking that shot, then what's he doing playing at all? Because that's what he does. He knocks those shots down to win games. And, you're not playing him for his, passing ability or his rebounding ability. So, I mean, if he's not going to take that 3, he may as well not even be out there.
Well, and in a way, without Wiggins, he's probably the guy likeliest to get a shot off, just because he is a good shooter. He's taller. It's maybe easier for him to free himself up than Steph. But now, as Jim Barnett said, with Andrew Wiggins back, you got 3 scores. I would throw in 4. Jordan Poole is also a quality scorer for the Warriors. But now you got 3 options, and of course, like you said, you can't double Wiggins.
Exactly. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings, Guru, attending to a family matter from the 510. Jim, Kruk, and Kipe all look up to John Miller. We may have to get into the broadcaster power rankings on the other side, because I don't like that at all. We're probably not going to do that, but we'll get into more Warriors, and we got to touch on what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers quarterback position. That and a bunch of other stuff on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's cyber threat security for peace of mind. Check. The power of the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business. That's a triple box check right there. And save up to 75% a year on your wireless bill with Comcast Business Mobile. Check and cha-ching. It's everything you need to keep your business connected. From the company powered by the next generation 10G network. The Complete Connectivity Solution. Get started for just $49 a month for 12 months when you add mobile. And ask about an $800 prepaid card. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Ends 5/21/23. Restrictions apply. Requires 2-year agreement, EcoBill, and autopay. New 100 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares weighted average of top.
Don Dickinson. And before we had Jim Barnett, by the way, 510. Steiny, you sound like such an old man.
That's a fact.
Why? Because I know history? Don't you get it? I mean, don't you get it? I'm able to impart some wisdom from a time when a lot of people weren't even around. You know what I'm saying?
It's like you're from a different generation.
It's not only like that, that's a fact. So I can't apologize for being a little bit older. I'm trying to help, I'm trying to.
When do you think you become old? Like, is that just a person by person thing, or is that literally when you break 62 and you become a senior citizen?
Well, let's put it this way. When I was 20, and imagine myself at the age I'm at now, I was thinking, oh boy, you're done. You're done at 58. I mean, it's over. I mean, basically, you just mail it in. At that point, you're just kind of like a robot.
A good one-timer.
You have no feelings. You just say, okay, 20 more years, ride it out, see you later.
Good line. Yeah.
But good news for 20-year-olds out there who are 20 now, hey, you're going to be like, dang, 58. I still got a little action. I can still get out after a little bit, hit the golf ball, go out and see what's going on south of Market. I still got, and now you got, hey, not a lot, but you got a little more money in your pocket. It's not as bad as you think, being 58.
John reminded us, according to Jim Barnett, it's when you can't make a reverse layup anymore, which was pretty funny. I also think when it applies to athletes, too, like, for example, Andrew Wiggins he's coming back this week. He is 28 years old as of 40 days ago. He's been in the league for 10 years.
I know.
He is a veteran, and he's not even 30.
He is a veteran, and he'll be at the Chase Center tonight. Otis, be nice, Otis Bird. I like how Steiny mentioned why Guru's out. That's right. I don't want to have any speculation. I don't want to have any speculation.
We don't speculate on this show. No. Consistent.
Guru's back tomorrow. No, I'll be gone, but no, I'm just messing.
No, it's not Thursday.
That's true. We played this before Jim Barnett came on, and it was Howard Beck. He was on with the Morning Roast, formerly of SI, also New York Times, and he was saying that he thinks the Lakers have action. Why? Because according to Beck, they have the best duo in the Western Conference. Do you believe it? Take a listen.
How many 1-2 punches in the Western Conference would you put above them?
Maybe KD and Booker, maybe.
That's about it.
Yeah.
It's not Jokic and whoever. It's not Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr., though they're great. It's not Fox and Sabonis, though they've been fantastic, And it can't be Kawhi and Paul George if Paul George isn't even playing right now. Steph and who? I mean, like a bunch of good players, but like LeBron and Anthony Davis, and especially the way Anthony Davis has been playing the last few weeks, and they now have a functioning supporting cast. So again, like I know it sounds ludicrous, but people cannot look at the standings or the Lakers' record and judge them based on the whole season. They're a different team now, a substantially different team now than they were 6 weeks ago.
Let me just follow up on that. Okay, the Lakers are substantially different than they were 6 weeks ago.
Agreed.
Are the Warriors?
Yes.
They are. Just because of Wiggins?
And GP2.
Substantially, though.
Well, not as much as Los Angeles because they reformed their entire roster.
True.
But they are different. And I think we've even seen the rotations from Steve Kerr with the injection of GP2. I guess Andre Iguodala for a time before he unfortunately fractured his wrist was going to be a part of that as well. But I don't think they feel different because, again, it is your top 8 or 9 guys from last year adding DiVincenzo, but they are very different from where they were even at midseason, I think.
I hear what you're saying, but by the same token, I'm feeling like they've kind of been the same team no matter who's been in, who's been out, and that's like a 500 team, even when they've had Wiggins.
That is fair.
Like, here's what's going to happen.
The cast is different, but the movie's still the same.
I'd say the cast is the same, isn't it? But the movie's different. Mm-hmm.
There's the contrarian.
Well, I'm just saying. No, but the Warriors will have 8. Their top 8 guys from last year essentially are back, minus Otto Porter Jr. I think I would take, man,
Let me ask you this.
I'd take Booker and KD. I would. over LeBron and Anthony Davis. I trust both those other players more than Anthony Davis. That's why I would take Durant and Booker.
If you're telling me I get a healthy Anthony Davis, which he currently is, that could change tonight.
Right.
But
I broke my back.
if you're telling me I'm getting a healthy Anthony Davis, I'm taking him and LeBron ever so slightly over Kevin Durant and Devin Booker because both of those guys in the Lakers play both ends of the court. But I think a better question, and maybe fans would like to weigh in, is who's the second best player on the Warriors now? With Andrew Wiggins back, who played like the second best player on a finals team last year.
Oh, man.
Because you got, I think, 4, maybe even 4 options. Or sorry, well, 3, I guess. Steph would be the number 1, clear-cut de facto. And because of how good he's played, I think it is kind of difficult to see anyone as his running mate right now.
Who would it be? If you took this, that's a good question. 888-957-9570. And let's just take this year as a whole. It's as a whole. And we can take it as a whole, or we can take it from this point on. Man, I mean, Clay's been pretty good offensively, defensively.
Jordan Poole's played 12 more games than Clay has. Draymond's played 70 games this year.
I mean, in a crazy way, to me, and he's not, but it's Looney. Like, outside of Curry, to me, Looney's had the best year of anybody. Like, I think Looney's had a better year than Poole, Draymond, or Clay. Mm-hmm.
But for a guy who plays 23.8 minutes...
Correct. He really can't be that.
He's been the most consistent second player on this team. I think that's not in question.
That's kind of what I mean.
Gotcha.
I'd have to say I would put Draymond at number 2, with the possibility that Wiggins could leapfrog him if he has a postseason like last year. And the reason I say that is, I mean, Draymond is more important on defense than Clay is on offense, believe it or not. Just because without Draymond on defense, I don't know. I kind of don't know where this team would be.
I think in order for the Warriors to win the championship,
yes,
Andrew Wiggins needs to leapfrog Draymond Green.
I think that's fair. I think
he has to be their second best player because, as Jim Barnett laid out, he gives you something that the Warriors right now are missing, which is an ISO option inside the three-point line. Defensively, can shut down a perimeter player when he's at his best. And that takes so much pressure off of everyone else. And Draymond Green even said this on his podcast. I think it was either last week or the week before. But Andrew Wiggins is what he describes as a fence bender on offense. Like, he's the one that breaks down the first line. And so when everyone collapses, then you see that beautiful ball movement that everyone associates with Golden State. But someone has to be the first one to break down the barrier. And Andrew Wiggins is physically the most equipped person to do that from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Warriors need the Wiggins who played for him in the postseason last year. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Can he get back to that level? I heard something. Was his name Kevin Timpf, our guest?
Jason Timpf. Yeah, from the Volume Sports.
I think it was him who said something very interesting about Wiggins and his shot. He says, Wiggins' shot's kind of a line drive shot.
Mm-hmm.
And he worried that after 2 months off, Wiggins might not, Wiggins is shooting 40% this year, right?
Overall, yes.
Okay, so in the last 2 years of the Warriors, he's basically been a 40% three-point shooter. Because I think he was 3.88 last year.
Technically, he's 3.96 right now.
Okay,
but
perfect.
Yeah, 40%.
So as a Warrior, he's a 40% three-point shooter. Is he going to be a 40% three-point shooter from now till the end of the year? See, I think that's a fair point to bring up. Not saying he won't be, but that's the kind of thing where you take 2 months off, and now, kind of like, and I know it's a bad comparison, but Iguodala. Like, Andre Iguodala couldn't make a shot from three-point range this year. Probably was like 1 for 10 or something like that. Now, obviously, Wiggins is in his prime. But still, I think that his shot is something that may take a little while to get going, and then the question becomes, do they have a little while to wait for it to get going?
And I think Andrew Wiggins, the first 22 games of the season when he was shooting a ridiculous 45% from three-point range, I'm not saying he needs to be at that level.
Right.
But if he can be close to that compared to the guy who, after going through the adductor injury and then coming back, he played 15 games with a couple of inactives thrown in there, and he couldn't find the basket. Now, which Andrew Wiggins is going to show up in these last hopeful, couple games in the regular season and into the postseason? If it's the guy from the first 22, I feel pretty confident that the Warriors will be able to have a chance. But if he is the guy from the last 15 games that we've seen most recently, then Steve Kerr's going to have some tough decisions to make.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Jersey. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Good. What's done?
Hey, what do you got?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I love the show.
Thank
and with regard to the question of the second to best behind, interesting, we're talking about Wiggins, his first 22 games. But you look at Clay minus the first 22 games, and he's arguably the second to best.
That's a good point. You know what, Mike? The problem is that who's been the most consistent player on the team outside Steph? That might be the question.
Looney.
Yeah.
Definitely Looney's been the most consistent.
Yeah. Good call. You know what? If you take out, he's right. If you take out the first 20 games, maybe it is Clay. Certainly on the offensive end.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Since the beginning of the new year, he's shot the hell out of the ball in January and February.
510, you act like he hasn't shot a ball in 2 months. Well, I mean, he hasn't shot a ball in a game in 2 months, and that's important. I mean, that's very important.
Yeah, according to Anthony Slater, he was working out in Minnesota, but we're not sure if he was doing that for the entirety of the 2 months.
He was
or
in Minnesota.
That's according to Slater, yes.
So he's clearly working out inside.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he's out there in the cold, Steiny.
That would be old school.
That'd be pretty cool.
That would be. Now, you want to call me old? That's right. I used to shovel snow to go play pickup basketball.
We don't have those problems out here.
No, you're right. And I never did that either. But no, I think... who was that?
Is that John? Who the hell is John?
You better be careful. Looney's the most stable player. 415 say Wiggins, hands down, is the second best player. If he's two-way Wiggs, I'll agree with you.
But if he's like Dibley is, labeled him in the past, if he's K-Wig, then he's not.
I wonder what he is. I wonder how he's going to be. I'm just playing.
I'm tempering my expectations. Now, he's missed 22 games.
Right.
That's a lot of time.
Right.
And to come back and be what we've seen Steph come back and be off of injury, or even Kevin Durant the other night for Phoenix coming back off an ankle injury, which is not even a serious shot, 5 for 18. Like, he had a bad game when he came back. I don't think it's just all of a sudden going to come back to Andrew Wiggins like he was the guy from the finals last year, because even before the injury, before his absence, he wasn't. If he is, well, then we got action.
And I think you have to allow for the possibility that whatever was going on with Wiggins maybe was something that was going on before he left, because he wasn't quite himself, or at least the Wiggins we saw last year at his best.
That's a good point.
So if he comes back kind of with an open heart and he is ready to go, I don't think it's going to take Wiggins is not the kind of guy who will see him tonight and say, "Geez, did he get fat?"
No,
there's no way. We're going to see Andrew Wiggins tonight and say, "Hey, looks exactly the same." There's no way. There's no way Wiggins put on 14 pounds.
His beard might have got a little longer. That's about it.
It'll be a good night tonight.
2 pounds of facial hair. Good
night tonight at the arena. The arena. How about the center?
Yeah, come on.
Chase Center.
Not just Chase Center.
Yeah. Even if Andrew Wiggins is not quite the old Andrew Wiggins, he's still better than the alternative Lamb or Moody. Yeah. Yeah. That's the other thing. Where are Wiggins' minutes going to come from?
So this is, we talked about this before the show. This is the question that I have. If the playoffs is about star power, right? Howard Beck is talking about the best duo in the Western Conference, LeBron and AD. Is Jokic and MPJ or Jamal Murray? Is it KD and Booker? Is it Steph and Klay Thompson or Draymond Green or Andrew Wiggins, then why do we care about the rotational pieces missing or not getting as many minutes if the Warriors have their top 6, 7, 8 set for a playoff series? Then why are we worried about how Jonathan Kuminga's minutes are going to be affected, or Moses Moody, or Anthony Lamb? Not that people are, but I do wonder. That's something Steve Kerr has to discuss and talk to his players about. But why does that, I guess, matter as much?
It's a good point. And when you brought that up, I started to think about it, because let's say you get Wiggins back, and let's just say hypothetically in 3 weeks he's playing 25 to 30 minutes a game. Okay, so where are those minutes going to come? Lamb's going to get eliminated, probably. Kuminga's probably going to get eliminated a little, because remember, the Warriors kind of like to use Wiggins at 4 at times, and that's the position that Kuminga plays. But you're right. If the rotations shrink in the postseason, like in a way, and I don't mean it the way it's going to sound, but who cares if Kuminga isn't quite as effective because he's got less time, as long as Wiggins is the player he was last year? It does make sense. The question now though becomes, can players 7, 8, and 9 be the reason the Warriors don't get it done, if you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think that, okay, so now we're looking at beyond the top 6, so Curry, Klay, Dre, Wiggins, Looney, Poole. You're looking at Dante DiVincenzo, you're looking at Gary Payton II, and Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah.
So
that would be 9. The top 6, including Poole, Kuminga, DiVincenzo, Payton II, and then 10 might be a Lamb or a JaMychal Green.
Okay, so
which is fine.
No, I think it is too, because if you look at last year's final series, Gary Payton II was the 8th man. He got 18 minutes a game. Everyone below that 8 spot played less than 10 minutes a game in the finals, which means that I'm sorry, if that means that Jonathan Kuminga plays less minutes because Andrew Wiggins has to play 35 or 40, or Klay Thompson has to play more. I mean, Jordan Poole saw the floor very seldom against Denver, even though he was efficient, 7 of 13 from the floor. Those are the sacrifices that as a young guy you have to make. And I almost feel like the message to them is, hey, you have helped us get to this point. And that is, in all honesty, the purpose at this point of the next, timeline or generation, whatever you want to call the next iteration of Golden State basketball. Their job is to help the older players load manage their way through the season, continue to be competitive, get into ideally a top 6 seed, and then allow those guys that have been on the biggest stage to take the limelight and carry you to hopefully a 5th championship. That's how I sort of saw their job coming into the season, and maybe because of injuries we've reevaluated that. But now it's the Big 3 show or the Big 4 show. And I'm sorry if that means Kuminga doesn't get to play as much, or maybe you don't see a whole lot of, DiVincenzo or JaMychal Green, Anthony Lamb, then I'm sorry, them's the ropes.
Here's the thing that I'm looking at, though, now. And the 650, not 650, here it is, 707. In the playoffs, use 8, rotate 7, play with 6, and only trust 5. That's a good saying. Do you realize that Steph Curry has played more minutes this year per game than in any year since 2014? He's averaging 35 minutes a game this year. That's more than last year, the year before, 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 and then in 13-14 he played 36 minutes. I mean, where do you put that into the equation, Warrior fans? That at 35 years old, Steph Curry is playing 35 minutes a game, essentially factually more minutes per game than in any time in the last 9 years.
I do think we need to look at his load as minutes total. So if you are looking at minutes per game, yes, you're right. He's playing 35 minutes a night. but because of injury, because of load management, he'll probably get to about 1,900 minutes.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
And that would be
'Cause he's
actually
only-
one of the fewest that he's played, the fourth fewest across his entire career. Now, if he had played, and I don't know how they would have managed him if he had been healthy the entire year, but like, I mean, you've talked about this. Like each and every season you go through and you get older, you're going to play less games. Like the 82 of old from the Michael Jordans and the Kobe Bryants, like that doesn't happen anymore.
No, you're right. I'm wondering if you got to play him. I guess
when the playoffs start, though,
am I the only
shackles
one?
are off.
How about this? Am I the only one? Do I worry more than anybody else about their age? Catching up with them? I guess I do, because
after watching Denver, I think you should.
Well,
I mean, because we've heard multiple people say that they look tired.
I thought they did look a little tired, and obviously, when Clay and Steph don't shoot the ball well, you can always point to fatigue. It was Denver, but that's the one thing. I mean, God, it's how long can this thing keep going with these guys, and can they put together? Can the Golden State Warriors essentially put together April, May, 10 great weeks of basketball? Can they do it? And when I say that to myself, can they play 10 great weeks of basketball or 10 of their best weeks? That's where I say, boy, I don't know. I don't know, because keep in mind they're going to be playing good teams the rest of so they got to play really good basketball against the best teams.
Last two finals runs that they've made last year in 2019, Warriors played a total of 22 games. Can Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green stay healthy for all 22 of those games if they played? I mean, that's what we're asking here.
Right.
Because I think more than ever before, they're going to need their big three, and then you add Andrew Wiggins in to win a championship. Like, they need them each and every game. There isn't a situation where, like in 2019 or 2018, you could have an absence of Kevin Durant or Stephen Curry and be able to win those type of playoff games.
That's actually a good point. I think people will be surprised at how many games the Warriors have won over the years in the playoffs, missing a guy.
Yeah.
They've been pretty seamless in that regard. All right, hey, plan your getaway today to the iconic Inn at the Tides in beautiful Bodega Bay. Rooms start at just $199 per night with their midweek spring special through April 30th. Experience stunning bay views, relax in refreshed rooms, and enjoy free breakfast. Book now at inatthetides.com.
Load up your car at Lucky, and you can pump up the savings on gas. Now through April 4th, you can earn up to $20 in gas rewards with a qualified purchase of specially marked items through the store. Learn more at LuckySupermarkets.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product.
devices. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Hopefully, Guru will be back tomorrow. He is handling some family business, and
we wish him well.
That's the truth.
It is.
Swear to God. Swear to God. We've been talking Warriors all day, but there were a couple, and I'm going to start this one here. I forget, did you put that Florio thing on there? I can just. Yeah, okay. Because we'll start out by just mentioning the 49ers quarterback. And if you can play it, let me know when you're ready, John. Because what happened is, obviously at the Combine, there's a lot of chatter. And apparently, my favorite quarterback's name has come up. Mm-hmm.
That's right. I forgot how much of a Minnesota Vikings stan you were last year.
Kirk Cousins still in the picture. Now, that's kind of the peripheral issue. But here's the question I have, because there just seems to be a lot of uncertainty at the quarterback position. So I'm listening to Bonte and Shasky today, and Bonte said to Shasky, how many snaps is Trey Lance going to take this year? And I thought, how many snaps are each of the quarterbacks going to take? You know what I mean? Like, is Purdy the man?
I think he is. But the question is, when does he come back? And so that's when the number of snaps comes into play, because we heard from John Lynch that if the season started today and all things being equal, Brock Purdy would be under center because he's earned it. But Kyle Shanahan has also referenced the fact that both Sam Darnold, who came in this offseason, and Trey Lance, who's coming back from an injury as well, will both be taking first-team reps. So right now, that sounds like a relatively equal hierarchy in the quarterback room.
Do you think this is a fair statement if I say there's no chance Sam Darnold signed here to be the third-string quarterback?
I'm with you. I think it's one of the reasons why Jimmy Garoppolo came back last year.
Okay, so
Kyle Shanahan, in the same boat, but
Kyle Shanahan has told Sam Darnold, you're in the mix. Go win the job.
I could argue between all three quarterbacks.
Yes.
San Francisco has the most open competition in a quarterback room in the league. From 1 to 3. All three guys I can see starting come the first week of September.
Exactly. Is that good? Is that good?
It got you to an NFC Championship game last year. Now, how you sort of finagled your way through it, shout out, Goo,
yes,
was unprecedented. What they did last year was unprecedented. But it is interesting to me, Steiny, how Trey Lance begins last season as QB1, and all of a sudden through this offseason has now seemed to trickle down the depth chart to potentially quarterback 3. That is something I have a hard time wrapping my mind around.
But, and here's where I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have done kind of a great job of talking about it all. Because John Lynch said, Trey's going to have a crack at it. Trey will probably get a crack at it because Purdy might not be ready. I think the 49ers are counting on Purdy to be ready.
I think they are too. And I also think that even if he's not for week 1, because again, you won't know how far along his arm is until he's able to start throwing in approximately now, I would say 2.5 to 2 months from now. So even if you hope he's back by training camp, you got to evaluate, and Kyle Shanahan could be 6 months, could be 8 months. Well, if it's 8 months, then who's going to be your guy? I would think it'd be Trey Lance. But if you feel that strongly that Brock Purdy is your QB1, that's the guy you want to build around for this season and ideally beyond, what I have read from the front office's messages about the quarterback room is that Brock Purdy is going to be under center the moment he is able to be, even if Trey Lance has maybe won a couple games for you.
Well, if that's the case, then we have a problem. You know what I mean? If you're telling me Brock Purdy's not ready by week 1 and Trey Lance gets the 49ers off to a 2-0 start, let's say 24-14 win and a 21-20 win, you really going to Purdy?
According to John Lynch, he's earned the right. I mean, the guy has not lost a game in which he's started and finished.
All right. That's true. I mean, and I'm not scoffing at it.
No, but I'm with you because but this is where the conversation gets convoluted and why people continue to go back and forth. It's like the 49ers are trying to win football games, and I don't think that Kyle Shanahan really, at this point, with the 3 guys he has, cares which one is my guy. Like, he wants to win.
So, but what you're saying is if you read the tea leaves, and I'm interested to hear what 49er fans think of this at 888-957-9570, does it feel like if you read the tea leaves, like Trey Lance just ain't it? He ain't it. Like Purdy's the number 1, and they brought Darnold in because guess what? Maybe they know if they bring Darnold in, Darnold's going to beat out Trey Lance.
Well, it sounded like Mike Florio kind of feels the same way that you do.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. Let's play what Mike Florio said.
My son is always looking for trade possibilities involving his Minnesota Vikings.
Your Minnesota
He's willing
Vikings.
to broker the deal of Kirk Cousins for Trey Lance.
Okay, yeah.
So,
well, I'm sure Shanahan might like that too. He might like that. He might take Kirk Cousins right now. Go.
Apparently, at the scouting combine, there was some chatter, there was some noise among people within the broader league structure, not media, but people in the league, about Cousins being traded to the 49ers. That was a hot topic at one point.
You
like that? You like that?
I don't like that.
What do you mean? It scares people that Kyle likes him.
No, what scares me is not just that Kirk Cousins trade rumors have been floated around, because I don't think there's honestly much fire behind that smoke. But what I don't like about it is that in this offseason, we have heard not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 separate quarterback links to the 49ers that have nothing to do with anybody on their roster. We've heard Phillip Rivers reached out to the 49ers last year. We heard the 49ers reached out to Ben Roethlisberger last year. We've floated Lamar Jackson's name potentially being in play. We've talked about Tom Brady coming out of retirement, and maybe his swan song is in San Francisco, and he takes him to... And now we're hearing about Kirk Cousins. This is where I do think that I'm with you that it is a problem in the quarterback room, not because of one of those instances, but all of them combined make me feel like there is just not much confidence in the guy that's supposed to be under center right now, whether it's Trey Lance or apparently Sam Darnold, because Brock Purdy is currently hurt.
Here's the thing I find challenging to believe is that Kyle Shanahan traded for Garoppolo, and they extended him after 5 games, 5 good games. And then Garoppolo ended up being who Garoppolo was. Some people thought he was pretty good. I didn't think he was good. You really think that Kyle Shanahan thinks after 10 games that, like, Purdy's his guy? Like, Purdy, he's going to be our quarterback for the next 8 years? Because I kind of don't. I think they look at the depth chart and he says clearly he's most confident in Purdy. But I'm just worried that Purdy, what we saw last year is who he is. And I still think that they need a better quarterback than he was last year, even though he was solid.
Who do you think is the most, or who do you think Shanahan views as the most groomable
Kirk
quarterback?
Cousins.
Well, he has groomed him. He quite literally did in Washington.
Okay, here's a serious question. If having seen what Brock Purdy did last year, you don't think Kirk Cousins could have done that?
I don't think Kirk Cousins could have done...
What do you mean, He might have been more explosive than Purdy.
He's not as evasive.
No.
But to me, that's what separated Brock Purdy from Jimmy Garoppolo. That's what separates him from a stand-in-the-pocket passer, is his ability to move. to extend plays. Kirk Cousins can't do that. Kirk Cousins might have a better arm than Brock Purdy, might be able to orchestrate an offense just as well as him, but that intangible that seemed to be sweeping the nation from Brock Purdy and helped the 49ers get to an NFC Championship game, that Kirk Cousins cannot bring.
Do you think, okay, pretend you're Kyle Shanahan. Hey, Kyle, seriously, just who would you prefer? Like, who do you prefer? Who gives you a better chance to win, Purdy or Kirk Cousins?
I think he might still tell you Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins also cost $38 million.
True. And that's obviously a huge factor, a huge part of this, no doubt.
Which is one of the reasons why we, as a station, kind of shot down the Lamar Jackson thing, because that might cost you $45 million.
As it relates to Trey Lance, it feels like the 49ers just have not embraced him. I feel like the 4 games that he's played almost have been enough for the 49ers and Lynch and Shanahan to say, you know what? I know it's only 4 games, but he's got so much longer to go. We don't even know if we have the time.
I am with you there. And that's what I think the 4 games, along with everything else they've seen in practice, preseason, training camp, OTAs, I think all of that combined with, because again, the report was, especially last year, was that Trey Lance was not great, or he was inconsistent in practice. Okay, well then the hope is that during the game, maybe he's not a great practice player, but he can hit enough of the big plays for you to overlook some of his shortcomings. And Brock Purdy, for whatever reason, kind of gave you both. I mean, he was able to move the ball down the field. He was able to hit some of the short passes. And by all accounts, he was great in practice. Fred Warner, George Kittle, everyone spoke glowingly about his ability in practice to kind of wow them. That's why he's the third guy. So if you're looking at Trey Lance, I don't want to say the writing is on the wall for him. I don't want to go full Draymond Green there. But it doesn't appear like the 49ers are valuing this guy like he was their 3rd overall pick. And him and Brock Purdy, from Mr. Irrelevant to, Trey was drafted to be relevant, they're on an equal playing field in the 49ers' eyes. And Brock Purdy right now has been given the leg up.
He has. And I think, tell me if you follow this, because I think there's 2 things going on. One is, why did the Warriors draft Trey Lance? To me, they drafted Trey Lance because they believed he could be dynamic. They believed, first and foremost, that he could throw out of the pocket, but that even with throwing out of the pocket, he was very evasive, et cetera, et cetera. He gets hurt. Now they go to Garoppolo and Purdy. I'm just going to use game managers. Don't quibble with me that I called Purdy game manager. Just go with it for now.
Sure.
Like a lot of 49er fans say, well, look, anybody can play the quarterback position and we'll be fine. The question is, can anybody play the 49er quarterback position and win a Super Bowl? That to me is the big difference. If Trey Lance has a chance to be great, well, then he'll have a better chance to win a Super Bowl than either Purdy or Garoppolo. The question is, do they already know it's probably not going to be great?
And that's why I think a lot of people have looked at Trey Lance and said, why can't he get on the field? Now, injury was the reason last year, but this year is supposed to be, this is a pivotal season for Trey Lance. It's his 4th year. There is a question of whether or not they're going to exercise his 5th-year option. And before we go any further, if I asked you right now, do you think the 49ers want to exercise that option to have another year of Trey Lance? What would it be?
I think they'd love to. Wait, is this his 4th year? No, it's his 3rd year.
Or 3rd year, sorry.
Is it his 3rd? It's his 3rd year coming up. He didn't play much, yeah. So it's his 3rd year. But nevertheless, I mean, after 3 years, you got to have a sense of what he can do. But if he's their 3rd string quarterback, kind of what are we doing? If you know what I mean. Then, if he's their 3rd string quarterback after 3 years, after he was the starter from week 1 last year, to me, that means the writing's on the wall that, unfortunately, this kid can't play.
And I have to put that at the feet of the guy who drafted him or the guys who drafted him. Either you haven't done a good job enough to develop this kid, or you blew the pick.
Right.
And you gave up multiple first-round picks to do it. I think that Kyle Shanahan would say, hey, the fact that we got Trey Lance as our third quarterback means we got depth. And last year, we needed depth. If we had a third quarterback, maybe we would have got to the Super Bowl. Maybe we would have won the Super Bowl. Or if you had a third stringer in the NFC Championship game. But if you're Trey Lance, I'm thinking, dude, I am not where I want to be. And that is sitting behind two men that were not, in my eyes, supposed to be there. Like, I'm supposed to be under center right now.
Exactly. Like, what would this be wrong? Let me just say, would this be wrong? If the 49ers, okay, everything's happened like it happened and Purdy got hurt. Why wouldn't, if everything's kind of on the up and up, whatever, why wouldn't John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan say, well, I mean, first of all, Brock Purdy's, got hurt late in the season. We're going to have to find out if he's ready. No, Trey Lance is the number one to start the season. I mean, Trey Lance is the number one. Why? Like, I can use every argument. Why wouldn't Trey Lance be the number one? He was the number one at the start of last year. He was the number one quarterback. He got hurt, so he lost his position? Like, he lost his status? Now, if he lost his status, like, on the one hand, well, that's kind of not right that he lost his status over injury. On the other hand, you get Kyle Shanahan in a private moment, and maybe he's saying, relax, he's not good. We made a mistake. Well, then, okay, you made a mistake, and you got to move on from it. But I just don't...
If you made a mistake, why just start him in the first place last year?
Well...
Because you had to?
Well, that was always an issue that I couldn't understand. Because do you think the 49ers started their best... Do you think Kyle Shanahan thinks the 49ers started their best quarterback last year, week one? Because I don't.
I think he thought that at the time and then quickly realized that with what he had behind Trey Lance, like Jimmy Garoppolo, I think if he had a full offseason with the 49ers, if he hadn't undergone all those, will he stay, will he go, will they trade him, will he not, he's hurt and he got his surgery late. I do think if there was an entire offseason, Kyle Shanahan might have started Jimmy Garoppolo in the first week last year, but Jimmy didn't have the entire offseason. He talked about getting a ramp-up period in the regular season. And that's why I do think a similar scenario could play out this year where Trey Lance does get to start the season, or I think he should be given the opportunity to start the season, but there's a guy in waiting because Kyle Shanahan is clearly, from either his actions or his statements, mainly his actions,
right,
showing he's more comfortable with the known commodity that is Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy, also to his credit, hasn't done anything to make Kyle Shanahan distrust him.
Right. I guess what I'm wondering is this. If couldn't the 49ers, let's say, here are their two choices. Brock Purdy was terrific last year. He won 8 games for us, and he didn't lose a game that he didn't finish, and he's done enough in little over half a season. He's been terrific. He's been better than we thought. And so because of that, he's coming into camp as the number one quarterback next year. We hope he's healthy. If he's not, well, then Trey's going to get a crack at it. But as soon as Purdy's healthy, or if he's healthy week one, it's going to be Brock Purdy. Okay, like we'd all accept that, right? Wouldn't we accept just as strongly if John Lynch said, hey, Brock Purdy was absolutely terrific last year, but it doesn't change the fact that, he came into camp as our third best quarterback. We used a lot of capital on Trey Lance. We believe in Trey Lance. He was our starter week one last year. He got hurt, and he is not losing his number one spot because of injury. He will be healthier midway through training camp than Brock Purdy. He will start because he was our starter last year. You know what I mean? Like, is that any more wrong or if Lynch had said that and Shanahan, I think the fan base would be like, no, that makes sense too.
I think whether it's wrong or right in this season becomes irrelevant, because the one thing that I believe about the 49ers and their evaluation of their 3 quarterbacks right now is that draft status does not matter. Now, if you think that's unfair, you're allowed to have that. Like, that's wholly on you. But the 49ers want the best guy. I think everyone wants the best guy. If the best guy was taken last in the draft, but beat out the guy who was 3rd in the draft, that's fine.
Right.
But what that does mean, and why Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk is talking about a potential trade between Trey Lance for Kirk Cousins, so the Niners and the Vikings, is because I think he's kind of setting the stage for, would you be surprised if the 49ers traded Trey Lance? Or does Trey Lance need a fresh start?
Yeah, I don't know about the second part.
Okay.
Would I be surprised if the 49ers traded Trey Lance? I mean, my answer is yes and no. The reason I would be is because, wow, they came off a guy after 2 years that they gave up a lot for. By the same token, if he can't play and they know he can't play, or that's what they believe and they're committed to, then you got to move him. Like, so I see both sides.
They would have moved off of a guy not only that only played 2 years, but didn't get a chance to start more than 4 games. Like there are examples of quarterbacks at the top of the draft who are busts. But off the top of your head, and I would love if the Comcast Business text line or any caller that's listening could name me a single quarterback from, let's say, the top 5 that was taken, in 1 through 5 overall, that has played as many or less starts than Trey Lance that was then moved off of. Because even the biggest busts in NFL history, like Jamarcus Russell, played 2.5 years for the Oakland Raiders. Ryan Leaf played 3 seasons for the San Diego Chargers. Like, there are examples of quarterbacks that are probably worse talents than Trey Lance, but even they got more of a chance to prove themselves than he has.
Yeah. Couple texts from the Comcast Business text line, 408. Can we just see Trey play a full season first? Maybe not.
It ain't looking like it.
Maybe not. Couple really good ones here, and then 408 and 707 are saying kind of the same thing. They don't say that about Lance because they know he's not good enough, and I believe that could be absolutely positively true.
And text line chimes in Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson started 22 games. Like, they moved off of him this year because they saw that he was bad.
What about this? This is another interesting one from the 707. Steiny, what I'm not hearing is people talk about the fact that Lance hasn't played in almost 2 years. Well, forget 2 years. Like, so Trey Lance has started 4 games in the last 2 years. The year before that, he didn't play. I mean, think of how little still this guy's been on a football field, especially let alone a pro football field. I mean, as forget who said it, but boy. Oh, it's Tim Roy. By the way, Tim Roy, speaking of which, this is why I love our listeners, particularly Tim Roy. Remember we were talking about clutch free throws?
Yeah.
Tim Roy at 1 o'clock today said, Larry Wright of the Washington Bullets hit 2 free throws with no time on the clock to win Game 1 of the 79 NBA Finals. So, of course, thank you, Tim. So, of course, I went to Basketball Reference, went to that game.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have the play-by-play.
Yeah,
So,
I hate that.
I know, I got it. Tim's obviously right. 99-97, so he was probably right on the money.
Also, Mark Willard chiming in on the conversation. Josh Rosen only played 1 year with the Cardinals, but he got 13 starts. So
I didn't get anything from Willard.
Well, it's because he likes me more.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he
Willard
does.
and I are tight, especially in the wake of my fallout with Guru.
I thought there was none.
No, we're in big trouble.
That's why he's absent today.
We'll figure it out tomorrow. All right. No, Guru's fine. I'm the problem. Let me just go. Guru's fine. Guru's fine. He'll be back tomorrow. All right. Coming up on the other side, I want to get into. We can keep in this. The Giants. Sick and tired of hearing they need a big name. They don't need a big name. They got all the big names they need on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had...
All righty. Matt Steinmetz in with Evan Giddings today. Guru will be back tomorrow. We got 10 minutes, and then we will do the changeover with Willard and Dibbs. I get rabbit holes. They're unbelievable on the internet. So Tim Roy, we're talking about the most clutch free throws of all time. Tim Roy.
It's a great question.
Texts me. He said Larry Wright of the Washington Bullets hit 2 free throws with no time on the clock to win Game 1 of the '79 NBA Finals. So, of course, now I start looking at this. And I'm hoping now Tim will text me some more information because Larry Wright scored 26 in that game in only 23 minutes off the bench. Larry Wright was 12 for 18 from the floor, but he never averaged more than 10 points a game in his career. But in Game 1 of the '79 Finals, he makes 2 free throws with no time on the clock, and he has 26 points in 23 minutes. Larry Wright, Grambling. My man. And I'm done.
Well, so I just kind of was going through the memory banks and then Googled something that I thought I remembered, but
I probably will.
In 2010, Game 7,
actually,
Sasha Vujacic, 2 free throws to put the Lakers up 4, was it? But essentially put the game out of reach for the Boston Celtics in that...
Don't.
No? That was one I...
Wait, 2 to 4? Oh, those are gravy.
Well, what happens if you miss them?
First of all, he's not going to miss both.
Why?
He's a guard.
Nick Anderson missed 4 in a row.
He's a guard. Well,
Nick Anderson was a fine free throw shooter.
I missed a couple big ones in my day. I made a couple.
Missed the front end? Do you wish there was a front end in the NBA?
Absolutely, positively, yes. And this is where because some people aren't great foul shooters, they ruin it for the rest of us. The NBA should absolutely have the 1-and-1. People might not even know what the 1-and-1 is, but I'm going to tell you what it is. After you reach a certain, in the NBA, 5 teams foul, then you're in the bonus and you get 2 shots, 2 free throws. Used to be, when you went into the bonus, it was a 1-and-1. That means they gave you the ball at the free throw line to take a shot, and if it went in, you got the second one. If you missed the first one, live ball. Come on. That would be sweet.
It does create some great late-game magic.
Then you can't. Oh, but what about Dwight Howard? What about him? Get him off the damn floor if you can't make a foul shot. You can't tell me that. See, here's the other thing about the NBA that kind of bothers me.
The Hack-a-Shack?
I don't have a problem with Hack-a-Shack. But the NBA is all about, not exposing guys. It's almost like everybody's afraid in the league, not the players, but the people that organize the league, they don't want to put too much pressure on the players. They don't want them to fit. 1-and-1s would be great. Make your foul shots. That brings more pressure into the game if you bring a 1-and-1 in there. And who wouldn't want more pressure, higher stakes?
I think it would also open up the game for some more late scenario craziness. I mean, it'd be closer to, we'd see a lot more Miami, San Antonio Game 6s than your average, I just put, Sasha Vujacic making it to ice a game.
Well, the way it used to be was there'd be a limit for fouls, either in a quarter, 5, or in a half, 7 or 8. And then once you hit 7 or 8, then every foul that wasn't a shooting foul is a 1-and-1. Well, then what they did was fouls 7, 8, and 9 were 1-and-1s, but once you committed 10 fouls in a half, then every foul was 2 shots. So 1-and-1. You know why the NBA doesn't have a 1-and-1? Because they're gutless. They are. They're gutless, and so are the players. Players don't want a 1-and-1. They don't want to shoot 1-and-1. Too nerve-wracking. What if we missed the 1-and-1?
Stephen Curry would step to the stripe.
Thank you. His game wouldn't change. No, you're right, 5-1 out. You're right. Ben Simmons probably wouldn't like it.
Probably not. A few Warriors that wouldn't like it either.
I would love the 1-and-1, even though it cost me a senior year in high school. missed.
I'm glad it doesn't stick with you.
Back iron. Oh, God. I can remember every foul shot I missed. Missed Eastern York, first round of the playoffs. 16 seconds left. We're up 1. I'm at the line for a 1-and-1. Back ironed it. I back freaking ironed it. And Victor Block.
Klay Thompson.
Victor Block of Eastern York hits like a 19-footer at the other end. And there it goes. My senior season ends with 2 losses. 23-4. We lost our last 2 games.
Because of you. Sounds like. Down the stretch. I mean, I can remember every home run.
Actually, it was a coach. I'm blaming the coach.
Yeah? Throw him under the bus.
You know, and actually, he's passed now, Lloyd Wolf, R.I.P., but we're rolling over Eastern York back in 1982. I'm talking rolling. We're up 41-24. It's early third, and they were in a zone, but we were piercing it. Lloyd Wolf, our coach, goes, Matty, let's bring him out. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, bring him out of the zone. So we started holding the ball, you know?
Started playing keep away.
They come out. We get caught halfway. Are we going to hold the ball? Or are we going to shoot?
Was there a shot clock?
No.
Of course not.
Of course not. Of course not.
Nor a 3-point line.
No. So there it is. At 1:30, I talk about. I didn't come through a lot in my career. There you go.
That's a drop.
So, by the way, I want to get into the Giants. We still can. But it's a longer topic.
Team to watch.
Here's my question. Do you really need a big name if you're hitting 7 homers a game? Who cares who's hitting them? Like, I was just thinking about this. 2 years ago, the Giants won 107, and they lead the league in homers, right?
Yep.
They lead the league in homers. They had more than anybody else.
Not a single guy hit 30.
Last year, I come back to earth, but still 500. That 500 team, not terrible. 500. This year, they're saying they got a deep pitching staff. They got power again. Like, hit the pike. They don't need a big name.
Well, this is.
I mean, it would be great, but would you rather have? I mean, I guess the answer is Aaron Judge. But what difference does it make if they're hitting 250 homers?
Well, the difference it makes is, and this is why I think you have to watch them, because through the first 4 games, they have been the quintessential feast or famine team in Major League Baseball, because they're on pace for 365 home runs, which would blow the record out of the water. They're also on pace to get shut out 81 times, which would also be a record. So either they're hitting 7 bombs or they're striking out 16 times.
We'll see if that doesn't even out a little bit.
Okay, Farhan, go to the spreadsheet.
Just saying. I'm just saying, we lose opening day, and I did say we. Everybody's panicking. We lose opening day to the Yankees. Best team in baseball. What are we now? 2-2.
Yep. Just like everyone else in the NL West.
And we got our guy DeSclafani back. He's going to be in. Why couldn't he win the Cy Young?
You see the way that slider was
my gosh,
falling off the table, Steiny?
Dude, it was dipping.
Against a quality lineup like the White Sox?
It was dipping.
Luis Robert.
Steiny, you don't. Yes, I go to the games. Yes, I did watch the game. Well, actually, yesterday I didn't. I taped it because it was on during our show.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll definitely be at some Giants games this year. No doubt about it. What time are we breaking here for the boys?
Right now.
Right now? I don't want to break too early because remember yesterday, that segment was too long. All right, Willard and Dibbs coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we do have availability. Those dates for how many guests?
Andrea's Boutique Hotel is the destination to tie the knot.
Oh, you want...
Hit 98.
I didn't come through a lot in my career.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz in with Evan Giddings. Guru hopefully be back tomorrow. And we are joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
What's up, boys?
What's going on, fellas?
Hello, guys.
Yeah.
What's going on?
What's good?
Well, we got a big one tonight at Chase Center.
Big.
Andrew Wiggins ideally will be there. I don't know if he'll be on the bench or behind the bench or in a suite.
You actually just that you threw something out right there that's it's interesting.
We've got a difference of opinion about how it should go tonight.
I'm interested to hear.
I didn't say that I had an opinion on
Not
this.
where he's watching the game.
I don't have a
You're
strong
disagreeing
opinion.
over whether it was an opinion or not?
I would like us psychoanalyze ourselves for a second.
Oh, boy.
I love
when
that.
we
go.
say
Where's the couch?
Introspection.
When we say it would be good if blank happened. Dibs yesterday. It'd be good if Andrew Wiggins was on the bench tonight.
Okay.
And I said, why? Well, because that way the Warrior fan base could shower him with the love that he deserves and needs and let him know.
Well, what I
And I'm
said
like,
was it would be
right?
great if they brought him out mid-first quarter.
I agree.
And allowed him to be showcased. Or, like, hey, you know, at the first time out, Andrew Wiggins, ladies and gentlemen.
Like there's an official announcement of his
Right, and you put him on the jumbo, and he's able to stand up and wave, and the crowd will go bananas.
They would.
I think cameras should be in his home right now. And we
Well,
should
I've thought that
follow
all
him
along.
step by step to the restroom and everywhere he goes between now and the game tonight. No, I get my question is this. When we say, like, it'd be great if they do this or they should do that, are we actually feeling like that would make sense for them? Or as media and fan members, is it just something we want to see?
No, I think that's a good question. I'll tell you what
It's not
I think.
a good question.
I think
It's a great question.
I think here's the answer, and I'm dead serious. I think fans want to show Andrew Wiggins that they support him no matter what happened, because for the last 2 months, they haven't been able to. They haven't been able to do anything. And so, yeah, if Wiggins is like, please don't put me on the big screen, well, then don't put him on the big screen. But to me, it's almost something you do for the fans.
But I do think the fans are trying to insert themselves a little bit into the situation.
Right.
Like, again, Andrew Wiggins is not, he's an introverted cat. Like, I don't know, who knows? Maybe he's not on the bench tonight. Maybe he watches from the locker room.
Have the Warriors even said anything yet?
They have not.
Warriors haven't said a word yet.
I mean, he's expected to be there tonight.
Right, but
we
Warriors
don't officially know.
Warriors haven't said a word, and so I get
Watching from Clay's boat.
This is only what this is what inspired the question. But Dibbs and I have had conversations that span all kinds of things over the last year and a half about this. The most recent one was the Correa press conference that everybody wanted the Giants to have after things went sideways.
Oh, they messed that up.
Well, but the question is, was that actually the pound of flesh that we wanted, or would it have been good for the Giants to hold the press conference and get smacked in the face by pancakes for an hour and a half, and then
Both.
like
Both.
Wiggins, let's say Wiggins is on the bench tonight. What happens next?
I mean, he's right next to GP2.
Right.
Or I guess where GP2 was.
He's next to
when he was-
Iguodala. He's in the second row next to AI.
He's sitting next to Bob Myers, perhaps.
Maybe if Guru's busy and can't
Yeah,
make it
Guru
in the
can't
Guru
go.
seats.
Couldn't make it in.
I mean, are we gonna start analyzing his facial expressions? Are we gonna look at what kind of shape does he look like? Does he look happy? Does he look not happy? Who was they sitting next to? What is this? Did someone get a question in? Is he going to play on Friday? Do the Warriors want that, or do we want that?
I think there's probably an option for him. Like, at the end of the day, if he doesn't want to speak to the public, I don't think Raymond Ritter's going to go to say, hey, dude, you got to say something. Like, the ball has, for the last 22 games, been in Andrew Wiggins' court. I mean, the Warriors have given him leash to do whatever he wants, come back whenever he wants.
And he hasn't said a word.
And he hasn't said
and neither are they.
And we haven't heard a word from his camp.
Right.
Or from the players about him.
Does he have a camp? I mean, he strikes me as a guy.
I'm sure he's got a foundation.
He's got a summer camp.
I can't imagine that Kevon Looney has a camp.
Camp Canada, I don't know.
Yeah.
Kevon Looney does not have a camp. I mean, he's
He
probably
might in Milwaukee.
Kevon might
Milwaukee
actually
runs
have a
deep.
camp.
I don't know.
Like, he might actually have a camp.
He and Poole and PBJ.
And you know what I mean by a camp? It's like,
Yes.
here's my
Entourage.
agent, my advisor,
Yeah.
all the rest of it. Like
Never mind.
Andrew Wiggins, I don't know if he has a camp.
Poole and
I
Wiggins
got
are represented by the same guy, but we haven't heard from
I
him.
actually
Or
thought you actually
Right.
meant basketball.
No, I was talking about like an entourage in terms of
Sure.
this is my camp.
Gotcha.
Like Steph Curry, he's got a camp, and he's got a family, he's got a business, he's an absolute global ambassador. So yeah, you need a camp. Klay Thompson's got a boat and a dog. Kevon Looney's got jumper cables and probably a Toyota Camry.
Right. Draymond's got brownie blends.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
By the way, I
So we heard.
yeah.
and I don't even know if you knew this either, but I'd forgotten. I'd booked a guest for 1:30 today, and then I canceled because I figured Wiggins was.
Was this the one you were talking about last week?
Yeah.
With Guru?
Yeah, I may do it next week.
You'd probably be smart to cancel.
What a tease.
Did you know who it is?
Well, I forget, but it was who the name of the guy was. He was an author.
Bill
right?
Crystal.
Yeah, not Billy
Not Billy.
Crystal.
Not Billy.
No. This guy's more cerebral.
What are you,
Yeah.
why are you attacking the
He's like
intelligence
George- this
of
guy-
Billy Crystal? You have
Steiny's
no idea.
trying to channel his inner
You have
NPR right
no
now.
idea what Billy Crystal got on his SAT. You have no clue.
No, but Bill Crystal started the Weekly Standard.
I mean,
come on. He's and he now runs the Bulwark. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Dude,
perfect
people
for
don't-
audience.
People have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, he won't be coming on.
It's I love when it goes from local radio to me radio. That's my favorite.
No, he's kind of like a George Will guy when it comes to baseball.
That was 1:30 to 1:45.
All right.
Thank
so I was
you.
thought I'd bring him in, talk about the rule changes. et cetera,
Book him
et cetera.
for July 5th.
Hey,
Be a
let
good
me
day
ask you
for
this.
him.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's actually true.
Did you hear the Evan Giddings Donald Trump story from earlier?
No.
You want to go to Odyssey, the Odyssey
The
app.
Odyssey
I
app.
don't want you to have to reprise it here,
It'd
but
take a minute.
He basically was a part of an interview of the 45th president of the United States. It's a great story. I
When?
encourage everyone to go to the
2018.
Odyssey app and listen to the Steiny and Guru podcast and listen to that great vignette about you and the orange one. It was incredible.
This is when he was in office?
Yeah, it was
Big
when
time.
Trey Lance was a true freshman at North Dakota State.
Easton Stick was
Lived
the quarterback.
Easton Stick,
wow.
not Trey
Yeah.
Lance.
Yeah.
Lived in Fargo, North
Back to
Dakota.
Stick.
Covered them for a radio station up there, and got to go to the White House to cover the team. Ended up interviewing the president about non-sports related stuff. But yeah,
You were part of a sabotage of our president over an agriculture question
exactly.
from North
people were
Dakota.
saying I
Your
stiffed him.
president.
You cheap shotted him and you stiffed
did.
him.
You caught him by surprise.
Dirty journalism.
did.
I thought you were better than that.
Good for you.
I didn't shake his hand though.
Anyway, go to the Odyssey
You
app
snub
if you
him?
want to hear the. He
Did you
totally
snub him?
Politely declined.
Snubby?
He's now on the all-time snub. It's Trump
Not bad.
and Julius Erving.
Oh
you
yeah,
and me.
that's right.
Yes.
Let's go.
Snubby? You snub him?
I ran into Trump one time at Trump National down in Southern California.
was
This is
tremendous.
before he was Trump. He was just Trump back then, not Trump. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyway.
He was Donnie.
Yeah, he was just a guy.
So he was
with
saying he's a big boy.
he's
I was going to
huge.
say, quietly a
He's
stretch four.
He's a humongous human being.
Like
He's
6'5"?
Yeah, but uncomfortably. His belt is like 6 feet off the ground, and then there's another foot of him after that.
Well,
No, listen.
It makes Luka Doncic look small. That's what he does.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because sometimes you got to wear your belt south of the pits and also south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Right.
Yeah.
Well done.
Didn't
There
want
you
to
go.
thank you. It's
There
what
you
I
go.
do, Evan. I know. I paint word pictures without actually using words.
Shout out radio.
And I do want to say this because I think it was you who said it earlier, and it made me want to crash my car at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza. Evan, you're young. You've done a lot. You've interviewed presidents. This is not a must-win. I wish you were better than that. It's just not. It's lazy radio when we start to say, "Oh, that's a must-win." If you're in Game 7 of a best of 7, that is my young Padawan. A must
My
win.
question-
Don't let him get you.
No,
Don't
no,
let him
it's-
get you.
No.
No, but have we
That's
ever
fine.
discussed the
you don't-
curiosity of
you
why
don't
it
need to
bothers you?
cape up for
Why does
Evan
it bother
Giddings?
you so much?
My
Because
question
it's
it's
what
would
we
be,
do in
radio.
sport. No, it's not.
You
We
don't
do-
need to cape up for
Hey.
the 20-year-old. Let him answer on his own.
We
Mark.
got a big
Already?
because I'd use the phrase too. There,
Damn.
fine. Now we can gang up on
Yeah,
you.
we can
This
just-
is a must win tonight. This is a big game,
Yeah.
and why in sports
It's a big game.
Yeah, that's how we sit down and we make popcorn, and you call it a must win. Like from
The
your,
Aztecs last night, that was a must-win.
right?
Mark.
Actually, but by your
And
definition, no,
they
it
didn't
wasn't.
score for 12 minutes.
Nobody died.
No, but if they didn't win that, they wouldn't win the championship.
They also didn't cover,
I know. Gee,
hate to see
embarrassing.
it.
And it went over.
But my question
Mark
would be,
with his
though,
lock of the month.
is it if you want to stay out of the play-in?
Oh no, that
if you don't want to be 7 or 8, 9, 10, then it kind of does become a little bit of a must.
Was the over?
We don't know.
3 points.
We don't know. So if let's say they lose tonight,
yes,
and every other team in and around them that plays tonight also loses.
Would you consider Sacramento a losable game on Friday?
Sure. But if you win, if you beat Sacramento and you beat Portland,
I wouldn't call Portland
if you go 2-1 over the next 3 with a loss to OKC, you're still the 6th seed.
And see, there's an avenue
What about the Lakers?
What
about the Lakers?
It's broken.
Oh, yes.
It's broken.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. That's a screw, but I've been trying to play with that thing for months. It doesn't get any better.
It does. I've been trying to fix it.
Yeah, it does not. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Tim Jordan.
Yeah,
I've been
Tim
trying
Jordan.
to play with that thing for months.
Seriously,
Is what he said.
it doesn't work.
Signing cheers.
Yeah.
It still doesn't
Anyway,
It's a handheld.
Anyway,
yeah. So I'm going to be doing the next segment like Wink Martindale.
No, go ahead. I'm going to go help
Like
him,
Frank
man.
Lawler?
You
No,
and Evan
Frank
you guys can bash me for my use of semantics.
Ralph
It's not
Lawler.
bashing.
You're better than that, Giddings. You're better than that.
Law.
Maybe I'm
No,
not.
I'm a big fan of
No,
I'm
we
a
can-
big fan of yours.
We'll make it predictive.
It's a
I
two-way
already
road.
said it yesterday. I think if they lose tonight, I think they're going to be in the play-in tournament.
Same.
Yeah.
Which is
And
why
then-
I would qualify that. Again, if you're fine with the play-in, then I guess it isn't a must-win. Steiny, my God, what is
You guys
going on
can
over
at
there?
least do the courtesy of turning the mic off while you fix it. I mean, what about that? All right, thank you.
A couple of
Hi,
veterans
Evan.
over here.
How you doing?
What's going on, Willard?
Right, like literally right after he told you, like you're young in radio. Now your partner over here is screwing a microphone back into its spot with it on.
Well, and
Anyway.
this is where being a producer does help, is that the technical aspect of the radio room does come a little bit easier to me than, say, a wily veteran like Matt Steinmetz.
It would go better for me on the show today if that thing does get fixed, but I'm kind of rooting for it to not get fixed.
I think you
Aren't
got
we
a legal
all?
coming up.
Aren't we all rooting for it to not work?
This is a tough one.
We're rooting for this to not work. I have
I
confidence.
think Dibs got it.
Dibs will get it to work.
See, this is Dibs.
Right, but here's the thing.
As a former producer, Evan,
There
this
you
is
go.
where having two-way. Hold on a second. Having two-way skills is where it pays off. And you know what? From this side, you're better than that.
Two-way dibs.
This was not a must fix. You could have used a different mark. You could have used a different mark.
No, that's
Mike.
a must. That's a must fix.
Back to Steiny.
Or else you would have been on YouTube by yourself, and nobody wants that.
That's well done, Dibs.
Nobody wants
Thank
that.
you, Dibs.
I mean, let's
Appreciate
be
it.
honest. Yeah. And before you take a victory lap, is that going to fall off again at 4:30?
No, it's because I'm screwing it all the way on. You two,
We'll see.
Captain Fiddlesticks.
That's a
I didn't-
tease.
You and your boy.
Don't look at me. I didn't do anything to that thing.
The two of you and your need to touch it constantly. Thank you.
Let's see.
Look,
Let's see if the
humans have
see if we
needs.
get more people watching
We got
because
him
they
a
can
fidget
see me.
spinner.
Dibs fixing the mic.
Yeah, if you go to YouTube or Twitch right now, you can see, and actually the angle's pretty,
I mean,
pretty flattering.
Is this what we're forward promoting now?
No,
Is this
I'll tell you what
is
we're
this the
forward
best-
promoting.
This is the best.
Play it as it was.
changeover that we've ever
Thank
had.
you. Okay.
Somebody say something
It is.
controversial. Somebody yell at somebody.
It's a must-win tonight.
Seriously.
I'm out of breath.
I'm going to wrestle both of you to the ground. I'm just
All
kidding.
that screwing's got
I'm
me worn
kidding.
out.
Two-way dibs.
Hold on. You're
Oh, yeah.
listening to 95.7 The
You
Game.
really are.
For the moment.
KGMZ FM, San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
Attaboy.
Forgot the whole in HD1.
Yeah, it's fine.
But it's close.
Well,
Yeah.
like, what even
As
is
long
that?
as you say KGMZ, the rest of it
It's not low
you
definition.
should just come in at 2 o'clock and just be like KGMZ, and then that's it.
I'm
We'll
good.
just move on. That's really all you need to do.
Should put illegal on his board.
Yeah,
They should.
you're illegal.
They should.
All right, what else you want to
Big
talk
game
about?
tonight.
It's a big game tonight. It
I'd
is a
say
big
so.
game.
Yeah.
But
Dare I say?
if the problem
God, I love him.
the problem the Warriors
Love this
have
kid.
is that they lose every tiebreaker. So if they finish tie with the Pelicans, with the Lakers, with the Clippers, Minnesota, ba-boom, ba-boom,
They
they
lose
just
tonight.
drop
They don't
down.
have OKC.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it would behoove them to win tonight.
It would behoove them game. It's a behoove them game. Yes.
Let's not act like
better.
there's this healthy fear of New Orleans right now of them going 4-0. They're not going 4-0.
Not
They're
against that
not going
schedule.
4-0 of these games.
Probably not.
They're hosting Sacramento. They're hosting Memphis. They host the Knicks, and then they're on the road at Minnesota. Those are all minimal, solid teams, if not good.
But what is Sacramento and Memphis going to really come hard?
If I'm Sacramento, if I've got pride, I'm coming out and playing ball tonight. You lost to the Spurs at Golden One Center, and your head coach called you out and called you a fraud. If you've got pride, we're going to light the beam. Go play game tonight. Go play ball. Stop telling everybody you're not doubting us. You're right. We are. Because you lost to the Spurs in your own building, which I don't even care if you're trying. You should be able to win that game. The Warriors walked through that thing last Friday night and still won by 15.
Took them 6 minutes.
Get yourself some pride and go play a game tonight, Kings. And I'll light a beam for you here from Northern California.
Nice. That's a harsh word for just an adorable team.
They are.
I thought they were just adorable. Now they need to be world beaters.
He's hot now that his mic is fixed. He's ready to come back. Let's go.
I do wonder how tonight does affect potentially the way that they play the Warriors on Friday, because they win, they still have a legit chance at the 2 seed if they so choose to chase it.
Yep. No, there's a lot of good ones tonight. Although there's a lot of huge spreads. So, we've reached that season where I think is what you guys are talking about. Like, who's trying?
Yep.
It's not just who's playing, it's who's trying. So are the Kings going to try tonight? Lakers are at the Jazz. They're on the road. They're a double-digit favorite.
No marketing. No Laurie marketing.
And is Utah going to try? And the Lakers are clearly activated, right? The Lakers are.
You would think.
They're all turned up.
Look at you fearing the Lakers all the time.
But the Lakers activated, it may not mean anything.
May not.
It might. It might mean something.
No, they're.
Lakers got the best duo in the Western Conference, according to Howard Beck.
Yeah.
AD and LeBron.
I'm taking Booker and Durant.
Well, so our question off of that would
take Steph and Clay.
Well, but who is the second best player on the Warriors now that Wiggins is back? Still Clay?
Depends on how you're asking the question, I guess.
It's Draymond Green in terms of.
That was Stein's.
I mean, and I didn't listen to that part of it, so I'm not trying to curry favor with the guy whose microphone I just fixed. But in terms of what this team needs, it's defense. Offense is not a problem. You could score $125 a night. If you want to play Jordan Poole 38 minutes a game, you're going to get 120 points. You might give up 170, but you're going to get your 120. Draymond Green is more important on both ends of the floor.
That's
in
fair.
my opinion.
I agree, because I think Draymond at his best is still their best defensive player, and he's just must needed in the offense. I will say this, though. While I don't think offense is their big problem, they kind of need a guy who can just go get 18 without even running a play for him. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing about
get a hard
Wiggins. That is the thing about Wiggins. I mean, you could, and to put it another way, he is someone who doesn't always settle for a three.
Yep.
Right. He doesn't always settle for a three. He goes to the basket. And there are times, and one of the reasons he became so important in the playoffs last year is he's the guy you can look to when the threes aren't falling. This is actually why, if you really look at the history of it, this is why they went and got Kevin Durant. Because when you get into the playoffs and things slow down and the defense gets better, that team had a tendency to fall into the trap of not being able to get an easy bucket. And therefore, other teams could go on runs with them. So they said, okay, you got to get somebody who can break down a defense by themselves. Durant's the best in the game at it. Wiggins is not, but he's good. He's good at it, and he's better. I mean, Curry has gotten very good at it, but even he does it in a different way. Wiggins is the best guy in a traditional way of being able to slash to the basket.
Yeah.
So
he can get he
can get a shot.
He can get a shot. Like, is he a great shot creator? Not really, but he can always get a shot.
But he is key to I think their small ball lineup, because he's also a great rebounder, and that is something that has hurt them, especially late in games. But I also think I contend that he needs to be their second best player if they want to win the title. I think that has to happen. I don't know if it will.
That might be true.
It might be unrealistic based on his absence and where he's at physically. But if he can get himself back, that's the only reason people haven't counted them out yet, is because they're assuming he'll be back potentially at that level.
I'm more concerned about where he's at mentally, because mentally, and you could look at before he missed the 22 games, he was already kind of somewhat mentally absent. He was not the same Wiggins that he was last year in the postseason. All year he's been very inconsistent. He's been up and down, and in that stretch before he missed 22 games, he was starting to show you the old K-Wig days where he was just chilling on the weak side.
I definitely sided you there.
That's probably why I would bet you're not going to see him tonight. And if I were if I were to try, and I can't really do this, but to try to get inside the mind of Andrew, I would bet he has no interest in what's being proposed.
But how does he want it to come down?
Well, all I can do in that case is go to his history, right? And go back to the vaccine, go back to this situation over the last 6-7 weeks. Andrew does not want to do anything in front of the public eye at all.
So when we see him, he'll be on the court. He'll be starting.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if he starts, but whatever.
Yeah,
he's got a
he'd
uniform.
be playing.
Yeah, he's got sneakers on.
But do you make him available to the media before he plays to get it out of the way?
No. And I think Mark's right in terms of who he is as a person. Like if it were Draymond, of course, Draymond would have a podcast. He'd be out there in the media and he'd tell you exactly what it is and what it wasn't. But I don't think Andrew Wiggins, to Mark's point, wants to be out there answering any question about anything.
But he's going to be in front of the media at some point, even if it's after a game, right?
It has to be at some point.
Right, but if it's like 4 games down the road and he's coming off a 25-11 in a Warrior playoff win, the question won't be, so Andrew, was it X, Y, and Z, or was it T, U, and V?
No, the question will more be like, are you feeling back to yourself?
Yeah, if it's a shoot-around before the play-in, he's
right.
probably going to have to answer those questions.
And the other thing I was worried about or wondered about is if he was going through, obviously he was going through something. It stands to reason he was going through something before he took the leave of absence.
Yes.
Like the month before that.
Why do you say that?
Because he wasn't playing well.
The way he was playing.
Looked like
disinterested.
He was
disinvolved.
Just not quite himself.
But it's Wiggins. So
True.
When you say it's not himself, that's kind of funny to me because himself, the definition of himself has been that he looks different every time he goes out there. Right? Like before the playoffs last year, the definition of Wiggins was, gosh, he doesn't have the dog in him and he just kind of coasts sometimes.
Well, but
can you tell if he's going through something or is he just coasting again? I don't know.
He had a great first half last year.
Yep.
All-star. Can't remember what happened All-Star to finish the regular season.
Dipped a little.
Obviously, he was great in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then all this year, he was kind of like in a malaise.
Right.
So I wonder if this might be 8-9 months in the making.
The game before he went on his absence, though, he did look like he was coming back to being what he was the first 22 games of the season. So I don't know. Maybe that was a point where he had dug himself out, but reverted back.
We pointed it out yesterday. I think that they were 20-18 with him and basically the same record without him.
Yeah,
and if you look at any player on the team, it's the exact same breakdown, like with Draymond, without Draymond, with Steph, without Steph, with Clay, without Clay. This whole team, it hasn't mattered who's been on the floor. They've been that same kind of team up and down all year.
He's classically the guy, though, that like he's there and then the game ends and you don't even know. Right? There's those nights where you're like, oh, I didn't see Wiggins much. And then you're like, oh, he scored 23. And then there are other nights where you're like, man, he looks good. And he's like, he scored 11. Like, right? Do you guys know how much he's averaging this year?
Probably 15.
I guess
I'd say more than that.
17.
17.1. Yeah. How many rebounds per game? Any
Probably
guesses?
6.5.
But I would also guess that's around his averages in previous years.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
at least
not
with
in
the Warriors.
Minnesota.
With the Warriors.
5. He's averaging 5 rebounds a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it just there.
But
And that's how I expect him to return.
You look at the
Oh, look,
talent,
he's
and
there.
he should be 22-8 every single game by accident.
But
He's just laying in the cut.
And he probably
Right.
could be.
Always laying in the cut.
Well, if he didn't have 3 other 20-plus point per game scorers on the team, he probably would.
Right, but
He
the
has
rebounds
been.
is the thing.
I agree with that.
I
Yeah.
mean-
that was what they got on him about in the playoffs last year.
Right, when he
Yeah.
had 14 rebounds in the finals, and
they
all of a
made-
sudden
they're
it's like, hey,
why
where'd that
yeah,
come from?
Why aren't you doing that all the time?
All right.
That's Andrew.
It's 2:12. That's usually when we say
Yeah.
sayonara. I'm probably going to take off at 2 tomorrow.
Why?
I'm going to play golf tomorrow.
Okay.
I think Wednesday's going to be my golf day.
Are you in again tomorrow?
Better keep it under 90.
No,
No, I think
probably
Goose
not.
should be back, yeah.
Okay.
Dibs,
Why
have
do
you
you
been,
guys keep
taking-
saying Goose should be back? Do we have any social media rumors about where Guru is?
Well done.
I have
Where's Guru
confirmed.
been?
I have a confirmed reason where Guru
This
is.
is
and we
playoff
should-
time. Should he be here
You should-
today?
you should
No
pull-
matter
you
what
should
he's
pull the
going
plug.
through?
Yeah, you should pull the
he
plug
be?
on this
I think
one.
he should be here today.
You should pull the plug on this one.
okay.
Yeah, this
It's,
is one.
no,
where-
it's on the up and up. It has to do with
Yeah,
his,
he
his
and I.
father.
He and I have texted. So yeah.
We love you,
Thoughts
Gil.
and prayers to
We
the
do
Gil
love you,
and
Gil.
the
Oh,
family.
I didn't know we were telling everybody. I was just trying to keep it a bit like mysterious secret here.
No. He's
draw
he's-
it out as long as possible.
Guru and I have a great relationship every here and there. He
Except for 3:38.
lets it
4
be
times a week.
known what's okay to say and what's not. And he always is like, usually you don't have to worry about it. So, yes, he had to deal with his father today.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
There it is. You guys have a great show, and talk to you later.
No, Guru's fine. I'm the problem.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I tell you what, I got to give it to the NBA. I don't know if we can say this is what it was supposed to be, this is what it was meant to be, but Dibs, you said something in an email this morning that caught my attention, which is that tonight, Super Tuesday, if you will, tonight is maybe one of the best setups for a regular season night in the NBA that we've gotten in years. And to me, and you sort of indicated this as well, congratulations. The credit goes to the play-in tournament. And I've never actually been.
Well, that's not what I said. But.
No, but I'm taking what you said, and then I'm going to extend it to that.
Okay.
The play-in tournament has done exactly what it was asked to do, and that is create more teams involved, create urgency at the end of seasons. I've always been kind of, I don't know if indifferent is the word. I've never been like, yay, play-in tournament. It's never bothered me. I know it bothers people when there's change and when we extend, you're under 500, yet you still have a chance to be in the playoffs. And people get a little bothered by that. The play-in tournament, to me, has worked because it gives us this week. If it weren't for that play-in tournament, the entire year with the Western Conference would not look like this, would not feel like this. And even though that's uncomfortable tonight for a Warrior fan, this is good. This is good for the league, what has spilled out into the Western Conference.
See, I disagree because it would look like this. It would just be different ramifications in terms of what was going on. So if it were top 8 goes to the playoffs and there was no play-in tournament, it would be a must-win for Oklahoma City. And that would be a fact. Instead, Oklahoma City can lose this game, and there still is a path for them to be in the play-in tournament. And in fact, there's a good path for them to be in the play-in tournament.
Is there?
They're the 10 seed.
Yeah.
If they lose this game and they fall to 38-42, then they would be, if the Pelicans go ahead and handle their business, they would be a full 2.5 back of New Orleans for the 8. They're already 2.5 back. They would fall even further back. And it would largely be over for Oklahoma City. But instead, the play-in tournament, Oklahoma City's not in a must-win situation. They'd love to win.
Yeah.
They'd love to win. But if it was a top 8 or else playoff scenario, things would still be urgent. And they'd actually be more urgent for teams than it is right now.
Well, it's not that you're sort of painting it as like win or die kind of games. They're still huge games. Yes, there are ramifications. The Mavericks catch the Thunder with a win tomorrow night if the Thunder lose tonight, right? And so for the Warriors, I firmly believe this. I think if they lose tonight, I think they're going to be in the play-in tournament. I think if they win tonight, I think they're not going to be in the play-in tournament. That's not mathematically true, but that's my opinion in terms of how I think it's going to play out. So there's a ton on the line. There's many, many more teams involved. And the NBA is sitting with a cigar in its mouth right now with the fact that the likes of the Lakers and the Warriors and even teams like Dallas with all of their star power from Kyrie to Luka to Mark Cuban, all of that. The fact that those are the teams that are bouncing around with dramatic regular season games, the NBA loves that. It's Tuesday. And Middle America is in town.
Well, and everybody should be playing tonight.
This is a yawn fest normally.
This should be an all 15 games, all 30 teams are playing kind of night.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
They almost did that. They got 13 games tonight in the association, starting at 4 o'clock, and that's great. But the only team that is involved in what could possibly happen that wouldn't be otherwise is Dallas, because Oklahoma City and Minnesota at 9 and 10, they'd still be playing for a top 8. If there was no play-in. The only team in the entire association that is included in the, hey, this matters now, and it wouldn't have mattered otherwise, is Dallas. And maybe Utah, if you want to stretch down to the fact that they're 4 games out of the 8, but they're only 1.5 out of the 10.
But again, to me, you're making it about like do or die. There's movement with every game, and there are 6 to 7 teams that are affected and involved in all of these games tonight. I'm not saying it's some sort of end-all, be-all, but clearly to me, what the NBA set out to do with this, it happened. There's been more on the line, true or false, in Warrior regular season games going back for the last 3 to 4 weeks. There's been more on the line because of this tournament, because of the logjam in the West. That's part of it, too. Part of it is just the way the standings lay.
Right.
Like you pointed out, the Eastern Conference has got to play in tournament, and it's not like that at all. They're the two ends.
It's over.
Yeah, they're the two ends of the spectrum where there's like a clear top 10 in the East. And in the West, all year long, it's been all jumbled up. But I tell you what, I don't think we get a lot of nights like this anymore where people are not only going to sit down and watch their own favorite team play in a big game, they're scoreboard watching around the league. It feels very much like week 16 in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's not do or die, but damn it, there's movement based on what's happening in about 6 cities tonight.
Or even
it's fun.
week 18 now in the NFL.
Or whatever.
17 games. And so
week
we got to
16
go
is only the
week-
halfway point. I forgot.
Well, week 16 used to be the thing when there was 16 games and no bye, but now it's week 18, and coming up pretty soon it'll be week 20 when there are 18 games and 2 byes. But I think that the fact that there is so much intrigue tonight is great, but it comes at the expense of what we've seen in the regular season for most teams most of the year, which is, we don't really care. And the Warriors, I would disagree that it's been 3 or 4 weeks of, hey, real intrigue. It's been about a week, maybe 2 weeks.
You
go
think?
back to the Dallas game. So that would be the last 6 games is where I think you can actually look and go, all right, now these are games that actually matter. Because before that, you look at the run of games. Before that, you lost to the Grizzlies, the Hawks, and the Clippers 3 in a row on the road, and it didn't hurt you at all.
Oh, but that's not how it felt then. You're forgetting what Monday was like after they lost in Memphis, and they had lost 3 in a row, and they were in Houston.
Well, you knew they'd lose to Memphis. You suck on the road.
Yeah, but that's
they
not the
suck
way,
again.
That's not the way a Warrior fan thinks. You remember going into that road trip? Could they go 3-2? Will they go in 2-3? At that moment, it felt like they were going to go 0-5.
I had your life in my hands on that road trip.
Well, until they lost in Atlanta. I knew that. Yeah,
heartbreaker.
No, but I guess that's my point. I do think it goes back further than Dallas. I think we do remember these games. Remember overtime against Milwaukee at home with that rally in the last minute and a half. That was huge. That was huge. They had a 2 game. It was.
Was it huge?
Yes.
You're
look
still
at them.
fighting for your life.
Right. And what would you be if you hadn't won those games?
You'd be fighting for your life.
Yes, but in a very different position. And I guess that is actually my main point about tonight.
You would be, if you lost that game to Milwaukee, you would be 40-39. You'd be the 8th seed.
Right, and that's a huge difference than being the 6th seed.
It would make this Oklahoma City game much bigger.
It would be huge. That's kind of my thing. It is my opinion that tonight's game is a potential pivot point for the entire future of this group.
Man,
because
that's grandiose.
Well, here's why. Let me break it down thing by thing, and you'll see that I'm not overstating it. Because I'm not saying it definitely is, but it's a potential pivot point. I think if they win tonight, they're going to be a top 6. I think if they lose tonight, they're going to be a play-in team. A play-in team is possibly done in 9 days. Done. Out. Season over. And we all know damn well what happens if that happens. Oh, they're breaking this thing up. Night-night, era over, big changes. Is Draymond on the team? Are there trades? All of that stuff is on the table. But if they're a top 6 seed, especially if they are the 6, it is my opinion that they will beat the Sacramento Kings. And it is my opinion that, therefore, there will be a noisy playoff run no matter where it ends. And you could legitimately make the statement that you should tweak and run it back with the same core. So if you're a big fan of Steph, Clay, Dre, Jordan, Poole, Andrew, Wiggins, I don't think you can get bigger than tonight. I don't think you like this.
You can get bigger than tonight.
Well, not right now. You can't. Not in the regular season.
The next two games are as big, if not bigger, no matter what happens tonight.
But Tibbs, they're 9-30 on the road. So this is their last home game of the year, and this is where they get all their wins.
32-8.
Okay, so I'm not. It's not definitive, but it is a potential pivot point for sure. They have to, based on their performance on the road this year, they have got to get this game, or else they end up in the exact spot that they've said for weeks they don't want to end up. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
and so this is
it's a big game.
This
no
is
doubt.
a huge basketball game tonight.
It's a big game, and if you lose it and you split the road games and you go 42-40, I agree with you. You're most likely in the play-in game, and I thought 42-40 would be good enough. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about it. I thought 42 wins would get you the 6th seed, but the way it looks right now, with the Lakers surging, even though you don't want to really admit it, the Lakers are here. The Lakers are a part of it. You've been sleeping on them the entire year.
I thought they were top 10 the whole time. I just don't think they're going to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, they might be a playoff team. They might be sitting out a week. And if you give LeBron James a week to rest up and go visit the LeBron James of foot doctors and Anthony Davis, you give him a week off, that team's going to be a tough out now.
If I'm
they
LeBron,
might be the second toughest out in the Western Conference.
Or they could be gone in the first week, and then he could start.
The Warriors.
He could start visiting the LeBron James of everything.
Yeah,
like I heard that. I'm like, why now? Why are you starting now visiting the LeBron James of feet? What is the LeBron James of chefs? What restaurant does he or she work at? What is the LeBron James?
It's all about need.
Yeah,
he hasn't had that same need.
I think
the Lakers and the Pelicans can both jump over the Warriors tonight with victories and a Warriors loss. So a Warriors loss, they could be the 8th seed by the morning, and that would be jarring. That would mean that the Sacramento and Portland games, while they aren't must wins, because you're still a play-in team and win whatever. This is Adam Silver's fault for making this less important than it should be. But those are big games.
I want.
Imagine if they had to be a top 8 seed, Mark.
I'd like
how much more import there would be on these games.
Man,
it'd be more important.
I don't see it that way because
if you lose tonight and the Lakers and Pelicans win and you're the 8 seed,
but you're still saying there's a path, and I'm saying it's not a good one. I don't want to be on that path. And they have been stating
but it's a path.
It's a
if
path.
You're the 9 seed, you have a path.
But that's not the goal. You're the Golden State Warriors, and you're the defending champs. We don't want a path.
Of course.
We want a decent path.
Well, if you really wanted a great path, you would have given a crap about the regular season. And
Fair
you
point. Fair point. But raise your hand if anybody thinks anybody who's ever going to win an NBA title out of the play-in tournament.
Oh, absolutely.
My hand is down.
And if it's going to happen, it would happen this year, and it would happen with the Warriors.
I wish that was
a
bet.
Lakers.
I wish that's a bet we could make because we would have to just wait for the rest of our lives.
Assuming this play-in cockamamie thing goes on and on.
Nobody's winning a title out of the play-in tournament. Nobody's winning a title.
I don't see why not.
Because you're not good enough to do that, and you exhaust yourself to even get out of the play-in tournament.
That's an overstatement.
No, it's not. Like, that's a huge advantage. I'm coming out of a week of having to play 2 games, maybe on the road. They're elimination games. There's urgency, and you come out of that and then go on the road to somebody who's been sitting there waiting for you. Like 90% chance you're going to get pummeled. You're going to get pummeled.
Not this team.
The Warriors cannot do this out of the play-in tournament. They can't.
If anybody can, the Warriors can.
Great. Nobody can.
So let's just say that the Warriors are.
That's my opinion.
Let's just say the Warriors find their way into the play-in, and they're the 8th seed. And then they beat the 7 seed, and so they wind up as the 7 seed, and they face Memphis. Who are you taking? Memphis against the Warriors?
Memphis. In that scenario that you just laid out?
Say it again.
Memphis.
Say, I'm taking Memphis.
Put Memphis and the Warriors in round 2 after the Warriors eliminate the Sac Kings?
No, I'm putting them in round 1.
That's different.
You're taking Memphis?
In that scenario, yes. 888-957-9570. We can get into all of this. Would love to hear your calls.
Wow.
Good afternoon.
I'm out.
Twitch and YouTube.
The big days.
Well, then you got to win tonight. This is a big day.
It's a big
all right,
day.
on Willard and Debs.
If you own a small business, you know the value of time. GetRefunds.com does too. That's why they've made it easy, no matter how busy you are, to apply for the Employee Retention Credit, or ERC. Go to
LeBron James.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I know what some people are thinking. Like, yeah, I'm trying to gas up the game because it's on 95.7 The Game tonight.
You're a team player.
I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. This thing all speaks for itself.
Up the game. Gas it up. Gas, dip.
Is that going to be our new motto? Hey, merch shop, gas up the game.
Totally.
We could do that. This isn't what it is. It really isn't. I see tonight as a pivot point. It's unfortunate that the Warriors have even arrived at this pivot point. It is. It's kind of silly. You all know the story. You know the games that they've blown in the fourth quarter, in the final minute. You know, it's easy to do this, and just so you know, fans of other teams are doing this too. But just go back over the last week. The Denver game was one thing. Steve Kerr was talking about that being lost in the second quarter, though. To me, that's always a different conversation. I go back to the Minnesota game. You just gagged that. You just coughed that up. Go back to Utah earlier in the year where they were, how'd that one go? Were they up by like 4 with 7 seconds to go or something like that, and they lost the game? Remember that one? Where would they be right now with one more win? One. Forget the 8 that they've blown. One more win right now going into tonight. Where would they be?
Where would they be with 3 more losses, though? So we can play that game. And there have been games they've pulled out that they shouldn't pull out. Now, it feels like they've blown more than they should have blown. But that's any season, and you are what your record says you are, Bill Parcells, and I totally buy that.
But I'm talking usually about like the last minute. I understand that they've erased a 20-point lead multiple times, but NBA teams do that. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Phil Jackson had that quote, like, and I'd love to go back and get the percentages, but because when he first said it and I read it, I was like, there's no way that's true. But he said something to the effect of like, close to 90% of NBA games come down to the final 5 minutes. Like where it's a within 5 points in the final 5 minutes of the game. I'm like, there's no way that's true. And then you look at the data and you're like, holy hell, he's right. It's very, very, you get your 20-point lead, that doesn't really mean that you're going to win the basketball game.
Right.
If you have a 20-point lead in the second
Especially
quarter.
this year.
It feels like the Warriors have lost, I don't know, at least 4 or 5 games where in the final minute they had it. Sometimes in the final 10 seconds they had it, and they've lost those games. I can't think of a lot where they've stolen them in the final 10 to 20 seconds of the game. If Clay had hit that shot the other night, that would have been one of them.
Yeah.
But I can't think of many where they've done that. I can think of a bunch where they blew it.
Right. And why have they blown it? It's because they haven't been good enough. It's not because the other team snatched it or because the refs robbed them or it was a bad break. They've been bad late in games.
Absolutely.
They've been undisciplined. They've been reckless. They've been unclutch. And these are all things that lead you into a spot where you need to beat Oklahoma City in game 80 in order to stave off the play-in tournament.
Yeah, and it is it's my stance that the play-in tournament has ended up doing both exactly what the NBA wanted, but stated goal by so many Warriors over the last week and a half is when they really started to openly talk about it. Steve Kerr at the head of the line, and I can't wait to talk to him on Thursday. Head of the line, he's been like, we are trying to stay out of this tournament. That is their goal right now. And so that's, to me, all I need to say with regard to the size of tonight, because I think if they lose tonight, they're going to be in it.
And favored by, I think, 8 or 8.5, depending on where you shop it. And so it's a game you absolutely should win. And if you don't win it, well, then you get what you deserve in the play-in tournament. If that's the way this goes, if you can't beat Oklahoma City at home after gacking it away against Denver, after toying with San Antonio for 3 quarters and having to dig deep in the fourth quarter. I was at that game, Mark, and I actually tweeted at the end of 3. It's like, oh, my God, this is embarrassing how badly the Warriors are playing. They should have been up by 30.
Give yourself some credit, because that tweet also said, this is embarrassing. They're going to win by 15, but this is embarrassing. And they did.
And they won by 15.
They won by 15.
Exactly
I was
15.
like, nice job. That was a good prediction.
It's funny because I left with about 3 minutes to go, and they were up like 13 or 14. I'm like, all right, I'm going to beat the rush. I'm getting out of here. And then I got to the car in our secret parking area.
Nice job.
That, happened to have one spot left when I got there.
Good for you.
Got off the air at 6 and sped over and found the last spot. Got in the car, and I'm like, damn, my Twitter blew up. Hope I didn't. Wait, what did I tweet wrong? And it was a lot of Nostradamus in there.
Well, I was bummed. That's the reason I remember the tweet. I was bummed because I'm like, couldn't we make it 19 because they were favored by 18
Did you
and a half?
lay the 18 and a half?
Through a little chicken. Well,
and that's where this team drives you crazy because they are, any day of the week, 20 points better than San Antonio, rolling out of the
30.
bed. But,
oh, yeah.
I mean, 20 no matter what. And you should beat them by 30 at home in a spot where you need to win. And they had to dig deep. Not super deep, but they had to dig down a little bit to win that game.
They had to pay attention. Like, there was never a moment where, and by the way, apparently I said something on the air.
Yeah,
I had
you
a good
did.
buddy who reminded me of this in like the second quarter when the Spurs were messing around like up by 7. He goes, hey, dude, isn't this the game where you said that you were going to run around Pier 39 in your underwear
That's right.
if they lose? And I go, did I say that? I go, that sounds like something I would say.
Yeah.
But I don't remember saying that. But sure, let's go with it. I'm like, you know what, buddy? You're right. Let's go Spurs. It's time for me to share this gift with America.
Wow.
And that was all I needed to say to make sure that the Warriors got it right.
on, people.
You never, in other words, I was never really nervous that I was going to end up naked over at Pier 39.
Spurs up 5 with 2 minutes to go in the third.
No question who was going to win the game.
Spurs up 1, early fourth.
No question. By the way, that's why I'm laughing at the Kings right now. Even if you sleepwalk,
seriously,
you beat the Spurs by double digits in your home building. How the hell did they lose to that team the other night? How's that possible? You watch the Spurs play, the paint is open on every play. It's just like walk in here and pass it in and lay it in. It was a joke. That's the worst defensive team I've ever seen in the history of watching the NBA. And the Kings found a way to be worse that night. Unreal.
142 they gave up to the Spurs.
That's unreal.
I call that a whole week.
Yeah.
That is unreal. I mean, the Kings fans, name a Spur. Name one.
Well, Doug McDermott, of course.
Name a Spur. Not you. Not sports radio host.
Sorry.
Name a Spur. You give them 140 and you couldn't name one player on the team. Even
Gorgie Jang.
After you could watch the game and still not be able to name a player on that team. Brian and Hayward, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Brian? Thank you for calling. What's up, Brian?
What's up, guys? Well, what I'm doing is probably what you were doing a little while ago because I heard something very delusional. You said that you would take Memphis in the against the Warriors after the play-in tournament.
Man.
It's clear that you and I are both recreational guys. After that statement, all I can think of is how could anybody outside of Memphis think that the Warriors would lose to the Grizzlies? Because in my opinion, the Warriors are like a 30-year-old man who's been playing basketball their whole life, and the Grizzlies are like an 11 or 12-year-old child who's just recently been introduced to the game with their style of play and with their attitude. So I really hope that you see the delusion in what you said earlier, my friend, because I did. And I'll take your comments off the air.
Okay, good, because I got a bunch for you. Thanks, Brian,
and
for
I
your call.
appreciate the
yeah. So,
in there to really drive that home.
So a couple things.
He said you're recreational, which tells me that you're doing recreational drugs.
Which
that was the reference.
By the way, he used that word for himself as well. It would also make it a recreation sensation.
That's a buck, dude. I'll pay it.
Listen, I'm an open book. Yeah, back in college I was. Not anymore. That's the way it is. Anyway.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of drug problems.
3 kids and a bunch of weed in the drawer. No.
Totally.
Listen, by the way, next fact. An opinion cannot necessarily, in this case, cannot be delusional. That's not possible because we're talking about basketball. Okay? So it's simply an opinion. Plus, now there are people joining the show who think that I said Memphis is going to beat Golden State. ... Not what I said.
It's exactly what you said. Your words,
not
your
what
mouth.
I said.
And the microphone that I fixed at 2 o'clock.
What I said was, if the scenario was presented to me that the Warriors would end up in the play-in tournament and end up as the 7 seed out of the play-in tournament, how do I feel like they would do against Memphis? Ready? I'll say it slow so that you can hear it again.
No, I heard it the first time. I actually led you to it.
I would pick Memphis.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, ask me what I think would happen if the Warriors get the 6, beat the Kings in the first round, and then play Memphis.
That doesn't matter.
Me again.
I'm not interested in that.
Ask me again.
I'm not interested in your second round scenarios.
Who would win that series? Fine. I'll ask myself.
Hey, Mark.
Who do you think would win if the Warriors play the Grizzlies
in need of a question.
in the second round?
Who do you think, Mark?
The Golden State Warriors.
Wait a minute.
That's what I think, because those are two very, and this is why I ain't gassing up tonight, because it gasses itself up. Those are very different scenarios. You've got to go through the stress of the play-in tournament, find your way to Memphis, one of the best home basketball teams in the NBA, with no ramp up, right? Now you're playing them in the first round. How many games has Andrew Wiggins played? 1?
Maybe 3.
Maybe none, for that matter.
He will have played in the play-in games.
You hope?
Yeah.
Let's not make assumptions. I got no idea.
Steve Kerr pregame tonight hopefully gives us some clarity.
Hopefully. But playing Memphis in the second round, where you've already had a full playoff series, built confidence, and beaten a good team on the road, which would be necessary, to me, we're talking about a very different Warrior team. It is funny to me how many of you have decided that they're going to win the championship, and your reason is because they're the Warriors. Like, that's the rule. They've got those jerseys. They've got
they know what it takes.
Yes,
is what
they know
I think
what it
people
takes.
think. They understand what it takes to win 16 games in the playoffs.
Do they understand what it takes to not end up in the play-in tournament, Dibs?
Maybe.
Like, at a certain point.
I don't think that being in the play-in tournament affects them at all in terms of their ability to win the championship.
Oh, wow, I do.
And if they're in the 9-10 and they have to play 2 games, including one on the road, you have to win 2 games just to get to the weekend, it might affect you in game 1, but I guarantee you they'll be ready to go by game 2 of that opening round series, no matter who it's against, if it's Denver or if it's Memphis.
Listen, I have been a voice that has thought there was still a chance all year long. There's not one day where I said, nope, there's no scenario where the Warriors win this, right? I've never said that.
Very positive.
Okay. Weird for me. But anyway.
Out of character.
I mean, that said, I do feel like there are a lot of you cruising around and you think the Warriors are going to win the title just because they're the Warriors. I think you're ignoring reality. You're ignoring things that are happening in front of our eyes. You think that they're going to win just because that's the way this is supposed to work?
I don't think that's what people are saying.
I mean, there's got to be evidence that the Warriors can play at a very high level for a lengthy period of time in order to win a championship. My thought all along is I'm open to seeing that evidence when it gets here. But you all realize that evidence is not here yet, right? It's not here yet.
It can't be here yet because they're not in the playoffs.
No. They've got. I'm talking about a sustained period of time where they look good. They can win games on the road and at home. They can beat good teams. They can beat bad. That has not happened all year long.
On a consistent basis, no. But they've beaten good teams at home. They've beaten good teams on the road. They've beaten a good team. I'm sorry, on the road. They beat Cleveland. Hey,
without their good players, and they beat Dallas, which is now no longer a good team.
Nah, Dallas is on the outside looking in.
I mean,
this is a team that's won a road game in every playoff series in the history of this run.
But
that matters.
It's a jersey that has done that.
No, it's not a jersey. It's a core. It's Steph, Clay, and Draymond.
It's a core.
Those 3 have won a road game in every single solitary playoff series they've ever played.
This is correct, but Steve Kerr has also, how many times on 95.7 The Game this year has he driven home the point, this is not the same team? And I guess that's kind of the core of what I'm saying right now. We got to stop acting like this is last year's team.
No, it's not. And it's not a birthright that if they get in the playoffs, they're going to win the championship. No one's saying that. But if you're looking at this team with this pedigree and their knowledge of what it takes to win playoff games, I like their chances more than I like the chances of almost any other team in the West, including Memphis, if it's a 2-7 matchup.
Me too. However, ... if they are those dudes still, then they win tonight and get your butts out of the play-in tournament, because that's really dangerous. I mean,
it's not that easy. I agree with you on the surface.
It is that easy.
Because you've got two teams. What if Oklahoma City just happens to have one of those games where they go on an absolute heater, and the Warriors play great, but Gilgeous-Alexander goes for 54, and you just have no answer. And it's just one of those nights. There are nights where the other team's pros are better than your pros, even though you really, really, really want to win.
Agreed, but you've put yourself in this position, so if that were to happen, then I go backwards in the standings and say, you guys messed this up. You messed this up.
You could absolutely go backwards and look at 6 different games and go, well, if you had that one, this wouldn't have hurt. And if you had that one...
Think about the scenario you just laid out. These are professional teams, and they can go on a heater, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly why you stay out of the play-in tournament.
No, you're right.
Because that's how you lose. You end up out of the playoffs.
And you've never won a game in the play-in tournament, even though you have championship pedigree.
That's not a place to be.
Absolutely not.
So when E-Dog calls tonight a must-win, I back him from the perspective of...
Sure you do.
No, mathematically, you're right. I
Thank
get
you.
that.
Your father and I are both right.
And emotionally...
Son of a math teacher.
He's right. And math is unemotional. So it all comes down to your perspective. Mathematically, no, they don't have to win tonight. Emotionally, I disagree. You've got to win tonight. You can't do this out of the play-in.
You absolutely can.
I don't think they can.
And I don't
think they can.
I'm surprised at your defeatist mentality when it comes to that, because I would look at Minnesota and OKC and say, you can't do it out of the play-in tournament because they've never done it out of any spot. You're not good enough. This Warrior team has been through 4 championship runs. 4 times they've won 16 games in the playoffs, and 1 time they won 15, and the other time they won 14. This is a team that knows how to win playoffs.
A lot of them had Kevin Durant.
A
lot of those wins
2
had
of the
Kevin
16s
Durant.
had Kevin.
And the 15.
2 of the 16s didn't have Kevin.
That's correct.
And I think the 14 had Kevin. The
14, yes. The 15 did
had
not.
Draymond, and
the 15 went to the locker room and texted Kevin Durant.
Exactly. I don't even think Draymond was through the tunnel yet.
Seriously.
Where's my phone?
He's like phone.
Totally.
Pulled it out of his uniform.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I get it. I'm not doubting this basketball team. But the play-in tournament is not the space for winners.
It's not where you want to be.
No.
It's kind of like being in the auxiliary gate at the Kentucky Derby. They've got 20 horses, and if you draw an outside post, they bring in that extra gate, and you don't often win from the auxiliary gate at the Kentucky Derby. You can win it from the 20 post, and horses have done that.
This is wild.
But you don't want to be in the play-in tournament. I agree with you.
This is wild card plus. Like, can baseball teams win the World Series out of the wild card? Yep. I think we got some examples where it's happened.
Did the Giants do that once?
Yeah, but it's not the case anymore. Like, it's not just one game anymore. Now you got to go through the whole, deal to work your way in.
I think the Raiders were the first football team to win as a wild card.
Were they? That's a good question. I can't remember that one.
Is that a good question?
Well, didn't the New York Giants...
Boy, that's a great question.
The New York Giants, right, were not a division winner, one of Eli Manning's. Is that correct? I think, right? So anyway, weren't they 9-7? And
it is the Raiders, 1980. Score one for Dibberclaws.
Good job.
Hey, you were still in diapers. I can understand it. You were a late bloomer.
Yeah, way late.
8.
Yeah, I was not wearing my Raider horns yet at that age. Let's go to Haney in Fremont. Hey, Haney, what are you doing?
Hey, man, what's going on, guys?
What's cooking?
Oh, I just want to talk a little bit about Draymond Green.
Let's do it.
You guys don't bring this topic up much, and I wonder why. You guys both have a lot of basketball knowledge. And,
no, we have not talked about Draymond much this year. You're right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, well, turnovers.
Okay, I'm kidding. I'm giving you a hard time, Haney. Go ahead.
Game. All right, he's averaging 5.5 turnovers a game. Okay. And I played a little basketball myself. A turnover per game is 1.5 points for the opposition. So if you do the math on how many games we've lost because of his turnovers, we'd be sitting in third place or fourth place in our division.
So rock me that stat one more time. How many turnovers per game is Draymond Green averaging?
5.5.
You want to know why we haven't brought that up this year?
Because it's false.
Because the answer is 2.8.
Yeah.
It's half what you think it is.
Man.
And there are two Warriors who average more turnovers per game than Draymond Green. Their names are Steph Curry and Jordan Poole. So I think we got to the bottom of this, didn't we?
You don't know turnover stats.
You feel better now, Haney?
No.
It's a point and a half per the opposition.
Okay. No, but do you want to redo this with Steph? Because he averages a full half turnover more per game than Draymond does.
I said the last 7 games.
Got it. The last 7 games.
Jeez.
Now that's it. Well, hang on. No, don't. It's not on us until I fact check it.
And 5 and 2 in those last 7, so it's been devastating for their winning percentage.
Last 7 games. Let's look at turnover totals. Last 7 games: 3, 5, 5, 4, 6, 4. So
that's 24 over 7. That is
not 5, but this is still not a fact. But it's but it's better.
It's closer.
It's closer. It's more of a point than we thought it was previously.
And I just, in terms of turnovers.
No. You added. You didn't add. No, 3. 5, 5, 6, 4, 4.
19, 25, 29 divided by 7, 4.1.
No, that's not right either. 27. 3.
That's what I said the first time.
5. No, you said 24. 24 divided by 7. It's 27.
If you would slow down. 355 is 13.
It's still a little bit less than 4. It's 27.
I know.
27
Sorry,
divided
Bobby.
by 7. It's about 3.8 or 9. Right. Yeah.
Depends on how you round.
I'm really good at math. My dad's a math teacher. I don't know if you know that.
Son of a math teacher.
Haney, that was a good call, though.
Rack him.
Point and a half for the opposition for every turnover. So Draymond is giving it up too much.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Do you know where Draymond ranks in terms of turnovers per game in the association, Mark? Thank you, Grandy.
Well, you have to set ground rules.
Plus or minus 2 spots.
Jeez, in the whole league?
Yeah, you like it now, don't you?
Well, he's third on his own team. So I would imagine.
Shoes on the other foot.
Yeah, ball's in his hand a lot, though. So I would imagine. How many? 30?
He's second on his own team in terms of.
No, Poole and Curry both do more. Yeah, turnovers per game. Yeah, Draymond's 2.8.
Yeah.
Poole's 3.1. Curry's 3.3. Is that not what you're seeing?
No, it's not. So
this has been an amazing last 4 minutes of radio.
Sure has
I do
been.
want to say that. That's an opinion that I have.
Man, maybe he doesn't qualify, Steph, because he doesn't play enough.
Okay. I'll go 40 seconds.
He's 24th. 24th.
Yeah, according to your fakakta stat sheet.
It's basketball reference, dog.
Yeah, but how many per game do you have him for?
Come on.
Draymond?
Yeah.
The same, 3.8.
No, 2.8. 2.8.
Yeah, that's what I said.
888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Figured I'd just go ahead and do it myself so that we could factually get it correct.
It hurts, but I had that coming to me.
Hey, when's Grant Brisbee coming on, Lucas? When's he coming on? When's Grant coming on?
4:15.
Okay, so Grant Brisbee's coming on at 4:15. Plenty more room for your phone calls on this. And let's further the discussion about what should happen with Andrew Wiggins as the Warriors reintroduce him to all of you, the Warrior fan base. That's all coming up next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
You better be careful.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's cyber threat security for peace of mind. Check. The power of the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business. That's a
For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
No. You take it away, Steph, and take this team out of the damn play-in tournament. And let's hear from you on this. All of you. All of yous. 888-957-9570. It's a discussion that came out of the first hour here. Can the Warriors win a title out of the play-in tournament or not? I am firmly on team no. And that says nothing about Steph, Clay, and Dre and the core and your belief.
Yes, it actually does.
No, it doesn't.
You don't get to do that. Of
course I do.
When you write them off like that?
I can tell you how I see it and what I believe, and it has nothing to do with, but championship DNA. At a certain point, we get a little whimsical about this. Championship DNA is not magic dust, okay? They're not going to sprinkle it all over the Warriors at the start of the playoffs, and all of a sudden, all of the other teams in the NBA are going to be rendered insignificant and frozen. It doesn't work that way.
Let it go.
You have got to. I'm not going to sing, Dibs. I'm not going to sing.
You haven't even seen the film, let alone the sequel.
Have.
Oh,
yes,
you have?
Absolutely.
I thought you hadn't seen it.
Sequel, no. Yeah, we're not doing this.
A decent sequel.
I got a 14-year-old daughter. How old do you think she was during Frozen? She was singing it out the. She was singing it out the window of her bedroom. Right. Yeah, like we were.
My fault.
We were in that thing, man.
Quietly, both your sons watched it and loved it. There's no doubt.
The older one.
Those are facts.
Those boys were sick of it before they'd even seen it.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like, okay, I can't do this song again. Are we going to do it? And then John Travolta revitalized it by messing that woman's name up at the award show. Do you remember that? Adele Dazeem.
Adele Dazeem.
Wasn't her name Adina Menzel?
Still is. Still is.
Exactly. Yeah, something like that. Anyway.
You know who does think that the Warriors can win a championship out of the play-in tournament?
Who?
Vegas. I'm talking about odds makers.
We got odds based on in the play-in?
Just as it sits right now.
Well,
I would imagine. No.
That's not what Vegas is saying
what
at
Vegas
all.
is saying
They're not
is
in the play-in
the
tournament
Warriors
right now.
are 10-1 to win the chip right now.
Great.
Bucks favored at 2.5 to 1, 5 to 2. Boston is plus 360, which is about 7 to 2. Suns are 5 to 1. The Nuggy Nugs, 8 to 1. The Fighting Kate Scotts out of Philadelphia, 10 to 1, as are the Golden State Warriors. And I would bet you that if the Warriors slide into the play-in tournament,
those odds will change.
Their odds will not change.
Oh, that's a bet. That's a bet.
You already owe me pizza.
No, I don't, because the Warriors have not gone 6-3 over their last 9 yet.
It's because we know the Andrew Wiggins saga with all but lock, stock, and perfect certainty.
Boy, you're the most gullible human being alive. But anyway.
Shams? You turning your back on Shams?
No, I am not. I am pointing. How do you think Shams, this would be a fun, quick aside, 30 seconds, but you can line it up on that.
30 seconds always means 3 minutes.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. Do you think the Warriors can win a title out of the play-in tournament? Yes or no? We'll take your calls. 888-957-9570.
And you'll be surprised to know that I'm the yes and Mark's the no.
No, I don't think anybody can.
See,
so don't make it a Warrior thing.
No, I think that only one team
can.
can.
Yeah.
And there's going to be 8 teams in the play-in. And if I looked at all 8 teams, if the Warriors are one of them, they're the only one of the 8 that I think could. And if the Warriors aren't in the play-in tournament, I would agree with you that nobody in the play-in can win the championship.
I'll take the conversation this direction. Anybody listening to the sound of my voice right now, I will take any bet that you want to make. Anything that I can pay off. That all 8 of those play-in teams ain't winning a damn thing this year.
Well, I mean, even a series?
No, they're not winning the championship. Not even.
Well, in fact, you got to be careful with your words.
All right,
ain't winning a damn thing if they win a game.
Those 8 teams, none of them will make the NBA Finals. Anybody wants to bet? Let's go. Let's go. Right now.
Even if the Warriors are one of them.
Not happening. Not making the NBA Finals.
That's surprising to me because of the vulnerability in the Western Conference. If the Warriors fall into that 7-8 game and they find their way into being the 7, I don't like the Warriors as an 8 against Denver in the first round because Denver has not been a very kind place to Golden State. But if the Warriors face Memphis in the first round, I would take the Warriors over Memphis to win that first round series. And I know you would not.
I would not. But even if they get out of that, you realize they're going to go win 2 more series to get to the NBA Finals.
Right. You realize that this team, as comprised healthily, has never not won a series ever.
Right. Do you realize how many of those series the Warriors had home court advantage?
Do you realize? I would say almost all of them.
But yeah, so let's look at that.
I would have to think of which time they weren't.
Well, they did not have home court advantage against Memphis last year. Right. So there was that.
They did against Dallas. They did against Boston.
Correct.
Thanks to the Jimmy Butler, Eric Spoelstra spat.
That'd be a good little. Can we look that up? Of all these series where we talk about how Steph, Clay, and Dre they've won at least one road game in all of them. How many of those series did they not have home court advantage?
Well, the first year they had the best record in the association, so the answer there would be none.
Right. Same thing for the year that they lost.
73-9.
Right.
I think that was the best record that year. I'd have to Google it. So they were favored, and the KD years. I mean, that's tough because they mailed it in 58 and 24 one of those years.
I know, but they were always the one of the two. I don't think outside of Memphis last year I can remember. What about the, did they have home court advantage over Cleveland in the finals year 1? They did.
Yeah. Let's do this, Mark.
All right.
You go to the phones,
all right,
and I'll do your homework. I'll do your dirty work again. How about that?
My bet, I'm going to set the over-under on 1.5 series.
And you'll go under.
And I'll take the under.
Because the one time.
And does that change everybody's outlook on this? Because winning one road game will only matter if you're perfect at home.
Yeah.
Perfect. You cannot lose a home game. Normally, when they go win that road game, all that does is offset a home loss, and you're back on point. Yeah, Mark.
I have a clarifying question here.
Okay.
You said the era of which the Warriors have won a road game in all of these series.
Yes.
The first 2 years they made the playoffs when they didn't win the title, they won road games in that series. They were not the higher seed in any of those first 3 series.
And that's counting the record that everybody talks about?
Yeah, they won game 1 against the Nuggets, the first postseason game. Right. They won game 1 against game 2 against the Spurs.
In my mind, I was making the statement starting the year they won the title.
2018,
okay, well, from there then.
Houston was 7 games better than them. Warriors beat the Rockets in game 7, so the Rockets would have been the higher seed.
Okay, you're right.
2018.
That's the other one.
When the Warriors went on to win the championship.
Okay, so maybe 2. Twice.
Yeah, and then 2019, they had the second best record in the association. And actually, Toronto had a better record than the Warriors.
But they lost that series.
Correct.
They lost the series.
Yeah, they won a road game but lost the series.
Right, so I'm talking about winning series when you did not have home court advantage. And it sounds to me like we're coming, once they started winning titles, we're coming to the conclusion that it's 2. Yeah. And by the way, go ahead and take a moment and remember both of those series. They both scared the living daylights out of us.
Never in doubt against Houston.
Yeah, right. How many threes did Houston miss in a row?
I think 27, 48. Mark.
And Memphis win the fourth quarter, game 6 here at Chase Center last year, when the Warriors were down and we're thinking, oh my God, they're going to lose. They're going to lose this series. Both of them were that close.
Yeah.
So this idea.
While we're here in memory lane, and George and all the other callers were going to you in a very short period of time, just for a little memory lane, that game 7 against Houston, the Rockets were 7 of 44 from behind the line.
Right.
7 of 44.
So you're going to count on that again?
James Harden was 2 of 13. Eric Gordon, 2 of 12. P.J. Tucker, 2 of 5. Trevor Ariza, 0 for 9.
Mm-hmm.
They were 7 of 44 from behind the line, the Warriors won at 101-92.
All I'm here. I'm no dream crusher. You know this, and I think that they are going to have a puncher's chance to do this.
Yeah.
But all these people running around, championship DNA, they're going to win. You're going to see Steph, Clay, and Dre. You're telling me that these Warriors are going to come out of the play-in tournament and then win 4 consecutive series without home court advantage in any of them.
Well, they might.
That's what you're telling me.
They very well could have home court advantage.
Well, they could. They could. That's possible.
They're the 7, they beat the 2, the 8 beats the 1. Mm-hmm.
Great point.
Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, I can guarantee you this. If they do win 4 straight series, they'll have to win 1 series first. You're welcome.
Wow.
That's what I do here.
That was heady.
Randy.
That was heady. Yeah. And gritty. The Warriors are back in action tonight, if you didn't know. And Warriors Live is going to start at 6 p.m. It's right when we're done. Look at how that works out. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now. Straight to the phones. 888-957-9570. Do you think the Warriors can do this out of the play-in tournament or not? Simple yes or no question. Your call's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop.
wickedly talented. Does he?
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'd like that in our merch shop. The wickedly talented Dillard and Wibbs. Let's do that. And speaking of the merch shop, 95.7 The Game's merch shop is out there for the plucking. 957thegameshop.com, featuring new items like the I'm just here for the $9 beer shirts and hoodies.
Right.
Get yours today. 957thegame.shop.com. All right. Play-in tournament.
Yeah.
I think it's a death sentence.
And somebody in my Twitter feed agrees with you, saying,
thank you, Twitter feed person.
You're delusional, talking about me.
Did they spell it right? Because that's the most misspelled word on social media.
Your. This person did put YOU''RE.
Yay!
You are delusional. Willard is correct in a dominant fashion. They aren't winning the title out of the play-in. They aren't winning the title as the 6th seed. Poor showing, Dibs. Be better. Because it's Brian in Palo Alto.
Oh, B to the P to the A.
To the P to the P to the A.
By the way, did you know that I once...
better than that, Coach.
Yeah.
Did you know that I once got... do you want to talk about an elimination sensation?
Cha-ching!
Man, Foster City School, I hope you're listening. I'm still mad. I'm mad at you. I got knocked out of a spelling bee because of that word. A spelling bee. How is that word even in a spelling bee?
Stupid.
I'm mad at you.
I go up there, and, this is little kids. I don't know, 3rd grade maybe? And they're like, okay. And we're in the multi-purpose room right there, right? You get a little microphone on you. Okay, let's bring up Mark Willard. Okay. Your word is your. And I'm like, your?
Unfair.
I almost looked at him.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Right, I use it in a sentence.
You're delusional.
I looked at him weird. I did the quick response. I'm like, YOUR. I even said it like that. Like you coming at me with you're going to need something more than that to knock out Mark Willard. And they're
Third person.
Ba-ding. Go
Gone.
sit down.
Wow.
My mom, who works at the school, was like, what are you doing with contractions?
Did she cape up for you?
Of course she did.
Oh, my God,
contractions do. What are we doing
We're talking about contractions.
Give me one word, not two, that's been jammed together with an apostrophe.
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
I got famously knocked out in the 8th grade spelling bee. It was an all redhead final. I was going up against Amy Clisham, Amy Forrest.
Why do you remember everyone's name?
Because
you're weird like that.
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Amy Clisham and I, a couple things about Amy Clisham, Amy Forrest. We went to high school together as well as 8th grade.
Clearly.
And it was at our 8th grade school end of year party that I learned what a bidet was.
What is going on here?
Just give me a second, Grandy.
I was on my senior trip to Mexico, but anyway, go ahead.
I was in need of a toilet. And so I went to flush the toilet, but I didn't use the flusher, and all of a sudden we got the ceiling.
Came back the other way.
Dude, all of a sudden we got water dripping from the ceiling, and I'm like, the hell kind of toilet is this? Clisham?
I say he's an idiot.
It's like an offensive charge. Back in the head. We're going the other way.
It's Fairfax, man.
Oh, man.
Now
That's
I know.
Funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. I got some data for you, and you can take that for data.
Thank you, Fizz.
And then we're going to the phones.
Please.
At 888-957-9570. No play-in tournament team.
Right. How many years now? 3?
Yeah. But that's 2 per conference per year. So that's 4 times 3. You're good at math. That's...
Hold on, I'm going to take my shoes off. I think it's 12, Mark.
All 12 teams, none of them have even gotten to a Game 7 in the first round of the playoffs.
Right.
Take that for data.
None of them have ever even won more than 2 games in their first playoff series.
Okay.
That's a fact, Jack.
It's a small sample size, but it is a fact. How many of those teams are comprised of multiple players that have multiple championships?
Don't know.
I can answer that for you. Not a damn one of them.
Yeah.
Not a damn one of them, Mark.
Right. So here's the sort of the, I don't know if
you're talking about the plucky Pelicans.
I know, but this is chicken and the egg. Like we're all, but this one's got Steph, Clay, and Dre. Right. And they still somehow found a way to end up in the play-in tournament. Like, what other facts do you need to show that this Warrior team is not those Warrior teams? Honestly, what are they doing in this situation? What are they doing? And if they do have that championship DNA, if it's that much magic dust on these teams, then they win tonight by 17.
Just win. Just win, baby.
They win tonight without having to go into the halftime locker room and have somebody be like, why are we down by 20? Come on, get the look in your eye. Let's come out. Let's come. No. Forget all of that.
Well, Draymond's got to commit a flagrant and get a tech in order to get them motivated.
Right.
And Draymond's one tech away from another suspension.
I know he is.
If you get teched up,
and he gets tossed out of Sacramento's game?
I would wait for the Sacramento game to get teched up. Win tonight. Get teched up against Sacramento. They can beat Portland without you.
Oh, can they? I love how everyone's already assuming they're winning in Portland.
They always win on the road.
Oh, right. They've been 9 road wins. They struggled to beat San Antonio at home last week. Why are we making assumptions about anything?
Hey, Dibs, I love you, and I hate to do this, but 2 years ago when the Lakers beat the Warriors in the play-in, and they were the 7 seed.
Right.
You asked, have any of these play-in teams had 2 Hall of Famers?
No. Sharpen your listening skills, but go ahead, try to dunk on me.
You did say, did they have 2 players who've won multiple championships?
That's also not what I said.
Yes, it is.
I said, did they have multiple players, more than 2, with multiple championships?
The word multiple does not mean more than 2, my friend. It means more than 1.
Okay, fine.
So
Anthony Davis has 1 championship.
So
who else?
First off, sorry, Mark, you did get it right. Sorry,
have
Mark.
to go to the tape.
Sorry, Mark, you did get it right.
We have not reached the apology portion of this segment.
Mark, you did not misrepresent me. You actually were listening and nailed it. Go ahead.
I'm still focused on Lucas, Mark,
Okay.
and yes, you might have had it right.
Back to Lucas.
Go ahead, Lucas.
Yeah, they had LeBron James and Anthony Davis, and they lost in 6 in the first round.
And Anthony Davis had how many titles?
Only a half.
Yeah, you can go ahead and Google that.
At that point, he had 1.
Half a title.
And at this point, he still has 1, right? Yeah, Lucas, yeah.
I'm pretty sure Marc Gasol is something.
I mean, Gasol has a title.
So Gasol plus
good
Davis.
Gasol.
That's that. Anyway.
Sure. My point well taken. And by the way, Mark's math
Marc
was
Gasol won one with the
completely...
Raptors, didn't he?
Yes, but one. Only
Thank
one
you.
title.
And
Yeah.
your point, your
What's my
math was
point?
completely wrong because
About what?
in 2020, the Eastern Conference actually didn't have a play-in game because
you're the one who said it's been 3 years.
Correct.
I was going off of your statement.
but they didn't have 4 teams. I didn't say they had 4 teams. That was your math, Mark.
Oh gosh, let's go to the phones.
So I don't get my return apology?
Yeah, because you're the one who set up the fact.
I just said there's
I
been
don't
3
care.
years of play-in. You were the one who
Right.
said, then it's 4 times 3.
Fine, 10, whatever.
It's
Apology
actually,
not.
Thank you. It's actually closer to 8.
Whatever. Well, no. Was there a play-in tournament? I don't even count 2020.
There was no play-in tournament in 2020. There was a
Right.
play-in game, and the East didn't have one. You remember you had to be within a certain range of games?
The answer's already going to be no, I don't. I tuned that year out to the highest degree. The Warriors were out. I do not acknowledge what happened that year. I am
because ninth place Washington finished 7.5 back of 8th place Orlando. There was no play-in contest.
This is going to be.
I didn't remember that either.
Yeah, this is going to be my minority opinion that I take to the grave. And some will take it as a San Francisco homer take because of what happened that year. Take it however you want. Your pandemic championships don't count the same. Sorry, taking it to the grave.
Would you
can
feel
yell at me
that way
all you
if
want.
it wasn't both LA teams that won pandemic championships?
Yes, because who won the other sport?
Football?
I guess that one does count because they didn't change the way they were playing.
Right, they actually played it. They just didn't have fans.
Who won in hockey that year? Did they have a title?
No,
I don't see.
Please don't do game show music. Does Ottawa still have a team?
I don't know.
Good God.
George in Los
Hockey.
Altos. You're on with Willard and Dibs and Dillard and Bibbs. And hi, George. What are you doing?
Laughing at you guys. You guys are like Laurel and Hardy today.
Thank you.
Wow.
Iconic
You're
duo.
cracking me up. It's good.
Why do I got to be the
Listen,
fat one?
I'm Mr. Glass.
You're in that chair.
I'm Mr. Glass half full. I'm Mr. Glass half full, the eternal optimist.
Quit taking my bit, George. How about that, huh? Quit taking my bit.
Yeah. But if they end up in the play-in, they're not going to make it. They need to end up in at least the 6 to give Andrew time, to get back in the groove. Those extra days that the play-in tournament occurs, gives them a little bit more breathing room for him to get ready. And I think he's the key to the whole thing. And I do think that they can go all the way if they stay healthy, because if you look at this lineup and compare it to the lineup that we had last year, and granted, they've been very inconsistent this year, they have enough horses, and I think they're deep enough to run and do the whole thing. Because when they get into the playoffs, we all know they're just a completely different team. And you see flashes of it this season. You see how they play when everything is on the line and they really want to buckle down and play defense. Take a look at the teams that they've beaten this year. They've beaten all the best teams in the East. And granted, Giannis didn't play, I know. But I think they've done great when the chips are on the table, and I think they can do it again, but not from the play.
Yeah, George.
That's all I got to say.
Yeah, thanks so much, George. I agree with him.
Thanks,
I completely agree with him. Like, this is one just sort of functional point about the idea of the play-in tournament and why I think that they would struggle against Memphis in a way that they wouldn't potentially struggle if they played Memphis in a more traditional way and it were round 2. Obviously, that would mean they've already won a round. They've had that opportunity to ramp up. But
what if they played Memphis in round 1 as a 6 versus a 3? Which is still a possibility.
I would
it's
feel
a long
different.
shot.
I would feel different.
You would feel differently,
but I still wouldn't feel. I wouldn't feel as good. I think. But here's the difference. Andrew Wiggins' situation, in my opinion, needs next week a week of practice, build it up, and start the playoffs. Andrew needs that. What they don't need is Andrew thrown immediately into an urgent elimination type game, because who knows? Are you going to be the 7, the 8? Are you the 9? Are you the 10? We all know these are all a breath away from one another.
Right.
They lose all 3 of these games, they could end up on the road in the play-in tournament. So I think they need that week to get right and get healthy and mentally and physically and all of that. And so that's why, yes, I do think even playing Memphis in round 1, if it does not mean play-in tournament, I'd give the Warriors a much better chance. The play-in tournament is built for urgency and viewership. It is not built for someone to win it and then go win a title. It's not built for that.
But it's also not built for that to be a death knell, because especially if you're a team that's been through the rigors of a championship run before, there's no reason why a team can't emerge from the play-in and win an opening round series. The reason why these teams don't do that is because they aren't very good. And to look at the Warriors team and say that they aren't very good is short-sighted, in my opinion. Now, over the course of 79 games in the regular season, they've been mediocre, but so has just about everybody in the Western Conference. This is not a case where you've got the Warriors with KD waiting for the 8 seed to come out of the play-in and get mollywopped. This is a Warriors team that, and I would love to see them go in the play-in and come out as the 7. And maybe you can ask your Vegas friend who would be favored in a 2-7 Memphis Warriors matchup. I would bet you that it's a coin toss at worst.
Well, what's the odds you just read? Where's Memphis on that? What are their championship odds right now?
The Grizzlies are plus 2,000, 20-1. They're the next team on the board after the Warriors.
So they're behind the Warriors as it stands right now.
Bucks and Celtics are clearly favored. Phoenix is right behind them. Then Denver, Philly and Golden State are tied for 5th, and then Memphis is 7th.
If you get series odds, you're hard-pressed for the road team to ever be favored. That's very rare. That's like it's not a rule, but it's pretty rare. I do think if the Warriors play the Kings, I do think the Warriors will be favored to win the series.
Doubt.
I do think that.
Memphis and Golden State.
A little bit different now. Memphis, one of the best home teams. Like their record is it even better than the Warriors? Their home record this year?
I believe it is. Memphis is 34-6.
34-6. Warriors 32-8. They're even better than the Warriors
They're
at home.
the best home team in the association.
So I think right now it's likely that Memphis would be favored. I get what you're saying. I would never, as you put it, I would never refer to the Warriors as they're not very good. I would never refer to that. However, I do feel like you are kind of saying 2 different things at once, because you have quoted Parcells, I don't know how many times this season.
27.
That you are what your record says you are.
Absolutely.
So if the Warriors end up a 500 team in the play-in tournament, then they're not very good.
Well, there's
based on your words.
Well, there's 2 different things here.
Okay.
Because there's 2 seasons in the association, as you know. There's the regular, and then there's the post. So when you go into the postseason, it no longer matters if you are 42-40. All that matters now is, can you go 4-3 against the team that's in front of you? Yep. So you are what your record says you are. I totally believe that in terms of the regular season. When the regular season is over, and it's going to be the Warriors and the Grizzlies, or the Warriors and the Kings, or the Warriors and the Nuggets, maybe the Warriors and the Suns, because we know that the top 4 is pretty much set in almost concrete. It's about set in stone at this point. The Warriors will face either Denver, Memphis, Sacramento, or Phoenix, or they're a play-in team and they may not play anybody at all. Right. Or they could be all the way in the play-out. I doubt it. But in terms of starting the playoffs, the Warriors will be a very solid bet against any of those teams.
I don't disagree with that. But I think their entry point, if you're coming out of the play-in tournament, you lose that week of practice. You end up having to play urgent games that really matter.
Yeah.
I also do think there's a confidence issue with it. If you end up in the play-in tournament, it's because the last couple of weeks of the season, when you told us you were going to flip a switch and figure it out, went sideways. So you're telling me somehow then next week you're going to go play one game, you're going to win it, and then you're like, okay, now we're good. Are you? Like, that's my point. If you're going to ramp up and be yourselves, I understand that Andrew's not back yet, and I've been banging that drum all year long, which is that if they do get healthy at the right time, they can go on a run. But that's now. That's now. You don't lose this game tonight if you're quote-unquote right. We got to get right. We got to get right mentally. We got to play smart. We got to play Warrior basketball. We're home. Then you don't lose tonight. Even if OKC comes in on a heater.
Right.
You beat them. Don't let them get on a heater. Play defense.
If you do lose, it has no bearing on what you can still be in the rest of the regular season and in the postseason.
Well, it's going to be hard to get in the top 6, knowing that you've only won 9 road games all year, and now you have 2 road games. I know one of them is against Portland.
It depends on what else happens tonight.
Wouldn't you agree they've got to be a top 6, they probably have to win at least 2 of these last 3?
Yes.
Okay.
2-1.
Okay.
If you go 2-1.
So if you lose tonight, that makes it pretty damn hard, doesn't it? Seeing as you only won 9 road games all year, now you're going to go win 2 in a row?
I think that the Portland game is kind of like the San Antonio game at home. And if you can't beat Portland on the road in a spot where Portland's not going to be trying. Now, the players who are on the floor, they might be trying a little bit, but you're going to be trying a lot harder, and they don't have Damian Lillard. So,
even if I buy that, you still have to beat Sacramento on Friday night, and the beam is going to be,
lit.
No, it's going to be activated.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully they're not lighting the beam.
Right? Like, I think that the Kings are going to want to play. The fan base is going to want to go crazy on Friday night.
Well, especially if a win for the Kings means you don't have to face the Warriors in the playoffs.
Good point. Very good point. Yeah, Jonathan in San Francisco. Hey, you're next up on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Jonathan?
Just listening to you guys, enjoying this fine afternoon, although sunny, it's kind of cold. Anyway, I just want to say that if that's how it falls, that's the card that they dealt with, then it's going to be super exciting. I mean, the play-in is NBA playoffs in the format of an NFL playoffs. It's do or die, so it's going to be exciting in second. And hey, what's not being talked about is if everything is about pretty much the same, all those teams in the mix, right, talent-wise, and the record reflects that. What's not being talked about is, hey, they're getting a very good player late as an addition, and nobody else is getting that. So even if from the play-in, if everything falls into place, hey, and especially if they get a Wiggins like last year's in the playoffs, hey, this is going to be an exciting run to a back-to-back championship. Let's go, Dub!
Okay, Jonathan, I'll agree that the feel is that you're getting in the acquisition of Andrew Wiggins. I'll remind everybody that we're starting to make some assumptions here. Okay, Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted that Andrew Wiggins is coming back to the Warriors early this week. We have no clue when he's going to play. The Warriors have not said a damn word. I got no idea exactly what he's going to look like, when, how many minutes is he going to play, all of that. Secondly, though, let's not act like just because it's this week, this is the only team acquiring a big player for the Western Conference playoffs. I believe that someone named Kevin Durant just got entered onto a team last week.
Yeah.
And I believe a guy named LeBron James just got entered onto a team last week. So they're not the only Western Conference team that suddenly feels like they are now a different entity than they were a week ago.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And in terms of other teams, that's fine. They can get better all they want. For the Warriors, they need Andrew Wiggins, first and foremost. And hopefully Steve Kerr will provide some insight today in his pregame availability, which would happen here in the next, I think, hour to hour and a half, usually about 5 o'clock, somewhere in there.
I'm sure he'll be asked.
So we'll get word and we'll pass it along to you if Steve Kerr says anything in terms of, he's now in Rick Celebrini's hands and Andrew's in the building, and we hope to have Andrew available for this game or that game. Hopefully we get some sense of what the ramp-up timeline would be, and if it were up to me, I would want Andrew to play at least one game in the regular season.
I agree with that. I don't think you're going to get a definitive, my guess, you're not going to get a definitive answer tonight in terms of when he plays. You're going to get hey, we're going to enter him back into practice and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
That's probably what we're going to get.
That to me, though, would be definitive in terms of Andrew's going to practice tomorrow.
Sure.
If that's the word, because then it falls in the hands of Rick Celebrini.
Well, and they barely even practice this time of year too. Like they don't do a whole lot of practicing, so I don't know what the enter into the whole fray even looks like. But that's what Steve will answer.
But their next games it's tonight, Friday, and Sunday.
Correct.
So 2 days off in between, and a trip to Sacramento, which is not a big travel spot. So you would imagine that they'll practice both days. Andrew would be able to practice both days.
They rest a lot.
They rest,
the
but
last couple weeks of the season. Yes, they'll do stuff, but they're not going to go hard.
But they might scrimmage where it's Jerome and it's JaMychal Green and it's Lamb and it's Moody, guys who aren't playing, and Wiggins, and maybe they call Guru and Goo gets a chance to get up and down.
Doubtful. But maybe.
It's a possibility. He's in shape. He's in 24-hour fitness shape. Yeah, he's been in the lab.
It is time to get into the lab, yeah.
And Daryl, the Guru Johnson with the air ball.
Yeah, there he is. All right, we are presented.
That was hurtful.
We are presented by I'll just do it. We're presented by. Fremont Bank, full service banking.
My bad.
No compromises. More of your calls next. Grant Brisby is going to join us. There's an interesting Giants question I think we'd like to throw out there to you. Trey Lance rumors, although I don't know that they're really substantiated, but it's all out there and it's all on the table today on Willard and Dibs. Lay off.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes.
conveniently reach your customers. More confident shipping with new Informed Delivery features. And new electric vehicles for a cleaner, brighter future. Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/moving forward.
Move it!
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Dog.
Well, Chris Carter on me? Come on, man.
Seriously.
Come on, people. Thank you.
Come on, man is the catch-all that you can still use. Jacked up is the one that you can't use anymore, right? He got jacked up.
That was a fun bit. And it's like, turns out these hits have a lasting impact.
Yeah, well, the old CT killed that bit, didn't it? All right, you can head over to YouTube. That's where we're streaming. That's where all the cussing happens. If you'd like to head over to YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. Take a look at the T-shirt that Dibs is wearing today. Very, very exciting. Very fashion forward. You can like,
it's a classic.
Subscribe to all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube.
Go to hell, Dibs.
Yeah.
Absolutely one of the best days in my radio career. It was the best of days. It was the worst of days.
Can I tell you something?
Of course you can, Mark. We're 20 hours a week together.
I do not have much of a jealous bone in my body. Like, it's very, very
You're
rare.
pretty grounded, chill dude.
You
appreciate what you have. You don't covet what you don't have.
And I'm happy for when someone has something that I want. You know what I mean? Like, whoever's got tickets to the Giants games this weekend, if you've got what I want, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you.
Genuinely.
But the fact that you played one-on-one on the floor at Chase Center
for like a half an hour
makes me feel jealous.
Yeah.
And there were announcers and everything. Like, God.
Yeah.
I would love to. I'd play anyone. I would play my dog. I don't care who I'm playing against.
Penny's a lockdown defender.
She's quick. And man, does she go after the ball.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Anyway.
I'm wearing my Disgrace at Chase shirt for those who can't see it on YouTube. And the date's even on here. February 26th, 2020, which was a grand total of
2
weeks before the pandemic.
Oh, that's right. February what? 2020?
26th.
February
2020.
Yeah.
We all shut it down on March 11th, March 12th, somewhere in there.
Yeah. Because the week before that happened, while you were playing at Chase Center, a few days before that, I was at Disneyland. It was Jude's, let's see, what was it, 3 years ago? 6th birthday.
Okay.
Jude's 6th birthday. And he wanted to go to Disneyland. And we went down to Disneyland and did that. And imagine, like, you know, a week later, it's like, you're not allowed to leave your home. And we're like, we were just at Disneyland.
A couple thousand people there.
Like the worst place on earth if it's going to be a pandemic.
Super spreader.
Yeah, so that's where we were. You were at Chase Center. Very few people, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a few hundred, including Wardell Stephen Curry, who was watching, not in the arena, but he was reportedly watching it on the in-house monitor
He knows
could
everything.
not stop laughing.
Yeah, he knows everything.
Tim Roy announcing. Kalena Azubuike screwing me over as the referee. You know when you watch any sporting event and you always, the way this is going to get called early, like last night, San Diego State and UConn, if they call a lot of fouls early, San Diego State's in trouble because they don't have the same depth in the front court as UConn. Turns out they were in trouble anyway. I knew that if I didn't get the whistle early against Low Neal, I was in trouble. So I stepped in front on the opening possession, took just a blatant charge as a Buki. No call.
Well,
Low Neal probably,
I wasn't
probably
there.
missed 4 straight layups. I'll show you the video.
Come at me, bro.
It is the most hilarious display of lack of athletic ability.
But he's a fullback. So I'd imagine any contact at all would look like a charge.
Hello?
So hard to call. Like
Easy to call.
You probably went flying. It's kind of like when I remember watching Laker basketball when Shaq was there. Bodies are just flying across the court.
True.
Right? And you don't, like, how do you call that? I don't know. It's like, is it a foul or is someone just near Shaq? Did you just happen to bump Shaq and now you're in the third row? That doesn't make it a foul.
Well,
it just means he's bigger than you.
Low Neal is Shaq-esque in many ways.
Exactly.
And if we would have enforced 3 in the key, it's a whole different ball game. But I'll share the link if I can find it. It's
that would be fun.
It's atrocious.
I was very jealous.
Yeah.
And if
Anyway,
anybody would like to tear their ACL or snap some ankle ligaments or do anything like that in our 40s and play one-on-one at Chase, I'm in. I don't do basketball anymore.
I was in my 50s.
I'll shoot the ball around with my kids. I'm not doing 5-on-5 anymore. We're not doing that. Ever since I was playing in a weekly league and came home with torn ligaments in my ankle and nothing happened. They're like, what happened? I'm like, I was backpedaling. That's it. I was just backpedaling, and the ankle is now gone. And a buddy of mine, we should ask Feely or Pandia about this. Buddy of mine who's an orthopedic surgeon, I was probably, this is a handful of years ago, call me early 40s, and he goes, what are you doing playing basketball every week?
Yeah.
I go, this is my sport, man. I played all the way through high school. Like, I love playing basketball. He goes, dude, did you not get the message? You didn't play basketball anymore in your 40s? He goes, how do you think I got a 5-bedroom house? He's like, I got a line out my door every single week of dudes your age still trying to play basketball. Just a free trip to the ortho every week. I'm like, he told me that. I'm like, I think I played my last game. That's it.
Yeah.
But I'll play one-on-one with somebody over at Chase.
One-on-one, quietly exhausting. It's
bet.
more fatiguing than you remember.
Oh, I bet everything's fatiguing.
Especially when you're adrenalized live on Instagram with Tim Roy on the microphone against a former NFL fullback, a guy who should be in the Hall of Fame. But anyway.
Yes, he should.
I saw the shirt today in my own archives and thought, I'm wearing it today.
Atta babe.
Yeah.
Put that, somebody should rescan that, put that in the merch shop. Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
All right. So what we're talking about as we are now 2 hours away from our coverage and 3 hours away approximately until tip tonight at Chase Center. Hopefully it will not be the disgrace at Chase. Hopefully it'll be a Warrior victory and to clinch a winning record this basketball season against the Oklahoma City Thunder. The reason I have stated off the top that this is a potential pivot point for this entire era, this group, this core, because Steph Curry, just a few days ago, in talking with Steiny and Guru, I thought very definitively stated that each year at this point in our career, how we finish is what either allows us or disallows us to stay together. And he said we probably wouldn't look like this right now if we hadn't gone on the run that we went on last year. They probably would have made different changes, which sort of indicated that same thing this year, even more so this year. If you can't put together some sort of run that resembles championship competitiveness, then you're going to make major changes in the offseason. Now, combine that with my opinion that ain't nothing good ever come out of the play-in tournament other than a whole lot of fun for a week off. Nothing important's coming out of the play-in tournament. You're not winning a title out of there. So if that's the case, throw in that I think they're in the play-in tournament if they lose tonight, you start piecing together a chain link fence that makes me feel like there's a potential pivot point. I understand that there are some holes in that theory, but you lose this game, and my God, we could be a week and a half away from this being done.
Yes, no doubt. It's Tuesday, and so the play-in games, I think, would be next Wednesday and Thursday.
It might even start Tuesday, don't they?
I don't think they're scheduled yet. I was kind of looking for dates, but I think that's the way they did it last year, so you could be right. They could be 7 or 8 days away from this whole thing being over, or you win tonight, and whatever happens against Sacramento, you could still beat Portland, and I feel you'd be confident at 43-39 about being a top 6. It's Tuesday, right?
1 week from tonight, and in fact, if the Warriors end up 7 or 8, they're in that game. 1 week from tonight is West 7 versus West 8. 7 hosting 8. Also that night is East 7 and 8. The very next night are the 9-10 games.
Gotcha.
Right, obviously, because you have to, right, you got to 7, the winner of those is going to move on and be in the playoffs. And then you got to have the back end of who's going to travel to go And so those are April 11th and 12th. That's next Tuesday and Wednesday. And then the final games will be on the 14th, which is Friday.
So you at least give the 9-10 winner a day to travel.
Right.
And if 8 loses at 7, then 8's got at least a day at home before they host the 9-10 winner. So
And then the weekend, the actual playoffs start.
Saturday and Sunday.
And I don't want the Warriors to have anything to do with that little clam bake. I mean, they need rest. They need to ramp Andrew up. They need to do all of that stuff. So that's why I get what you're saying, that the Warriors are the Warriors, whether they come out of the play-in tournament or whether they're the 6th seed. They're flawed, but they're the Warriors. And sure, of course we give them some sort of a nod that we don't give teams like Minnesota and New Orleans. Of course we do. But there's also a functional difference in my mind to having to perform, having to use up your energy to go through the play-in tournament. And then even if you are lucky enough to come out of it, you're going to play a higher seed, a team that's even better at home. Like, yes, sorry, Sacramento fans. I do think that's much easier than playing Memphis or Denver in the first round.
I agree with that.
I mean, come on. Are we like, this is not going to go well if they end up in the play-in tournament, in my opinion.
See, I'm not willing to sign on to that because they're the Warriors. And if any team is going to make it out of at least one series in the play-in tournament, it would be the Warriors. Now, that being said, they are 0-2 all-time in play-in game scenarios. They lost both a couple of years ago. The Warriors will know with some level of certainty what they're facing tonight when they take the court because the Pelicans play at 5 o'clock. Pelicans hosting the Kings, 5 o'clock. New Orleans a 4-point favorite. That game won't be over when the Warriors take the floor, but they should have some sort of an idea where that game is going. 6 o'clock. Lakers at the Jazz. The Lakers are 10-point favorites. You mentioned it earlier. That's a little bit of an odd line. No Lauri Markkanen for Utah, and the Jazz a team that is pretty much reeling. But if you think about it, Mark, when the Warriors go to halftime, they should have an idea about the Lakers and the Pelicans. And if the Lakers and Pelicans both win their games and the Warriors lose, the Warriors suddenly plummet to 8.
Lakers
just like that.
There's no way around. The Lakers are playing good basketball. They're playing good basketball right now.
I'm telling you that, Mark. You don't listen to me, Mark Willard. I told you not to sleep
on them. I know they're
them.
playing good. No, that's two different things. Playing good basketball and sleeping on them. I do not believe the Lakers are going anywhere this year. But
let me throw this out just real quick.
Yeah,
not to cut you off, as I borrow from Guru. Let's say that the Lakers get the 6, okay? And the Warriors wind up at whatever, 7, 8, or 5. The Warriors don't wind up at 6. Lakers, Kings. Who do you have in that first round series?
Oh,
Well, it's not really a game show, but yeah, see? Huh?
I can't tell you yet. I got to watch how this thing finishes up. I got to watch what they do to end up in those
Kings
seats.
fans would be having flashback nightmares to 2000 and
I know, yeah.
when the referees ripped them off. Was that 04?
Well, I think that sounds right.
These years, they keep whizzing by, Mark.
Just like Page's three-pointer went whizzing by the rim.
And the Lakers 18 free throws in like a 2-minute span.
Yep. No doubt. I mean, I remember it well.
Yeah.
Warriors David in Concord. Hello, David. How did you get the name Warriors David? Was that given to you by your mom, or did you do that yourself? What are you doing?
Well, about 20 years ago, I used to be Lakers David, but now nothing makes me feel worse than that, so I'm Warriors David since then.
Well, how the hell did you get Lakers David, and why?
I was born and raised there. I grew up in the time era, and I never missed a game.
Okay, so what, you just switched? You were a Laker fan, and you just became a Warrior fan?
I moved up here in '89, so, it's been a while.
Yeah, I moved back up here, too, even though I grew up here. When I lived down there, I wasn't a Laker fan.
Yeah. Okay, so listen, Willard, you said something a few minutes ago, and I just had to call.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you still hear me?
Sure can.
All right, you said you stopped playing basketball when you were 40. So I'm 56, a white male. There's nothing special about me. I'm a regular, ordinary guy. Every morning at 6 a.m. for about the last 5 years, 10 years, I play basketball at the 24 in Walnut Creek with about 50 different guys. And, I play for 1 or 2 hours every single day.
Awesome.
And never had an injury.
Awesome.
And I played today, going back tomorrow.
Watch out for tomorrow, David. David, watch out for tomorrow since you just said this today. You're like, I've been playing for years, never had an injury. Go play again tomorrow. Watch out, dude. Watch out. Prayers to you. I'm not telling everybody else not to play. I'm just telling you, when my buddy the ortho said that to me, I was like, I'm done. It's not worth it to me.
Nah, you got flexed on. That's how that worked.
You got served.
You got called soft.
Yep. You got straight served.
Hey, Luke, what's that big brace on your left leg?
That's baseball.
And mine's
I
basketball.
love it. Thank you, Grandy.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here getting schooled by two guys who look like RoboCop trying to get from this door to the bathroom
First
and
of
back.
all, I didn't school you at all.
Both of
I
you
actually
can't even
applaud
walk.
I applaud you for being a quitter. Quitting gets a bad name.
Oh, my God.
I gave up basketball on the floor at Santa Fe High when I tore my ACL and fractured my scaphoid bone in my left wrist on the landing. That was 1999.
It wasn't on the landing. You have to leave the ground to land.
I actually never did leave the ground. I tried to leave the ground, and the old ACL gave out. And as I was going face first to the floor, I put my hand down to break my fall, which I guess it was either broken nose or broken wrist. And I got a cute little nose, Mark.
By the way, I've broken my nose before. You should have chosen the nose.
I broke my nose.
That sounds way better than I've never broken my wrist, but a broken nose.
Bone. It's the bone. If you extend your thumb, and you put your finger in that little area where there's nothing.
Okay.
Can you feel that between the wrist and your thumb?
So let your thumb. Oh, right.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, right there.
There's actually a bone that floats in there called the scaphoid. Dr. Brian Feely joins us Thursday at 4.
You broke a floating bone?
Yeah. Well, it's just the way that goes.
Why does that even hurt if it's floating? It's not attached to anything.
Bro. It hurts. And so I had a cast, full elbow. And Grandy, I was older than you'll ever be. Well, I hope not.
Wow, that was really.
What are you trying to say to me?
That was cryptic.
Get off me is what I'm trying to say.
That was like
I was 32 at the time.
Don't let Dibs ever be the guy that writes stuff that goes in fortune cookies. Jeez.
I should
killed
write
the guy
fortune
by
cookies.
age. Yeah,
you open up the fortune cookie. This could be your final cookie. Savor it.
It's actually a funny story.
Dude, that'd be great.
Girl I knew.
Keep it real cookies.
When she was a girl, her mom, they brought her in. They're like, oh, we're all making fortune cookies at church. And they didn't really give him much direction. They're just right out.
Oh, no. And she's just out there crushing people.
Just you will die in 2 weeks. Stick it in the fortune cookie.
That's harsh. That's harsh.
Can you imagine? If that's what it said, would you eat the cookie? What would you do?
Yeah, you got to eat the
cookie.
cookie.
Open the thing up. Yeah, if it says you will die in 2 weeks, I'm not eating that cookie.
Well, I mean.
Throwing it away.
Maybe it's you'll die in 2 minutes and you choke on the cookie. Then I wouldn't eat the cookie.
Right. You will die in 2 minutes because I have laced this cookie with cyanide. Yeah. Anyway, leave Grandy alone. He's gonna be
I'm
fine.
apologizing on the YouTube feed right now. That was out of bounds.
Good. While you do that, I'll let everybody know that they're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And I hope Steiny was listening to that so he knows how to do it coming up tomorrow. All right. I listen. It's not that they can't. It's that they won't. Okay. It's just not. It's not a safe place, and I feel very, very comfortable saying that because you know who's also said it. The last 2 weeks is all of them. They've said it. I'll go back here in the next break, and I'll go pull some of the old sound from all the guys being like, we do, the goal
right, but
is
they still will go. The goal, fine, but they're not going to just say,
no, they're not going to give
Adam,
up.
we're not playing and you're playing. We can't do it, Adam. We can't.
It's not, no, again.
You're saying they can't.
I literally,
you're saying
last
they won't.
Sentence I just said was, it's not that they can't, it's that they won't.
Right.
They won't. They won't.
Well, what's the difference between they can't and they won't? They can't is they won't's next door neighbor.
Well, sure, they're related, but can't in some aspects would mean there's a rule against it.
Can't do it.
It's allowed, and you're right. I'll agree with you.
I'll say that they can.
I'll agree with you when you said if there's anybody who could do it, it would be them. I'll agree with that. But even that's not going to be enough. Here would be another way of asking this. What do we really expect that this team can do? What are we really comfortable asking them to do? I already am of the opinion that we are just blowing off what would be one of the most epic, memorable, unlikely playoff runs in the history of the sport.
No doubt.
Coming out of the 6th seed?
Do you know the last team to win it out of the 6th seed?
That would be like no one?
No, the Houston Rockets in the...
They were 6?
Jordan Plays Baseball, yeah.
They were 6?
Yes,
Okay.
they won back-to-back titles while Jordan was out. One of those years, they were the 6. And if you look at that year, it does kind of comp to this year in that there was no real clear-cut dominant team. And I look at this team with 4 championships, and I don't think that, for me anyway, them being the 7, the 8, the 9, or the 10, it doesn't change my expectations one iota as to whether or not they can win the championship.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
Right, I see that. And I think from a functional standpoint, with Wiggins trying to get himself right and the need for an older team to have rest and confidence and all of that, I think this team needs to be sitting and watching basketball next week, not playing basketball. That's number one. But again, number two, Warrior fans, will you acknowledge this? You're already hoping for them to do something that is meteoric, like unbelievable, but only because it's a dynasty and because of the characters we're talking about do we even have some belief. You realize that the rest of the country either shares that same respect for Warrior lore or they think we're crazy. Those are one of the two options. But we're already, only because it's the Warriors, do we think they still have a shot. And now you're going to add the play-in tournament to this as well? And you're just going to flick that off your shoulder and be like, yep, they can do that too. Like, really stop and think about what it is you think they're about to do. Go on the road in round 1 and win. And go on the road in round 2, win. Go on the road in round 3, win.
It's a massive undertaking.
Oh, my God.
But if you think about how it's happened before, and I'll just use the Rockets as a comp, and the Spurs won 62 that year. They were good. Utah won 60, and you had Phoenix won 59. They won the division. Houston 47 and 35. So the Warriors would be just a click below that if they are, let's say they go 43 and 39 and they're the 6. The Houston Rockets had 2 Hall of Famers on that team, Clyde the Glide and Hakeem the Dream. This Warrior team has got
17 Hall of Famers.
They've got 4 if you count Iguodala, I believe. He's a Hall of Famer.
Well, and Wiggins and Poole for sure going to get there.
Yeah, and Kuminga, he's on the fast track.
Looney's going to get the Veterans Committee vote. Anyway, go ahead.
Houston also had Kenny Smith, who is I don't know if he's a borderline Hall of Famer, but a legit pro. Sam Cassell, same thing. Mario Elie, a veteran. There are comps to that Houston team. The way Houston went about winning the championship, the opening round was a 5-game series at the time. They won in 5 on the road. And the second round was a 7-game series. They won in 7. They won that game on the road. And so by the time you got to the conference finals, they won in 6, and then they swept the Orlando Magic when Nick Anderson was unable to make a free throw. You remember that series?
Sure do.
So I think the Warriors, with that pedigree, that level of experience, they can do what this Houston Rockets team did. It won't be easy.
They can do it, but yeah, it's already so hard. Now you're going to come to me and be like, yeah, and let's wrap the play-in tournament into this as well, where you could be 1 and done or 2 and done. I mean, this Warrior team, does anybody think that you've actually got that kind of room for that stress in your life?
Oh, I'm here for it.
This Warrior team in a play-in tournament, the way they play, I got no interest in that whatsoever. Are you kidding me? Like, what are you, like, are you a hate chaser or something? I mean, this is like...
I'm a thrill seeker, Mark.
Gosh.
I'm here for the thrill of it.
No.
What do we say about the Kevin Durant years? The first 2 championships.
What, they were boring?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they were great because they were championships, but was there ever a moment from the opening tip to the final horn where you had any shot of adrenaline in terms of, I mean, there's a few in there.
No, yeah, I'll take last year over that, and I'll take the first year over that, for sure.
Yeah.
But not this. I don't want the play-in tournament.
I'm here for it. It's a thrill ride. You ever jump out of a plane, Mark?
Hell no, and
you ever bungee jump?
Nope.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Yes.
Do you like when Scraps rubs up and down on your leg?
Randy Johnson, one of them, by the
You
way.
did not see the big unit.
And it is.
Size matters.
Thank you. That was well punctuated by the Grandy man.
Oh, God. Make
Who
sure.
can play the Fitz drops? That was awesome.
Check out 95.7 The Game's merch store. New items like I'm just here for the $9 beer shirts and the hoodies. Get yours today, 957thegameshop.com. Okay, can they win out of the play-in tournament? Yes or no? We'll keep taking your calls, 888-957-9570. But also coming up, inspired by yesterday's Giants explosion, I got a question for all the Giants fans out there. We'll hop into that right around the bend. It's Willard and Dibs.
Don't talk about that.
When you need to get back on the road, AutoZone's free Fix Finder service is here. Get the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Chilly tonight, some clouds, high near 60 tomorrow.
Weather is brought to you by Beacon. Beacon has the newest power tool in roofing, the Beacon Pro Plus mobile app. Now through June, purchase online with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Beacon, always building.
Let's go right here in the back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Giants. By the way, before I get to that question, I got to let you know that the lovely Christy has weighed in.
Oh.
First, she said, still no word from anyone? We're waiting on some information from something. So that one doesn't apply to you.
Okay.
But the next one does.
Oh.
Oh, and the Warriors can totally win it all from the play.
Thank you, lovely Christy.
So she and I will fight about that later.
Good. Call me if you need some backup.
I'm not going to call
my friend.
you. She needs to call you for some
Oh,
backup.
that's what I'm saying to Christy via the microphone.
Yeah.
Because she's still listening.
Actually, yeah, she just texted again. It was about the other stuff. Anyway.
Hang in there, big guy.
Yeah. Always.
Just real quick, it was 2002, Kings and Lakers.
Don't talk about 2002. I hate 2002.
Whatever. You got 3 titles. Would you rather have had 2002 or 10, 12, and 14?
Unfair question because...
No, it's very fair.
Well, obviously, you'd rather have 3 than 1, but selfishly, 2002...
You were there.
I'm going to be in the damn locker room celebration. Giants and Angels.
You aren't a journalist.
Oh, hell no.
You would have been popping bottles. Where are my goggles?
Totally.
Wibby Championship.
Oh, I would have been so out of line. I'd have been stealing bottles. I'd have been pocketing whatever I could find. Oh, my gosh. People's hats would have been coming home with me. Anything. Opportunity of a lifetime. Are you kidding me? Journalist. You can keep your stuffy journalism name. I would have gone crazy if that had happened.
Championship T-shirt, championship hat.
Do you have any idea what
and
it was like?
And this is pre-internet, too. I mean, I know the internet was around, but 2002, it was
pre-social media.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever you would have done would not have shown up immediately in the blogosphere or in social media.
No. There wouldn't have been any video going everywhere, viral and all that. You know what it was like, though, to have your heart broken like that and then still have to do your job. And I'm not making it sound like it's actually a big deal. Like, I know that we've got, we're so lucky with these jobs that we get to do. But, like, Game 7 in Anaheim takes place, and it's my job to go down on the field, start interviewing guys, and people are, just party time, everything going on right there on the mound. John Lackey, wow, yeah, woo. Everybody's freaking out, screaming, and I'm just like, heart broken.
Hey,
like,
John, it's Mark. You won a title. Big deal. Your thoughts?
Totally.
Hey, John, Rally Monkey, stupid. Am I right? You talk.
Let's go right here in the back.
Seriously.
What's the vote for Pedro movie? What's the guy? Why am I blanking
Napoleon
on
Dynamite.
Napoleon. I was just.
Hey, Garrett Anderson, freaking idiot. It's just, you won. Big deal.
That's exactly.
Go.
I'm walking around to Angels players. Whatever, dude.
Totally.
Just say something in the mic, okay? I mean, the whole thing was just an utter disaster.
You win. Fine. Big deal. Speak. I could see you.
And they were so happy they did. They didn't care. It was like, yeah, whoa, so great. I'm like, yeah.
Totally. Freaking idiot.
And then, you're there for like an hour and a half after the game doing all the work and everything. And then finally get out to my car. And there are all those buffoons with rally monkeys are still out in the parking lot. And I don't even know if they knew or what, because I wasn't in Giants gear.
Yeah.
I was in like professional clothes. People are whacking my car with those thunder sticks on the way out. I was like, this is hell. This is a nightmare. this is a night. It's not just your team lost a championship, but you have to go swim through it. You have to swim through the joy in order to
With
get
your
home.
misery.
Oh my God, it was awful.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It was awful.
But no, you wouldn't trade 10, 12, and 14, even though 0-2 cuts differently.
No, you don't trade 3 for 1.
Anyway, I just mentioned 0-2 because I had said 0-4 before, and I wanted to get that right. And one more just quick item. I don't know if you saw the Caitlin Clark comments today.
I did. This is
about
great.
Angel Reese
Yeah.
when asked by Jeremy Schaap, ESPN, about the "you can't see me" gesture and the ring finger pointing, and Caitlin said, quote, "I don't think Angel should be criticized at all. I'm just one that competes." And she competed. I think everybody knew there was going to be a little trash talk in the entire tournament. It's not just me and Angel. We're all competitive. We all show emotions in a different way. You know, Angel's a tremendous, tremendous player. I have nothing but respect for her. On and on it goes. Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, you both win. And all the rest of you trolling on Twitter, you are the losers.
Bravo, except for you don't both win from this perspective. Jill Biden, what are you doing?
Well, that's where Caitlin Clark wins again.
Yeah, I don't know how many of you saw this story.
She said the White House is for winners.
Thank you.
Which is great.
So
because Jill said, you guys get to come too.
I guess she was at the game, and I don't even know what her reasoning was or even what the platform was where she said it. But Jill Biden said, well, I'm going to talk to Joe and see if we can have both teams come to the White House. And, don't you know how everybody reacted to that? Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to have, in this scenario where we've now been having a 48-hour discussion about sexism, but more so racism, you're going to bring Iowa to the White House to celebrate their double-digit loss? Oh, that's a no. That's a no.
Her quote was, Jill Biden, the First Lady, "I know we'll have the champions come to the White House. Iowa should come too because they played such a good game." Reese took to social media and basically put a comment up saying, "a joke," with laughing emojis in all caps.
It's a total joke.
And Caitlin Clark, for herself, said, "I don't think runner-ups usually go to the White House. LSU should enjoy that moment for them."
You know what I was thinking? The Eagles played really well in February, didn't you think? I thought they played great.
Definitely.
Some people thought that was a horse bleep holding call there at the end.
Now.
So just tuck that into the thought. Maybe Jalen Hurts should be at the White House also, right alongside Patrick Mahomes, to celebrate the effort that both of them used that day. Good effort.
It was great effort, yeah.
Super hard trying, and all of those good things were happening.
And I think the Niners should get to go too, because if it wasn't for those QB injuries.
Well, they tried.
Yeah, darn it.
They tried hard.
Wasn't really fair.
Remember when the Celtics tried really hard in the NBA championship last year? They tried.
White House.
After game 3, everyone said that they had already won. So maybe they should go too.
Yeah. Massachusetts and California, not swing states, though. They're President Biden. And Iowa is. Huh.
That's actually
what a coinkydink. Anyway.
I hadn't even thought of that.
I just wanted to throw that really quick in there. Election coming up in 18 months.
Jill's like, we ain't winning Louisiana. I don't care what the hell happened. We ain't winning Louisiana.
Right.
So, anyway. Hey, quick aside on this. Because remember all of this yesterday?
First at bat for Bryce Johnson. And he hammers one to right. Back is Kolas, and it is out of here. And it's home run derby here in Chicago.
Home run derby. Where each week the leading hitters in the major leagues will compete in a home run hitting contest.
Such hitters as Harmon Killebrew.
There are 4 people, and 2 of them are you and me who understand the joke that we're doing right now.
Run derby.
Gosh, that was so good. It was so good.
Willie Mays is on there.
Oh, all of them. Aaron, Mantle, all of them were on that show. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Anyway, here's the thing I was wondering, because there's so much sort of negativity or at least skepticism with regard to the Giants lineup, specifically the offense of the Giants lineup. And I get it, right? There's no Aaron Judge, there's no Carlos Correa, and what we hear all the time is, who would I want to buy a jersey for? Like, who's the player that's grabbing my attention, getting the kids excited? making you stop what you're doing so that you actually watching at bat. And I think these are all very, very fair points right now that Giants fans are making. However, I do wonder this, and Giants fans, you're welcome to weigh in on this, 888-957-9570. Would it be possible for this team to become exciting? Would it be? Is it already a hard no? I mean, even if they won 92 games, but is it a hard no? They can't be exciting. They just can't be because of who they are. Or what if they, A, become pretty good, and or B, fulfill Farhan Zaidi's preseason prediction that they're going to hit a whole lot of dingers? What if they do play more often than not, somewhat like they did yesterday? 7 home runs.
That's a lot.
In a baseball game. What if they are the Traveling Dinger Club? Which would be a great name, by the way.
Yeah, it's not catchy enough, but
it's better than nothing like it. But anyway, what if they do become that? What, like in theory, the guy who has the ability to hit more home runs than anyone on this team hasn't even played yet. Mitch Haniger has a 39 home run season in the bigs not too long ago. So if he gets entered into this and they do become a team that is considered, even if they look like a beer league softball group, but a bunch of boppers. Some nights it ain't going to look good. You're going to get shut out. But on other nights, man, just gets going rolling downhill and you hit a bunch of homers.
That's a start of it.
Could it become exciting?
It could, but I think they're missing the last big piece to being exciting. Winning, better than losing. Winning will draw people to your product. Hitting home runs, maybe it's not more important than winning, but it's probably as important as winning. The big piece that they're missing, and I don't know if they can have this, it's exciting players. Whether it's a bat flip or a player who actually is going to move the needle. Because of all the guys who hit home runs in the 7-homer game, they're all, for the most part, head down, faceless, grinder, mediocre level major leaguers without much of a personality.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I mean, Jock's a little bit of a weirdo, and I mean that in a good way.
He can get that going, yeah.
He's different. But
David VR.
Yeah, it's a lot of garden variety.
J.D. Davis.
Yep, I get it.
We had Mike Yastrzemski on yesterday. Just a good, solid guy. Loves his daughter.
Right.
But he's not gonna light you up on the way to first base.
I guess kind of the comp, and we just watched them play. They just lost, actually, about a half hour ago. The comp you're talking about is the San Diego Padres.
Yeah.
They come to the plate. They don't just have great players. They've got swag. All of them. They all do. Soto does. Machado does. Tatis.
Yeah.
He does. Bogarts even's got a little bit of flair. So they're not just good. They've also got flair. Does Mookie Betts count on that front? Because I'm looking at the Dodgers. They've got some really good players, obviously, but Freddie Freeman is just good. He's just really good. He's not exciting, right? He's exciting because he's one of the best hitters in the game. So I wonder that. I wonder what the openness is from this particular fan base, the view of this team. Everyone wants to label them just kind of dry and bland, and I think that that's 1,000% fair. But let's take 2 years ago. No different then. They were considered bland, but then they won 107 games and led the league in home runs. And I would contend that people were kind of into it. At least in a post-pandemic sort of a way.
107 wins will do that.
Right.
And you lead the National League in homers, second in all of baseball in homers, and you had multiple guys with breakout years. That was fun and exciting, but did it translate to sellout crowds in September? I don't think so. The crowds got bigger, and it was post-pandemic, so you can look at that as part of the reason why you didn't have gigantic crowds, but it didn't really carry over either. The level of excitement on that team, they were very good. They hit a lot of home runs, but it hasn't really lended itself to increasing the popularity of the product.
I can't remember what the attendance was like that year. Let me pull this up. Did it
wasn't
lead to great attendance?
That was 2021. So that was the first non-cardboard cutout year.
Yeah.
There might have been cardboard cutouts early even.
They were, based on the data I'm looking at right now, the MLB attendance report in 2021, they were 12th in baseball in attendance and drew 1.6 million fans, an average of of 20,700 a night. But weren't there some limits? Were there some limits?
Yes.
In terms of how many people could be in the ballpark?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And there was
I can't remember.
It's not a fair representation, but even the following year, you had an uptick.
They averaged 30,600 the next year.
Yeah.
But again, they were 12th.
Which is the lowest in the history of that ballpark.
They were 12th.
And you can look at still post-pandemic fatigue. I don't know if that really... that applies to last year, and it'll be interesting to see this year. What happens with this year's team? Because, you're coming off of a year where you were mediocre, but a year removed from 107 wins, and there's no more pandemic anything out there. I mean...
You're talking about now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, I'd say 1% of the population has changed their behaviors to the point where there are some people who won't ever go to a mall again, go to a big box grocery store, go to a ball game or a concert or all the rest of it. So I'll give you maybe 1% of the population.
I don't think I agree that that's not enough to change attendance. What I do think, though, is that it's another degree away. In other words, I don't think many people are not going to a Giants game because of the pandemic, but I think that the city is so much more empty than it used to be.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people who won't go to a game because it's just not as convenient as it used to be, because I used to work in the city and I could walk down to the game.
That's part of it, yeah.
And now I work from home and I'm not going to drive all the way in just for that. I do think there's some of that.
And also the expense and where we are as an economy, and they're forecasting this recession to continue through 2024. So you're looking at financially a situation where you've got another season, maybe 2 years of Giants baseball where you don't have a lot of money as an American consumer. And yet, hey, don't miss our 10-game mini plan where tickets are more expensive than ever.
I will say this. I'm now looking at the arc of Giants attendance over the last 5 years, the Farhan Zaidi era, right? So he comes in, correct me if I'm wrong, was 2018 Boch's last year? Was it 18 or 19?
I think it was 18, I
think it was, wasn't it 19? Because it went Boch's
19, yep.
Yeah, Boch's last year, then pandemic season, then great season, then mediocre season, then now. I think that's how it went.
Yeah, 19 was Boch, confirmed.
So 2018, the Giants are fourth in baseball, 38,900 a night. That's 2018. Then you go to 2019. Boch is still here. Not a very good team, but they fall from 4th to 11th, 33,429. Obviously, forget 2020. There was no attendance that year. 2021, yes, there are limits on how many can go into the stadium. Post-pandemic, they're still 12th. That's 20,700. But then last year's the one that I think, if you're the Giants, is concerning, because you're coming off of 107 wins. So you've ramped up expectations and excitement, even though you still don't have necessarily those great players that pop off of the screen. There's no Buster. They again remain 12th in the standings, but 30,600 per game.
Yeah.
So that is down 9,000 fans from 2018 per night. And then obviously we don't have any report yet for the Giants. The Giants are tied for last in attendance this year. Because they haven't had a game yet.
And I wonder how much the payroll is connected to what the attendance is. Because if you want to go back to 2018, their total payroll, and I'm looking at Baseball Reference, their estimated payroll was $202 million.
And this was in 2018?
Correct.
Okay.
And, you had some guys who were somewhat household names on that team, including Buster. You had Johnny Cueto, who was an attraction, and the rest of it. The next year, you go down to 175. Attendance dips, 152 million. Pandemic year, 150 million. Last year, 134 was your total estimated payroll, which is down 68 million from that last year of Bruce Bochy. So if you're a fan, a casual fan, and I look at 30,000 fans a game last year, the season ticket base is probably about that, damn near that number. And it's the casual fan who looks at this team. And to your point, your premise about this whole conversation, could this team sizzle through its pop? I think they could, but you're going to have to make these guys into something Because right now, none of these guys are household names.
It's never about the payroll, but it's totally about the payroll because the payroll equals obviously the good players, the attraction, and there is a connection between payroll and winning. It's not A to B, but it's kind of like A to B minus. Like if you just look at, you look at the payrolls, we did this last year, like of the top 12, like 10 of them were playoff teams. The Giants do uptick from, what'd you say the payroll was last year? 135?
130, 134.9.
134.9.
So, 135.
All right, so they added $40 million to it this year. They're up to 175.5 this year, and they're 11th in payroll. To me, that's still a little bit on the outside of, I remember last year saying this should be a top 10 payroll team. Yeah. Well, okay, they're 11th. They're 11th. They did. Well, look, if you just put Correa, if that physical passes, they're 6th in baseball.
That's
in
assuming, though, that they have Haniger and Conforto.
Which I don't know that they would. But they would definitely be top 10 if they just...
Correct. Yeah. And I think that the greater point that I'm looking to make is in order for this uptick to really take hold, you need to win. You need to hit home runs like they just did, but you also need for the average fan to give a crap about Davis, VR, Conforto, and Haniger, and all the rest of these guys you've never heard of.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about it is if you even take Buster Posey, okay? Him becoming this homegrown hero, that doesn't happen overnight. And in fact, it never happens quicker than it did with him. He showed up.
Jeez, yeah.
He got the job. He won Rookie of the Year, and they won the World Series.
Decent little campaign.
It can't happen quicker than that. That's the quickest it can happen, and even that takes a full calendar year. That's the last piece of the puzzle. Yes, you'd love a big free agent, but the really bigger piece, if you think about, because we've talked about this, a sports fan, who do you really love? Do you love a free agent major signing, or do you love a grow and play star? Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, who do you like better?
Yeah.
Right? You love the whole...
Steph, Clay, and Dre. If I had $1 for every time I've said that since they all came up...
We'd be retired.
Yeah. I mean, 80 wouldn't do it. 80 wouldn't be enough.
We're not doing 80.
Yeah. I mean, we're not doing 80. Because Mark said that because it was 80 degrees in here.
We're not doing 80.
Yeah, when the show started, we're not doing 80. But it'd be about 80,000 references of Steph, Clay, and Dre, to your point. And so if we think about the Giants' glory days, and all we have to do is say Timmy and Kaner and Mad Bum and Buster and the Brandons, and we could go through the whole list of homegrown. And yes, it doesn't happen overnight. But in the short term, if Mitch and Jock and Michael and JD and David, if they can all pop and actually make themselves known in the community and they win, then this thing can happen pretty quickly.
Well, but the problem still remains.
Ross and Sean.
But the problem still remains. Thank you, Ross.
Logan.
Ross. Anyway.
Totally.
Like you've got these guys. Let's say let's talk crazy for a second. Let's say they won the World Series. Well, then half of them are going to leave. They're going to leave.
Well, they're all under contract for 3 robust years.
Conforto, opt out. Jock, nope.
No, yeah, Jock is gone.
Gone. If they all play well, if those guys go hit 30 home runs, DiVincenzo, baby.
Well, even if they don't win the World Series, you're right.
Yeah, bye-bye.
I mean, if Jock has a big year, and Farhan will, I think that I'll give you 3 years. And
I'm trying to figure out the difference between Farhan and Tiger, and I think it's a little snicker in between each sentence.
Well, you got to get the... and,
it's Tiger.
Yeah, Tiger. Yeah, guys, I think it might be my last Masters. I'm getting to be older, and I've got a multitude of injuries, and my swing feels good, but I have a hard time getting from tee to green anymore.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
Thank you. That's my Tiger. He did say that he's getting a little old for this S.
Well, I get that was the word on Tiger, and we'll get.
I cannot wait to
get Aaron on tomorrow. Yeah,
because this Masters in 20 seconds. This Masters is going to be the most like Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
Oh, totally. The live golfers.
Oh my God, I can't
and Tiger.
Wait. It's gonna be a cat fight at the Champions Dinner.
Fred Couples is even out here going, "You're a clown." And you're an idiot.
Dude.
And I don't know if you know what you're talking about. I mean, it's going to be amazing.
Norman didn't get invited, and Gary Player has to beg for practice rounds with his grandkids.
It is amazing. It's what golf actually really always needed. It needed rivalries, right? Tiger says he can barely walk. He says his game is better, but it's just that walking thing.
My swing feels good, but it's just my ankle, guys. I don't know if I can make it from tee to green anymore. And don't even get me started on these bunkers.
Hey, will you do our sponsor in Tiger Woods' voice?
Yeah, this segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
All right. Back to Wiggins, although Filmo wants to talk Farhan, and that's a set-aside.
And Filmo, you're getting all the leash you want. He got the short hook by Steiny and Goo this week. I was unhappy.
Oh, that's not okay.
No.
I am not okay with that.
Yeah.
Come on. That's why Guru's not here today. No, it's not. So, Filmo, stay where you are. And then also back to Wiggins, because we need to start talking about what we want, might, should, won't see tonight. All of that with regard to him, Warriors and Thunder, coming up tonight on 95.7 The Game. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Back to Wiggins.
about to get good up in here. You know
It's been good, but yeah.
Oh, it's been great.
Yeah.
That's not what I mean.
I know. It's about to get really good.
We about to keep it real.
I'm just going to keep it real, Mark. You know that.
I'm still waiting for somebody to be like, I'm about to keep it real. And then they say something like, I just think Steph Curry's really good.
Totally.
Like, I mean, I think the Warriors are
tone change really brings it
solid
home.
team, and they're going to have a shot. I just let's support our guys. No, keeping it real automatically means you're about to absolutely crush somebody. That's what it means.
I'm keeping it real.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, so my very close friend of mine, I keep his name out my mouth.
Yeah.
But he is a New York born and bred sports fan. And he just sent me a text message, question about the Wiggins situation. And basically, it's like, how come no one will answer my question? And my first thought is, we will. We'll answer your question.
Right here on Willard and Dibs.
Coming up.
Okay.
But
Good
first,
tease.
Yeah. Let's go live to Filmo Mike, who is Brandon Belt or Captain Save a Giant.
Love it all.
I mean, where's this going to go? I don't know. But it's Filmo Mike. Hey, Mike, you're on Dibby and Willie. What are you doing?
Oh, man, I'm driving across the bridge. But I don't think the Giants fans, Willard, we don't trust Farhan, right? He has no equity. Like, what has he done? And yes, sir. You was gonna say something?
No. I'm just
not to cut you off.
I'm listening. I'm
no
with
quick
you.
hook today, Mike.
So, like, I got you, and I understand that, and so keep going.
No. I'm just saying, like, over the years, like, you know what I'm saying? You get a team, and we don't see where is he going with this? You get a 220 hitter there, a 220 hitter there. You get all these platoon players, and it's like, bruh, we don't see the vision. I don't. For example, Brian Sabian, maybe 30 years ago, 25 years ago, he traded Matt Williams. Be like, Matt, what are you doing? You trade Matt Williams? Who the hell is Julian Tavares? Jeff Kent. But we seen the vision. We were a competitive team. So it's almost like, okay, I get it. We did see Matt Williams in the championship for the Cleveland Indians. It hurt, but I got it because we were competitive. He, like, dude, Farhan is doing stuff. It's like, we like, trust him, but it's like, bruh, I can't trust you because you're not Harriet Tubman. You're not taking me to the North Star.
So, Filmo, you're totally fine in a point saying that you don't trust him, and maybe we have finally found, courtesy of you, Filmo, the chasm, the dichotomy, whatever you want to call it, the gap between someone like me, who's still, in this moment,
FAR
supports the Farhan regime.
Captain Save a Farhan.
Versus someone who doesn't. And here is where I would describe that gap. You don't see the vision. I do. But it hasn't worked, ... yet. So what that means is that gap is getting smaller. Because even though I feel that I do see the vision, but I can also admit that it hasn't worked. I don't think we've reached the time quite yet where that means didn't work, got to get up on out of here, but it's going to have to work soon. And right now, it hasn't worked yet. The vision included the farm system being much further along than it is. However, the comments about how bad the farm system is are totally overblown.
We'll see. It's a big year for that.
It's a big year for that.
It's a gigantic year for that.
Yeah, but I even just mean our farm system's a mess. It's not a mess. They do have a couple of guys that they hope
I would say the farm system is overrated until proven otherwise.
Well, it's not even rated that highly anymore.
But it's rated higher than it was when he took over, and it's better than when he took over.
Oh, for sure.
But those of you who are Farhan stans, those of you who are Team Farhan, and I'm more in Filmo Mike's camp of you haven't done it. And I know what you're saying about the vision, and you've laid it out many times, and you are spot on with the way you do it. Develop the farm while being competitive in the majors, attract and bring in big-name stars if you can, and in 2023, well, now 2024,
Yeah, that's the problem.
farm will catch up to the Major League Club, and you will have yourself a real good product. And, if you look
I'm
at
a Giants fan.
If you look at it right now, and you want to look at some of the young players, Casey Schmidt, promising young player when he comes up. David VR is a guy who is showing you that he's a legitimate major leaguer. Tyro Estrada is a guy who can hit at the major league level. He's a younger player.
Yeah, they traded for him, but yes.
I don't
he was
care
so
at
young.
this point.
Right.
I'm looking at young players who are on this team or close to being on this team, and are they going to be a part of the immediate future of the club? So that end of it, I think Farhan is better than when he took over, but it's the other side of it where I've been very critical in terms of bringing in and signing long-term superstars.
Yes, and I do not challenge anyone, and certainly not anymore, if they say, look, I don't trust him or I don't like it. I'm like, I get it. Yeah, it was supposed to be quicker than this. It hasn't been. We can debate whose fault that is and all of this, that, and the other. But it's not done yet. That's what I would say. But the vision definitely is that the farm system is what leads the way, and then you augment with the big free agents in the spaces that you have. All you got to do is watch what the Dodgers did. That's what they're trying to do, but they haven't done it yet. And so if somebody doesn't trust them, I totally get it. That's totally fine. I do think it's gotten to a discourse that makes it sound like Farhan is more nefarious than he is. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't trust him, and he's a penny pincher that's trying to take my money when I buy beer, and he's going to just give it to the owner. And that, no.
And I think
that's about
the other part of it, and you're right, in terms of like him sitting up there with this grand nefarious plan, I don't buy that. He wants to win more than 99.9% of the fans, I would imagine. The thing that we don't pay enough attention to, and this is you, me, everybody on the radio and TV and all the fans, he doesn't have the final say. What is the deal with your ownership? And I say your because because I'm a Giants fan.
You're a huge one.
Big time. And I'm a Giants fan. I have been for a handful of days now.
Since Wednesday, last week? Was that when it
today?
was?
Tuesday,
Anyway.
something like that. But anyway, I bleed orange and black, okay? I'm all orange and some gray, but
and you have a black shirt on.
I sure do.
There you go.
So we, as an organization, what's the deal with our ownership? That I think is a question and you know what? We're not going to get the answer to it.
No, you never do. You
But
never
that is
really
where,
do.
when I want to go all in on Farhan criticism, you got to stop yourself and you got to realize that he is marching to the beat of ownership, and they were the number 2 profitist team, the most profitable team last year. And I bet you that wasn't by accident.
No, I'll join you on that boat. Like that's where we can all meet on the ferry and head out to the bay. Like we can, because I don't know whether or not to trust this ownership, and the things that there are a lot of things we do know about this ownership and don't really like them. Quite frankly, most of that is non-baseball stuff, but does that carry over to baseball stuff? You could start to make that case. Yeah, absolutely. So it's still a group where we're getting to know it. It's still a group where I think most Giants fans cruise around and don't even realize who's running that show. If you said to the average Giant fan, if you go to Oracle this weekend and you're like, it's not Farhan making the decisions, right? That fan will be like, oh, I know, it's Larry Baer. Yeah, no. See, that's not how it works anymore either. And I bet you could poll that stadium and 90% of them couldn't even tell you the names. Greg Johnson and Rob Dean.
Right.
Couldn't even tell you. Couldn't even do it, right?
Let alone pick them out in a lineup.
There you go. So that question mark, I think, is completely fair. All right. So glad you're with us, and let's rock and roll. This is something I think that we could really we could use some further perspective. So feel free to weigh in on this. 888-957-9570 on the night where we expect at least some Andrew Wiggins questions to be asked. And we had one part of this conversation already in the changeover with regard to the idea of Wiggins being on the bench tonight. And I know you've daydreamed about the idea of him coming out onto the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Right?
I'm not asking him to take the mic.
Number 22.
I can't even do an Andrew Wiggins voice impersonation because I don't know if I've ever heard the man speak.
Seriously.
So,
which is kind of the point.
And that's exactly the point.
Yeah.
And I'm not, before I was advocating for a mid-first quarter walkout, how about just show him on the Jumbotron And, hey, Andrew Wiggins is back, and let the crowd go crazy. He doesn't even have to stand up and wave. He can sheepishly give a little Canadian, hi, how you doing?
You know what they ought to do?
Move on.
You know those timeouts in like the third quarter, and they got one person at each free throw line, and they give them a ball, and they're like, all right, whoever hits 3 free throws first, you win $100 to Bob's Steakhouse or whatever. They should just not tell anybody and have Andrew be one of the guys. They're like, well, over here, we got Tim from Daly City, and over here, we got Andrew from San Francisco. And then just have Andrew, you've won $100.
What if he loses? What if Tim from accounting knocks him out
from the free throw line sometimes?
I love your idea, though.
Yeah. I mean, I have no idea what Andrew wants, what the Warriors want.
Yeah.
I have taken notice that Woj sent out the tweet, and the Warriors have still said bupkis. They have said nothing. Totally quiet. So this idea that there's some grand entrance that's going to take place here in an hour and a half, I'm feeling like that's probably not the case.
Right.
Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. So the conversation we were having was whether or not when we say, you know what they should do? They should have Andrew on the bench tonight. Let him get a standing O. When we say things like that, are we just wanting it to happen, or do we actually believe it should? In other words, do you think that idea that you had yesterday,
it's a great one,
is that what's best for the Warriors and for Andrew Wiggins, or is that what's best for us?
I think both. And you mentioned this in our email thread about the Giants and the Carlos Correa and how we, the frustrated Giants fans, myself included, we felt spurned and we wanted a, quote, pound of flesh. We wanted the president of baseball ops, Farhan Zaidi, to stand in front of an actual audience of reporters and answer actual questions, which he never did. And even though he couldn't say, yeah, we found this on the x-ray, HIPAA laws, HIPAA, we all want a HIPAA, and I get it. So we couldn't get that answer, but he could have faced the music, and it would have made me feel better. So similarly, and again, this is a little bit of a lesser thing, because if Andrew doesn't show up tonight, if Andrew doesn't ever talk to the media, if Andrew doesn't show himself before he goes on the floor, I'm okay with it. It's not his job. I felt like it was Farhan Zaidi's duty as the president of baseball ops to do that. This is not Andrew's duty. Now, as a fan, I would love to see it. I think it would be great theater. And I think the Warriors, I don't know if the Warriors benefit from that, but I don't think it hurts anybody unless Andrew feels uncomfortable by it.
I do think it sets a clock a little bit, right? Again, I think here's what tomorrow sounds like if Andrew were on the bench tonight. There's two things you're looking at. First of all, does he look healthy? And second of all,
happy?
Does he look happy?
Yeah.
Honestly.
And you're right.
And then that's what we're talking about. And does Andrew want that? I don't know. My guess, based on everything I know about Andrew, no. Andrew does not want you talking about him. Even over these last 6 weeks, with all the very forward and sometimes nasty rumors that were flying around on social media, who's the only one who spoke to them? Who's the only one? Andrew's girlfriend.
Yeah.
And even she did it sparingly. But she did defend and speak, and then Draymond did on his podcast. How many words has Andrew said?
Not a one.
Zero.
Yeah.
Zero. He didn't even say hello. So that leads me to the text I just got from my buddy again, New York sports fan. And we've talked a number of times. Right. We've talked a number of times about how different this story would be if this were Philly or New York. So he says, hey, how come no one wants to answer my question that I have for the media? Can they and will they just let Wiggins walk back in the door with no explanation, no nothing for the last couple of months? Just come back and hoop without anything to say? Is that what's going to happen? I told him, we can answer that.
Yeah. Here's
the answer. Yep.
Yes.
Welcome to the Bay Area.
Right. And I mentioned this 7 weeks ago when the word of why he was missing games when the rumor mill started flying around. And I told you that if this was in a different market, Boston, Philly, New York, where your buddy is apparently from or lives or associates himself, they would be hiding in Andrew Wiggins' bushes. Mm-hmm. They would be tailing him to the grocery store, to the dry cleaner, to the dog park, wherever it is that Andrew has been going. And I imagine that he hasn't just been sequestered at home, wherever he's been. And the word is he's been out of town because Jason Dumas reported that he's back in town, which implies to me that he was not in town. So wherever he was, he probably was doing things and going places occasionally. If this were in New York, there would be a phalanx, Mark, if I may, of reporters hiding in his bushes, tailing his girlfriend, his children on their way to daycare, etc.
I think it goes even further than that. You're not wrong with anything that you said, but when we think about New York, Boston, Philly, whatever, any other sports town you want to talk about, a story like this does not just mean that there would be people following, that there would be people asking more probing questions. Do you know what else would be happening? Criticism.
Big time.
Criticism. And the criticism would only grow with each day of silence. You know, again, we have a report from Adrian Wojnarowski. We have a report from Shams. And the Warriors have said nothing. And do you know what? If tonight, both before the game and after the game, the Warriors politely decline to discuss anything related to Andrew Wiggins, they will again tomorrow not be criticized. They won't be.
Oh, I'm ripping them.
No, you won't.
Yeah, you're right.
Now you can
go after Kerr on Thursday.
Now you can criticize the media for that, or even the fans if you want. But there are cultural differences within sports, within cities, within America, obviously. Some of them are very, very clear to see, you know, in terms of who boos, who throws things. I mean, Carlos Rodon goes to the Yankees, has that quote right before spring training starts, says, well, the New York fan base is a little bit more engaged and invested in this. You know, you pitch in San Francisco, even if you pitch poorly, you're not going to get booed. And I actually went on a huge rant because I hated that quote. Because to me, booing does not equal investment. It does not equal engagement. It means culture. Your culture in New York. Watch the games last weekend when the Giants are there. You see what people are doing? People are standing for 4 innings. People are chanting. People are going nuts out there. And it's like 3-0 in the 3rd inning. You're like, what are you all freaked out about? Like, why? I get it. It's opening weekend, but calm down. You know, out here.
They don't do calm down.
Yeah, out here, people's like, I got flip-flops. I don't know. You want to go check out the glove in left field? We'll get a beer?
Totally.
Get a beer. And that's the culture. And so there's nothing wrong with that. But especially when it gets to a situation like this, when you're talking about somebody's personal life, the Warriors have said, we accept it, so you should too. And that's what sort of guides this whole process. Are there frustrated sports fans because Andrew didn't play the last 6 weeks?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But does that mean that we have to make up a story in our head and then criticize him? Or even if we don't make up a story, just flat criticize him because we don't get to know? I don't know. I mean, my opinion is no. We don't get to do that.
Right. We don't get to, but you're a fan, so you ultimately get to do whatever you feel like you should do in terms of how you want to be a fan. So let's just say, hypothetically, and I've thrown this out as the most innocent possible scenario as it could possibly be, Andrew Wiggins with the sick goldfish. If in turn it turns out, and we've had reports that it had to do with his girlfriend, and we had reports that it has to do with his father, who was very sick. And those are very serious things. If it comes out that those are both wrong, and he had a sick goldfish, and he misses 24 games, and the Warriors go in the play-in, and they lose immediately, fans will be outraged. And you can either decide to criticize him for that. You could say, sick goldfish, you missed 24 games. What in the absolute heck is going on? I don't know if you will or if I will, but each fan individually, if you're so turned off by that you don't want to be a fan anymore, That's your prerogative. Now, if it is one of the two things that's been reported, which are very serious things, if you want to go ahead and judge it in that same way, in that same fashion, well, that's on you as well. I personally, if it's one of the two things that it has been purported to be the reason for his absence, who am I to say that either one of those things is not so heavy that he should be able to play through it? Well, that's me, though. And, you have your ability to judge, and we all do.
Yep, but I also think that sort of circles back to the original point, which is why sometimes when we want people or teams to speak, the right thing for them to do is not. Because the only thing that happens, and this is why I still believed, and we can figure out the pizza bet that you said that I made that I don't even remember.
You owe me.
Well, do we actually know what happened?
Not yet.
I would contend that we don't, even if you buy what we do know, which is Sham's report that his dad has been ill.
Yeah.
Okay, great. With what? Or how did that look and how long, right? Steiny earlier today was like, maybe this has been going on for longer than we think.
Yeah.
Because Andrew didn't look great before he left. And or did it? Like, we don't know these things. As soon as you know, you judge. As soon as you know, you judge.
Right.
And if I'm a team, I don't want the judgment. If I'm the player, I don't want the judgment. If you're of the belief, and they are, that it's none of our business, then it's none of your business, and you don't get to know. And so it feels like a conversation that in different angles we have a lot through the years in sports. We've used the example of the Correa mess and the Giants not holding a press conference afterward. I mean, we do this all the time. We'd love to know the whole story, but they don't want us to know the whole story.
Right.
And let me share something else with each and every one of you. All the stories that you think you know, how many do you think you really know? How many do you think you really, really know what happened?
Well, let's take the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole punch.
Okay, let's
as an
take that.
example. We don't know a damn thing. All we know is there was an exchange during a practice, during a scrimmage, and Draymond Green got in his face. Jordan Poole pushed him away. Draymond Green saunters over, and it felt like a saunter to me. And a bow!
Yeah.
And he just one straight right hand. Whether or not he was going for the left-handed two-piece or he was trying to hold him up is open to interpretation. But we don't know what happened before. We don't know what was said during, as I do my Obama. We don't know what happened after the fact. We don't know what's gone on subsequently to the incident. So
it's good pauses.
Thank you. And that's my Low Neil doing Obama.
You're doing low, doing
Correct.
Obama.
Yeah, just so people know.
Doing
For
president.
people who remember Joe Low and Tibbs, he would lapse into Obama. But to your point, we don't know a damn thing. We know what we saw on the leaked video,
field,
but
yeah.
even that, we don't know what we saw.
No, I'll just tell you, and just doing what we do, we get whispers and we hear things. I'm not even talking solely about the things like that, where while the Warriors came out and spoke about it, Draymond, re-earn our trust, all of the things they said, nobody ever told you why Draymond punched Jordan. But I'm telling you, there are things where you have been told the whole story, and you think you have the whole story. And I would contend that you don't. I'll give you a different example.
Okay, I have one too, but go ahead.
Well, almost anything can be an example here. But I don't even know anything here other than to ask you, what do you think the story is through the years behind Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo? What do you think actually took place there in all of the pivot points? So remember, first, there's signing him, acquiring, and then signing him. And then there's injury 1. And then there's injury 2. And then there's draft Trey Lance. And then there's we're going to trade Jimmy. Whoops, we're not trading Jimmy. Then there's we're re-signing Jimmy. Then there's are we going to play Jimmy? Then there's we are going to play Jimmy.
That's a lot of pivoting.
Then there's injury 3.
Yeah.
And
I feel like you're missing a couple of injuries.
Probably. And then you actually let Jimmy go. And the whole time, that was a 5.5-year journey.
Yeah. Shout out Steve Perry.
The whole time, both guys are like, we're totally cool with each other, bro.
Right.
Do you actually think that those two dudes had no issues through all that?
Yeah, Mark.
I think that's banana head. I think it's crazy.
There was never a dust-up. There was never a confrontation.
We don't know the story.
There was not a thing.
I promise we don't know the story.
Kyle called him and said, yeah, Jimmy, we're going to trade up and draft a quarterback and stuff, and it's going to be a guy who's very unproven and I'm very untested. You okay with that? And Jimmy was like, sounds great, dude. P.S. Don't call me again because I won't answer.
Exactly.
So, I mean,
did you hear that quip last week?
See it.
Like there was another, they're like, the question was about, have you talked to Jimmy, I think, since he became a Raider? Kyle goes, in order to talk to Jimmy, I'd have to accidentally run into him.
Nice. Oh, Kyle, you cut up.
So
I think we know about, to your point, I think we know about 10% of what happened. Like, we know the sequence of events, and thank you for laying it out the entire timeline. You left out a few things like,
sure did, yeah.
Him becoming the starter and winning every single game.
Well, I wouldn't
to
want to
bail out a 1 in 10 year.
I didn't want to get long-winded.
No,
anyway, go ahead.
That would be rare. And I thought you were going to say you didn't want to come across as being too pro Jimmy, which either joke works, but I like your self-deprecation sensation there. Right. That was perfect. The other one I was thinking about is the Jock Peterson Tommy Pham.
Oh, that's a great one.
Because that's a much smaller incident, but Jock basically, Jock gets slapped over a fantasy football debt, but there was a lot more meat on that bone.
Okay. Interesting that we're having this discussion because we can share a little bit of developing news.
Oh.
Andrew Wiggins is speaking with Bob Myers right now. Right now, as we get ready for the game, Andrew Wiggins has appeared. He is with the team. He is with Bob Myers. They are side by side, and they are addressing assembled media right now.
Okay.
So our team is going to turn that sound around as we put it in our business. What that means, they're going to go get all of these comments and get them ready for us packaged so that we can play them for you as quickly as humanly possible.
Good.
So stay right where you are as we continue to have this discussion, and we will have comments from both Andrew Wiggins and Bob Myers as soon as possible.
Nice.
They are speaking right now at Chase Center pregame.
Let me get your pre-reaction to what you think this means. Now, when we play the sound, we will then react, but I'm looking for a pre-act, if I can.
Well, this is
reaction before the reaction. What do you think this means, Mark? Put it into context for those of us, the laymen here.
Well, first of all, I think it is across the board positive that they're sitting there and doing this. So I think that means that Andrew, because again, we hadn't heard a word from the Warriors yet, I do think that this means that Andrew is playing very soon. I think that Andrew will play in one of the games this weekend. That's one of the things that it means. I also think that it means that Andrew is probably, and this is just me speaking now, I think Andrew's probably pretty upset at the discourse that took place over the last 6 weeks on social media. And so he would probably like to get out in front of it and debunk some of what he's heard.
Do you think that he will say definitively why he's been gone? Because if you are going to debunk, I think that the debuncation would be over the salacious rumors that were put out there regarding his girlfriend and he.
Tell you what, rather than guessing on this, let's hear it live. Andrew Wiggins and Bob Myers right now at Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Well, first, I just want to say thank you to Joe, Bob, Steve, and the whole Warriors organization for giving me space and privacy, during the time I needed to be with my family. And thank you all, for the people that also respected my privacy and space. And I appreciate that a lot.
Andrew, at what point did you decide, what were the factors that just told you you need to stay away, and what were the factors that said, okay, it's now okay to come back?
It's just, when you're in a certain situation and your family needs you, and it requires your attention and, your love. That's my first priority. My career, everything. Family is always first for me, and it'll always be that way. Whenever I think I felt like I was in a safe space to, to come back. I feel like we got everything settled. Not fully settled, but in a safe place where I can come back.
And how would you describe your conditioning at this point?
Not terrible. I've been working out. But obviously NBA is a different type of, conditioning you need. But I don't think it'll be too long before, I'm up there. Appreciate you. Yeah. I feel good. My mind feels good. I feel good just being back here in the Bay, being around my teammates, coaches and, people of the organization. It's always a joy being here. So I feel good.
Andrew, just to ask the question, is there anything you'd like to share about what your family was going through during your absence?
I'd rather just keep that private, just for me and, my family and the people close to the family that really need to know.
What kind of support did you feel from the team while you were away?
It was all just love and support. I had a lot of the teammates just, hitting me up and, saying their love and their prayers. And, I just appreciate it all. It just goes a long way. It's more than basketball.
Andrew, what are your thoughts going into postseason play? I mean, you were a huge factor the last time and you're back.
I'm excited. I'm very excited. That's the best part of basketball, the most competitive part. So I've been away from the game for, a little while, but I'm excited to get back.
You have anything to say to the fans?
Just thank you, for all the love and support, through this difficult time I had and my family had. And, I appreciate it. You guys are the best fans in the world.
Andrew, back here. You said that you're keeping in touch with your teammates. Were you able to keep in touch with the team or sort of watch what was going on while you were away? What was sort of your ability to keep up to date?
Yeah, I was still talking to some of the players, and I try to watch every game. I try to tune in as much as I could.
Andrew, 2 questions. One, you said you don't think it's going to be too long before you're able to get back out on the court. What kind of work did you do while you were away from the team that helped you keep your conditioning?
Just, getting a lot of shots up, little movements here and there on the court. Running on the treadmill, working out, just a little bit lifting, just trying to stay as ready as I could, in the circumstance.
And then secondly, where did you feel your game was at? Because you came back from, sickness, injury before you left. Where did you think it was before you had to spend some time away? And then how long do you think it's going to get back, your rhythm back?
I felt really good, right before I left that last game. Feel like I was in rhythm, making shots, defending well. Hopefully I'll be right back where I left off.
Listening to Andrew Wiggins, who alongside Bob Myers is addressing the media at Chase Center pregame tonight. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game.
Were you always intending to be back for the playoffs? Was there a real chance that you would not have been back at all this season if it not worked out?
It all depended on, the whole situation. That was it, just taking it day by day. And, if I'm able to come back here, I would love to come back here, and I made it here. So.
Andrew, welcome back. What was that first embrace like when you saw your teammates? Can you just kind of describe the feelings you felt when you saw the guys back in person?
Yeah, it was amazing. Just not seeing these guys for so long, and these are the guys that I go to war with, every night. So it's good being back. It's good seeing all these familiar faces. Just brings me joy being here. So I'm happy.
Andrew, you said you had watched almost every game that you could. How's that experience been watching? It's been up and down. And was it hard for you to watch kind of what the team's been going through? Or
it's not hard for me to watch. It's, I love the team. I love the guys on the team. I'm always wanting the best for them. And every night they went out there and they were competitive. Some games didn't go our way. but every night they competed and they fought. So.
Bob, can you describe sort of what the situation's like for you and the organization? I mean, there's not a blueprint for a situation like this. It's not like, things you go through every year preparing for certain events.
Yeah, I think what sometimes gets lost in professional sports, and although everybody in this room covers them, they're people, they have lives and family. And I know that sounds obvious, but it sometimes gets lost. But when you work here, at least how we do it, you get to know Andrew as a person, not just as a 20-point scorer. So when someone that you know or work with goes through something, your first thought is how can I help? Are you okay? Is there anything you need? And in this case, Andrew needed to be away. And whatever he needed, we wanted to support. So, this is a guy that I can tell you, and we were talking before we came up, where he's made sacrifices personally for this organization. Some you may know of, some you may not, but I do. And so it's also the person, right? Andrew's you're kind of a hard guy to get to know, but I know his kids. He's been to my house. The uniform isn't the most important thing to us that know him. So when we talked while he was gone, it wasn't about, what do you think of our pick and roll coverage? It was, how you doing? And there's emotion in all that. So I can't say that I've been through something like that, but you stay around this business as a player, a coach, management, media, it's always different. It's always something. But like I said, I'm proud of the organization. I'm proud of his teammates. I'm proud of the coaching staff. Proud of everybody here. Not that you'd care what I think of you, but I am. Some of you may have known what was going on. You didn't write it. You didn't say it. I appreciate that. So that's how we viewed it.
Okay, Andrew. First of all, over here, got a haircut. I see.
Yeah, clean up a little bit.
What parts of, did you even have time to miss basketball? I mean, obviously you're in with your family and you guys had serious issues there, but did you even have time to miss basketball? And if there was time, what parts of the game, what did you miss by not being around?
I mean, just being around the guys, competing with them, going to war with them. And this right now is the best part of basketball. These games, every game means a lot. So just being out there and competing with the guys, but, also knowing that, there's bigger things in basketball and, and having to do what you're having to do.
Listening to Andrew Wiggins speak pregame before the Oklahoma City game alongside Bob Myers right here on 95.7 The Game.
And also staying, getting your workout in was sometimes that's hard to do when you're going through something.
Yeah.
Was it a good distraction to get, your physical exercise every day? And did you get some shots up? And how did you do that? Because that's not fun nor easy.
Yeah, it's not. But I feel like working out, it's a good thing to, take your mind off, what's happening or what happened or anything like that. It's just you go there and that's what you're focused on. But I got a lot of shots up. I lifted a couple times. But more so I was on the court getting a lot of work in. Not too much conditioning, but it was in the workout.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We'll have
Okay, there it is. Andrew Wiggins and Bob Myers addressing the assembled media at Chase Center right here on 95.7 The Game prior to Warriors Oklahoma City, which starts in about an hour and a half. And, of course, you'll hear right here on 95.7 The Game. A few things to react to. You can do it with us at 888-957-9570. Just so you know, there was no official response with regard to when Andrew is planning to play. But he did say that he's done what he called, a pretty good job of staying in shape and does not think it will take very long for him to ramp back up to where he was.
Yeah.
And also said he loved exactly where he was in the final game before he went away. And if anybody has the thought of whether or not it was addressed, what happened during this time, Andrew continued and said, I'd rather keep that private.
Right. It's a family matter, and he's going to keep it private. And I think it was Kareth Burke who asked the question, and she, preemptively said, we have to ask it, and she's right. And he answered it the way that you figured he would answer it. And I thought maybe the same in that setting. Whether or not it ever comes out doesn't matter at this point. The good news is he's been working out. He's had a couple of lifts, he said, at the end of it. And I was a little bit, disappointed that we didn't get a question of when do you think you'll play?
Right.
Even though it's not up to him. And the answer would have been, well, it's really not up to me. It's up to Rick Celebrini and the strength and conditioning team to make that determination. Or the question of, do you anticipate being back at practice tomorrow and or Thursday? I was hoping that we would maybe get an answer to those questions, but back in the building, answering questions. Bob Myers is up there. So Andrew Wiggins is back. He's not back, but he's back.
Well, we'll definitely ask that question. I'm sure it'll get asked a number of times before this, but that answer may change on a day-by-day basis because my guess is had that question been asked, the Warriors are not going to give a definitive timetable right now as far as return. So 48 hours from now, Steve Kerr will be on this show, exactly 48 hours from now, and we'll ask him that question at that time. It'll be the night before the game against Sacramento, and maybe there will be something more definitive. Maybe he's going to play a few minutes in that game.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I do think that this is a positive development in that it is confirming that the Warriors and Wiggins are back together and ready to go and ready to ramp up for the playoffs. But it also, in my mind, means kind of what I said just even when we were discussing the fact that it was about to happen, in that I think Andrew wanted to get a few things off of his chest, and one of them was thank you. I think he really wanted – this was an important thing. When he thanked the organization out of the gate, I do think there is some of that is about – what happened in the previous year and a half, 2 years ago, with all of the vaccine discussion that was around Andrew.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The fact that got out, I don't think Andrew loved that back then. And this time, as we've detailed ad nauseum, the organization kept a lid on the jar.
Yes.
And that was very important to Andrew. And he kept the lid on the jar in this press conference. So I think that's what he wanted to say publicly.
Yes, and he, I thought that he might come out and express frustration at all the rumors, but he didn't even want to give that any light. He didn't want to give that the light of day, and he thanked the organization. He thanked his teammates for being so supportive, as you mentioned, and Bob even addressed it in terms of, the conversations he was having with Andrew while he was away. It was not so much about, hey, what's your conditioning, but how are you doing with your family situation? It was human to human, which is what you would expect from Bob Myers. He's just that guy. And, this organization, after even the punch, where they were able to keep a lid on that, and the vaccine from last year, they didn't keep a lid on that. So for them to do it this time, it's big. And you're right, Mark, especially as it pertains to Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, so he thanks the fans, he thanks his teammates, he thanks the organization for handling it the way they did, says he's in relatively good shape, but that the NBA game calls for a little bit more, expects to get back to that pretty soon, and also added, I thought one of the other interesting questions, were you planning on coming back for the playoffs the whole time? And he essentially said, no, not necessarily. It was a matter of whether or not we could get to the point that where we have arrived with regard to what's been going on with my family. We're here now, and so I'm here now.
Yeah, and hopefully where he is at a place where whatever was ailing he and his family, hopefully they've gotten through it. And it's, not just a temporary diversion for him. I really hope that everything that he needed to address has been addressed, and to the greatest extent that it can be. And now he's ready to come back and be two-way Wiggs again.
Andrew Wiggins back in the Bay, back with the team and addressing the media right here on 95.7 The Game. If you have any reaction to it, you're welcome to give us a buzz here, 888-957-9570. Fire off a text to the Comcast Business text line or keep your comments going on YouTube and Twitch where you're watching the show as well. Let's go to Zach in San Francisco. Hey, Zach, what are you doing tonight?
Hey, how you doing? Heading to the game shortly.
Good for you.
I think that first of all, I thought it was the story about his dad. I thought sounded pretty plausible, but I do think that the reason why they didn't say anything and he didn't say anything is because no matter what, there will be some portion of people that don't understand. You know, let's say his father had something that maybe was going to be terminal, and he decides, I just want to be with him for 2 more months, and that's all I'm going to do. Even if 80% of the people agree, that's a whole lot of people that you have to deal with, you know, Twitter and reporters asking questions and all of that. And I think they realized it made no sense. You know, remember when Kyrie took like personal time for 2 weeks and the whole people went insane in New York? So I think he just realized that it doesn't make any sense to give any information at all. And it probably was smart.
Zach, I think you're making a whole lot of sense. And my gosh, in the last 5 years of our world, if there's anything on which we can all agree, it's that there's nothing on which we can all agree.
Right.
So, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well, and it's also the fact that we all have an opinion about every single thing that we probably don't know enough about to normally foist an opinion. But in this day and age, you got to chime in with your opinion.
I mean, that's kind of what we've been getting at. No matter what you say, there will be judgment. So I like that Andrew came out and spoke. But I'm fine with the fact that, let's be honest, they didn't really say a whole lot.
Right.
At least in that definitive nature. It's not that you can't, he answered the questions. It's not that you can't gather things from what he said, but those sort of salacious things that people might want to know what was happening. How are you now? Is it all okay? Are you playing basketball? When are you going to play? All of those things. He answered, but you're not going to get a whole lot definitive. There was only one portion of the press conference that we didn't catch when we went live, and it was an opening statement from Bob Myers. Want everybody to hear that because that is actually the reason we never got the question of when's he going to play.
Gotcha.
Because Bob addressed it right out of the gate.
As far as return to play, that'll be decided by our medical staff, Andrew, but I don't have that answer. I don't think anybody has that answer, but once we do, we'll tell you as soon as we know he's not hurt, but basketball requires a certain level of stamina and endurance, and we need to make sure he's ready to play when he comes back.
So that actually makes me feel like Friday is pretty unlikely.
Well, that's where I think we beg for the follow-up, which is, and we knew that, but is the plan to have him practice tomorrow or Thursday? Is there a ramp-up plan that's in place? Now, we know that we don't know when he'll reach the finish line, but what are those intermediate steps that are going to be taken?
It almost sounds from Bob's words like maybe they didn't even have that report yet. I don't know if he's met with the medical people yet. Is Andrew
and I guess
Wiggins,
Steve has to make the call too if we're going to practice tomorrow.
Is he back at Chase Center for the first time tonight? Maybe. I don't know. The report of him being back in the Bay was only a couple of days ago.
Right.
So I have
and he might have been literally in the Bay, like on Clay's boat.
Right. Maybe he went for a swim.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You never know.
But how often do we hear, well, look, we're going to put it with the medical people and we'll see.
Yeah.
And then they show up and play in the next game. Feels unlikely.
Agreed.
I'm just sort of putting pieces together, so I don't know that. But
how about Sunday? How do you feel about Sunday?
Help me with this. Can somebody remember for me last year when Steph Curry was hurt leading into the playoffs? His first game back was the playoffs. Right? Did he play any regular season games prior to the playoffs starting last year at the end?
I think so.
Did he have any ramp-up games, or did he just come back immediately for the playoffs?
I will tell you momentarily.
Yeah.
I'm looking at his game logs from last year. I know he missed about a dozen games, and he came back, and he played in the playoffs, Mark.
Yeah.
He played on March 16th against Boston. They lost by 22. He was inactive for 12 games.
Yeah.
Now, that's when Marcus Smart careened into him, right?
Yes. So March 16th, his last regular season
And he missed
game.
a dozen games and came back exactly a month later against Denver. Only played 21 minutes and 41 seconds. He was on a restriction. They beat Denver, and he quickly got his minutes up. In the fourth game against Denver, he played 37 minutes. So
his minutes went 22, 23, 31, and then 37.
Exactly.
Which is usually where they stay, unless there's a blowout. Like in the Memphis game where they lost 134-95, the big blowout, he only had 25 minutes. But Steph Curry's minutes are usually somewhere between 36 and 40. That's usually a Steph Curry game, and he got there in the fourth game of the playoffs. The reason I ask, I wonder, is there precedent for the first time we see you is in the playoffs?
There is precedent.
Answer's yes.
Little different, though, because Wiggins missed 2 months. Curry missed a month, and, Curry was able to... I think Curry was able to play before that playoff game, but just didn't.
Although Curry was coming off an injury, and
true.
Andrew is not. So I don't know. But looking at that, I don't think it's a given that he plays in one of the 2 games this weekend.
I think that if they're in a spot where they're already a playoff team, he plays on Sunday. And just go out there and run up and down, and you play PBJ, and you play all the youngsters if that game doesn't matter.
Yeah, which feels hard to believe.
And we'll take a look at the scoreboard on the other side because we got some early action.
Got some things going on.
Going their way.
Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, this is one of those big nights. What'd you say there were? Well, how many games tonight? 16? 13? 13 games. 16 would be everybody. 13 games.
15 would be everybody.
Okay, 15. Sorry.
Yeah,
so we got 13 games, and tomorrow morning, we're going to have a lot of information that we don't have right now.
No doubt.
This is a big damn night in the NBA. So glad you're with us, and we're not done yet. After listening to Andrew Wiggins, feel free to weigh in at 888-957-9570. We're also taking you, of course, as we always do, right up to the coverage. JD standing by in 20 minutes to take you the rest of the way up to tip-off between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Golden State Warriors tonight on 95.7 The Game. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, if you're just joining us, Andrew Wiggins, alongside Bob Myers, just spoke to the assembled media at Chase Center. Preparations ongoing for the game against Oklahoma City tonight. And a development that's not Wiggins related as well. A late downgrade for one Klay Thompson. He has been downgraded to questionable because of lower back tightness. And so that's not good.
No.
That's not good. I don't like the word downgrade, and I do not like the word back when it comes to any of the players on the Warriors at a time like this. So we'll keep an eye on that. They didn't downgrade him to out or doubtful, just questionable, but they're going to see if they can loosen him up, get Klay on the court, and then the nuts and bolts, the bullet points, if you will, for Andrew Wiggins. They do not have a timetable for his return. He is going to keep private what was going on with his family, but he has kept in good shape and feels like the ramp up will be quick. And certainly the insinuation was made a couple of times about him being back for the playoffs, and he did not blink at that notion. So I don't know if he's playing Friday. I don't know if he's playing Sunday.
Right.
I don't know what the Warriors are doing after that, but I think
hopefully not playing it again for a week.
The plan is certainly sounded like for him to be ready to go, certainly come playoff time.
Right, assuming that they make the playoffs. And I would imagine that he'll be on the floor either tomorrow or Thursday if they practice, if not both days. That's my guess in terms of their schedule. Friday, they're in Sacramento. So depending on how tonight goes, you may, and everybody reports to the facility on off days anyway. Now, whether or not they go through a formal workout, an informal workout, an informal scrimmage, whatever it is, I would imagine that Andrew Wiggins will be there both days, at least getting a sweat on and going through the paces with Rick Celebrini in the strength and conditioning department so they can gauge where he is. And if he's ready to go Friday, he plays Friday. I would guess that he'll play Sunday. Again, this is just me guessing. This is not based on anything, but he's been not injured, as you mentioned, and he's been doing some working out to the best of his ability. Now, Bob Myers actually said, you know, the NBA endurance is a whole different animal, so that even if he's able to play Friday or Sunday, he won't be able to go out and give you 38 minutes.
You wouldn't think so. And that's not usually the way the Warriors do things.
Correct.
They ease people in. Steph in the playoffs last year. Heck, Klay Thompson, who didn't play back-to-backs for a year and a half once he came back. You also mentioned the scoreboard watching, which is underway tonight.
I've got good news and bad news. What do you want?
I feel like there's only good news and good news, but hit me with it. What's your bad news? I always like that first.
Pistons are down 80-77. Wiseman's got 14, but the Pistons.
Did you
This
see?
is James Wiseman.
Thank you. I will forever follow James Wiseman.
So will I.
I'm pulling for him.
Did you see that he spoke to our buddy Nick Friedel? I sat down and spoke with James Wiseman.
It's a 4 for your Friedel, but downgraded to a 3 because you should be able to do that.
Yeah.
Negative Nick.
That's right.
Why was Gabe Kapler talking to James Wiseman?
Look, obviously,
Pretty good.
James has a great history here in the Bay Area.
You want the good news, Mark? You want the good news?
I want the really good news.
The fish-eating flying animals, the Pelicans, they're going down. Kings 42. Adorable. Pelicans 32. Second quarter, New Orleans is trailing at home, a team that the Warriors want to go down, and they want them to go down hard.
Hard, yes, exactly.
As I borrow
Now,
from our former partner.
a 10-point lead in the second quarter in the NBA means a big old hill of beans.
No, it's over.
But
it's over.
But I will tell you this, and I got the betting slip to prove it. I loved the Kings +4 tonight. +4, again, this is
betting slip.
This is
It's not legal in California. Don't talk about that.
Is the internet in California?
Is your
Hang on a
Aruba in
second.
California?
My laptop in California?
Belize?
Okay.
Yes.
Anyway,
Jeez.
point being,
Talk about
oh my
that.
gosh, the Pelicans have cut it to 9. Anyway.
Time to panic.
Here's the deal. If you've got a pulse, if you've got some pride, you lose a home game to the San Antonio Spurs and you fancy yourselves one of the best teams in the league, you get your butt out there and kick somebody's you-know-what tonight. So
True.
I love the Kings in this game. We'll see. Long way to go.
Lakers Jazz tip at the top of the hour, and I'm just borrowing for Tim Roy because he will take you around the association, usually at about 6:40, which is, I love the pregame show. I listen to the whole thing, especially on my drive home. And so by the time Tim takes us around the association, we will have a much better idea about both of those key games.
Well, and there's another one going on. Don't forget the plucky game of the night, which is the Brooklyn Nets hosting the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I forgot about that one.
Go ahead and knock them down if you can as well. And the Nets are up by 7.
Oh, they just scored, Mark.
They just scored. They're up by 7.
Gobert with a turnover.
Love you. Love you, Gobert. Gosh, he does more bad things than good, right? I mean,
and the
anyway.
Timberwolves have taken time.
Oh, because the Nets just scored again. They're now up 9.
They're reeling, Mark.
60-51.
Night.
Third quarter, Nets lead the Wolves.
Nah.
By the way, that was one of the other picks on the parlay. It was the Nets +2.
Parlay?
Those are
two-teamer.
Those are both dogs.
2-teamer.
4-teamer. 4-teamer.
You got $6.
4-teamer. 5.
Just
number 5. I felt it. I'm like, there's a bunch of games. Let's get them all in. I had
a $5 5-teamer. Spoiled. Da.
By who?
San Diego State in the semis. Buzzer beater.
Oh.
I had Florida Atlantic on the money line. +1. It was only plus like 130.
God.
I think San Diego State was favored by a 1.5.
But a 5-teamer?
Ska-da-da-da-da-da.
So you had about $100 on the line.
It's about 80, I think.
Okay.
I had Orlando in the XFL getting 9.5.
Oh my God.
Picked that one up off of Twitter.
Janky parlay is this?
I was going to close it with LSU in the women's national championship game.
That would have done it.
And they were getting 1.5.
Were they really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Caitlin Clark love fest.
Yeah.
But
I get it.
That thing went up in smoke.
Anyway, no,
as did last night's San Diego State +7.5.
As did the under, which at halftime was looking like an absolute lock. 24 points for the Aztecs in the first half. I'm like, nailed it.
I went out for a salad at Chief Sullivan's in North Beach.
Oh, delicious.
And I left in the under 12 timeout, and San Diego State hadn't scored. Walked back here a mile, got in the car, started driving home, and started listening. They still hadn't scored.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
14 straight.
Which was exactly what I thought was going to happen in this game. And then the last 10 minutes did not do us any favors, and the pace got quick. But anyway, yeah, Nets +2.
Okay.
Kings +4. Lakers -10. Warriors -8. That's the 4-pick tonight. That's the 4-pick tonight.
And this, and I don't want to come across as mean-spirited because we've had a great show and we've been getting along swimmingly, but where was the heads up for your boy after I gave you winner after winner after winner all turning long?
Because you have a system. I don't have a system.
I don't have a system for the NBA.
I just open up a website and I'm like, how about those 4? All right, here we go.
Then that's what you tell your boy, but hey, just so you know.
I just did it. I did it,
but it's too late for me to bet it.
I know. I did it.
What am I going to live bet a team up 10?
I did it quick right before tip-off. By the way, don't act like I've already won. I haven't won anything yet.
Well, now I'm going to have to mush you.
The Kings are up 9.
It's in the bag, Mark.
Yeah,
I'm mad at you.
Kings are up 9. Oh, Sabonis just fouled someone. Anyway.
I famously got mushed by our current VP of sports for this company, who will remain nameless.
We have a VP of sports?
Yeah, and he used to be the assistant PD here in Lucas's office. It's when it's in the bag, Gibbs. Oh, is it?
You know what? This one is in the bag. This one is in the bag. Can't wait to get back at it tomorrow because
me either.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Me too.
Reacting to tonight's game. I think we're going to go live to Augusta tomorrow as well. We got all kinds of good stuff planned for you. But enjoy the game, buddy.
Can't wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. What's coming up in the game? It's Warriors Live with JD, John Dickinson, ahead of Warriors and Thunder tonight for Chase Center. Mark, Lucas, Dibbs. I'm Mark Willard. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready